In the realm of Naruto, the story unfolds with a rather peculiar twist. The protagonist finds himself trapped in a cave, confronted by none other than Orochimaru. System task * rescue Yugao Yuzuki on the spot. Reward * Shinra Tensei, cool down free version. Watch as I masquerade as a member of the Akatsuki, using Itachi Uchiha as a mere ruse to deceive Orochimaru. When he realizes he has been tricked and erupts in fury, my Shinra Tensei will be ready. Orochimaru, the times have changed. This is now my era. This is a narrative that thrives on deception and the aid of a system, allowing the protagonist to traverse the world of Naruto with ease. Chapter 1. Yi Liang's Demise. Yi Liang has perished. His departure was notably serene. If there is a commonality among reclusive individuals, it would be the manner of their demise. Holding his phone, engrossed in a game, leaning against the sofa, he succumbed to a sudden death in the dead of night. Where am I? How did I end up here? What is this place? Yi Liang opened his eyes to find himself in a mysterious cave. He moved his arms, feeling a faint weakness, surrounded by endless rubble. Have I been kidnapped? I distinctly remember playing a game just before. His face was a canvas of confusion. At that moment, voices erupted from the depths of the cave, embroiled in a heated argument. Orochimaru-sensei, human experimentation is strictly forbidden. You will be regarded as a rogue ninja by the third Hokage. TSK. Hondo, you are far too naive. I would rather not inject you with the curse seal. Hondo? Orochimaru? What on earth is happening? Could it be that I have traversed worlds? Yi Liang was utterly bewildered, yet the fluent Japanese of the conversation confirmed its authenticity. Yi Liang did not speak Japanese, yet he comprehended every word. How is this possible? Is this the inherent benefit of a transmigrator? Haha, I have truly crossed over. Yi Liang erupted into laughter. As a devoted otaku, traversing dimensions was his most fervent desire, especially since the mobile game that led to his untimely demise was none other than Naruto Online. Ding dong. A sudden buzz resonated in his mind. Host awakening detected, initiating distribution of the beginner's gift package. Basic Taijutsu maxed out. Basic Chakra maxed out. Basic Ninja Tool Proficiency maxed out. Is this the reward? Yi Liang felt a surge of delight, but after a moment of realization, he was left dumbfounded. Why are all the skills basic? As a die-hard fan of Naruto, he was acutely aware that basic skills equated to the abilities of a Genin from Konoha. Though the series does depict Jounin as superior to Genin, Yi Liang certainly did not possess the innate talent of the protagonist, Naruto. While he was lost in thought, another buzz echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Current environment detected as hazardous. Initiating SSS-level legendary task to rescue Hondo. Rewards will be based on task completion. Evaluation 1. Extract Hondo from Orochimaru's laboratory, regardless of her condition. Reward. Intermediate Taijutsu maxed out. Intermediate Chakra maxed out. Intermediate Ninja Tool Proficiency maxed out. Evaluation 2. Safely extract Hondo from Orochimaru's laboratory and gain her favor. Reward. Advanced Taijutsu maxed out. Advanced Chakra maxed out. Advanced Ninja Tool Proficiency maxed out. Evaluation 3. Extract Hondo in front of Orochimaru, unharmed. Reward. In addition to the rewards from Evaluation 2, receive the God-level ninjutsu, SHINRA TENSEI. Yi Liang was left speechless. Even the simplest task of extracting Hondo from the lab was no trivial matter, let alone doing so in front of Orochimaru. At present, he was merely at the level of a Konoha Genin. Nevertheless, some tasks must be undertaken. That is SHINRA TENSEI. Yi Liang was astounded. In his previous life, SHINRA TENSEI was his favorite technique, not for its strength, but for its sheer flair. In Konoha, Pain single-handedly faced all the Jounin with this technique. Such a flamboyant move was too enticing to ignore. Yi Liang promptly resolved to engage in a brainstorming session that, in truth, the system's tasks were not fatal. As long as he successfully extracted Hondo from the cave, he would obtain advanced taijutsu and more. Combined with the god-level ninjutsu, SHINRA Tensei, Yi Liang was confident that he could escape Orochimaru's grasp with this technique, for at this stage, Orochimaru was not yet the formidable adversary he would become during the later ninja wars. Yi Liang stealthily made his way deeper into the cave. Orochimaru-sensei, do not make a grave error. You are the third's prized disciple. If you turn back now, the third will surely forgive you. Chit-chat. Hondo, stop being so naive. Simply allow me to implant the cursed seal, and serve at a vessel. Sensei, please reconsider. Orochimaru continued to argue with his disciple, while Liang had been listening intently, anxiety mounting within him. If he did not act now, it would truly be too late, for Orochimaru was on the verge of taking action. Stop! Release that girl. He rose, commanding Orochimaru imperatively. Silence enveloped the cave. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. It was all too sudden, like a fledgling bird caught attempting to taste forbidden fruit, only to be discovered by its parenting really too abrupt. Who is this little brat? Orochimaru's gaze shifted to him. The legendary Sannin was astonished that a stranger had approached him unnoticed, without a hint of awareness and how utterly preposterous. His demeanor turned tense. Liang swallowed hard. To be honest, he was more anxious than Orochimaru. The man opposite him was someone to be wary of, and he felt like a frightened dog. Orochimaru was a powerful jounin. A mere fireball from him could spell doom for Liang. Mr. Orochimaru, greetings. I am sent by the leader to negotiate with you. Leader? What leader? I do not recognize anyone by that title. Orochimaru continued to scrutinize Liang with suspicion, yet Liang had already prepared his next words. Our leader is none other than the illustrious Pain. I'm certain you have heard of him. You are from the Akatsuki. How dare you come to such a place? Are you not afraid of being discovered by the Third? If you dare to establish a laboratory in such a location, are you not afraid of being discovered? Though Liang felt a surge of panic inside, he maintained a resolute expression as he stared down Orochimaru. It was imperative not to show any signs of fear. Liang understood what Orochimaru desired, and his plan was to use this opportunity to lure him. Our leader has long been aware of your desire for a powerful vessel, and has been waiting for you outside. Leader? Pain has come to Konoha? Indeed. He has even offered you the body of Itachi Uchiha, should you choose to join the Akatsuki. What? Orochimaru was taken aback. At this juncture, Itachi Uchiha was merely 8 years old, but already a prodigy within the village. Had it not been for the fear of being discovered by the Third, Orochimaru would have acted long ago. Upon learning that the Akatsuki had brought Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. Then please, accompany me. Liang noted Orochimaru's intentions and gestured for him to proceed, then turned his gaze towards the bound Hondo. This was the most crucial moment. There could be no mistakes. Orochimaru-sensei, could we take this hostage with us? She has overheard our conversation and needs to see how the leader will handle her. Chapter 2. The Advantage Secured. Hostage? Orochimaru glanced at Hondo, a flicker of suspicion crossing his features. If the only concern was preventing Hondo from leaking information, he could easily eliminate her. However, with profit at stake, he pondered further. This is up to you, but do not dare to deceive me. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to make you my next experimental subject. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at Liang, his shadowy vertical pupils sending a chill down Liang's spine, prompting him to nod vigorously. Absolutely. Of course. Oomph. As Orochimaru strode towards the cave entrance alone, Liang swiftly approached Hondo, untied her bonds, and lifted her onto his back. There was no alternative. It was only diligent Liang who was willing to undertake such a laborious task. For the sake of my SHINRA Tensei, carrying a woman is nothing. Liang forced himself to reassure, subsequently settling Hondo onto his back. To be honest, at this moment, Hondo was not nearly as plump as she appeared during the later events. Her form was remarkably lithe, accentuated in all the right places. Although her physique was not perfect, she possessed the essentials that why Liang chuckled to himself, only to then feel a hint of softness. It is well known that a ninja's skin is exceptionally taut, akin to those fitness enthusiasts from my previous life who frequented the gym. Their rigorous muscle training left no excess fat. Moreover, Liang's hand was currently resting on Hondo's rear. My apologies, fair maiden. When carrying someone, my hands inevitably rest here, he thought, albeit a tad shamelessly, but he still insisted on providing himself with a seemingly reasonable excuse. You spies shall never escape the wrath of Lord Third. Prepare to meet your demise. Hondo spat venomously, glaring at Liang. Yet for some unknown reason, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Liang chuckled awkwardly, choosing to ignore her. Now was not the time for flirtation. Orochimaru remained alert, casting wary glances back at them, compelling Liang to be cautious in his words and actions. Any slip could lead to dire consequences. Liang shook his head, forcibly dispelling his frivolous thoughts, and solemnly followed Orochimaru. It seems Uchiha Itachi's body is indeed quite tempting. Despite Orochimaru's suspicions, he has yet to reveal his true intentions, Yi Liang mused. Orochimaru continued to move swiftly ahead. He appeared to be in his 30s. Based on Yi Liang's memories from his past life, Orochimaru was likely still a student under the third Hokage. Given that he had not yet injected Hongdo with the curse seal, he had not betrayed them yet, indicating that he was not overly formidable at this point. This detail was of utmost importance. Orochimaru's human experiments had yet to yield success, meaning he only possessed foundational advanced ninjutsu and lacked the grotesque divine techniques he would master later, such as Edo Tensei, the triple Rashomon, and the formidable eight-headed serpent technique. It seems I possess quite the foresight, haha. Yi Liang admired his own courage. In his view, if he completed the system's tasks, obtaining rewards would make him a formidable match for Orochimaru. At the very least, escaping should still be feasible. Indeed, without a doubt. Yi Liang nodded emphatically, then began to fantasize about the sensations of acquiring Shinra Tensei. After advancing for a while, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. It seems we are about to emerge, Yi Liang thought to himself, and then he beheld an endless expanse of lush jungle. It was quite rustic with a hint of greenery. "Where is your leader, boy?" Orochimaru inquired as he stepped cautiously outside, scanning the surrounding underbrush with vigilance before turning his gaze angrily towards Yi Liang. With his exceptional Jonin prowess, he could detect no hidden presence among the foliage. "Do not rush. The leader is concealed just outside," Yi Liang replied nonchalantly. Orochimaru had advanced ahead, but Yi Liang lingered behind. "Do not falter at a critical moment." Yi Liang hastily quickened his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The scenery outside was captivating. If viewed from Yi Liang's past life, it could easily be classified as a tourist attraction. He anxiously counted his steps, making his way forward step by step. Ding dong. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the SSS level task of rescuing Hongdo. Now rewards are being granted. Advanced Taijutsu maxed out. Advanced Chakra maxed out. Advanced Ninja Tools maxed out. Due to your perfect completion, an additional reward of the Divine Ninjutsu Shinra Tensei has been bestowed." "It is done." Yi Liang, in disbelief, grasped his limbs. A tremendous power surged within his muscles. The system's strength was directly infused into his body, requiring no learning. Thus, Yi Liang was certain he had attained the prowess of a Jonin. A loud ringing filled his mind as a unique chakra flow pattern emerged in his memory. "This is the method of utilizing Shinra Tensei. So this is how it works," he exclaimed with laughter. He immediately attempted to channel chakra along that mysterious trajectory. "You little brat, you truly are deceiving me." Orochimaru finally grew impatient. Seeing Yi Liang inexplicably frozen in place, he charged toward him. In Orochimaru's eyes, Yi Liang was merely a typical genin, someone he could easily subdue without the use of ninjutsu. And so he proceeded to do just that. Shinra Tensei. As Orochimaru drew near, an invisible force abruptly repelled from Yi Liang's body. Boom! Orochimaru, caught off guard, was sent flying by the force of this barrier. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Such overwhelming power. Orochimaru spat blood. Shinra Tensei not only repels enemies, but the force behind the strike is equally formidable. In Yi Liang's memories, Shinra Tensei had even subdued 3 giant frogs from Mount Mayaboku with a single move. Bunta's physique far surpassed that of Orochimaru. Orochimaru crashed through several large trees before finally tumbling to the ground. Just moments ago, he was clearly only a genin. How could he possess such strength now? This power rivals that of a Kage. No, even the third Hokage does not wield such potent ninjutsu. Who is he? Could he possibly be the leader of that mysterious organization, Akatsuki? Orochimaru had frequented the black market and traded in living materials. Thus he had heard rumors of Akatsuki. After all, he often operated as an agent for Akatsuki in the black market. He regarded Yi Liang with renewed wariness, yet hesitated to make a move. Yi Liang was nearly in stitches from laughter. Indeed, the current Orochimaru was merely of special Jonin caliber. With his present abilities, a single usage of Shinra Tensei would suffice. Furthermore, he now possessed the qualities of a Jonin, allowing him to depart unscathed even without ninjutsu. Chapter 3. The escape begins asterisk asterisk. Yi Liang schemed in his mind, swiftly making his way into the distance while still carrying Hong Do on his back. Adhering to the principle of with a beautiful woman in my embrace, how could I let her go? Although Yi Liang was not well acquainted with Hong Do, he resolved to take her with him. Brat, where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Stand your MP, Yi Liang retorted, refusing to be a compliant child. Otherwise, in his past life, he would not have disregarded his parents' warnings and succumbed to gaming. Fatality, damn it. Orochimaru's fury reached its peak. Feeling deceived left him no choice but to pursue the swiftly fleeing Yi Liang. Ninjutsu, Shadow Snake Hands. A series of elongated serpents shot forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, aiming for Yi Liang's back. Having learned from experience, Orochimaru dared not engage in close combat. SHINRA TENSEI. Once again, the same old tactic was employed. These serpents had yet to come into contact with Yi Liang when they were instantaneously torn apart by the repulsive force of SHINRA TENSEI, leaving not even a trace of flesh behind. SHINRA TENSEI. Yi Liang shouted in a moment of panic. To his astonishment, he discovered that the sorcerer had activated it. Holy cow! Yi Liang exclaimed. In the original narrative, SHINRA TENSEI had a clearly defined activation interval. Yet, to his surprise, his version of SHINRA TENSEI had no cooldown. No cooldown at all. As long as he infused enough chakra, he could unleash it without restriction. This was indeed an unexpected delight. However, Yi Liang failed to notice that the original SHINRA TENSEI was actually Nagato's bloodline limit, and now he could activate it without regard to that limit, which in itself was already quite unreasonable. Of course, this was a skill forcibly appended by the system, which provided a plausible explanation. Shaking his head, Yi Liang decided not to dwell on it. Orochimaru was still in pursuit behind him, and the two raced through the branches with incredible speed. Holy cow, are you a monkey or something? How far have we run? And Yu Wucheng is still chasing me. Aren't you hungry? Put down the red bean, or I will turn you into a specimen. Orochimaru threatened menacingly from behind. Put down? At your age, can you handle it? This is a young girl, in the prime of her youth. Not to mention, you certainly can't jaw. Yi Liang taunted while desperately running, even giving a cheeky middle finger over his shoulder. Young upstarts often behave this way. Once they gain some ability, they become rather mouthy. For some reason, the middle finger gesture transcended dimensions. Initially, it was merely a provocation, but the moment he raised that noble gesture, Orochimaru's composure shattered. You deceitful brat. Yu Huacheng, you going to die now. Cursed seal of heaven. Activate. With a furious roar, Orochimaru's muscles underwent a sudden transformation. His skin gradually turned a grayish hue, and inexplicably, a pair of palm-like wings sprouted from his back. With a powerful flap, he soared forward several meters. In no time, he was closing in on Yi Liang. Damn, isn't that Sasuke Kwachu, cursed seal? How can you use it too? Yi Liang gasped in shock. It made sense. As Sasuke's cursed seal was originally developed by Orochimaru, it was only natural that he could wield it as well. Damn it, this is getting serious. Yi Liang felt his chakra dwindling once more. After sending Orochimaru flying yet again, he realized his chakra was running low. He was merely 8 Jeimunin in terms of chakra capacity. While Jeimunin might be perceived as strong, their actual prowess was often ambiguous. In the Shippuden series, there were numerous Jeimunin in Konoha, but very few were genuinely formidable. Yi Liang suddenly sensed that his Jeimunin chakra was nearly exhausted. He estimated he could manage perhaps 10 more uses at most. Hey, little beauty, you've been playing dead for long enough. It was you time you spoke up. Where's Konoha village? We should be able to survive there. Yi Liang suddenly tossed the conversation to the red bean on his back. In these critical times, one must unite all possible forces. This was what his mentor had said. You pervert. It would be better if you died sooner. Hey, what are you talking about? I was being chased by Orochimaru because I saved you. As the party involved, you should bear some responsibility. You touched my backside. All right, women really do hold grudges. Yi Liang fell silent for a moment. But soon, Orochimaru was hot on their heels again. Well, you can at least tell me where Konoha village is. If you want Kwaja think of me, you must consider your own interests. Yi Liang pressed, desperate. He did not all want to die, especially after gaining his newfound abilities. You touched my backside. Damn it. Yi Liang was losing his mind. The ancients were right. Only women and petty men are difficult to manage. Yi Liang was not at all male chauvinistic, truly. Glancing at the precipice ahead, Yi Liang gradually set aside his reckless thoughts. He could not afford to be foolish. Life and death hung in the balance, and he had to take it seriously. However, even without Red Bean's reminder, Yi Liang had already deduced the location of Konoha village. In his chaotic running, he unexpectedly arrived at the site of Hokage Rock. Indeed, at the edge of the Great Cliff, the statues of the four handsome Hokage were vividly carved into the rock face. From a distance, Yi Liang spotted the first Hokage Ochu statue, smiling at him. What a childlike expression! He blurted out, turning to glance at the approaching Orochimaru, finally feeling calm. "Shinra Tensei!" Once more, he repelled Orochimaru and leaped off the cliff. Below lay Konoha village. Although Orochimaru had not yet betrayed them, with Red Bean, this foolish girl, he could completely verify that Orochimaru was conducting forbidden experiments in secret. By then, even if Orochimaru had excuses, they would be utterly indefensible. It seemed that Orochimaru was relentlessly pursuing Yi Liang precisely because of Red Bean. "All right, let Wochu charge into the village. Let Wochu see what you can do to me." Yi Liang laughed. He had even concocted his identity. A hero rising to the occasion, ready to assist those in need. A gallant savior with a shout. He was the model of a good youth standing up for justice in a new era. Adhering to the principles of leadership, I will bring the warmth and enthusiasm of our Huagua people to Konoha village. Yi Liang muttered to himself. "Who goes there?" Suddenly, two figures clad in green appeared ahead, adorned with the Konoha forehead protectors, unmistakably the village's guarding Genin. Beneath Hokage Rock was the Hokage's office, and it was entirely normal for Genin to be on guard there. Yi Liang remained calm, quietly landing on a nearby building and gently setting Red Bean down beside him. At this point, Red Bean was already able to walk, as Orochimaru had merely treated her as an experimental subject and had not administered too much sedative. "Gentlemen, a rogue ninja from Konoha is pursuing us. We hope you can help us cut off his pursuit." A rogue ninja from Konoha? The two guarding Genin looked puzzled, then gasped upon seeing Orochimaru behind Yi Liang. "Iguachu, Lord Orochimaru. What happened to him?" "Your Orochimaru is conducting experiments on living beings. If you don't know what job, believe me, you can ask the girl beside me. She is one of the test subjects." Chapter 4. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unmatched power what? The two guarding Jonin were instantly taken aback. Initially skeptical, they found it increasingly difficult to disbelieve upon witnessing the ominous appearance of Orochimaru's heavenly curse mark. "Orochimaru-sama, please, enlighten us about the current situation." They immediately positioned themselves in front of Yeon. "Get out of the way." Orochimaru dismissed them with a flick of his wrist, utilizing the shadow snake hands technique to effortlessly cast the two Jonin aside. This exemplified the prowess of an elite Jonin, despite being of the same rank. These ordinary guarding ninjas were no match for Orochimaru. However, Yeon remained unperturbed. He gazed at the advancing Orochimaru with a smile. 3, 2, 1. As he silently counted down, a long staff suddenly struck Orochimaru, propelling him away from Yeon. "Here it comes." Yeon felt a surge of joy. He had anticipated the presence of a formidable ally. Thus, he held no concern when Orochimaru approached, confident that even if this expert did not protect him, they would not ignore the nearby Mitarashi Anko. After all, Anko was with Yeon. Yeon turned to the old man beside him, who was leaning on an iron staff. It was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. Renowned as the ninja doctor, Yeon understood that while Sarutobi may not wield god-level jutsu, his foundational ninjutsu was exceptional, indeed impressive. Yeon swallowed hard. The aura of Sarutobi was undeniably commanding. In terms of Yeon's current strength, he was still far from being Sarutobi's equal. As Sarutobi retracted his golden staff and advanced towards Orochimaru, Yeon finally exhaled in relief. "Sarutobi-sensei, it's not like that. I merely wish to resurrect my comrades. I only want to bring my parents back. I do not wish to die." "Orochimaru, I have warned you countless times. Human experimentation is absolutely prohibited, regardless of your justifications. You shall never trample upon human life. But I am only researching the bodies of captives. That is still unacceptable." Sarutobi's anger was palpable. As the third Hokage, he was the most life-respecting among the recent generations of Hokage, in stark contrast to Danzo of the Umbu. Sarutobi had grown up under the influence of the first Hokage, cultivating a deep respect for human rights. At least, that was Yeon's belief. He pulled Anko back a few steps. The clash between Orochimaru and the third Hokage had escalated to a level of unavoidable intensity, and as an observer, he knew he must concede space for their battle. Ding! Just as he stepped back, a notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the side quest, Spectate the Battle. Completing this task will reward you with a random D-rank ninjutsu. Friendly reminder, the more challenging the task, the greater the ninjutsu reward. Please, host, take swift action. This system does not endorse such trivial tasks. Yang felt as though a crow was cawing above his head. What did they mean by a trivial task? This was not a choice he made. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, the opportunity to acquire a ninjutsu simply by watching was indeed quite advantageous. Yang chuckled, pulling the physically restrained Anko into his embrace. Unfortunately, there was no popcorn. Otherwise, watching the Hokage in action would have been a truly delightful experience. Anko's face was marked with reluctance, but as her body had yet to fully recover, she allowed Yang to hold her as they perched atop the roof. The distant clash had commenced. As Yang had anticipated, Orochimaru was no match for the third Hokage. Initially, several snake hands techniques were thoroughly countered, followed by the weakening of the curse mark's power under Sarutobi's earth release techniques. Though the heavenly curse mark was formidable, its effects were not long-lasting. And under the onslaught of the earth release, Mudflow River, it could not even approach the third Hokage. Now, it was merely a matter of time before Sarutobi would turn the tide against his disciple. Yang commented casually on the unfolding events. Humph, you lecherous fiend. Once the third Hokage resolves this matter, he will not spare you. Anko, reluctant to remain in Yang's grasp, attempted to wriggle free, but her weakened body was immobile. Sensing her discomfort, Yang gradually loosened his hold. Suddenly, Yang seized his dismissive attitude. The battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was extremely intense. While Yang looked down upon Orochimaru's current state, one could not deny that as a special Jonin, he possessed considerable skill. Although he was continuously restrained by Sarutobi's ninjutsu, his resilience was commendable. Enduring numerous high-level ninjutsu, he remained steadfast. Alas, defeat was inevitable. Yang shook his head from a distance. As Orochimaru's disciple, how could he possibly prevail against Sarutobi Hiruzen? It was a mere impossibility. Yang watched in rapt attention, suddenly struck by an epiphany. He was unsure how it happened, but it felt as though the combat between the two was replaying vividly in his mind, engraved deep within his memory. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest, Spectate the Battle. Reward: you have received the D-rank ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique. Due to your understanding of combat techniques, the quality of this reward has been enhanced. The Body Flicker Technique has been strengthened. The Body Flicker Technique? This skill was merely a D-rank task? Yang felt a flicker of confusion. In his recollection, the Body Flicker Technique was one of the most practical ninjutsu, utilized by everyone from elite shinobi to ordinary chunin. Nearly all ninjas learned it. It's too straightforward. Yang felt a surge of excitement. With the Body Flicker Technique, his movement speed would significantly increase. In the future, he could push back opponents with a SHINRA Tensei and escape with the Body Flicker Technique. Truly a flawless plan. However, what did this enhancement entail? Did it increase the distance of the flicker, or reduce the chakra required? Yang was left in a fog. He had yet to truly utilize it, so its implications remained unclear. Forget it, that's a matter for another time, Yang thought, shaking his head and dismissing the speculation. The battle before him was nearing its conclusion. Orochimaru, battered and breathing heavily, crouched on the ground. The effects of the heavenly curse mark had faded, and the previously numbed nerves were now awakening. Orochimaru felt a surge of excruciating pain coursing through his mind, causing his body to lose control in an instant. If only I had fully developed my abilities, I wouldn't have fallen so quickly, Orochimaru lamented, only to be engulfed entirely by a massive fireball. Several Umbu ninjas swiftly carried the gravely injured Orochimaru away. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Yang step by step. Indeed, what was meant to arrive was now at hand. Chapter 5. Confrontation with Hiruzen. Yang dusted off the remnants of battle. His modern knowledge informed him that at this juncture, he must put on an impressive facade, and do so with utmost conviction. Otherwise, he would surely be underestimated, leading to his inevitable demise. You are the Hokage of Konoha, are you not? I am a ninja from the Sound Village, passing through, and I accidentally encountered your disciple. Please, forgive the intrusion. Yang extended his hand towards the third Hokage. Regardless of the world, a handshake remained an essential part of etiquette. Sarutobi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately extended his hand, just as their palms made contact. An overwhelming force surged from Sarutobi's hand, and Yeong found himself met with the Hokage's stormy gaze. This individual seeks to test my strength. Yi Liang instantly discerned the intentions of the former. He summoned his energy forthwith. Despite exhausting his chakra during his pursuit of Orochimaru, his physical stamina remained intact, and Yi Liang had no choice but to gamble on the power bestowed upon him by the system. With a crack, Yi Liang's sleeve was suddenly torn apart. The amplification of his strength caused his arm to swell like an inflated balloon, and naturally, the garments from his previous life could not withstand such a transformation. In an instant, the fabric gave way, and Yi Liang found himself with a torn sleeve. What a remarkable fellow! This wandering ninja possesses the strength of a Jonin. No wonder he could delay Orochimaru for so long. But how come I have never heard of such a formidable youth before? The Sound Ninja Village? Sarutobi Hiruzen was perplexed. Regardless of how he speculated, he could never have guessed the location of the Sound Ninja Village, for it was a creation of Orochimaru. And even he was uncertain of his own survival at this moment. Lord Hokage, is it not somewhat excessive to treat a wandering guest in such a manner? Yi Liang gazed resolutely at the third Hokage. His palm throbbed painfully, more agonizing than a fracture. He felt as if his bones might shatter. This is the power of the third Hokage. Yi Liang understood the disparity between them, but remained undeterred. MMP, whoever flinches first is a coward. With a silent roar in his heart, Yi Liang committed to a fierce contest against the third Hokage. Then why don't you release me? The third Hokage, too, was somewhat vexed. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, his physical stamina was severely depleted. To suddenly engage in a strength contest with this impetuous youth was a bit beyond his capacity, especially given that he was over 50 years old in this era. Yet, the third Hokage had his pride. An old man of such advanced age should not possess such formidable strength. What is he, a rhinoceros? Yi Liang's face flushed crimson. And the third Hokage was equally determined, as they stared at each other like two defiant monkeys. Lord Hokage, perhaps we should conclude this. You have been gripping for quite some time now. The nearby ninja could no longer bear to watch. The two contenders were on the verge of bursting with blood. And even the onlookers, previously oblivious, recognized the gravity of the situation. Who is this young man, capable of contending with the Hokage? Unclear. I heard him mention the Sound Ninja Village. He must be one of their ninja, yet I have never heard of it. It must be a powerful hidden village. It is said that during the era of the first Hokage, some strong villages, who favored peace, chose to hide away in remote mountains to avoid war. No wonder he can match the Hokage. The crowd was filled with regret, and the third Hokage quickly released his tightly grasped hand. With someone offering an out, it was the perfect moment to let go. Young man, you possess considerable strength, but until the matter with Orochimaru is resolved, why not stay in Konoha for a few days? I find you quite admirable. The third Hokage laughed heartily and hastily departed with his subordinates. Coward. Yi Liang shook his head, expressing contempt for the old man's behavior. However, the old man's suggestion to stay in Konoha for a few days left him in a dilemma. As a young man who had traversed into this body, Yi Liang currently possessed no money, and even if he had, it would be of no use. So where would he stay? Yi Liang quietly turned his head back and noticed the flustered Mitarashi Anko was preparing to flee. How could she report on someone so formidable that even the Hokage could do nothing against him? Miss Anko, as far as I know, you should be living alone, correct? What does this person intend? How does he know I live alone? Could it be? Indeed, he has long coveted my body. No wonder he has been so hands-on with me before. Lord Hokage, save me. After a long while, in the twilight of the day, Yi Liang found himself at a dilapidated dwelling. It was quite run down, situated in the impoverished district of Konoha. However, Yi Liang immediately surmised that this must be Mitarashi Anko's room. Anko's parents had passed away in her early years, and during the dark times of Konoha, filled with the blood of war, the orphaned Anko could only reside alone in the slums. This was quite similar to Naruto's situation. At this moment, Yi Liang also deduced the precise time. It was still the era of the third Hokage's rule. Orochimaru had just begun his research on forbidden techniques, which meant they were still in the war period dominated by Hanzo of the Salamander. Yet, it would not be long before the fourth Hokage emerged, followed by the Nine Tails attack on the village, officially ushering in the era of the Shippuden. I never imagined I had traversed into the early stages of Shippuden. This is indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, with my current abilities, I could hardly contend with those godlike freaks. Yi Liang silently rejoiced for a moment. The later emergence of Akatsuki and Kagaya's army assaulting the village would mark the arrival of true powerhouses. This transitional period grants Yi Liang ample time to develop. However, the goddess Hinata should not have been born yet, which complicates matters. Hinata is likely to be born within these 2 years. Must I wait for another 20 years? Yi Liang, still an 18-year-old youth, mused that waiting 20 years would make him 38. He believed he could wait. Furthermore, with Orochimaru's research into immortality, Yi Liang could easily strengthen himself. By then, he would be ageless and have all the time in the world. How perfect! Yi Liang smacked his lips and casually entered Anko's intimate quarters. Hey, you rascal, what do you think you're doing? Are you so shameless? This is my home. What of your home? I saved your life earlier. What is wrong with sharing a bed? Ah, why are you going through my wallet? Let us go out for ramen. Do you have a problem with that? My poor wallet. Chapter 6. A fortunate arrival the following morning. Yi Liang rose from Anko's bed, a smug expression adorning his face. Of course, he had done nothing. Even if the third Hokage himself inquired, he would respond in the same manner. Anko was absent from the room. Sounds of clattering came from the kitchen. This girl is up quite early, Yi Liang realized, as Anko was preparing breakfast. Ninjas had early morning missions, necessitating an early rise. He stretched lazily, rising to find it was raining heavily outside. I wonder if the rain was ever this heavy when Xianyuan and Yunhai parted ways. Yi Liang approached the window, feeling somewhat contemplative, noticing several figures keeping watch outside. He understood that these were sent by the third Hokage. Although he had permitted him to stay in Konoha for a few days, he did not entirely trust him, hence the presence of monitoring Jonin. Quite interesting. This monkey is rather cautious in his dealings. The third Hokage's nickname is indeed Monkey. As Yi Liang entered the living room, a delightful aroma immediately enveloped him. Not to mention, Anko's breakfast was quite commendable. Finish your meal and leave quickly. Thanks to you, my wallet is nearly empty. I don't want to starve. So go and bother someone else. She shot a glare at Yi Liang, but upon meeting his gaze, she blushed and was unable to hold his gaze. Last night, the two did not engage in any particular activities, yet they found themselves sharing a bed, a circumstance unavoidable given that Hongdo's home comprises but a single room. Being a young girl, Hongdo was understandably flustered and dared not meet Yi Liang's gaze. Understood, Yi Liang replied lazily. The situation they faced today was, in fact, a result of his own recklessness. During their outing for ramen last night, he had indulged in several bowls, leaving Hongdo's wallet utterly depleted. The ramen from Ilu was indeed delicious, a taste Yi Liang still savored in his memory. However, today he was in need of some means to earn money. Yi Liang had not anticipated that even in this new world, he would face financial constraints. Ding dong. At that moment, the voice of his system finally resounded. Responding to the current needs of the host, a side quest was initiated. The task required him to earn his first bucket of gold. Reward, a random C-rank ninjutsu. Another menial task of such low caliber. Yi Liang had surmised the nature of the quest. The more perilous the task, the greater the reward. Simple. Everyday tasks merely yielded mundane ninjutsu. He felt a tinge of helplessness. Yet, through the lens of modern experience, he knew that those who truly thrived were not the risk-takers. Risks were never equivalent to opportunities. After pondering briefly, he realized that aside from acquiring rewards through quests, he could also learn from masters who already possessed god-level missions. Seeking a mentor was undoubtedly a viable option. Yi Liang was uncertain of his own talents, but he recognized the necessity of venturing out to earn money. After assisting Hongdo in tidying up the dishes, Yi Liang set off alone. The streets of Konoha appeared desolate, aside from a few furtive glances directed at him. He was aware that these individuals were the Konoha Jonin tasked with surveillance. It seemed there were quite a few of them. As Yi Liang contemplated visiting Ilu Ramen to inquire about job openings, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence at the nape of his neck. There was intent to kill. Instinctively, he recognized the danger. Being of Jonin rank, he possessed sufficient awareness. The aura of hostility was thick and palpable, yet he found it perplexing. Why was there such animosity directed at him upon his arrival in Konoha? Thus far, he had only crossed paths with Orochimaru, who was notoriously reclusive and unlikely to send associates for revenge. The source of this murderous intent was intriguing. Then, Yi Liang recalled the name, Danzo. If anyone in Konoha harbored hostility toward him, it could only be Danzo. He was the shadow of Konoha. In this era, Danzo's Anbu forces were particularly active. Although it appeared that Hiruzen Sarutobi ruled Konoha, Danzo had orchestrated many significant events during this time, such as subduing Itachi Uchiha and plotting against Shisui Uchiha. Even the Uchiha clan's massacre was intricately linked to Danzo. Opinions on Danzo in the real world were mixed, while many condemned him. Others held deep admiration for his unwavering commitment to Konoha's prosperity. If it truly was him, then Yi Liang was in serious trouble. He understood that his presence had instilled a sense of crisis in Danzo, prompting him to flee in search of safety. However, how could one escape from Konoha? In a deserted alley, Yi Liang was confronted by several Anbu ninjas. 1, 2, 3, 7 of them. It seemed Danzo was particularly attentive. Yi Liang scoffed, surveying his would-be captors. Is it just you lot? If you seek death, then don't blame me. In this precarious situation, all he could do was utter bravado with this many opponents. Even if his chakra were depleted, he doubted he could defeat them. Haha, little brother, you jest. You are our honored guest in Konoha. How could we possibly harm you? A robust man with short hair stepped forward from the group. Yi Liang immediately recognized him as Danzo. At this time, Danzo had yet to undergo the transplantation of the Sharingan, appearing quite different from the bandaged figure of the future. Your ninjutsu is quite exquisite, having severely injured a special jonin like Orochimaru. However, since you are in our village, you must adhere to our customs. What brings you out here? Are you scouting? Danzo's voice boomed, startling Yi Liang. It was evident that volume did not equate to authority. Yi Liang felt a wave of disbelief. It was no wonder that Hiruzen Sarutobi held the title of Hokage instead of Danzo. The latter's only advantage lay in his loud voice. What did you say? Danzo immediately fumed. He surveyed the surrounding Anbu, ordering them to advance toward Yi Liang. Yet, this played perfectly into Yi Liang's hands. He understood that mere intimidation would not instill genuine fear in Danzo, so he decided to showcase a bit of his prowess to keep Danzo guessing about his true strength, thereby ensuring his safety in Konoha. Come at me. Yi Liang observed the Anbu encircling him, remaining silent and expressionless. Suddenly, an invisible barrier of energy emanated outward, expanding toward the surrounding ninjas. Shinra Tensei would never be absent. It merely arrived tardily. Bang! As though colliding with tempered glass. The Anbu ninjas had yet to reach Yi Liang when their cat-faced masks shattered, and their forms were violently propelled backward. Is this the mysterious ninjutsu Orochimaru spoke of? Danzo exclaimed in shock from a distance. But before he could finish, Yi Liang's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Do not provoke me again, or this shall be your fate. His voice echoed through the air. As the words lingered, the Anbu ninjas collided heavily with the walls, losing consciousness. Danzo swiftly checked their breathing. They were alive, but gravely injured, effectively removed from the ranks of active ninjas. Yi Liang had no intention of killing, for this was Konoha, and taking the lives of its Anbu would be akin to lighting a candle in the toilet, seeking death. Such formidable repulsion, and this disappearing technique. Is it the body flicker technique? Yet it feels different. Danzo pondered, turning to the man in the cat mask beside him. This individual had also participated in the effort to subdue Yi Liang, but had retreated to Danzo's side just as Shinra Tensei approached. Lord Danzo, it must also be the body flicker technique, but this individual's proficiency is unfathomable. Even my speed pales in comparison. What? Even you cannot match his speed? Danzo exclaimed in astonishment. The man beside him was known as the fastest in Konoha. If even he could not surpass Yi Liang, then the latter was indeed unparalleled. Enough. Since he has not sought to harm us, it indicates he harbors no intentions of hostility. Let us merely keep watch for now. Danzo sighed, leading the masked man away from the scene. Before long, Yi Liang found himself panting heavily in a secluded corner of the village. Under duress, he had expended nearly half of his chakra in one go. Otherwise, with the strength of an elite jonin from the Anbu, it would have been impossible to be defeated in a single strike. Of course, this was partly due to the opponent's ignorance of Shinra Tensei. Boss, one bowl of ramen. Please, the large size. Yi Liang proclaimed as he settled into the Ichiraku ramen shop, indifferent to his financial status. He was determined to eat first. Right away. Please hold on. The proprietress, Shobu, replied promptly, immediately preparing his order. To his surprise, he had instantaneously arrived in the bustling downtown area. The body flicker technique truly lived up to its enhanced reputation. Yi Liang exclaimed in delight. Just moments before, while fleeing the alley, he had instinctively utilized the newly acquired body flicker technique. In that instant, he felt his legs become extraordinarily light, and with a mere movement, he had teleported several meters ahead. Thus, he sprinted, and in mere seconds, found himself a kilometer away in the bustling city center. Once his chakra was depleted, he finally came to a halt. From the current situation, it was evident that his enhanced body flicker technique differed significantly from the standard version. The ordinary technique required a set amount of chakra for a brief teleportation over a fixed distance, but as long as he had chakra, he could continuously utilize the enhanced version. It was practically designed for home use, travel, and escape. Yi Liang felt quite satisfied. Savoring the ramen Shobu had served while gleefully admiring her. Shobu, in her youth, appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, exuding a charming innocence. Yet she was already attending to the family business. Many gentlemen frequented the ramen shop, most of whom were friendly and courteous, much like Yi Liang. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Shobu never married in the end, nor did he ponder the reasons behind it. What a pity, he mused, smacking his lips. Just then, the surrounding crowd suddenly parted, and he curiously observed several Konoha jonin dragging enormous puppets through the center of the bustling street, clad in uniforms. The team leader stood out with his striking blonde hair and cast a fleeting glance at Yi Liang as he passed. Yi Liang grimaced. Even in this unfamiliar world, he had to contend with others stealing the spotlight, which irked him greatly. Moreover, it seemed the leader had taken note of him, which piqued his curiosity. Boss, who are those people? They seem to command quite the presence, and everyone is making way for them, he inquired of Shobu. They are heroes of Konoha. I heard they just returned from battle with the Sand Village, having taken down 2 special jonin. Those puppets are their trophies. Battle with the Sand Village? Yi Liang recalled the history from the Shippuden series, but the plot had not yet commenced, leaving no recollection of this heroic return. Could it be that he overlooked the details? What is the name of that leader? He seemed to glance my way. The leader? Oh, you must mean Lord Minato. He is the hope of our village. Minato Namikaze? Yi Liang nearly choked on his ramen, incredulous. No wonder they carried such prestige. He was the protagonist's father. Yi Liang quickly glanced at the recently passed Minato, who appeared to be around 20 years old, on the verge of assuming the role of the 4th Hokage. A significant figure indeed, deserving of close attention. Miss Shobu, I am also a fan of Lord Minato. Do you have paper and pen here? I would like to request his autograph. What? You want Lord Minato's autograph? Then please, could you also ask for one for me? I have business to attend to. Of course. Yi Liang took the paper and pen and swiftly exited the ramen shop, albeit in the opposite direction from Minato. Good thing I was quick-witted. I won't have to pay for the ramen. In the evening, a golden figure forcefully opened the door to the Hokage's office. You've arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen was seated in his Hokage chair, immediately turning to face the newcomer. Lord Third, we intercepted special intelligence during our mission to the Land of Wind. The Sand Village has allied with the Mist Village to launch a surprise attack on Konoha in 3 months. I am already aware. The spies dispatched by the Umbu have reported the specifics. You will be responsible for the handover, the 3rd Hokage replied. Yes, Lord Third. Minato acknowledged, but did not take his leave. Is there anything else? Sarutobi inquired. I discovered a young man with a peculiar aura in the village. But he does not belong to Konoha, which raises some questions. Oh, he must be a traveler from another village, possessing significant strength. Even Orochimaru is no match for him. Chapter 8. Minato's suspicion. What? Orochimaru lost to that young brat. Indeed. More information about him will be provided later, but you must not provoke him. I heard that Danzo also faced some setbacks at his hands today. What? The Umbu also suffered a defeat? It wouldn't be accurate to call it a defeat, merely a minor setback. Minato was filled with uncertainty. Given that the 3rd Hokage had expressed such sentiments, it indicated that this mysterious expert was genuinely formidable. Otherwise, the 3rd would never have cautioned against provoking him. No, for the safety of the village, I cannot allow such a dangerous individual to remain. I will investigate him tonight. Resolute plans formed in Minato's mind as he bid farewell to the 3rd Hokage and exited the Hokage building. Sigh, Minato, I hope you do not cause any trouble. Once Minato departed, Sarutobi sighed, well aware of Minato's temperament. Though young and principled, his devotion to the village rivaled even Danzo's. Thus, Sarutobi was certain that Minato would seek out Yi Liang that night. Meanwhile, The instigator of it all clung to Akane's leg like a child. "Akane, I am your savior. Please, spare me a meal. I am truly starving." Yi Liang exaggeratedly pleaded, alternating between tears and tantrums, desperately clinging to Akane's leg, even pinching her playfully. "Not a chance. This is my reward for completing today's mission, and I will not part with it." So heartless. Absolutely heartless. Frustrated, Yi Liang stormed into his bedroom, slamming the door behind him. "That's my room," Akane exclaimed in disbelief, but the door was already shut. Inside the room, Yi Liang's stomach grumbled. Although he had tricked a bowl of ramen from Ichiraku, he had not eaten a morsel for dinner, having hoped Akane would sponsor him another bowl. But that little girl was far too unyielding. Puffing up his cheeks in indignation, Yi Liang was blissfully unaware that a powerful figure was perched on the rooftop outside his window. Is this really considered a master? Minato was taken aback. He had witnessed Yi Liang's shameless antics just moments prior. To go so far as to extort from Akane, a lonely orphan. How could such a person possibly be a master? Minato's doubts lingered, casting uncertainty on the third's words for the first time in his life. Should I test my skills? A fleeting thought crossed Minato's mind before he deftly tossed a kunai through the window. Whoosh! A golden streak appeared in Akane's chamber. S-rank space ninjutsu, flying thunder god. This is the renowned jutsu of the fourth Hokage, which allowed him to shine brilliantly on the battlefield, earning him the moniker of the Golden Flash among countless foes. Just moments ago, he had inscribed a spatial mark on his shuriken, enabling him to instantaneously appear at its location, regardless of distance. Such is the might of an S-rank jutsu. Yilian was taken aback. While he was rolling on the bed, a golden shadow suddenly appeared above him, prompting an instinctive response, a Rinnegan technique. Bang! The bed of Hongdo shattered into pieces, and Minato was flung out of the window. Good heavens! Was that a ghost? What was that thing? Yilian was utterly clueless. His reaction had been purely instinctual. He had merely caught a glimpse of Minato's shadow and instinctively unleashed the Rinnegan technique. One must admit, the speed of a Jonin is astonishing. Yet, with the resounding crash, Yilian felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Oh no, the bed is gone. Tomorrow, that girl will surely raise a ruckus. How do I explain this? Ghost? Would she believe me? Yilian sighed bitterly. Meanwhile, outside the window, Minato was stunned. After crashing through 2 or 3 chimneys, he finally landed heavily on a stable rooftop. Incredible. Unbelievably powerful. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How could anyone possess such terrifying jutsu? I didn't even catch a glimpse of how he moved before I was sent flying so far away. Was he a master of taijutsu? Countless questions raced through Minato's mind, and his previously unshakable confidence was shaken. The third Hokage had once hoped for me to inherit the title of Hokage, but with my current strength, how could I ever be worthy? With such an embarrassing display of speed, I dare to call myself the Golden Flash. I couldn't even see the attack coming. In that moment, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I should go out and train for a few years. With my current strength, I cannot protect the village of Konoha. Yes, that's it. Mysterious fellow. Once I grow stronger, I shall challenge you again. Resolute in his decision, Minato set off towards the outskirts of the village. The next day, a farewell letter lay upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Young one, do you have many questions? Minato, that fool, was supposed to inherit the Hokage position. Yet he left without a word. It infuriated me. The third slammed his palm onto the desk, which, despite its iron-like sturdiness, shattered into several pieces upon impact. What on earth happened, Hokage-sama? Nara Shikaku looked at the enraged third Hokage with confusion. This morning, he had come as usual to report on the battle situation, only to find the Hokage in a furious frenzy. Take a look for yourself. This idiot is truly a source of concern. Sarutobi Hiruzen irritably tossed the farewell letter to Shikaku. This is... Nara Shikaku's expression grew increasingly grave as he read the letter. Hokage-sama, although Captain Minato has left, he would never betray the village. I trust in his character. In this era, leaving the village without permission generally implied defection, especially during wartime when battles were raging across the nation. I know he hasn't betrayed the village, but as a former hero, his departure will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the front lines. Then, Hokage-sama, how about we inform everyone that Captain Minato has gone to carry out a long-term secret mission? Yes, that is a splendid idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised. Though Nara Shikaku's strength was lacking, his intellect was sharp, much like his son. After parting ways, Shikaku hurried to the front lines to disseminate news of Minato's departure, hoping that he would not lose his resolve. Otherwise, the impending Third Great Ninja War would be perilous. A hint of melancholy flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Chapter 9. I challenge you to a duel. Yelian never anticipated that his inadvertent actions would bring such dire consequences to Konoha. After visiting several markets without finding suitable work, Yelian resolved to seek his fortune with the Hokage. During these tumultuous times, most ninjas relied on bounties issued by the Hokage for survival. For outsiders like Yelian, with no established connections, regular shops would never dare to employ him. Thus, if he wished to survive, he truly needed to have a conversation with the third Hokage. Knock. Knock. Yelian rapped on the door of the Hokage's office. It was rather quiet. He frowned slightly. Along the way, apart from spotting a youth resembling Shikamaru hurrying out, he had seen no one. Come in. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated from within. Yelian entered, maintaining an air of indifference. His demeanor was shrouded in mystery. Enough for others to perceive him as an extraordinary master, which naturally required a certain poise. Thus he did not adopt a humble attitude. Third Hokage. It has been a while, Yelian said casually, taking a seat. Indeed, it has been a while, the third Hokage replied. What brings you here? His demeanor today seems somewhat off. It feels rather cold. Yet, I don't believe I have provoked him, Yelian pondered, but his current situation compelled him to speak. Third Hokage. You are aware of my circumstances. While you have allowed me to move freely in Konoha, as a traveler, I lack even the funds for meals. Hence, I would like to inquire if there are any simple bounty tasks available. I wish to assist Konoha in completing a few and, in turn, receive compensation. Bounty tasks? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly realized that Yelian's reasoning was not without merit. Although he had retained Yelian, it seemed that the young man truly had no means to afford a meal, which was indeed awkward. There are a few bounty tasks, but they are confidential missions for Konoha and not suitable for outsiders. As for the lower-tier missions, the rewards are merely a few hundred ryo. I believe you would not find them worth your while. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. A few hundred ryo? I'll take it, Yelian exclaimed, startled. In the world of ninjas, a few hundred ryo was akin to a few $100s in the real world. Here, a bowl of ramen cost around 40 ryo. So a few hundred ryo would suffice for several meals. I want a few hundred ryo. Yelian silently cried out in his heart, though he refrained from expressing it outright. After all, he was a master and needed to maintain an air of superiority. Though the amount is small, one cannot refuse to help others simply because the reward is meager. I believe I could manage it. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. He had not anticipated Yelian would utter such words, but he was too disinterested to engage further. Even if Yelian was willing to undertake these lower-tier tasks, he could not be bothered to assign them, especially since he had driven away Namake's Minato. After all, even those in high positions like the Hokage were not immune to personal feelings. Just as he was about to dismiss Yelian, three youths rushed in hurriedly. Hokage-sama, is our teacher out on a mission? When will he return? What about our tasks during this period? The three of them clamored, creating a cacophony of voices. Yelian paid them no heed. He casually glanced at the group of youths who had burst in, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old, 2 boys and a girl. The boys were strikingly handsome, while the girl possessed a delicate beauty. That white hair looked so familiar. A flicker of doubt crossed Yu Liang's face as he turned to another boy wearing wind goggles, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It was Kakashi Hitaki and Obito Uchiha. Indeed, it was Minato Namake's who had brought them into his class. Lord Hokage, has our teacher truly departed? The group inquired anxiously. Yes. Your teacher has left on a secret mission, but do not fret. He will return shortly, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, though his gaze subtly flicked toward Yi Liang. What is this old man staring at? Yi Liang thought to himself, feeling perplexed. He then shifted his attention to the sole girl present. This must be Rin Noera. She was undeniably beautiful, and at such a tender age, she already had such alluring curves. It was no wonder that Obito and Kakashi were so competitive over her, truly a femme fatale. As Yi Liang observed Rin smacking her lips, this scene, however, did not escape Obito's keen eyes. Who the hell are you, staring like that? If you keep looking, I swear I'll knock you out. Obito shouted angrily, swinging his fists like a fool. No wonder Rin didn't fancy him. With such childish behavior, it was clear she would be drawn to the more sophisticated Kakashi. Yi Liang shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen was growing anxious. To him, Yi Liang was an enigmatic powerhouse, and he feared that Obito's sarcastic remarks would provoke a confrontation. After all, Yi Liang was someone who had once forced Minato into retreat. What nonsense are you spouting? This individual is a distinguished guest of Konoha. Please exhibit some decorum. He reprimanded, his irritation rising. What kind of guest is so lewd, staring shamelessly? Obito retorted. Enough. Sarutobi snapped, flaring with anger. At that moment, Rin bowed politely to Yi Liang, her demeanor reflective of a young lady's grace. She perceived the third Hokage's stance and quickly grasped the situation. I apologize, sir. Obito can be quite rude, but he is a good person. Please do not take offense, she offered an apology. Yet, Obito was displeased. How could his goddess apologize to another boy? Although Yi Liang appeared several years older, Obito felt compelled to challenge him. I want to duel you, he declared, defiantly raising his middle finger. Yi Liang frowned. What a fool. Look at Kakashi beside him, so composed and silent. That is true charm. No wonder you can't win any girl's affection. Yi Liang scoffed inwardly, then swiftly lunged at Obito. The simplest way to silence someone is to act. Bang. Before Obito could react, Yi Liang had him pinned to the ground. However, being a child, Yi Liang refrained from using excessive force. That was too fast. Kakashi's eyes widened. Equally astonished was Sarutobi, who was seated in his swivel chair. During his previous discussions with Orochimaru, there had been no mention of this individual's impressive speed. Clearly, his assessment of Yi Liang had to be revised significantly. Let go of me. If you have the skill, don't hold me back. Just watch how I'll beat you. Obito shouted from the ground, but Yi Liang showed no sign of releasing him. Mr. Yi, perhaps it would be best to let this go. He is still just a child, Sarutobi suggested. Seeing the Hokage intervene, Yi Liang reluctantly relented, loosening his grip. Humph. This time I was just unprepared. It won't be so easy next time. Obito huffed, clearly still irked. At that moment, Kakashi unexpectedly cast a serious glance at Yi Liang. Third Hokage, may I propose that Mr. Yi take our teacher's place and lead our class? What? Both Sarutobi and Yi Liang exclaimed in astonishment. He never expected the usually taciturn Kakashi to make such an unusual request. Are you joking? I came to the world of Hokage for leisure, not to teach a class. Yi Liang thought, prepared to refuse outright. But just then, the outspoken Obito interjected. Kakashi, have you lost your mind? Our teacher just left, and you're suggesting an outsider lead us. He looks suspicious. Having him as our instructor would be a complete joke. His bluntness exposed his unfiltered thoughts. Yi Liang's anger flared. Do you think I'm incapable? I can certainly handle your class. Third Hokage, I implore you to allow me to take over Minato's class. To be honest, I possess an innate talent for teaching. Within 3 years, I will ensure these students uphold the legacy of the past and usher in peace for all time. What? Sarutobi gasped, nearly toppling from his chair. Such grandiose aspirations. As a man of the three-dimensional world and a true native of the land of the rising sun, he had never encountered such magnificent rhetoric before. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable fondness blossomed within him as he looked again at Yi Liang, and the glint in his eyes shifted. This young man suddenly exuded a remarkable sense of justice. Not only had his demeanor transformed from lewd to dignified, but he also appeared significantly more handsome. Obito, who had been restless, was now stirred. Though he couldn't fully grasp the meaning behind Yi Liang's words, they resonated with an undeniable aura of greatness. That statement was truly remarkable. Even if he didn't comprehend its significance, it felt impressively bold. Obito was instantly captivated. Meanwhile, Rin gazed at Yi Liang with hearts in her eyes. How charming. How could Mr. Yi articulate such impressive words? He is truly the embodiment of a ninja. Kakashi's expression shifted as well. Initially, he had suggested this idea solely due to the lack of their teacher's protection, which hindered their ability to accept many tasks and would undoubtedly impact his income. Thus, upon recognizing Yi Liang's prowess, he casually proposed that Yi Liang assume the role of their leading instructor, never anticipating he would articulate such grandiose sentiments. Kakashi instantly became an ardent admirer of Yi Liang. His cheeks flushed slightly. Ahem. Since you are willing to be the teacher for Team 7, let us proceed with this arrangement. During Minato's absence, you shall take charge of the class. Sarutobi felt reassured. Someone who could express such lofty ideals could hardly be a dubious character. Very well, Yi Liang nodded. Although he had initially agreed in a fit of anger, upon reflection, taking charge of Team 7 would allow him to accept bounties from Konoha. While it might be busier than anticipated, At least he wouldn't have to go hungry. Thus began the promising days of Yi Liang, free from hunger. On the grassy field 3 days later, the forces of Konoha assembled at the village's entrance. Their mission was to defend the village of Kusa, for intelligence indicated that the invading ninjas from the land of Earth numbered in the thousands. Thus, their objective was to infiltrate stealthily, mount a surprise attack from the rear, disrupt the enemy formation, and create an opportunity for victory for the Kusa Shadows. Is this a stealth mission? Kakashi mused, stroking his chin. Though just 12 years old, Kakashi had already ascended to the rank of Jonin in Konoha and had begun to form his own insights into tactics. Consequently, Yi Liang was prepared to heed his guidance, ostensibly to hone his tactical skills. In truth, Yi Liang had little understanding of strategy himself. How could there be 1,000 of them? This is classified as an S-rank mission, Yi Liang thought, feeling a surge of frustration. Receiving such a significant task on his first assignment from Sarutobi Hiruzen left him uncertain whether to express gratitude or exclaim in dismay. Teacher, I propose we start from the Kamizakabe Bridge, as it is a crucial supply route for the land of Earth. If we can cut off this bridge, we can undoubtedly impede their advance, which is a sound strategy, Yi Liang suggested. Indeed, your idea is astute. I had similar thoughts, Kakashi acknowledged, nodding in agreement. However, he felt a sense of familiarity with the map marking of Kamizakabe, though he couldn't quite place it. Perhaps it was a minor location he had overlooked while indulging in his fervent obsession with the world of Naruto. After finalizing their plan, the group promptly set off towards Kamizakabe. For the next few days, Team 7 traveled tirelessly towards their destination. If only there were trains, Yi Liang lamented internally. The world of ninjas was still rather primitive. Despite having communication facilities, their means of transportation harkened back to the Edo period, consisting mainly of horse-drawn carriages and stone boats, which were slower than the average ninja's sprint. Thus, most ninjas executed missions on foot. Yi Liang, however, was swifter. His enhanced body flicker technique allowed him to cover several meters per second, totaling around 70 kilometers in an hour, far exceeding the speed of ordinary vehicles from his previous life. Though his endurance lasted only 2 hours, he slowed his pace to accommodate his companions. As they approached Kamizakabe Bridge, it appeared devoid of any ambush. Let us proceed to cut the bridge, and teacher can scout the area for information, Kakashi assessed. Cutting the bridge was a relatively simple task. A wooden bridge of that era could be easily shattered with a single earth release technique. So Kakashi did not require Yi Liang's assistance. All right, I leave this task to you. Execute it well. I have faith in you, Kakashi encouraged, lightly tapping Yi Liang on the forehead. Understood, we shall act now. Kakashi grinned, feeling a swell of pride at his teacher's approval as he dashed towards the bridge, accompanied by the envious Obito and Rin. Upon reaching the bridge, Kakashi found it eerily desolate. After surveying the surroundings, he stealthily approached. Meanwhile, Yi Liang found a secluded tree branch and rested. This area is empty. Let us head straight across, Obito declared, indifferent to the lack of enemies. Let us wait a moment. Just because it seems deserted doesn't mean there aren't ninjas lurking, Kakashi cautioned. What is there to fear? Even if someone shows up, I'll take them down easily. No one will harm Rin, Obito boasted. Just be wary. It's said that elite ninjas from the land of Earth are involved this time, Kakashi reminded. Rin, unable to contain her amusement at their banter, chuckled. Rin, how should we proceed? Should we remain hidden or advance now? Obito inquired, eager for her input. I suggest we move forward. It is a stealth mission. And the sooner we complete it, the better, Rin replied. Kakashi sighed but, seeing their determination, decided to join them. Just as they departed, the previously still grass began to rustle ominously. Head, they've fallen into a trap. Should we attack now? Let us wait until they are ensnared. Then strike decisively for maximum effect. Understood, head. The rustling revealed several figures camouflaged among the foliage, their vibrant green hues akin to chameleons. Kakashi, set off the explosive tags here. The bridge's structure is fragile. If we detonate the surroundings, it should collapse, Rin instructed, her theoretical knowledge compensating for her lack of combat experience. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, Kakashi agreed, leading Obito to distribute the explosive tags. However, as they approached their target, a flurry of shurikens suddenly rained down from above. Watch out, it's a trap. Kakashi reacted swiftly, deflecting the shurikens with his kunai. His Jonin status enabling him to manage such straightforward traps with ease. Rin, however, was in peril. Rin, stay behind me. Obito shouted, rushing to protect her despite his own safety. Yet, Obito's lack of experience proved inadequate against the onslaught of shurikens. Within moments, he was wounded. Damn it. Earth release, earth flow rampart. Kakashi summoned a towering earthen wall, forming a sturdy shield against the barrage. Though earth techniques demanded considerable chakra, it effectively created a fortress against the widespread attack. Are you all unharmed? Kakashi assessed the injuries of his teammates. I'm fine, but Obito was severely injured while saving me. Rin exclaimed, quickly removing Obito's shirt to apply healing techniques. As the designated medical ninja, she was well aware of the importance of having a healer in the team to minimize casualties. There's no time for treatment. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy is nearby. We must break through immediately. But Obito, before Rin could finish, Kakashi hoisted Obito onto his back. Let us go. The group hastily retreated, but 4 shadowy figures in yellow appeared, blocking their escape. So, you are the ninjas from Konoha? I didn't expect such weaklings to be sent into battle. Have all the adults perished? One taunted. Huh. Dashi, your tongue grows sharper by the day, but that girl is quite appealing. I find her likable, another sneered. Dare to lay a finger on Rin, and I'll make you regret it. Obito shouted from Kakashi's back, struggling against his restraints. Rin, take care of Obito. I'll handle them, Kakashi said, passing Obito to Rin before stepping forward to confront the foes. The presence of these 4 individuals exudes a formidable aura, undoubtedly marking them as elite shinobi. In contrast, Noera Rin and her companions are mere genin, capable of minor assistance, yet clearly ill-equipped to contend with such powerful adversaries. Nevertheless, if the objective is merely to delay them, Kakashi believes he can manage that. At this juncture, he perceives that the sole avenue of escape lies in alerting their instructor, Yang, who is patrolling at a distance. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged towards the heads of the 4 assailants. They were likely shinobi from the land of Earth, rendering wind and fire techniques less effective. Only water release stood a fighting chance. The assailants quickly leapt aside. Oh, this kid actually knows advanced ninjutsu. He must be a leaf prodigy. No wonder the Leaf Village felt secure enough to send these youngsters on a mission here. Humph. They underestimate us. Even if he is a genius, he is still just a child. Oishi, you deal with those 2 brats behind. We'll handle this prodigy. Understood, boss. Shadow camouflage technique. The initially provocative shinobi responded affirmatively, suddenly rendering himself transparent before gradually vanishing from sight. No wonder they had gone undetected. They possessed such a unique ninjutsu. Obito, Rin, be cautious. Kakashi hurriedly warned his companions, yet the remaining foes were already charging towards him. The appearance of these opponents was strikingly similar. They were slightly overweight. And aside from the leader, who radiated a formidable presence, the others did not seem capable of matching Kakashi's prowess. With a clang, one of them unsheathed a long sword and swung it towards Kakashi's head. A master of swordsmanship indeed. Earth release, crumbling earth palm. The leader placed both hands on the ground, channeling chakra that caused the earth behind Kakashi to shatter, severing his connection with Obito and Rin. Kid, you have nowhere to run. The final shinobi then struck from the side. Earth release, rock house collapse. A series of undulating earth surged swiftly towards Kakashi. This is bad. They intend to encircle and eliminate me, Kakashi thought, realizing the urgency of the situation had escalated dramatically. Chapter 12. The arriving Yang. Suddenly, a cry echoed from afar. Blood dripped onto the previously desolate ground. How could this be? How could you have discovered my presence? Following this incredulous exclamation, the previously invisible shinobi abruptly reappeared next to Noera Rin, a kunai lodged firmly in his chest. He staggered back in disbelief before collapsing. Heh, don't underestimate me. Obito, supported by Rin, managed a wry smile, his hand still in the motion of throwing the kunai. Oishi, damn it, you managed to see through Oishi's technique. Hokage, you and Magu go eliminate those 2 kids. I'll hold off this jonin. The leader immediately issued his orders. Kakashi could scarcely believe his eyes as he noticed Obito's gaze. 2 deep crimson tomo swirled ominously around his pupils. It's the Sharingan. Obito has awakened the Sharingan. This was it. The Sharingan, a nemesis of all Jinjutsu, could undoubtedly see through the invisibility technique. Kakashi's fighting spirit ignited. Shadow clone technique, shuriken. A barrage of sharp shuriken flew rapidly towards the leader. Humph. Do you really think such a low-level technique could affect me? The leader nonchalantly tossed a kunai. effortlessly deflecting the incoming shuriken. However, upon collision, a violent explosion erupted in the air. Explosive tag, how laughable. Such low-tier devices could never harm me. The leader roared with laughter and charged towards Kakashi. Yet, a cold smirk crept across Kakashi's lips. The plan succeeded. The two engaged in a heated battle. Haha, kid, while you are clever, you are still just a child. With my years of experience, you stand no chance. The leader guffawed, swiftly gaining the upper hand. As he had stated, Kakashi, despite being a genius, was still youthful. Though the Leaf's taijutsu was exquisite, his lack of combat experience rendered him unable to defeat the formidable leader. After a few exchanges, Kakashi found himself struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Noara Rin was also nearing her limit. She was not originally a combat ninja, had it not been for Obito's guidance through the Sharingan. She might not have even been able to throw a shuriken accurately. Give it up, kid. You are all doomed today. The leader taunted once more. However, the 7th squad showed no signs of faltering. Despite being at a disadvantage, their fighting spirit only intensified as they recognized a crucial fact. The explosion from the explosive tag had sounded. Indeed, the noise of the explosive tag was sufficient to attract reinforcements. The outcome remained uncertain. Teetering on the brink of life and death, Kakashi resolutely withstood the leader's onslaught, and just as he neared the brink of demise, a figure abruptly materialized on the battlefield. His gaze was stern, a glimmer of cold light piercing through the surroundings. Who? The leader of the Earth Village exclaimed in shock, yet before he could react, a kunai was firmly embedded in his neck. Your father. The figure swiftly kicked him over and instantaneously flashed to Rin's side. Shinra Tensei. With a furious shout, a white barrier enveloped Rin, sending the two surrounding shinobi flying away. With a tilt of his head, the leader lay motionless. Teacher Yeong, you have finally arrived. I knew you would come to our rescue. Noara Rin exclaimed excitedly, throwing herself into Yeong's arms, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Damn, the 7th squad nearly faced annihilation. You gave me quite a scare, Yeong said, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He finally recalled the nature of this mission, the infamous incident at the Kanabi Bridge. The event had been mentioned in Naruto, yet due to it being a recollection of Minato, Yeong had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation in time. In the original story, Minato led a team to disrupt the Kanabi Bridge, which, while seemingly straightforward, ultimately led to complications. The 7th squad had been ambushed by the Earth Village here. In this battle, Noara Rin was implanted with the 3 tails, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Kakashi lost an eye. After giving his eye to Kakashi, Obito was crushed by a massive tree, ultimately succumbing to darkness and becoming Toby. Damn it. How could I forget such a critical plot point? Yeong lamented. How could one forget such an essential storyline in the world of Naruto? It should not have happened. Fortunately, it ended well. Otherwise, Yeong would have been consumed by regret. Phew, since everyone is safe, let us prepare to depart. I previously detected a large number of Earth Village shinobi nearby. They are likely to arrive shortly, Yeong stated, his words filled with urgency. In truth, this was a mere facade. Had it not been for Kakashi's explosive tag, Yeong would still be fast asleep. However, whether truth or deception, Yeong simply wished to leave as swiftly as possible. Since this truly is the Shinobi Bridge, it stands as the epicenter of conflict. Regardless of whether other ninjas are lying in wait, it is destined to become a battlefield. Very well, we shall depart, Kakashi replied with unease, swiftly throwing several explosive tags attached to shurikens towards the Shinobi Bridge before picking up Obito. Let us go. The group reached a consensus. But just as they prepared to leave, the leader of the Earth Village, previously struck in the heart by Yu Liang, suddenly charged towards him with a glazed expression. His heart was injured, yet he still clung to life. I will not allow you to thwart my master's plans, Dai. He gripped the shuriken tightly, rushing towards Yu Liang. Teacher, be careful. The shuriken is rigged with explosive tags, Kakashi promptly warned. Clearly, this shuriken was the very tool Kakashi intended to use to obliterate the Shinobi Bridge. Before Yu Liang could react, the Earth Village leader had already enveloped him in a fierce embrace, cursing under his breath, being a modern individual. Yi Liang's combat instincts were somewhat lacking. He quickly activated his repulsion technique, attempting to push away the leader who was holding him. However, just as he managed to activate it, the explosive tag on the shuriken detonated. Remarkably, the explosive had ignited even before reaching Yi Liang. At this rate, it seemed the Earth Village leader intended to take Yi Liang down with him. Damn it! Following the explosion, Yi Liang's body was reduced to a mere fragment of a branch. Thankfully, before his departure, he had learned the body replacement technique from Little Red Bean. Otherwise, he would have truly met his end today. Gasping for breath, Yi Liang realized how close he had come to being utterly petrified by the earlier scene. Such a spirit, willing to forsake life for the mission, certainly deserves respect, but when the target is oneself, it raises genuine concern. Chapter 13. Subsequent missions? Leader? What leader? In the final moments, Yi Liang had naturally heard the Earth Village leader's words, yet he could firmly assert that the original narrative did not mention this individual. In the source material, the Earth Village leader was obliterated by Minato after repelling Team 7, hence no leader truly existed. Yi Liang was filled with profound suspicion. Could it be that this was not the Konoha of the Shippuden? A few days later, Yi Liang sat in the Hokage's office, exuding an air of cool confidence. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing your first task and earning your initial reward. Reward, Summoning Technique. Summoning Technique? To his surprise, he had acquired this ninjutsu. In the world of Hokage, summoning techniques were commonplace among ninjas. However, the summoned creatures varied based on individual characteristics. Thus, Yi Liang felt a sense of anticipation regarding this ninjutsu. Just as he was about to leave the Hokage's office after collecting his reward, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for exceeding expectations in your S-rank mission by repelling Minato. Reward, Flying Thunder God Technique. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission-free meal. Reward, Transformation Technique. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for exceeding expectations in your A-rank mission at the Shinobi Bridge. Reward, Shadow Clone Technique, Shadow Camouflage Technique. Due to exceeding the mission, the Shadow Clone Technique has been upgraded to the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Why? Yi Liang was dumbfounded. What is happening? Where did these rewards come from? Free meal? Shinobi Bridge? Yi Liang pondered. These were all experiences he had already encountered. The Shinobi Bridge was the recent bounty task he had completed, while free meal likely referred to his previous unearned meal at Ichiraku Ramen. These were all events that had transpired. But why were they surfacing now? Yi Liang felt a wave of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. I understand. The first two tasks triggered in quick succession, indicating that the activation of missions did not take as long as he presumed. Yet, until now, no new tasks had appeared, not due to a lack of triggers, but because he had been burdened with incomplete tasks. Unfinished tasks hindered the display of new missions. So that is how it is. He comprehended fully. Although no new tasks were visible, as long as the one pending task was completed, subsequent rewards would still be dispensed in their entirety. A radiant smile spread across Yi Liang's face. To think he had accomplished such a plethora of tasks in just a few days. Upon counting, he realized there were about 7 or 8, but aside from the Shinobi Bridge, the rest were merely trivial daily tasks. Free meals, catching thieves in public, sneaking into Little Red Bean's clothes. These rewards were all ordinary, low-tier ones. Transformation technique, clone technique, body replacement technique. They were all basic ninjutsu taught at the Ninja Academy. But none of that mattered. However, what was this Flying Thunder God technique? Yi Liang suddenly felt as if fortune had smiled upon him. The golden, flashing Flying Thunder God. Another S-rank ninjutsu. Yet, Yi Liang racked his brain, struggling to recall when he had ever repelled Minato. Had he forgotten? Or had he done so in his sleepwalking state? Could it be that he had dreamt of repelling him? Suddenly, Yi Liang remembered that he had indeed dreamt of Minato, where he had firmly placed him underfoot while simultaneously embracing the lovely Kushina. Haha. Remembering Kushina's vibrant and captivating form made Yi Liang nearly drool. Mr. Yi, if you have no further business, please take the time to rest. After completing a mission, there will be a few days of leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently reminded him. Observing Yi Liang, he noticed the twitch at the corner of his eye. It was merely a matter of collecting a reward, yet Yi Liang seemed utterly captivated. The third Hokage found it quite peculiar and promptly urged Yi Liang to take his leave. Huh. Oh. Yi Liang snapped back to reality. Regardless of how it came to be, he decided to enjoy himself first. He didn't wish to dwell on it. Weighing the bounty in his hands, he noted that the Shinobi Bridge was an A-rank mission, likely yielding several thousand ryo, ample for him to indulge for a while. Teacher Yi Liang, if you have time, could you guide me in training this afternoon? At that moment, the shy Yawara Rin unexpectedly asked. Her voice was soft, Yet Yi Liang heard her clearly. Haha, no problem. Meet me at the training ground this afternoon. Yi Liang laughed heartily, still reveling in his newfound wealth, answering Rin's request without a second thought. He had completely forgotten that aside from relying on a cheat, he had no real knowledge of specific ninjutsu techniques. Yawara Rin nodded, her face lighting up with joy. As a medical ninja, she wasn't held to strict standards of strength, but after recent events, she felt acutely aware of her own weaknesses. Despite Obito's frailty, she still found herself needing his protection. In such circumstances, she felt like a liability. Hence, Yawara Rin was eager to improve her strength. At this moment, Obito was already at the medical facility with Kakashi's assistance, leaving only the two of them. Yawara Rin casually walked out of the hall alongside Yi Liang. Teacher, shall we walk together? She inquired. However, Yi Liang ignored her. Imagining how astonished Little Red Bean would be upon seeing such a fortune, his mind wandered. And he left Yawara Rin, who had intended to accompany him, behind like a fool. Never mind. It seems the teacher is preoccupied. Yawara Rin appeared somewhat dazed. Yet she attempted to console herself. As for Yi Liang, he had long since forgotten the promise he had just made. The habitual tendency to agree was a fundamental response of a homebody. In his past life, Yi Liang was a kind-hearted individual, and naturally, he retained this habit. After some detours, Yi Liang finally returned home. A few days later, Uchiha Obito rushed into Hondo's small abode in a flurry. Yi Liang sensei, Rin is in trouble. What is the situation? Yi Liang, who was seated at the table enjoying his meal, was instantly bewildered. Rin was training alone at the training ground and seems to have gotten into a conflict with a group of Chunin. Kakashi has already gone over. I came to inform you. What? Yi Liang was taken aback. Suddenly, a scene from a few days prior echoed in his mind. Sensei, can you guide me in my training this afternoon? No problem. Wait for me at the training ground. That was his conversation with Noara Rin. Damn it. How could I have forgotten this? He immediately abandoned his meal and followed Obito outside the village. The training ground of Konoha is located on the outskirts of the village. Due to the immense power of ninjutsu, it was clearly impractical to unleash one's full potential within the village itself. Thus, Konoha established a reasonably good training ground in a small forest just outside. It was here that Naruto trained in the original story. Chapter 14. The training turmoil. This area was equipped with numerous targets, convenient for shuriken practice. Surrounded by a forest, there were also rivers nearby for practicing water release and fire release techniques. It was by the river here that Sasuke and Itachi practiced the Great Fireball technique. I want to see which fool dares to cause trouble for our Team 7. Yi Liang arrived, brimming with anger. A group of ninjas, of similar age to him, had surrounded Noara Rin and her companions, seemingly ready to act, if not for Kakashi's presence. What is going on? Yi Liang approached. Yi Liang sensei, when I arrived, they were already surrounding us. Yi Liang turned his gaze to Noara Rin, but she averted her eyes, not responding to his query. Oh, it seems this young lady is upset with herself. My apologies, it is the teacher's fault. An urgent matter arose at home, which is why I could not be there on time. Please trust your teacher. Yi Liang earnestly expressed, yet Noara Rin still ignored him. Rin, one should strive for self-reliance and resilience. The fact that I could not meet our appointment was meant to teach you that only by learning to be independent can one truly become strong. Yi Liang added, self-reliance? Noara Rin suddenly showed a flicker of response, casting a doubtful glance at Yi Liang. Could it be that the teacher truly thought this way? Observing her wavering, Yi Liang seized the moment. Indeed, once you have the heart for self-improvement, I can guide you further in your training. Rin, you have not disappointed me, despite my absence. You remained committed to practicing at the training ground. I am truly gratified. So that's it. The teacher has been testing me all along. I didn't realize it at all and almost wronged him. How foolish of me. Noara Rin felt a wave of remorse wash over her, her gaze fixed on Yi Liang. Filled with guilt. Rin, it is good that you understand. Yi Liang's audacity had reached unprecedented heights. He looked at Noara Rin earnestly, professing the bond between teacher and student, not cracking a smile, as if he were speaking the utmost truth. Hey, have you all said enough? Jabbering away as if we don't exist. One of the Chunin suddenly interjected. Upon Yi Liang's arrival, he had been engaged in playful banter with the girl, though they had no idea what he was saying. They felt inundated with his words. You must be the teacher of this squad. We are the newly promoted Chunin, and with the imminent battle ahead, this young lady is occupying our training targets, severely disrupting our practice. So, you resorted to attacking my student? Yi Liang's expression darkened. Noira Rin was unharmed. But Yi Liang distinctly noticed a faint burn mark on Kakashi's wrist. This was clearly a result of fire release. What do you mean? Are you implying you refuse to yield? Let me tell you, pre-battle training is entirely reasonable. You are merely a bunch of useless genin, unworthy of occupying such valuable training resources. Move aside, or we shall take action. Useless genin? Yi Liang's expression grew increasingly severe. Haha. Someone who can't even throw a shuriken properly. What else could they be but useless genin? The others erupted in laughter. Suddenly, Yi Liang noticed Noira Rin's eyes glistening with unshed tears. He comprehended instantly. They were speaking of Noira Rin, and he could not believe Kakashi would ever miss a shuriken throw. Fury ignited within him. It was one thing to insult himself, but to disparage Noira Rin was unacceptable. Although Yi Liang was not typically protective, he felt a sense of responsibility for Noira Rin in this instance. Had he not spoken carelessly, she would not have faced such bullying. Since you claim that genin cannot throw shuriken accurately, let us have a contest. A contest of shuriken? With whom? With you? With her. Yi Liang suddenly seized Noira Rin's arm and lifted it high. Ah, teacher, what are you saying? My shuriken skills are terrible. Noira Rin exclaimed in shock. Do not worry. If I say you can, then you can. Do you not trust your teacher? No. Rin certainly trusts her teacher. She hurried to clarify. But the Chunin erupted in laughter. They had just witnessed Noira Rin's performance, and to say she had a 1 in 10 chance of hitting was a compliment. It would take at least 20 shuriken for her to hit once. Teacher, I believe you were jesting. If you said you would compete, I would believe you. But to let her participate? Haha, you must be out of your mind. Humph, do you dare to compete or not? Yi Liang scoffed. Of course we will compete. But merely competing is rather dull. Why not wager something? Wager? What do you propose? Yi Liang inquired, somewhat irritated. I have a sum of 10,000 ryo from a completed mission in my pocket. As the teacher, you can wager whatever you like, but there must be some stakes. Very well, I accept. Let us wager 10,000. Yi Liang declared boldly. He had just completed a mission and still had a bit of spare change. But Noira Rin immediately grew displeased. Teacher, I truly cannot. She frantically gestured at Yi Liang. Without a stake, competing would be fine. But 10,000 ryo was far too much. One would need to complete several B-rank missions to earn that much. Do not fret. If I say you can compete, then you shall. Yi Liang nudged Noira Rin forward. Since he dared to let Noira Rin compete against the Chunin, he certainly had some confidence. After all, how could a money-obsessed upstart joke with half of his wealth? Yi Liang felt a surge of satisfaction, for he already had a complete plan in mind. All right, since we have agreed, let us begin. The Chunin promptly took their positions and approached one of the targets. Let us commence from here. He stood 100 meters away, casually tossing a shuriken. 4 rings. The blade landed just beside the center, mere inches from the bullseye. Excellent. Hitting 4 rings from such a distance is an impressive score. The nearby Chunin couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Let us continue. Yi Liang gestured with his hands. This competition consisted of 10 throws, with the aim of determining who would ultimately achieve the highest score. It was a test of endurance, as throwing shuriken required immense concentration, thus significantly impacting one's stamina. Don't panic, just follow my instructions, and you will surely surpass him, Yi Liang whispered to Noira Rin. At that moment, Rin was visibly sweating, clearly anxious. After a few encouraging words from Yi Liang, he fell silent. By this time, the Chunin had completed his 10 throws, 6 4 rings, 1 5 ring, and 3 misses. Such a score was already commendable. In the original story, those extraordinary ninjas effortlessly hit the bullseye, making it seem impressive. Yet it is quite challenging for ordinary Chunins to consistently achieve 5 rings, especially from 100 meters away. Teacher, do you think Rin can really do it? Kakashi inquired. Hitting the target 10 times from such a distance was no small feat, and even Kakashi couldn't guarantee success, let alone Noira Rin. However, when Rin threw her shuriken for the first time, the spectators were left speechless. 5 rings. How could this be possible? The Chunin across from her gasped in disbelief. To them, the girl who had just struggled to hit a target 10 meters away had now scored the highest from 100 meters. Truly astonishing. Relax, keep going. Yi Liang encouraged Rin. Taking a deep breath, Noira Rin threw another shuriken. Bang! Another 5 rings. This time, not only were the Chunins dumbfounded, but Rin herself was also in shock. Did I really throw that? She stared at her hand in disbelief, astonished that the teacher's methods had proven effective. Yi Liang instructed her to stand upright, feet together, and focus intently. This was the mantra he had learned in his previous life for throwing darts. Having practiced sports darts, he had studied techniques for accurate throws. Of course, mere knowledge alone wouldn't ensure precision, but let us not forget this is the world of ninjas. Fixating on an object while moving towards it guarantees perfect alignment. The same principle applied to shuriken throwing. Before imparting the dart technique to Noera Rin, Yi Liang had enhanced it with the skills of the Naruto world's ninja tools. Let us not forget, Yi Liang had acquired advanced ninja tool techniques granted by the system. Such knowledge, reserved for high-ranking ninjas, was far beyond the grasp of these chunins. Coupled with the dart-throwing techniques from his previous life, Yi Liang's shuriken skills surpassed those of ordinary upper ninjas, and even elite ninjas might find him a formidable opponent. After hitting the target, Noera Rin quickly dispatched her remaining shuriken. 5-4 rings and 5-5 rings, a perfect blend. This score undoubtedly exceeded that of the chunin, and by no small margin. Accept your defeat, let us go. Upon witnessing this, the chunins immediately prepared to leave. But the quick-witted Yi Liang would not allow them to escape without consequences. You can leave, but the money stays. Why you? Don't go too far. Be careful of our big sister's revenge. Money. The group silently exited, clearly intent on avoiding payment. But Yi Liang was not one to be trifled with. After skillfully persuading them, he weighed the money pouch in his hands. Though his hand ached slightly, he felt immense satisfaction watching the chunins depart. Kakashi, is your arm all right? Yi Liang finally expressed concern for Kakashi. If it weren't for you attacking my student first, I wouldn't have resorted to extorting you, he rationalized in his mind, justifying his greed. Arm. Kakashi extended his hand. Indeed, you were burned by their fire technique, right? No worries, let Rin tend to it. It'll heal in no time. Huh. Kakashi looked bewildered. Teacher, I accidentally burned it last night. Feel it, it's already scabbing over. What? Yi Liang pressed his fingers against the mark, and it promptly flaked off. It really had scabbed over. No worries, let Rin take care of it. Teacher, it's really fine. Just let her treat it. Why are you being so stubborn? Yi Liang's tone grew firmer as he exited the training ground. Rin, what do you think is up with the teacher? It's just a small wound, yet he insists you waste chakra on it. I think it might be related to my training. It's my fault for misunderstanding him before. I'll definitely heed his guidance from now on and work hard to become self-reliant. Looking at Noera Rin's earnest expression, Kakashi could only sigh and leave. Rin truly believed the teacher's words. Although Kakashi admired Yi Liang, he thought such a clumsy lie would not deceive his intelligence. It seemed women were indeed often naive. Days later, the weather was calm and serene. Since the incident at the training ground, Yi Liang had encountered no further troubles. One day, he lounged on a soft couch, chatting with Akado. Hey, you've made money. Why haven't you moved out? Are you really so shameless? Returning to the same old topic, Yi Liang was too indifferent to respond. He closed his eyes, contemplating today's task, to have a meaningful conversation about life with Akado. Reward, C-rank Taijutsu, Konoha Whirlwind. Simple and unremarkable. Over the past few days, Yi Liang had received numerous mundane tasks, which he referred to as daily missions, akin to gaming chores that must be completed each day. However, the rewards were hardly worth mentioning. Most were trivial and ordinary jutsu, and in the later stages, he hadn't received anything worthwhile. Yi Liang had already acquired countless low-level jutsu, many of which were duplicates. Of course, when the system drew duplicates, they were enhanced. But overall, they were still lackluster. Yi Liang reflected on the significant jutsu he had learned, Flying Thunder God and Universal Pull. He had painstakingly mastered two S-rank techniques. As for the Flying Thunder God, its mastery remained uncertain. Nevertheless, it remained a constant truth that only the most challenging tasks yielded the most powerful rewards. As for low-level jutsu, Yi Liang primarily utilized body flicker technique and substitution technique. It's worth noting that when he drew low-level jutsu repeatedly, the substitution technique accounted for a significant portion, indicating that he had become exceptionally proficient in it. When activated, he merely needed to focus on an object to instantly switch places, requiring virtually no chakra. Such low-level jutsu originally demanded little chakra, and now, having been enhanced countless times, it was even less taxing. Yi Liang rolled around on the couch, suddenly recalling a special jutsu, summoning technique. It has been previously mentioned that summoning techniques are remarkably unique. As one's own strength grows, the summoned entities become increasingly formidable. Moreover, The type of summoned beings varies according to the individual's characteristics. Yi Liang is prepared to experiment with summoning techniques. Just imagine the delight of conjuring an extraordinarily powerful being. Chapter 16. The Prelude to Summoning. With this thought in mind, Yi Liang promptly departed from the Red Bean Cottage. Summoning techniques are a distinctive form of ninjutsu, and Yi Liang had no intention of practicing in the training grounds. Summoning a colossal creature like Gamabunta would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the training facilities, and he was not keen on incurring any expenses. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to head to the Valley of the End. The landscape was strewn with rocks. This was the site of the legendary battle between Naruto and Sasuke. Adorned with gentle streams fed by a majestic waterfall upstream, ensuring a constant water supply. The wide canyon below meant the water was not particularly deep, making it an ideal location for summoning large creatures. He selected a relatively smooth boulder and settled upon it. There were numerous stones in the creek, allowing for easy passage. This should suffice. He unfurled a massive scroll atop the rock, a high-level summoning scroll. Naturally, one requires a summoning scroll to learn the technique, as the summoning ritual involves intricate runes. Without the scroll, inscribing the runes on-site would consume an inordinate amount of time. Thus, having them inscribed on a scroll for easy transport is a fundamental requirement of summoning techniques. Yi Liang grinned at his scroll, which he had procured for 10,000 ryo from the third Hokage at a supposedly internal price, a bargain compared to the exorbitant fees ordinary ninjas would pay. The location was splendid, and with ample tools at his disposal, he was ready to perform the summoning ritual. Yi Liang, in a fit of enthusiasm, suddenly produced a small knife from his pocket and made a cut on his thumb. Blood is essential for the summoning technique. His scroll was a random summoning scroll. Traditional scrolls are passed down through generations. For instance, Naruto's scroll was gifted to him by Jiraiya, already inscribed with runes and bound by a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku, allowing Naruto to summon them directly. However, Yi Liang lacked a hereditary scroll. Thus, he could only utilize this random scroll to summon nearby creatures and subsequently train them to join his roster of summoned beasts. With a sense of glee, he pressed his finger onto the scroll. Boom! A tadpole, no larger than his thumb, materialized on the scroll. What the heck? This cannot be. With my summoning aptitude, how could I possibly summon merely a tadpole? Yi Liang was perplexed. As a Jonin with considerable chakra, he knew that the strength of the summoned beast correlates with the amount of chakra expended. Given his earlier chakra output, summoning just a tadpole seemed impossible. Disappointed, he swiftly attempted another summoning. This time, a snail the size of a fist appeared. As summoning techniques allow for retries without a contract, Yi Liang remained undeterred by his initial failure. He made another incision on his finger and summoned once more. Time passed slowly. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was reviewing documents when a frantic Jonin burst in. Bad news, Lord Third. A high-level summoning scroll has been stolen from the warehouse. A high-level summoning scroll? Sarutobi momentarily paused, then resumed his paperwork. Oh, that was given to Mr. Yi this morning when he came to purchase it. Given to Mr. Yi? The Jonin's realization dawned, but his mind tightened with concern. The scroll was apparently defective, incapable of summoning high-level creatures, often conjuring bizarre entities instead. Uncertain if the Hokage was aware of this, he looked at Sarutobi again, but received no acknowledgement, leaving him with no choice but to exit. At the Valley of the End, Yi Liang had experienced his 100th failed summoning. Damn it, if I fail again, I'll smash the Hokage's office. At this moment, he comprehended that he had been deceived by the third Hokage. Despite expending copious amounts of chakra as a Jonin, he had yet to summon a single decent creature. Instead, conjuring all sorts of oddities, broken shoes, paint buckets, and most shockingly, an enormous slug. Yi Liang nearly lost his lunch at the sight of the slimy creature, which was as large as a mountain. He was particularly averse to such sticky things, and so, he hastily dispelled the summoning. This is the final attempt. Heaven, please grant me a reliable summoned beast. Yi Liang prayed, feeling faint from the excessive blood loss. After 100 cuts to his finger, he was in a dangerously anemic state and suspected he would need a copious amount of bone broth to recover. Boom. The summoning scroll erupted in smoke once more. A slimy, feces-like substance emerged. Yi Liang stared in disbelief at this grotesque entity, which was still sluggishly wriggling. No, not again. Foul third Hokage. I'm going to have it out with you, he exclaimed, ready to storm into the Hokage hall. However, just as he prepared to leave, The slimy creature lunged at him. Yi Liang instinctively raised his hand to block it, and at the moment of contact, a flash of golden light signaled success in the contract. For a summoning to succeed, it typically requires establishing a rapport with the summoned beast, essentially becoming friends through mutual interaction. However, there exists an alternative method, dominance through strength. If your fist is strong enough, even the most unruly of creatures can be tamed. Yi Liang had inadvertently applied this second method when he instinctively used a portion of his power to fend off the creature. Sensing that its strength was eclipsed by his own, the creature instinctively chose to submit, resulting in a successful summoning. Why, oh why must fate treat me thus? Summoning excrement? This must be unprecedented in ninja history. Yi Liang grimaced at his new summoned beast, a soft, squishy mass writhing before him. He understood that this wasn't genuine excrement, but likely an unknown soft-bodied organism or a remnant cellular life form. Nonetheless, one undeniable fact remained. This creature possessed no combat ability whatsoever, as its sluggish movements indicated. 30 minutes later, an enraged figure stormed into the Hokage's office. Chapter 17. Trials in the Land of Waves. If one in a million prayers from a past life could yield but a singular encounter, Yi Liang would rather forego that encounter altogether. Following the excrement incident, he received a compensation of 100,000 ryo, a substantial sum. However, Yi Liang was unwilling to accept such a substantial sum. Once the summoning technique was activated, acquiring additional spirit beasts became exceedingly challenging, as any subsequent summoning ritual would only yield creatures akin to the original spirit beast. For instance, if Yi Liang summoned a piece of excrement, he could only summon its close relatives, perhaps a snail or another mollusk. Undeniably, these were all quite feeble. To summon other spirit beasts, Yi Liang would need to acquire an ancestral scroll, which was an impossibility. He felt disheartened, an important opportunity, and he ended up with nothing but trash. Even though Sarutobi compensated him with 100,000 ryo, it could not mend the sorrow in his heart. Kakashi, what's wrong with the teacher lately? He keeps staring at a pile of excrement and laughing foolishly. He must be going insane. Obito, do not speak carelessly. I heard from Lord Third that this is Yi Liang's spirit beast, a divine-level creature, powerful enough to rival the sage spirit beasts of the three great sanctuaries. I even heard that even Fukasaku from Miyaboka Mountain is no match for such a spirit beast. What? This thing is that strong? Obito gasped in shock. They were currently on a mission. After having rested for several days, their second mission was about to commence. Yi Liang listened attentively to his team's conversation, feeling somewhat reassured. To maintain his authority, aside from extorting a considerable sum from the third Hokage, Yi Liang also threatened him not to disclose the embarrassing truth about summoning a piece of garbage to the outside world. It was imperative to declare that this piece of excrement was an exceptionally powerful spirit beast. However, he never anticipated that the third would exaggerate its prowess to such an extent, on par with the sage of the three great sanctuaries. Soft, are you really that formidable? Yi Liang gently patted the mollusk spirit beast resting on his shoulder, which he had named Soft. After some exploration, Yi Liang suddenly realized that his summoned creature was not entirely devoid of merit, despite its lack of combat prowess. It possessed the ability to transform into the appearance of any creature it touched, albeit on a smaller scale. Yi Liang believed that, given time to develop, it could evolve into a remarkable shapeshifter. Tests indicated that even sensory-type ninjas could not discern the true nature of the beings Soft transformed into. It was indeed a pleasant surprise, Yi Liang mused with satisfaction. Today, they were headed to the Land of Waves to eliminate a group of rogue ninjas. Due to the frequent conflicts, most cowardly ninjas had chosen to defect from their villages, yet they still wreaked havoc, robbing and pillaging. This was unacceptable. Yi Liang glanced at the map. They were nearing the Land of Waves. He decided to first inquire with the locals about the situation, as the proximity to the hidden mist village made revealing their identities perilous. Understood, teacher. Kakashi and the others responded, following Yi Liang into the village. Their destination was the home of a fisherman named Kaiju. The Land of Waves was surrounded by a vast moat, necessitating the use of fishing boats for travel, making the fishing profession quite common there. This must be the place. After questioning several passers-by, Yi Liang finally located Kaiju's residence. It was a dilapidated earthen house, and upon seeing its rundown state, Yi Liang began to doubt whether Kaiju could afford the bounty from Konoha. Although it was a C-rank mission, The reward still amounted to several thousand ryo. In these tumultuous times, several thousand ryo represented a fisherman's earnings for nearly half a year. But that was only during peak seasons. Most fishermen earned only sporadically due to the overwhelming competition in the land of waves. "Let us go in." Yi Liang greeted his team behind him and pushed the door open. At that moment, a wooden stick swung toward his face. Yi Liang was startled but quickly noticed that the blow lacked any force. He merely tilted his head to evade it. "Get lost, you black market traders. We have nothing you want." A child rushed out from inside, brandishing a decaying wooden stick, clearly the one who had just struck Yi Liang. "Hey kid, you've mistaken us. We are ninjas from Konoha, not black market traders," Yi Liang explained calmly, observing the little one. "Humph, don't try to deceive me. This month, you've pretended to be Konoha ninjas several times. You won't fool me." The child swung the stick again. Yi Liang, exasperated, shook his head and effortlessly snatched the wooden stick from the child's grasp. "Give it back, you jerk." The child immediately lunged for the stick. Just then, a dark-faced fisherman hurried out from the earthen house. The moment Yi Liang laid eyes on him, he caught a whiff of the distinct scent of seafood emanating from the man, a smell only a seasoned fisherman would carry. "Kaiju, stop causing trouble. These are the ninjas from Konoha." He rushed out and pulled the child aside. "Ninjas?" The child gazed at Yi Liang, momentarily stunned. "I apologize, sir. I am Kaiju, the client for this mission. My child does not understand. Please forgive him." "It's all right. I am not offended," Yi Liang replied with indifference. He scrutinized the fisherman once more, and his heart sank. His initial judgment proved correct. The man appeared gaunt and was suffused with an odor of sweat from neglecting personal hygiene for days, clearly having gone without food for several days. How could such a person afford the hiring fee? He unconsciously glanced at Kakashi, who also frowned, indicating he had noticed the same. "Uncle Kaiju, do you have anything to eat? I'm starving," Obito blurted out. He was a bit dense and had been traversing the mountainous region without a chance to eat, while Yi Liang had been hastily searching for the employer, causing his stomach to grumble. Kaiju's face immediately reflected a hint of distress, but after a moment's hesitation, he still welcomed the group into his earthen house. "Uncle, your house is so dilapidated. Won't you catch a cold sleeping here at night?" Obito observed the walls, riddled with holes, and even noticed a significant portion of the roof was missing. "Well, it's summer. It's cooler this way." Kaiju greeted the group before taking the child to the kitchen. "Kakashi, what do you think?" Chapter 18. The freebie mission. I suspect this is a freebie mission. A freebie mission refers to a situation where the client, after paying a deposit, lacks the means to pay the remaining bounty, resulting in Konoha ninjas working for nothing once the mission concludes. Of course, the term freebie was one Kakashi learned from Yi Liang. Such missions were originally termed false missions. "I believe so as well," Yi Liang nodded. Lin Yiyuan exhibited a hint of doubt. "Teacher, should we continue with this mission? Since it's a false mission, we might as well terminate it directly. Let us wait and see. There may be developments yet," Yi Liang responded. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito looked around in confusion. "Kakashi, what is a freebie mission?" He was unfamiliar with such common knowledge, thus feeling perplexed. However, Kakashi ignored him. Obito then turned to Lin Yiyuan, but she continued to disregard him. Yi Liang was no exception. Alas, what could be done? He was simply a fool. After a while, Uncle Kaiju emerged, carrying a bowl of sweet potatoes. With a broad smile, he placed the bowl on the table and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy." Baido glanced at the sweet potatoes before him and immediately reached out. However, Yi Liang clearly noticed a hint of reluctance in the child's eyes upon seeing Baido take a sweet potato. Yi Liang's heart instantly comprehended everything. This bowl of sweet potatoes must represent their entire supply of food. "Everyone, please eat. There are more in the kitchen. Don't be shy," Kaiju kindly urged the group. Yet, apart from Baido, the others did not make a move. Seeing their hesitation, Kaiju sent the child away and returned. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must trouble you with something serious this time." He bowed deeply to Yi Liang, clearly intending to be straightforward. "Sir, this time the rogue ninjas are hiding in the moat of the land of waves. They are robbing all merchants attempting to travel to our country, to engage in trade. We must rely solely on fishing boats, but if this continues, we will truly have no guests in our land of waves." His expression was tense. Yet Yi Liang remained impassive. "I understand your meaning, but I would like to inquire whether you can afford the bounty for this mission, which is 3,000 ryo. Are you doubting me?" Kaiju exclaimed, his voice raised in indignation. However, his expression was awkward. his neck flushed red, evidently lacking confidence. And what if I am? Yi Liang retorted coolly. There is no free lunch in this world. As a man of modern sensibilities, Yi Liang understood this principle well. Assistants must be compensated. Even if he wished to play the benevolent hero, he simply did not possess the means to do so. Furthermore, the bounty of 3,000 Rio was intended for the village, and they would only receive a fraction of that sum. Seeing Yi Liang's demeanor, Kaijiao immediately sank into despair. Sir, it is not that I do not wish to pay the bounty, but the funds meant for it have been seized by the Black Merchant Guild just this morning. He added, that was gathered by all the fishermen in our trade. The Black Merchant Guild? Yi Liang's face expressed a flicker of confusion. Indeed, the Black Merchant Guild is a local tyrant in our land of waves. Their leader is named Cardo. Over the years, they have established the guild, controlling all maritime transportation and trade routes. Through their underhanded tactics, they have been suppressing our fellow fishermen. It won't be long before they completely seize the lifeblood of our land of waves. We fishermen are the only industry disrupting their guild. So, they are targeting you? Yes. Yi Liang fell into contemplation. Upon realizing that the mission involved the land of waves, he recalled the events from the original storyline. That would occur 10 years later. The protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, was tasked with guarding a bridge by the bridge builder, Tazuna, who sought to destroy it on behalf of the nefarious merchant, Cardo. Yi Liang remembered that this man had been killed by a rogue ninja named Zabuza Momochi. Of course, Zabuza was not present now, as it was still 12 years prior. However, Yi Liang did not expect that at this time, Cardo had already gained control over the lifeblood of the land of waves. It seemed the time had come to confront this dark merchant. Yi Liang resolved to investigate this individual. Although Kaijiao's mission was to eliminate the rogue ninjas in the moat, Yi Liang understood that the true puppet master was undoubtedly Cardo of the Black Merchant Guild. This unscrupulous merchant not only commanded numerous underworld factions, but also frequently hired passing rogue ninjas to commit crimes. The fishing industry clashed with his monopolized transportation sector. And now that the fishermen were in distress, it was highly probable that Cardo was orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Contemplating all possible scenarios, Yi Liang departed the mud hut with Team 7 amidst Kaijiao's incessant gratitude. Teacher, are you certain we should assist this Uncle Kaijiao? This is a false mission. Kakashi, one must prioritize humanity before duty. Although Yi Liang was aware that Kaijiao could not afford the bounty, he could not turn a blind eye to the events that intertwined with the original narrative. Moreover, ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the SSS level mission. Eliminate the Black Merchant Cardo. Condition 1. Directly kill Cardo. Reward, random A-level ninjutsu. Condition 2. Kill Cardo while simultaneously eliminating his underlings. The Underworld Factions. Reward, random A-level ninjutsu X2. Condition 3. Kill Cardo while simultaneously dismantling all his forces. Underworld Factions. Rogue Ninjas. Reward, random S-level ninjutsu. Wow, an S-level skill is coming again. Yi Liang was astonished. This mission actually presented 3 options. Such a mission was a rarity. Apart from the time when he first traversed into this world, this was undoubtedly an exceedingly significant task. The last time he encountered such a mission, the reward had been SHINRA TENSEI. Damn it, for the reward, this time he would give it his all. Kakashi, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. Prioritize humanity before duty? Prioritize humanity before duty. He was instantly astonished. The teacher was indeed wise. He never expected him to utter such profound and moving words. Earlier, in the mud hut, Kakashi had temporarily forgotten about the teacher who spoke of peace in the world due to Yi Liang's realism. However, upon hearing the phrase prioritize humanity before duty, he was instantly awakened. Indeed, the teacher's apparent ruthlessness in the mud hut must have been calculated. I always said, how could the teacher be a miserly person obsessed with money? Yuhara Rin felt a similar stirring in her heart, slowly leaning closer to Yi Liang's arm, her eyes sparkling even more. Meanwhile, Uchiha Baido nodded with a knowing expression. Impressive. Cardo's Black Merchant Guild dominated the land of waves. After half a day of investigation, Yi Liang had gathered a rough understanding of the Black Merchant Guild's operations. Chapter 19. The Rogue Ninja Strikes in the Evening. The group met at the edge of the moat. Teacher Yi Liang, I have located Cardo's residence, where there are a dozen rogue ninjas from the Mist Village guarding it. All of them at the Chunin level. Teacher, rogue ninjas have appeared in the moat today, and I have driven them all away. Baido boasted proudly. To prevent further rogue ninja attacks on the fishermen, Yi Liang had instructed Uchiha Baido to continuously follow Kaijo, which evidently proved to be quite effective. At this moment, Yohara Rin seemed somewhat hesitant. "What is it? Did you uncover something about the Cardo Guild?" Yi Liang inquired. The Cardo Guild is composed of underworld factions, and while they are numerous, they are merely ordinary people who cannot perform ninjutsu. Hence, I sent the weakest, Rin, to scout there. Teacher, today I observed the situation at the Cardo Guild and found that most of the workers are still 7 or 8-year-old children. They carry tools and bamboo baskets, laboring painfully at the construction site. I even saw that their hands and feet were ground to bloody pulp. Upon saying this, Yohara Rin suddenly bowed deeply to Yi Liang. Teacher, I implore you to help them. Yi Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yohara Rin would possess such insight, which made him feel a twinge of shame. Compared to Yohara Rin's noble sense of justice, his own motivation of pursuing mission rewards seemed rather trivial. I have already contacted Konoha. It won't be long before they control the rogue ninjas in the water. As for Kato's Merchant Association, they are merely ordinary mafias, and I believe resolving that issue afterward will not pose much trouble. At this point, Yi Liang swallowed slightly. As for Kato himself, once reinforcements arrive, I shall personally deal with him. Thank you, Sensei. Noera Rin expressed her gratitude. Yi Liang's plan was flawless, employing a three-pronged approach. He was confident that once the reinforcements arrived, the completion of the mission would be a mere formality. However, at that moment, over 20 ninjas suddenly surged from the moat, surrounding Yi Liang and his companions in an orderly manner. TSK, your plan was indeed commendable, but unfortunately, that little brat today has exposed you all. There's an ambush. Yi Liang and the others were instantly taken aback. At this time, Obito suddenly looked incredulously at the speaking leader. Aren't you that rogue ninja who attacked the fishermen today? How dare you show your face again? He cursed and immediately intended to teach the man a lesson. But after taking just 2 steps, he was pulled back by Kakashi. Whoosh! Several swift shurikens struck the ground where Obito had stood. Shuriken Shadow Clone. You are a Jonin. Kakashi exclaimed immediately. When Obito charged forward, he sensed something was amiss. The leader remained entirely unfazed by Obito's aggression, which naturally raised suspicions, prompting him to instinctively pull Obito back. Hiss! Obito broke out in a cold sweat. The Shuriken Shadow Clone is an A-ranked ninjutsu, difficult to master, and it is rare for a Jonin to learn it. But those who do are exceptionally skilled. TSK, that white-haired kid is quite quick on the uptake. The leader smacked his lips, but his gaze remained fixed on Yi Liang. In this situation, anyone could discern that Yi Liang was the strongest among them. You, it seems, are quite formidable. Yi Liang suddenly applauded. He smiled at the rogue ninja leader, appearing remarkably relaxed, as if the 20-plus ninjas surrounding him were merely a throng of ordinary individuals. What is this fellow's game? The leader exhibited a hint of skepticism. Yet, Yi Liang remained unperturbed. Making the first move has always been Yi Liang's approach. When faced with uncertainty, he feigns confidence. Regardless of how powerful the opponent, they will always harbor a degree of apprehension towards him. This is his current method of dealing with matters. Goodness, another Jonin. When I watched Naruto in my previous life, I never encountered so many Jonin. Now that I have crossed over, Jonins seem to be everywhere. Furthermore, Yi Liang keenly observed that this rogue ninja was no ordinary rogue ninja. He subtly glanced at the weapons wrapped behind him. A broken blade, a beheading sword. This man is Hozuki Shizo, the first master of the beheading sword among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. With so many titles to his name, Hozuki Shizo is a renowned ninja in the Mist Village. Although he later fell to Might Guy, he is undeniably a formidable figure. Yi Liang was certain that without studying forbidden techniques, Orochimaru would not stand a chance against this man. No wonder this task is rated as an SSS-level mission. Yi Liang suddenly recalled the system's evaluation of this task. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention, but now, upon reflection, it sent chills down his spine. The first SSS-level mission had posed a challenge where an ordinary person faced off against Orochimaru. Had it not been for his burst of intelligence, he might have already perished. The inflation of power, coupled with the inexplicable acquisition of Flying Thunder God, had led Yi Liang to feel a bit overconfident lately. Recognizing the reality, he naturally had to become serious. Kakashi, you handle these minor nuisances. I will take care of this, leader, Yi Liang stated gravely. The 7 ninja swordsmen are not foes that these children can contend with. Even though Kakashi is already a Jonin, facing Hozuki Shizo would only be inviting disaster. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Yi Liang resolved to confront this member of the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. Indeed, Sensei, Kakashi replied promptly, quickly leading Obito and the others away from these minor foes. Rarely had he seen Yi Liang so serious, so he understood the gravity of the situation. Kid, I initially held you in high regard, but alas, someone wants your life, and there is nothing I can do about it. Want my life? Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback by Shizo's words. At that moment, he suddenly realized an important point. Hozuki Shizo is the spiritual pillar of the Mist Village. And during this period, he hadn't defected from the village. How could he possibly be here? Someone wants my life. He pondered Shizo's words again, feeling perplexed. It is an elderly man, yet his strength is formidable, and he has offered payment. An old man? Danzo? Or the 3rd Hokage? But that is impossible. Yi Liang recalled his memories, but he could not find any such individual. What is his name? Hozuki Shizo shook his head, clearly unaware. Enough with the small talk. Let us prepare to engage. Yi Liang suddenly vanished in a flash. Shinra Tensei. A sudden burst of movement. This was the most reasonable combination he could devise at present. However, reality proved to be more complex. Upon seeing Yi Liang disappear, Shizo instantly positioned the beheading sword behind him. Chapter 20. Confrontation with Hozuki Shizo. Bang! A tremendous force sent Shizo flying, but thanks to the protection of the beheading sword, he merely experienced some impact and remained unscathed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged from the moat towards Yi Liang. Water release. Water clone technique. 3 figures stood atop the water dragon. Water release. Hidden mist technique. A thick fog instantly enveloped the surroundings. Yi Liang furrowed his brow. The visibility was instantly obscured by the dense fog, and the 3 water clones riding the water dragon charged towards him. How swift the water dragon bullet is. Yi Liang quickly hurled a shuriken to the side. The water dragon bullet is an A-ranked ninjutsu. Its advantage lies in its relentless pursuit of the target until the chakra maintaining its form is depleted. Yi Liang did not intend to confront it head-on. The power of the water dragon bullet was formidable, and without any defensive jutsu, he could only evade. Flying Thunder God. Yi Liang's body vanished from his original spot. Meanwhile, the shuriken that had disappeared in the mist was suddenly grasped by someone. Yi Liang scanned his surroundings intently. The water dragon bullet had already vanished over 100 meters away, but with Hozuki Shizo's tracking technique, locating him would take mere moments. Sure enough, from afar in the mist, 3 shadowy figures were already charging towards him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Yi Liang unleashed his newly learned fire release at the 3 shadowy figures. In the misty environment, the fire release's power was significantly diminished. But the strength of the water clones was only a tenth of the original, so the ninjutsu still dispersed the 3 black figures. Uft! A dagger pierced into Yi Liang's lower back. Water release. Silent assassination technique. Shizo's voice echoed coldly at Yi Liang's neck as the dagger plunged fully into his body. Apologies. But no one escapes my hidden mist technique. Just when Shirzong believed he had secured victory, a pair of immaculate white arms suddenly emerged from the ground. Earth release. The decapitation technique. It was indeed an earth release ninjutsu. When Yi Liang realized his surroundings were obscured, he had already activated this technique. And the figure appearing above ground was merely a shadow clone. As expected, just as those hands pulled Shirzong into the earth, the injured Yi Liang above transformed into wisps of white mist. How could this be? When did you use earth release? I was watching you the entire time. Shirzong exclaimed in astonishment. As a master of the assassination arts, he had immense confidence in his eyesight. It was while I was deflecting you. Yi Liang replied coldly, abruptly emerging from the earth. Deflecting me? Shirzong expressed a hint of confusion, but quickly recalled the initial Shinra Tensei. That powerful repulsive technique was merely a feint. How could it be? You don't even know me. How could you use such a powerful ninjutsu as a distraction? Yes, I do not know you, but from the very beginning, I had made ample preparations. Yi Liang stated calmly. While he was indeed unfamiliar with Shirzong, he had read the original text. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist left no room for carelessness. Soon enough, Shirzong was pulled down until only his head remained. The decapitation technique directly draws the opponent into the soil. Due to the enhanced thickness of the ground, once pulled underground, it becomes exceedingly difficult to escape. Though it is a low-level ninjutsu, all of Yi Liang's low-level techniques have been augmented by daily tasks. After all, as long as it is a repeated reward, it will infinitely strengthen. Damn you, where did you acquire such powerful ninjutsu? Shirzong glared at Yi Liang in rage, attempting to dig his way out of the earth. But despite exerting all his strength, he remained utterly motionless. The decapitation technique was supposed to be a low-tier ninjutsu. Don't move recklessly, or I will take your life right now. Yi Liang brandished the fallen decapitating blade against Shirzong's neck. I will ask you questions, and you will answer truthfully. If I discover you are lying, your life is forfeit, Yi Liang stated coldly. First, what does the elder who instructed you to kill me look like? Second, why do you obey an elder? Third, why has your mist village appeared in the land of waves? If I am not mistaken, you are still under the rule of Yagura, and leaving the mist village without permission is a grave offense. Yi Liang posed 3 questions in quick succession. These inquiries appeared ordinary, yet they were deeply intertwined with his own fate. He needed to ascertain who wished to take his life. After all, having his head continuously targeted was hardly a good omen. If I tell you, will you spare me? If you satisfy me, I may consider it. Shirzong gulped at this response. Very well, but I hope you do not go back on your word. The elder I previously did not recognize. I came out this time to search for a Jinchuriki for the 3 tails. It is well known that Isabu has long been hidden in the village's lake, but recently, the power of the 3 tails has been imbalanced, subtly trending towards uncontrollability. Yagura has ordered us to search the outskirts for high-level ninjas to conduct a re-experiment on the Jinchuriki. 3 tails Jinchuriki? Yi Liang pondered momentarily. It seems that Isabu's original Jinchuriki was none other than Noera Rin, who, during the Konoha Verse Bridge incident, was forcibly turned into the 3 tails Jinchuriki by a ninja from the land of Earth. Wait, a ninja from the land of Earth? Jinchuriki? ISNT the 3 tails from the Mist Village? Yi Liang suddenly felt a flicker of doubt. Why would the Mist Village's 3 tails be connected to the land of Earth? He realized that the plot of the original text appeared to have undergone an inexplicable alteration. The 9-tailed beasts were controlled by various major ninja villages. Yet how could a beast belonging to the Mist Village be under the control of the land of Earth in the original story? This clearly presented a bug in the narrative. Could it be that some extraordinary event transpired? Yi Liang sensed something was amiss. The original story had already changed at the Konoha Verse Bridge. Originally, the tragic conclusion for Noera Rin had been altered due to his intervention, and thus subsequent developments would naturally shift as well. So what happened next? Yi Liang inquired further. Shirzong had only mentioned the mission and had yet to address the elder's description. Then, I encountered that terrifying elder. A flash of fear suddenly crossed Shirzong's eyes. He was a super elite ninja approaching the level of a Kage, and it was astonishing that such a person could reveal fear due to an elder. A grave expression settled on Yi Liang's face. I will never forget that person's appearance. He had thick, straight hair, bare-chested, with eyes resembling a crimson full moon. Just a glance plunged me into an endless abyss. Chapter 21. The desire to become strong, thick, straight hair? A crimson full moon? Yi Liang instantly recognized the identity of this individual. Damn it, ISNT that the infamous Madara Uchiha? Although the description of the straight hair was vague, the crimson eyes could only belong to the Sharingan, and in this era, the only elder with such power could only be an aged Madara Uchiha. But why would Madara want to kill me? Yi Liang felt a pang of confusion. He began to recall memories from his previous life, quickly gaining clarity. Right. The Konoha Verse Bridge incident was originally a scheme devised by Madara to manipulate Obito. Therefore, it was highly likely that the Land of Earth's acquisition of the 3 tails was orchestrated by Madara. Madara utilized the 3 tails to slay Noera Rin, thus causing Obito's complete descent into darkness and planting the seeds for his resurrection. Indeed, my confrontation with the ninja from the Land of Earth thwarted Madara's plan. Hence this is his motive for wanting me dead. Yi Liang suddenly comprehended. If that is the case, then Shirzong truly found himself embroiled in an unwarranted disaster. Coughing lightly twice, Yi Liang turned his gaze back to the grounded Shirzong. I have said all I needed to say, whether you believe it or not. That is the truth. Yi Liang slowly began to turn away. Now that he understood everything, he could not afford to linger here. Since Madara Uchiha sought his death, it posed a significant danger. This time it was merely Shirzong, but next time it could be someone else, perhaps Nagato, or Haiden, or even himself. Yi Liang was acutely aware that although he possessed numerous S-rank ninjutsu, he still fell short when confronting these top-tier powerhouses. With this thought in mind, Yi Liang let out a sharp whistle. This was his unique signal to communicate with his team, a method learned from an anti-Japanese drama. It is the captain's signal. Kakashi swiftly dispatched a lowly opponent and raced towards Yi Liang's direction. Meanwhile, the other lowly ninjas hesitated to pursue. They had already witnessed Kakashi's dominance over them. Yet they feared the repercussions of failure, hence they had been stalling Kakashi. Now that he was gone, they dared not continue the chase. Rin and Obito also made their way towards Yi Liang. The group quickly reunited in the town of the Land of Waves. Teacher, did you deal with the leader? Yes. I have temporarily restrained him. Once the village sends someone, he can be taken away. However, plans have changed. There are greater forces at play behind this matter. The previous plan has been discarded. We must act swiftly. Yi Liang suddenly sighed, causing Kakashi and the others to immediately adopt serious expressions. A few days later, Yi Liang furrowed his brows as he gazed at the third Hokage in the Hokage Hall. Are you saying that when the Umbu arrived, Pipa Shirzong was already dead? Indeed. It appears he succumbed to a Jinjutsu, his expression one of terror at the time of death, yet there were no other fatal injuries on his body. The third Hokage recounted calmly. Yi Liang pondered deeply, realizing that Uchiha Madara was undoubtedly behind this, dying from the fear induced by a Jinjutsu, aside from Tsukuyami. He could not conceive of any other Jinjutsu capable of directly killing a super elite ninja. However, he had no intention of leaving the village during this perilous period. The thought of being targeted by Uchiha Madara was utterly terrifying. After all, he was a master of grand schemes. Ahem, if you have nothing else, you may leave. The mission was completed successfully, and due to the appearance of Pipa Shirzong, I shall increase the reward, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated succinctly. Understood, Yi Liang nodded. Exiting the Hokage Hall, he made his way directly to Hongdo's cottage. Counting his rewards was a talent honed by the people of Huagua. Upon reviewing the rewards, he instantly cast aside thoughts of Uchiha Madara. To his astonishment, he had received the tailed beast bomb. Can this even be classified as a ninjutsu? Yi Liang mused to himself in Hongdo's room. After resolving the issue with Kato, the system had rewarded him with a ninjutsu known as the tailed beast bomb. However, strictly speaking, this was not related to ninjutsu at all. The tailed beast bomb was a signature technique of a creature known as a tailed beast, where one condenses their power in their mouth and releases it in a single breath. Although its power was formidable, it required an immense amount of chakra. Yi Liang had previously experimented with it. While he could utilize the tailed beast bomb, its potency was insufficient to defeat even an elite jonin. Due to his lack of chakra, Yi Liang was not a tailed beast, and therefore lacked the monstrous chakra reserves that would allow him to wield an S-rank technique effectively. Was there truly no other way? Yi Liang fell into contemplation once more. With Uchiha Madara now fixated on him, he had to prioritize enhancing his strength. Imagine being targeted by the ultimate boss right after entering the novice village. The pressure was unimaginable. But how could he increase his chakra? Yi Liang contemplated for quite some time. In the world of Naruto, chakra originated from the ancient god tree of Kagaya. At that time, as an extraterrestrial, Kagaya had just arrived on Earth, and she was no benevolent figure. Her civilization's plan was to drain the Earth's energy directly through the god tree to elevate their own civilization's prowess. Unfortunately, just as she was on the verge of success, she was seduced by a local native. It is worth noting that during that era, Kagaya's civilization was comparable to Yi Liang's previous life. While the Earth in the Naruto world was still in the cold weapon era, not much different from that of monkeys. Perhaps she was truly desperate. Yi Liang sighed. This beautiful woman had been impregnated by a monkey. Shocking. In any case, Yi Liang could not comprehend her thoughts. By the way, in his previous life, Yi Liang had heard rumors that AIDS actually originated from chimpanzees, and the first man to contract AIDS was inevitably linked to a gorilla. Kagaya was such a case, the first woman to have relations with a monkey. TSK, such is the nature of women. After Kagaya had an affair with the local monkey lord, she soon bore her own offspring, believing she would have a fulfilling life. However, in her prime, she was targeted by another monkey lord, one who was larger and stronger. Her lover swiftly betrayed her. Alas, in the wild, strength reigns supreme. Her monkey husband could not defy the will of a superior. Kagaya was ambushed, left on the brink of death. In her moment of crisis, she awakened to her true power and utilized the strength of the god tree to eliminate all monkeys that dared to defy her. Except for two, one named Hori and the other Hamura. Chapter 22, Seeking the Cave. These two individuals were, in fact, her children, born of the natives. Alas, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Kagaya's heart softened, and she spared the two children. The subsequent events unfolded clearly. Under Kagaya's protection, the two brothers gradually grew to become leaders among the local natives. Through a series of events, they accidentally discovered their mother's extraterrestrial identity. My mother is an alien. How can I endure this? A righteous fury surged within them. Mother must be slain. Harnessing the natural energy of the toad sage, the elder brother Hori swiftly accomplished this feat, and was later revered as the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of the ninja world. This is the origin of the Naruto universe. Yi Liang understood that all chakra originates from the entire Kagaya clan. It was their demise that allowed all humans on Earth to share a portion of chakra. However, each person's chakra is fixed, residing in every corner of their bodies, yet simultaneously sealed by their meridians. The training of a ninja in chakra involves gradually unsealing these barriers to access more latent chakra. Yi Liang was uncertain whether he possessed chakra. His abilities were granted by the system, and thus his innate potential remained dormant, while a ninja's chakra training required years of effort during childhood. Yi Liang simply lacked that time. He had considered employing special training methods to temporarily open his body's meridians to access chakra, but that was evidently unfeasible, as only Might Guy had such techniques. Many in his previous life were aware of this method, known as the Eight Gates. Unfortunately, Might Guy had been dispatched to the front lines to fight, leaving him with no alternative but to emulate the Sage of Six Paths and learn the art of natural energy absorption. Sage techniques. This was essentially the primal energy of the earth, learned by the Sage of Six Paths from the Toad Sage. But there were also the White Snake Sage and the Slug Sage who possessed such skills. The Slug Sage was not worth considering, as the original work did not mention where to find them, but the White Snake Sage could be worth a try. In the second part of Boruto, Boruto had once visited the White Snake Sage's location in the Dragon Cave to save his companion Mitsuki. Yi Liang vaguely remembered how Boruto had entered the Dragon Cave. Although such sacred places required a fated individual to enter, he wanted to give it a shot. After all, he was the child of destiny. Haha. Let us take action. Lying in the room, Yi Liang burst into laughter. Yi Liang, what madness are you up to again? Aren't you going to sleep? Hong Do complained from the side. She found it quite strange today. Yi Liang, who was usually carefree, had suddenly begun poring over chakra data, often lowering his head in deep thought, as if he were studying. Women. All you know is to sleep every day, with no aspirations at all. As if you're really reading a book. Of course, reading brings me joy. Books are the ladder of human progress. Genius is composed of 1 inspiration and 99 perspiration. Light gives us experience, and reading grants us knowledge. Ostrovsky. Yi Liang unleashed a flurry of rhetoric, leaving Hong Do without a single retort. Indeed, what does Ostrovsky mean? Hong Do was utterly perplexed. It was her first encounter with such a studious Yi Liang. However, what he said today was remarkably insightful. Such a conclusive tone made her realize his ignorance. He had rushed through his memorization and inadvertently slipped up. So that is how it is. In the dead of night, Yi Liang found himself alone in the small grove near the End Valley. In the original narrative, Boruto discovered the Dragon Cave in this very grove. Yet it had long been traversed by others. Aside from Boruto, the only ones who truly entered the Dragon Cave were Mitsuki and Kabuto. Boruto had not yet been born, and Mitsuki had yet to be developed. As for Kabuto, Yi Liang was certain he was still in the orphanage. In his past life, Kabuto was sent to the orphanage amidst the turmoil of war, but regrettably, after training for a while, he was dispatched to the front lines as a spy. Thus, he was later noticed by Orochimaru and cultivated into a formidable being, but now it seemed he had no such opportunity. Orochimaru had already been imprisoned. Of course, Yi Liang did not expect to find the Dragon Cave. He meticulously searched every corner of the grove with his enhanced body technique. Yet he found no clues to the existence of the Dragon Cave. Could it be that I truly lacked the fate to discover it? For the first time, Yi Liang felt uncertain about himself. As a traveler, even without the bonus of fate, he should possess some level of adventurous luck, right? However, after scouring the grove, he found himself devoid of any leads. Was I really devoid of destiny? Yi Liang felt disheartened, but in an instant, he lifted his head once more. If I do not grow stronger, I shall perish. Though Yi Liang did not possess an extraordinarily brilliant mind, he was acutely aware of the tension that accompanied crises. Thus, he began to contemplate. He pondered for an hour. Boruto had seen the dragon cave after navigating through a mist, yet regardless of where the cave was, Boruto did not venture too far. This implies that the dragon cave must still lie within this grove, possibly concealed by environmental factors or some other deceptive means. Yi Liang suddenly understood everything. As a modern individual, he trusted in science and the law of conservation of mass, while also believing that the world of ninjas was not entirely fantastical. In a scientific realm, there must be a way to forcefully rationalize it. With a spark of inspiration, Yi Liang prepared to unleash his powerful technique upon the expanse of the grove. He shouted loudly, and his body began to levitate into the air. The technique could exponentially amplify its power with proper charging. Yi Liang thought, since I cannot locate the dragon cave, I might as well employ a wide-range attack to obliterate the grove. With no obstructions, the dragon cave would surely reveal itself. He concentrated his energy and released all his chakra in one go. Boom! A significant portion of the grove, nearly half the size of Konoha village, was cleared away by his assault. Haha, this method is undoubtedly effective. Yi Liang quickly sat cross-legged to replenish his chakra, having destroyed half the grove in one go. At this pace, he estimated he would need only 20 full-power techniques to completely eradicate the entire grove, and with recovery time factored in, he could achieve this feat in about a month. Yi Liang then procured some energy-restoring pills from Konoha to commence his plan. Boom boom. For an entire month, the sounds of destruction echoed through the grove. Fortunately, this world lacked forest protection laws. Otherwise, Yi Liang would have found himself in prison. Chapter 23. The Trial of the Dragon Cave. The villagers of Konoha found it peculiar, yet upon realizing that Yi Liang was the instigator, none dared to intervene. After all, he was a mysterious super expert. Finally, I have found it. Upon clearing the land, Yi Liang discovered the entrance to the dragon cave. It was located right in the center of this grove, confirming that it was indeed an illusion, which explained my inability to locate it. Yi Liang touched the door of the dragon cave. It felt somewhat ethereal, emanating a chilling aura. He stepped inside. The interior resembled a magnificent palace, resplendent in its glory, with the inscription Dragon Cave carved prominently above the entrance. Yet, Yi Liang understood that this was merely a facade. This ethereal realm had been conjured through illusion. In truth, it was merely an ordinary snake lair. His heart raced slightly. In the original narrative, entering the dragon cave did not immediately grant one access to sage mode. One had to complete the 3 trials set forth by the white snake sage, or risk being consumed by the cave's serpent maidens and reduced to mere bones. Swallowing hard, he reassured himself that the 3 trials were nothing to fear, having read the original story. He encouraged himself, recalling that the first trial was a fasting challenge, where an abundance of delectable food would appear on one's table. The illusion would induce hunger, but consuming the food would lead to paralysis from the toxins within, transforming one into a meal for the snake maidens. Feeling a bit awkward, Yi Liang, a modern recluse with a keen interest in food, found this trial somewhat daunting. Entering the cave, he indeed encountered a lavish feast laid out before him, accompanied by a stunning serpent maiden. Yi Liang glanced at the sumptuous spread, then at the maiden beside it, momentarily frozen. Serpent maiden, what are you staring at? Yi Liang, staring at a fool. Serpent maiden, who are you calling a fool? Yi Liang, I'm calling you a fool. The serpent maiden felt deeply insulted. Why would he gaze at her instead of indulging in the vast array of food? Was there something amiss with her appearance? Yi Liang focused intently on her ample bosom. Diverting his attention proved to be an effective means of restraint. Yi Liang suppressed his appetite while redirecting his desires elsewhere, highlighting his tendency to prioritize physical urges. Encountering a fool, the serpent maiden, realizing that her allure had no effect on Yi Liang, stormed off in frustration. Disappointed, Yi Liang rubbed his eyes, and everything around him vanished, including the enchanting figure. It seemed he had passed this trial, though a twinge of regret lingered. Perhaps he should attempt it again? Soon, he arrived at the second trial. The palace was equally stunning. Yet this time there was a deep pit. Yi Liang surveyed the perimeter of the pit. The entrance to the next trial was obstructed by a grand door, which featured a cross-shaped keyhole, yet no key was provided. Yi Liang was well aware of this challenge. In the original tale, the second trial was dubbed the Intelligence Trial. Within the depths of the pit lay countless fragments of stone, and Yi Liang was required to find 2 specific stones to insert into the keyhole to unlock the door. However, this trial was quite difficult, as among the thousands of stones, only 2 were the right fit. In the original narrative, Boruto took a considerable amount of time to unlock the door to the third trial. Yi Liang casually picked up 2 stones and returned to the door. Instead of rushing, he gradually fell into reminiscence. Uncle, I don't want to go to school anymore. I want to learn masonry from you. I want to earn money for the family. Yi Liang, you have lost your mind. With the intellect required for university, why engage in such foolishness? Do you realize that your family has exhausted their savings to support your education? This is precisely why I do not wish to attend school. I want to work and alleviate the burden on my family. Families in poverty face immense hardships, and Yi Liang is no exception. As he pondered this, he suddenly halted. This recollection stemmed from a conversation he had with his uncle. Due to financial constraints, he was forced to abandon his studies. Later, after spending a few days working on a construction site with his uncle, he returned to school. It was unbearably difficult. Yi Liang felt tears welling up. For the sake of a laptop, this child had resorted to laboring on a construction site. He even lied to his uncle about wanting to ease the family's burden. His uncle was a contractor. Could he truly not afford tuition? Swallowing hard, Yi Liang swiftly conjured a chakra knife in his hand. This was a simple C-rank ninjutsu that he had learned through daily tasks. Gazing at the stone in his hand, he deftly manipulated it, quickly crafting a star-shaped key. A masonry expert. I am serious about my studies. The entrance to the third trial was now open. Is this the White Snake Sage? Upon entering, Yi Liang immediately spotted a massive white serpent lying nearby, measuring over 10 meters in length. It possessed the head of an elderly woman, but its lower half was entirely serpentine, twisted and somewhat grotesque. Naturally, Yi Liang was referring to the face of the White Snake Sage. In the original narrative, Boruto had not directly encountered this serpent. Being merely a child, he was ensnared by illusions and could only perceive the challenges of the third trial. However, Yi Liang, being an adult and a jonin, was different. My goodness, this woman is quite large. Observing her corpulent form, Yi Liang felt a chill run down his spine. If he were to be swallowed by such a lengthy serpent, he feared he might never escape. He could only pretend not to see her and walked straight into the third trial. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness. This trial was a mental one, thus requiring no elaborate setting. In the original story, Boruto fell victim to the serpent's venom before embarking on the mental trial, but Yi Liang was different. He had not been affected by the venom at all, as the prior trials had been too simple. The snake women had not even granted him the opportunity to be poisoned. This led to an awkward predicament. Without the serpent's venom, the trial could not commence. And without the trial, there could be no completion, thus no sage mode. Yi Liang never imagined he would encounter such a paradox. Had he known, he would have been slightly slower during the previous trials. Regrettably, there was no recourse available now. He scanned his surroundings, finding nothing apart from the enormous white serpent. Could it be that he truly had to resort to this? Slowly, Yi Liang approached the White Snake Sage. She was the only one left from whom he could obtain the venom. The White Snake Sage was fast asleep, completely unaware of Yi Liang's stealthy approach. Oh, this creature has not brushed her teeth in ages. Ugh. Yi Liang reached into the mouth of the White Snake Sage, and although the serpent bore a human face, it was still a transformation of the white serpent, and the human visage was several times larger than Yi Liang's own. Chapter 24. The final trial. Yi Liang cautiously cupped his hands to catch a few drops of her saliva. To drink or not to drink, that is the question. Yi Liang recalled a saying by Shinjide, a great figure from his past life who dedicated himself to the study of poisons, ultimately succumbing to his own experiments. Such is the spirit. Yi Liang thought it worth emulating. However, drinking the saliva of an elderly woman seemed rather distasteful. Just as he hesitated, the massive white serpent before him suddenly opened her eyes. Young man, do you seek power? Then you must pay a price, be it body or soul. Yi Liang was nearly brought to his knees in fright. He stared blankly at the white serpent, who seemed only half awake before abruptly collapsing back into slumber. Was this mere sleep talk? Yi Liang felt a flicker of doubt, but after weighing the pros and cons, he gulped down the saliva in one swift motion. There was no other choice. The aura of the White Snake Sage upon awakening was simply too formidable. Yi Liang was nearly paralyzed with fear by her words. Should she truly unleash her power upon him, he could not withstand it. He needed to complete his task swiftly. Yi Liang was not meant to be here. He had forced his way into the dragon cave, so he remained uncertain whether the White Snake Sage would attack him. Yet, he believed that if he could complete her test beforehand, she would eventually acknowledge his strength, ensuring his safety. Indeed, the strong fear not obstacles. especially those posed by a mere woman. Yi Liang let out a low growl, but swiftly retreated from the great white serpent. What a mere woman! Just as he turned to leave, the slumbering white snake sage opened her eyes once more. I was prepared to devour you, but based on your words, I shall grant you a chance. I hope you do not disappoint me. TSK TSK. The white snake chuckled coldly. She was powerful, and equally a woman. Most of the ninjas who had come here in the past were geniuses, with many surpassing Yi Liang in strength, yet they had all failed to escape the third trial. In summary, they had been consumed, devoured by the white snake sage. Even the mightiest of geniuses, who had not even been afforded the opportunity to begin the trial, could not hope to exit the dragon cave. Previously, these talented individuals were immensely powerful, but they all shared a common flaw. They sought to appease the white snake sage. This was fundamentally illogical. It is well known that women must not be spoiled. Should you show her even a modicum of kindness, she will take advantage of it. Although the white snake sage is a serpent, she is also a woman. Those geniuses, in their attempts to curry favor with her, were naturally looked down upon. In contrast, Yi Liang's overtly masculine approach immediately captivated the white snake sage's interest. Even if she was an elderly woman, she still felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. In the center of the chamber, Yi Liang sensed a wave of dizziness. This was likely due to the toxin. In the original narrative, Naruto succumbed to this toxin, subsequently witnessing his former companions hurling harsh words at him. In Japan, there is a great emphasis on camaraderie, making such harsh words difficult to bear. However, Yi Liang was different. How could a recluse have friends? What did he have to fear from solitude? Yi Liang, wake up! Suddenly, he felt someone shaking his back. He instinctively glanced back to find Orochimaru. What is the matter? Yi Liang replied coldly. Maintaining an air of nonchalance was his motto. Seeing him like this, Orochimaru was clearly taken aback. Yi Liang, let us go play soccer. Udo is already waiting for us. Soccer? Yi Liang was somewhat bewildered. Soccer was a concept from his past life. Although it existed in reality, it was a matter post-Boruto's transition, as the narrative of Shippuden had been predominantly focused on battles. Yet, this was not the point of concern for Yi Liang. He was fixated on another detail. Orochimaru was pulling his hand, inviting him to play soccer? Could such a bizarre thing truly exist? Yi Liang narrowed his eyes and unleashed a powerful repulsion. Boom! Before Orochimaru could react, he was sent flying by an invisible wall of force. What is going on? How did you see through my ruse? She let out a shriek, subsequently transforming into a serpent woman, lifeless upon the ground. In the distance, the white snake sage's eyes flickered with intrigue. This little creature possesses a certain charm. Faced with her deepest affections and most cherished pursuits, she remains remarkably composed. A true prodigy, indeed, reflected the white snake sage in admiration. Their illusions morph automatically based on the adversary's innermost thoughts. For instance, if one's passion is to become Hokage and the most significant figure in their life is their father, the illusion would manifest as the father leading them to the Hokage's coronation. Such a scenario is inherently plausible. Yet, Yi Liang encountered a predicament. His passion lies in football, and the figure etched into his memory is Orochimaru, the first formidable opponent he encountered after his transmigration. Quite profound. Thus, the illusion conjured by the serpent woman transformed into Orochimaru, guiding him in a game of football. Damn it! This dragon cave trial is fraught with traps, Yi Liang exclaimed, spotting the third Hokage approaching him with a jovial sway. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with an amiable demeanor, whispered, "Guest, would you like a special service?" To hell with that. Yi Liang shouted again, and another serpent woman fell. Next, the red bean, carrying a child, made her entrance. You heartless creature. You forsake your own child. You are callous, shameless, and unreasonable. Well, aren't you equally heartless, shameless, and unreasonable? Yi Liang weakly retorted. Nonsense. You are even more heartless, shameless, and unreasonable. This exchange looped endlessly. Shinra Tensei. Yi Liang struggled to bring himself to strike, but the repetition was relentless. Another woman appeared, Miss Shobu from Ichiraku Ramen. The serpent woman, noticing the prolonged duration of Yi Liang's struggle against the red bean, discerned his weakness. Women. Liang, would you like some ramen? I have some down below. Get lost. Shinra Tensei. Tailed beast bomb. Deitapa. Yi Liang hurled an array of S-rank ninjutsu at her, even unleashing techniques he had not mastered in his fury. How is this possible? Isn't this your passion? The serpent woman screamed in despair, while the distant white snake sage appeared somewhat bewildered. These illusions stemmed from Yi Liang's heart. A fervent ramen lover should not escape punishment for his desires. This is an affront. I do not indulge in such matters, Yi Liang declared, adamant in his stance against misogyny. As every illusion cast upon Yi Liang proved ineffective, the white snake sage found herself at a loss. The essence of this trial was to observe how candidates escape illusions once ensnared. However, Yi Liang's predicament was grave. He could not even fall victim to the illusion, let alone extricate himself from it. The white snake sage began to question her purpose. It was not that her illusions were weak, but rather that there were insufficient hands to execute them. This trial is too taxing on the serpent women. You must kill one examiner for every challenge, she lamented, heartbroken. After much deliberation, she resolved to intervene personally. Regardless of Yi Liang's strength, she believed herself to be his equal. My love, do you not want me anymore? A passionately exotic woman approached Yi Liang. He was taken aback, fully aware that this woman was yet another transformation of the white snake. However, he could not bring himself to act against her, for she bore the visage of his past life celebrity, Diliriba. How can this be? How do these serpent women know my former memories? He marveled in astonishment. His past memories were his foundation, the one secret he wished to keep hidden. Confronted with such a revelation, he was overwhelmed with shock. No, even if she is Diliriba, she must be slain. Yi Liang's eyes turned crimson, his internal struggle culminating in clenched fists. Flying Thunder God, Shinra Tensei. This was a combination technique, the very one Yi Liang had mastered. Impossible, the white snake sage gasped, realizing too late that Yi Liang had vanished from sight. Instantaneously, she enveloped herself in natural chakra, only to be propelled from the palace by the force of Shinra Tensei. Die. You must die. The combination of venom and rage pushed Yi Liang beyond the threshold of control. Body flicker technique, tailed beast bomb. This was a follow-up attack. The tailed beast bomb typically required charging, yet fueled by his fury, Yi Liang unleashed it without aiming. The white snake sage, feeling another crushing blow, could no longer withstand it. What are you all staring at? Come help me, she commanded, and all the serpent women surged towards Yi Liang. Though these women lacked ninjutsu, they were all manifestations of Orochimaru, and in an instant, the dragon cave was filled with countless white serpents. Must not let anyone know. Damn it. The red-eyed Yi Liang swiftly summoned a chakra scalpel. This technique, though seemingly feeble, had been honed to rival a true blade. Clang. The scalpel struck the scales of a great serpent, producing a sharp sound followed by a spray of blood. Good heavens. It appears he has gone mad due to the serpent's poison. Yet how can this mere Chunin wield so many S-rank techniques? This is incomprehensible, the white snake sage pondered. Now regaining her composure, Yi Liang's subsequent assaults were astonishing, for S-rank techniques were not merely defined by their immense power. Their complexity far surpassed others. Completing even a simple S-rank technique could take years, even decades, much like Minato's Flying Thunder God, which took him years to perfect based on the foundation laid by the second Hokage. Yet, Yi Liang's level of genius was terrifyingly exceptional. I must first neutralize his serpent venom, otherwise, the dragon cave will be annihilated. The white snake sage's gaze shifted, forming a resolution. A talent as unparalleled as Yi Liang's could not be overlooked. Besides, he had already pierced through her illusions. In the entire dragon cave, her illusions were unrivaled. And if he saw through them, he had undoubtedly passed the third challenge. The white snake sage spat forth a green liquid and swiftly approached Yi Liang. Senjutsu, white snake technique. A colossal, ethereal red serpent materialized beside Yi Liang. Senjutsu is the ultimate art of summoning beasts, a transcendental technique possessed by the ancestors of the three great sanctuaries. With a resounding crash, Yi Liang instinctively covered his ears. The white snake technique vibrated the surrounding air, causing the bones of the opponent to resonate. This was the same technique Kabuto had used to bind the heroine's movements. Yi Liang was immobilized. The white snake sage closed in. Being a serpent, her skeletal structure was composed of soft cartilage, rendering this senjutsu ineffective against her kind. Gently grasping Yi Liang's back, I swiftly forced the green liquid from my palm into his mouth. Yi Liang succumbed to a deep unconsciousness, collapsing on the ground. At this moment, the dragon cave lay in ruins, ravaged by Yi Liang's actions. Countless Shinra Tensei and tailed beast orbs scattered about, leaving the once grand space battered and scarred. with even the original palace now but a memory. Ancestor, this fiend has destroyed our dragon palace. Why must we save him? A nearby serpent maiden exclaimed vehemently. Indeed, such a wretch deserves death, possessing no value whatsoever. Enough. I have my own plans. The white snake sage commanded, dismissing the crowd. She gently placed Yi Liang's body on the stone table where he once rested. I truly wonder where you learned such perverse ninjutsu, you little imp. She gazed coldly at Yi Liang, but her expression suddenly softened. I have heard that Myobo-Kuzan has recently taken in a legendary child of fate. I shall see whose apprentice is superior, yours or mine. Young man, you are fortunate. The white snake sage gradually revived Yi Liang and commenced his instruction in sage arts. Time flowed by. This teaching lasted 3 years. By this year, Konoha village had entered a state of military preparedness, having just emerged from the Third Ninja War. Though they should have taken a moment to recuperate, an unrelenting series of calamities beset them. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he perused the reports on his desk. Is the Nine-Tails set to invade the village? Damn it! Who is controlling it? Tailed beasts do not attack humans without cause. Hiruzen was furious. Over the past 3 years, too much had transpired, including Yi Liang's sudden disappearance, which preceded the outbreak of war. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar masked man assaulted the village. According to the accounts of those who faced him, such as Minato Namikaze, this masked man exhibited formidable strength and unparalleled fire-release ninjutsu. Had Minato not slightly improved his own abilities over the years, he might have been defeated then. Now, as the fourth Hokage, even Minato felt he could not triumph over this masked man, a testament to the latter's terrifying power. Chapter 26. Yi Liang's return. If only Yi Liang were still here. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Though Yi Liang was not a native of Konoha, after several missions together, Hiruzen had grown to trust him completely. Truth be told, he even wished for Yi Liang's full integration into Konoha. Alas, such a skilled expert ultimately departed from Konoha. Was he returning to the Sound Ninja village? Just as he pondered, a scout arrived once more. Third Hokage, the masked man has returned. This time, he rides atop the Nine-Tails. The fourth Hokage has already gone to intercept him. I understand. Go gather intelligence. I will follow shortly. Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched the scout, then quietly removed his long robe. With his dark complexion and well-defined abs, even in his advanced age, Hiruzen still possessed considerable strength. He was preparing for battle. As the third Hokage rose to depart, Mitarashi Anko appeared at the door. Hokage-sama, is there still no word on Yi Liang? She hesitantly inquired, glancing at the current situation. Every month at this time, she would visit the Hokage's office to inquire about Hiruzen, despite him having clearly informed her that Yi Liang had truly left Konoha. Anko, it would be best if you let it go. Yi Liang will not return. The battlefield is fraught with dangers, and there is no time for such concerns. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained briefly before departing. Mitarashi Anko stood gazing at the sky, perplexed by her own worry for Yi Liang. Initially, she had been quite angry at his disappearance. But as time passed, her concern for his whereabouts only deepened. Could it be that I have feelings for him? At that moment, Anko was already 15 years old, having grown into a more feminine figure over the past 3 years. Naturally endowed with a curvaceous physique, her body was both ample and voluptuous, her skin fair and delicate, like porcelain. As she gazed into the distance, she suddenly felt a pair of large hands encircle her slender waist. Who is it? Anko gasped in shock. This was the Hokage's office, the most heavily guarded location in Konoha. To be ambushed here was utterly alarming. However, just as she prepared to retaliate with a jutsu, a familiar voice whispered in her ear. Little Anko, long time no see. It was Yi Liang's voice. Anko's heart soared. Though his voice had changed considerably, she recognized it instantly. She turned her head in excitement, and a familiar face came into view. It was Yi Liang. Compared to her previous memories, he had matured, losing some of his youthful innocence while gaining a more masculine charm. Yi Liang, you scoundrel, where have you been? I thought I would never see you again. Anko exclaimed, leaping into his embrace, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yi Liang awkwardly patted her head, bewildered by her reaction. He had assumed Anko would be particularly averse to him after his persistent teasing. How could she be reacting this way? Could it be that I have become more handsome? Yi Liang pondered. Indeed, the only plausible explanation is that I have become more attractive. He firmly believed in this newfound self-assessment. Hey, if you keep holding me like this, I might suffocate. Yi Liang jested. Regarding women who succumb to his charm, He felt no need for excessive tenderness. What's this? You are the one clinging to me. Yet you call me a pervert and even want to hit me? He thought, feeling quite vexed. Women were indeed incomprehensible. At that moment, Yi Liang, who had been observing Anko's figure, suddenly froze. Her neck was too fair. Wait, what was that birthmark? Anko bore a black floral birthmark on her neck, resembling a small flower. What the hell? Isn't this the cursed seal of the earth? He recognized immediately. But wait, wasn't Orochimaru dealt with? In the original story, Anko also possessed this cursed seal, yet when Yi Liang first arrived, he had disrupted Orochimaru's ritual, and the latter had been captured. Given his current strength, it was impossible for Orochimaru to have escaped from the Umbu's prison. Anko, what is going on with this? Yi Liang inquired seriously. At this moment, he had no desire for jest. The cursed seal, while granting power, could severely damage the mind and even lead to dissociation in extreme cases. Orochimaru escaped after you went missing. Anko's expression immediately darkened. A man named Akatsuki attacked the village. He was incredibly powerful. Even the fourth Hokage was no match for him. Later, the third Hokage led a team of elite shinobi, barely managing to repel him. It was during that chaos that Orochimaru made his escape. Akatsuki? Yi Liang's brow furrowed in confusion. With the memories of his past life, he naturally recognized that Akatsuki's Kakazu was actually Uchiha Obito in disguise. Uchiha Madara sought to make a comeback, but his age had rendered him frail. Thus, he orchestrated the downfall of Obito, who was also an Uchiha, compelling him to serve as his proxy. Yet, Obito had been saved by Madara, which motivated him to strive for strength in order to challenge Madara. But what of Obito? Is he well? Yi Liang inquired. Obito? Oh, you mean Team 7. They are all Chunin, stationed in the village. I remained here due to the curse mark. Obito is still around? That doesn't add up. If Obito is still alive, then who is masquerading as Kakazu now? Yi Liang felt perplexed. After conversing with Hongdo for a while, he gradually grasped the current situation. After Minato's return and his remarkable feats during the Third Great Ninja War, he ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage. Team 7, originally Yi Liang's, had reverted to Minato's command due to Yi Liang's disappearance. Later, Kakazu caused chaos, damaging many buildings in the village, which allowed Orochimaru to escape. Although they managed to repel Kakazu, it wasn't long before he returned, launching another assault on the village with the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails has made an appearance? Yi Liang gradually realized the situation was spiraling out of control. Yet a spark of unnoticeable excitement flickered in his eyes, because the Shippuden has finally arrived. Chapter 27. Confronting the masked man outside the village, 10 kilometers from the entrance. A thunderous roar shook the entire mountain range. Minato gazed forlornly at the colossal fox before him. The Nine Tails, with its 9 tails. It stood as the most formidable of all tailed beasts, a legacy of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, such a powerful beast was now under the iron grip of a sinister man wearing a mask. Damn it, who is this man? Minato pondered, feeling exasperated. Once a genius who attracted attention wherever he went, everything changed after encountering Yi Liang. First, he was sent flying by an unusual jutsu, and now, he faced this enigmatic masked man. He could forgive himself for being defeated by Yi Liang, as he had been weak at that time. However, after his training, Minato felt immensely stronger, yet he was still bested by this mysterious figure. This was utterly unacceptable. Where do these formidable beings originate? His brow furrowed deeply, just as Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with reinforcements. Minato, what is the situation now? Sarutobi swiftly maneuvered through the trees. We have repelled the masked man several times, but the Nine Tails is incredibly troublesome. It can share its chakra with the masked man repeatedly. We must prioritize neutralizing it. Share chakra? Sarutobi gazed skeptically at the masked man perched upon the Nine Tails. Indeed, as Minato stated, the man was enveloped in a thick, deep red liquid, layer upon layer, resembling a chakra cloak. It truly is Nine Tails chakra, but with such a massive form, resolving this immediately seems implausible. Don't worry, Sensei. I have a solution. A solution? Sarutobi's eyes narrowed, reassessing Minato. He couldn't fathom where Minato's confidence stemmed from. Even the former Yi Liang might struggle to contain such a colossal beast. Sealing. Sealing? Precisely. Minato cleared his throat. I intend to utilize my original jutsu, the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, to seal the Nine Tails within Naruto. Kushina is already en route. I believe once the Nine Tails is gone, the masked man will become more manageable. You must be mad. The dead demon consuming seal requires a soul as a vessel. It's fine, Sensei, I am willing. Minato suddenly looked resolute, facing his teacher. In the original plot, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was an exceptionally righteous man, wholly aware of duty. Though Yi Liang's presence had led him astray, he could not overpower his own character. Sensei, after my death, I entrust Kushina to you. He spoke softly to the third Hokage. Understood. Just then, the masked man attacked once more. He leapt from the back of the Nine Tails, swiftly unleashing a great fire annihilation. A massive wave of fire surged toward the Konoha ninjas, blotting out the sun. Even the Nine Tails, a tailed beast, was engulfed in flames. How outrageous. Why is this fire so potent? It nearly rivals an S-rank jutsu. Indeed, the Great Fire Annihilation is classified as a B-rank jutsu. The Konoha ninjas, stunned, held their ground. After unleashing over 20 water release techniques, they finally managed to withstand the fiery onslaught. Hiss! This guy is indeed formidable. The third Hokage gasped, finally understanding why Minato would risk his life to seal the Nine Tails. Such a powerful ninja makes prioritizing the Nine Tails a wise strategy. Everyone, we cannot retreat any further. Behind us lies Konoha village. We must prove our strength. Minato suddenly leapt into action, his gaze somber, clearly resigned to his fate. Four Red Suns formation. A square red halo enveloped the Nine Tails and the masked man, a simplified version of the Four Red Suns formation. Due to time constraints, they could not fully activate it. And Minato recognized that this basic sealing array would not suffice against the masked man. Sensei, it's your turn, Minato suddenly shouted. His actions meant not to defeat the masked man, but to confine the Nine Tails. Once the masked man disengaged from the Nine Tails, he would have the capacity to use the dead demon consuming seal. Understood. Sarutobi immediately grasped the plan. As a tactical master of the ninja world, he recognized Minato's intentions at a glance. He promptly led a group of Jonin into the Four Red Suns formation. Humph, mere grains of sand, unworthy of my attention. The masked man retaliated. Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as the third Hokage anticipated, the masked man's fire release far surpassed its expected strength. Even a simple C-rank jutsu could unleash effects equivalent to an S-rank. 5 Nature Transformation, Great Dragon Bullet Technique. He instantly performed the Shadow Clone Technique, then unleashed 5 dragon bullets of different elemental attributes towards the masked man's Great Fireball. The Dragon Bullet Technique is classified as an A-rank jutsu, and the amalgamation of 5 different elemental dragon bullets exceeded the typical strength of S-rank jutsu. Even if the masked man's Great Fireball possessed S-rank power, it was utterly incapable of withstanding this assault. Boom. The masked man's body was propelled out from the Nine Tails, and the other ordinary Jonin surged forward. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire release, Fire Whirlwind Technique. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. A flurry of assorted ninjutsu surged toward the masked man. Their objective was clear. During Minato's confinement of the Nine Tails, they aimed to expel the masked man from the Four Red Suns formation. The existence of the masked man could jeopardize the sealing of the Nine Tails. Humph, do you really think I am oblivious? Summoning technique. The masked man scoffed, swiftly clapping his hands, summoning an oversized fan the size of a person into his grasp. This is bad. It's the Uchiha fan. Seesaw attacks. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately recognized the object before him. It was a sacred artifact of the Uchiha clan, a relic once possessed by the Sage of Six Paths, capable of reflecting all long-range ninjutsu attacks. In his youth, Hiruzen had witnessed the Uchiha family wielding it. However, at this moment, it was far too late. Numerous ninjutsu techniques were already hurtling towards the masked man, but just as the attacks were about to descend upon him, he gently waved his hand. All the ninjutsu aimed at him instantly changed direction. It was as if they had taken a sudden turn at a critical moment, redirecting towards their original casters. The assembled ninjas gasped in astonishment. No one understood better than they the sheer power of these ninjutsu, unleashed by dozens of elite shinobi, a force that even those of the shadow level could not withstand head-on. Chapter 28. The Reaper's Sealing Technique. The ninjas hastily fled, as this assault was beyond their capacity to defend against. Just as they escaped the barrier of the 2 Crimson Suns, the ninjutsu that had initially targeted them suddenly veered towards the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen was struck with alarm. Minato was there. This is bad. He has seen through our intentions. Minato, run. He urgently warned Minato. Upon hearing the third Hokage's voice, Minato immediately noticed the incoming attack above him. His expression hardened. In an instant, his entire body vanished from the spot, while the chaotic barrage of ninjutsu struck the back of the Nine Tails. A ferocious roar erupted. The Nine Tails howled in pain. So, it is a space-time ninjutsu. The masked man glanced at Minato, already piecing it together. Is Minato unharmed? The third Hokage inquired of Minato beside him. He bore a kunai concealed on him, given by Minato earlier, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God seal, allowing him to escape in times of peril. I'm fine. I didn't expect this person to possess a relic of the Sage of Six Paths, but fortunately, he has exited the barrier of the two Crimson Suns. We can now seal the Nine Tails. Yes, we will hold him off. Upon hearing Minato's words, the third Hokage immediately charged towards the masked man with all the elite shinobi. At that moment, Minato gazed at the woman left behind, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. You've come. She was a woman with red hair, cradling a child. Minato, is there truly no other way? I don't want you to die? Kushina exclaimed. Minato approached her, gently brushing her hair aside, and then cradled the child in his arms. If it were possible, I would wish to live with you forever, but sacrifices must be made. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. He averted his gaze from her expression, then returned to the position within the barrier of the two Crimson Suns. Sealing technique, the Reaper's sealing. A colossal specter of the Shinigami instantly appeared behind Minato, its visage grotesque, wielding a small dagger. The Nine Tails before him let out a low growl, its body trembling, showing signs of slipping from control. Damn humans. I refuse. No. It spoke human words, as a massive white fox spirit began to be forcibly extracted from its body. Minato remained still, as the Shinigami's arm reached through his chest, grasping at the Nine Tails soul. This is the Reaper's sealing technique, the most powerful sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. It requires a sacrifice of one's own soul to summon the specter of death, which will seal the opponent's soul at the cost of the user's life. It is a technique of mutual destruction. Minato. Behind him, Kushina was torn with anguish, tears streaming down her face, yet she did not stop Minato, for she understood it was his will. How clever. So this was your motive. The masked man scoffed from afar, immediately attempting to attack Minato, but was blocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen before him. Do not interfere with them. I will hold you back. Get out of my way. The masked man bellowed. Yet for the moment, he could not break through the third Hokage's blockade and was gradually losing ground. Damn it. In my old age, my chakra is insufficient. He panicked. But the more he rushed, the more he was suppressed by the united forces of ninjas. That is your Hokage. Will you simply watch him perish? This is his choice. A judgment as Hokage. I cannot oppose him. How stubborn, just like that guy Tobarama. You know the second Hokage? None of your concern. The two sides resumed their fierce battle. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails had been fully extracted from its physical form, its towering spirit being forcibly inserted into the infant's body. Minato's brow furrowed. He was uncertain if this was the right course of action, as it was his own child, but with Minato's upright character, he could never fathom using another's child as a vessel for the tailed beast. Just then, someone slowly approached Kushina from behind. Are you all finished? Minato was startled and quickly turned his gaze, but upon seeing the newcomer, he appeared somewhat disheartened. You are Hayato? I thought you were missing. Indeed. The one who had returned after 3 years of absence was Hayato. Who are you? Kushina jumped in surprise. Hayato chuckled awkwardly. He had learned of the battle from Akane and rushed to the battlefield, but due to lingering too long, he arrived late. I went home for a family visit and just came back to see everyone. He laughed. However, Hayato found it strange that Minato knew him, as they had seemingly never spoken. The third Hokage is currently engaged with the masked man. I'm about to run out of energy. You must go assist him immediately. Out of energy? Hayato glanced at the scene before him with curiosity. Minato knelt on the ground, looking exhausted, while Kushina supported him. In the distance, an immobile Nine-Tails body lay, and a wailing infant cried in a basket. Everything felt eerily familiar, and Hayato instantly understood. I'm too late. My Nine-Tails. He lamented deeply. During his training in the Dragon Cave, he had calculated the timing. 3 years had passed since the plot began to shift. So he had hidden in the Dragon Cave to train for 3 years. Who would have thought the events would unfold so rapidly? What to do? What to do? My Nine-Tails is gone. He felt a surge of anxiety. But upon glancing at the crying infant, a look of joy spread across his face. The soul of the Nine Tails had not yet been completely sealed. He saw a gigantic figure struggling to force its essence into the basket, but had only managed to insert half of it. Earlier, due to the battle capturing everyone's attention, no one had noticed. "You are harming the child," Hayato immediately shouted. "How can you attempt to force the Nine Tails into the child's body? If he grows up, he will be rejected. Do you understand? We had no other choice. We couldn't harm another's child. Then let me do it." "You?" Minato and Kushina exchanged shocked glances. The existence of a Jinchuriki was often met with disdain, as tailed beasts were seen as harbingers of disaster, and those sealed with tailed beasts were naturally regarded as ill-fated. Therefore, Minato ultimately chose his own child as the vessel, not wanting to bring calamity upon others. "Are you truly willing to help Naruto bear the tailed beast?" Kushina exclaimed with delight. She is a mother, and were it not for Minato's insistence, she would never have wished for Naruto to become the Jinchuriki. "Of course Yi Liang, never deceive, especially when it comes to women," Yi Liang said solemnly. Chapter 29, Entrusting Wife and Child. Although he often deceives Hongdo, this time he was genuinely not lying. He truly desired to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Kushina looked at Minato, indicating it was his decision to make. The latter glanced at Yi Liang and saw the unwavering determination in his eyes. It seemed he truly wished to assist us as a couple, Minato sighed. "Yi Liang-kun, although I, Minato Namikaze, am not well acquainted with you, I will forever remember your actions today. Thank you." With that, he immediately knelt before Yi Liang. This is a gesture of gratitude in our land. If one is sincerely grateful, they would do so. Enough with the formalities. Once the Nine Tails fully enters Naruto, there will be no turning back, Yi Liang exclaimed in urgency. At that moment, the Nine Tails had already entered partway. Once it was fully inside, extracting it would mean Naruto's death. "All right, I will perform the technique." Seeing the situation, Kushina rushed in front of Yi Liang. She swiftly inscribed a seal on his abdomen with her blood and then formed hand signs. Yi Liang remained calm, understanding that Kushina was using the seal to redirect the Nine Tails. The Uzumaki clan was originally the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and they were well versed in sealing techniques. So Yi Liang trusted her. Soon, the spirit of the Nine Tails that had surged into Naruto's body became still, then began to flow back. Streams of red chakra slowly flowed from Naruto's body back into Yi Liang's abdomen. The seal began to glow. Yi Liang felt a wave of comfort and an unprecedented itchiness. The transfer was soon completed. Is this the end? Yi Liang assessed his body and felt a massive power residing within his abdomen, though he could not yet harness it. It appeared that he would need to contend with the Nine Tails to truly master its power, he speculated. At that moment, Kushina sighed in relief, drenched in sweat. Her lips pale, clearly exhausted, yet she mustered the strength to approach Minato. "Am I going to die?" Minato murmured, gazing at Kushina. The Grim Reaper's visage was fading slowly. Once it vanished completely, Minato's soul would be taken. Yes. Tears shimmered in Kushina's eyes. Their bond was deep, yet unexpectedly, after such a brief marriage, they faced separation. "Yi Liang-kun, could you come here for a moment?" Minato suddenly called for Yi Liang. "Huh." Yi Liang found it odd. "Why call me when you two are about to exchange last words?" Nevertheless, he approached. "Yi Liang-kun, I am about to depart, but my wife and son will be left to fend for themselves. Could I ask you to look after them?" "What? Look after your wife?" Yi Liang was taken aback. His mind swiftly turned, and he immediately comprehended Minato's intention. This was a request to entrust his wife and child. Yi Liang stood frozen, not expecting to encounter such a moment while merely seeking the Nine Tails chakra. He glanced at Kushina beside Minato, who, silent and with her head bowed, clearly acquiesced. What on earth is this? Yi Liang felt helpless, yet he could not refuse someone like Minato, who was sacrificing his life for a greater cause. "Rest assured, Minato, as long as I, Yi Liang, am alive, your child will be my child, and your wife will be my wife. I will ensure they are unharmed." Yi Liang solemnly reassured Minato. "Then I can rest easy." Minato replied softly, gazing slowly at Kushina. "Yi Liang-kun is a good man, a righteous man. I believe he will treat you well. I can entrust you to him." "Yes." The two exchanged quiet words, seemingly to convey final wishes. At that moment, Yi Liang slowly stepped back. With a leap, he ascended to the top of a large tree. "Is that the masked man?" The battle in the distance raged on but was nearing its climax as the third Hokage, accompanied by numerous elite shinobi, had cornered the masked man. Without the Nine Tails, he was gradually losing strength. However, at that moment, a blue samurai apparition wielding dual swords suddenly enveloped the masked man. It was colossal, towering like a mountain, wearing a sharp Tengu mask. "Susanoo, you are of the Uchiha clan," the third Hokage shouted, instantly recognizing it. But the ensuing sword strikes sent all the elite shinobi flying. "Humph, you possess quite the insight. Then let us die together." The masked man commanded the enormous samurai, striking forcefully towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The force was immense, the sound of the strike resonating through the air. At that moment, the third Hokage, exhausted, could not withstand such overwhelming power. Just then, an ordinary shuriken flew in front of him. Whoosh! A golden figure appeared instantly, gripping the long sword of Susanoo tightly. Flying Thunder God technique. Is that Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, but upon seeing the newcomer, he was taken aback. "It's Yi Liang. What are you doing here? If I weren't here, you'd be dead." Yi Liang smiled at the third Hokage. At this moment, the masked man displayed a hint of seriousness. Someone who could barehandedly withstand Susanoo was clearly no ordinary high-level ninja. With a slight exertion, Susanoo's long sword slashed downward again, but with a body flicker technique, Yi Liang tightly embraced Sarutobi Hiruzen and fled. Boom! The long sword struck nothing but air. A body flicker technique? "So it's you, kid. No wonder you looked familiar earlier. I still haven't settled the score with you over the Kamizuki incident, and you dare to come here. Huh, you sent someone to kill me. If I didn't show up, wouldn't that be disrespectful?" Yi Liang retorted. Hearing their exchange, the third Hokage was puzzled. It sounded like the two were definitely acquainted. "Yi Liang, this is Uchiha Madara." "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. Then, he saw the masked man remove his mask. An aged face appeared, skin withered, yet his eyes shone brightly. Countless Sharingans swirling within, but merely blinking transformed them into white rings. "Those are Rinnegan," Yi Liang gasped. Madara's initial plan was to implant his Rinnegan into Nagato and orchestrate Obito's moves from behind the scenes, intending to use Nagato's Rinnegan to resurrect himself. However, Yi Liang had disrupted Obito's plans during the assassination at the Kamizuki Bridge. Now, it seemed that Uchiha Madara had chosen to personally assault Konoha instead of implanting the Rinnegan into Nagato, which was an exceedingly risky decision. Chapter 30. The final battle against Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara has indeed aged. Although he survived due to the Rinnegan, his bodily functions were no longer what they once were, completely inferior to his younger self. Thus, Yi Liang was not particularly fearful of this weakened version of Madara. "Sage mode, activate!" Yi Liang roared within. The transformation commenced with serpentine pupils appearing in his eyes, followed by a gradual whitening of his body, the emergence of twin horns upon his head, and an overall softening of his physique. This was the sage mode of the Dragon Cave. By slowly gathering natural chakra throughout his being, he not only enhanced his own ninjutsu, but also unlocked techniques typically inaccessible to ordinary chakra. However, this metamorphosis required a significant accumulation of energy, making instantaneous transformation nearly impossible. Yet, Yi Liang was different. He had taken inspiration from Naruto's clever tactics in his past life. He had stored a multitude of shadow clones in the Dragon Cave, and whenever he needed to gather energy, he could simply dispel one of those clones to gain an opportunity for sage transformation. Presently, he had 3 such chances remaining. Has he even mastered sage transformation? Uchiha Obito mused, casting a surprised glance at Yi Liang. The last time they met, this young man could barely perform the body flicker technique in SHINRA Tensei, but after such a long interval, he had grown remarkably powerful. Obito had been keeping a close eye on Yi Liang, as he had thwarted his resurrection plans. Initially, he intended to use Yi Liang as a substitute for Uchiha Obito, but just as he was about to act, Yi Liang had inexplicably vanished. Disguised as the masked man, he had searched tirelessly for Yi Liang, but to no avail. Unbeknownst to Yi Liang, upon entering Sage mode, he immediately launched an assault on Uchiha Obito. Sage Art. White Serpent Technique. Enormous serpentine energy swirled rapidly around Obito, creating overwhelming sound waves that reverberated across the battlefield. Is this a serpent-style sage technique? Obito thought, momentarily taken aback. However, with Susanoo's protection, this sage technique could only temporarily hinder his physical form. He retaliated by striking at Yi Liang, but his speed was woefully sluggish. How can it not be sealed? Yi Liang exclaimed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend that even sage techniques could not restrain Uchiha Obito. Truly, the might of Uchiha Obito was formidable, even in his advanced age. Rising once more, Yi Liang prepared to counter the enormous sword that was hurtling toward him. With a swift body flicker, he closed the distance. Although the sword remained in motion, its lethargic speed rendered it incapable of striking Yi Liang. He deftly maneuvered atop Susanu's form, swiftly approaching the body of Uchiha Obito. "You are strong, but that strength belongs to the past," Yi Liang declared with fervor, unleashing a powerful Shinra Tensei. The force of this attack surpassed that of his previous encounters. Thanks to sage techniques, Yi Liang's version of Shinra Tensei was now fueled by the powers of nature, marking a fundamental transformation from chakra-driven abilities. To put it simply, its power had increased tenfold. It was worth noting that even the ordinary might of such an attack was sufficient to threaten elite Jonin, let alone a tenfold enhancement. Crack! A fissure appeared in Susanu's exterior, yet it did not shatter. Once is not enough, then let it be 10, 100, 1,000. Sage art, Shinra Tensei. Yi Liang continued to unleash his attacks. His version of Shinra Tensei had no cooldown period. As long as he possessed sufficient chakra, he could use it to bring about Uchiha Obito's demise. Thunderous explosions echoed relentlessly, and at last, Uchiha Obito's Susanu fractured. He gazed incredulously at the oncoming Yi Liang, as the massive Susanu toppled behind him. "Child, had I been in my complete form, you would have perished long ago." Obito scoffed. "I am aware. Which is precisely why you must be eliminated now," Yi Liang shouted, raising his palm slightly. A colossal black sphere materialized in his grasp. Sage art, Tailed Beast Bomb. This was Yi Liang's ultimate technique, enhanced by sage powers to achieve the full might of a tailed beast's attack. Such an assault was beyond the capability of even shadow-level adversaries to withstand, especially considering that Obito was currently in a frail, aged state. Boom! The black-tailed beast bomb swiftly pierced through Obito's form, creating a crater approximately 100 meters deep in the earth below. Yi Liang exhaled deeply, reverting to his original appearance. Although he had grown stronger, he was still only nearing the strength of a shadow ninja. Were it not for Uchiha Obito's age and the significant chakra depletion suffered at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, this battle might not have ended in victory today. "Child, you possess remarkable strength." Uchiha Obito slowly descended toward the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, clearly unable to survive. "However, today is merely the beginning of my plans. In the future, I shall confront you in my complete form." Haha, I eagerly await that day. Yi Liang watched as Uchiha Obito closed his eyes and collapsed. It was obvious that Uchiha Obito would not perish so easily. A schemer who had orchestrated plots for nearly a century would not succumb to weakness without a fight. Yi Liang believed that one day, Uchiha Obito would return to Konoha in his complete form, but before that, he too would undoubtedly evolve into an invincible powerhouse. At that moment, Yi Liang's mind was suddenly filled with a resounding echo. He realized that his reward was upon him. Congratulations, host, for completing the SSS-level task, Tailed Beast Assault on the Village. Due to the host revealing the true mastermind behind the curtain, the reward has been upgraded. Reward, S-level Ninjutsu. Creation Rebirth, Baika no Jutsu. Due to the host's extraordinary completion, Baika no Jutsu will not consume life energy as a cost. Baika no Jutsu? Yi Liang's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Baika no Jutsu was the signature ninjutsu of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Once activated, it allowed the user to heal any injury at the cost of their lifespan, even recovering from being bisected. Yet, the aspect that brought Yi Liang the greatest delight was a function he had yearned for in his past life: eternal youth. Indeed, those who practiced Baika no Jutsu would not extend their lifespan, but their appearance would remain as it was during the period of practice. This meant that Yi Liang's youthful visage, around 20 years of age, would forever remain unchanged. Finally, I can survive until the latter part of Boruto. Yi Liang rejoiced. His prior concern had been that, as time progressed, while the protagonist would rise, he might fade from history due to aging. But now, with Baika no Jutsu, he need not worry. In 10 years, he could romance renowned girls. It had to be a sweet romance. Haha. Just then, another low hum resonated in Yi Liang's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing all beginner tasks. The system will soon enter maintenance and update mode for 24 hours, after which additional functions will be unlocked. Please look forward to it. The system is being upgraded? Yi Liang was taken aback. To him, this system was hardly a remarkable entity. Although he had learned many S-level ninjutsu through it, S-level techniques were merely options. Take SHINRA Tensei for instance. While highly functional, it required a vast amount of chakra. With his current Jonin reserves, he could perform it no more than 10 times. Moreover, such power would not even be sufficient to eliminate an ordinary special Jonin. When he first arrived, even with all his chakra exhausted, he could only severely injure Orochimaru. Thus, S-level ninjutsu was simply another choice. For a ninja, chakra and combat experience were the true hallmarks of strength. Yi Liang's current Nine Tails chakra and sage transformation are the essence of his power, both of which he has earned through diligent effort. Thus, the system has merely aided him in conserving time for the acquisition of ninjutsu. He wonders if there will be any useful functions this time, feeling a sense of anticipation. After tidying up the battlefield, Yi Liang returned to Konoha village with the main body of the Hokage. This battle was fierce. The death of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and the loss of numerous elite shinobi from Konoha marked a devastating toll. Additionally, the previous attack by Uchiha Madara had left considerable destruction in its wake, and overall, this minor skirmish had nearly obliterated a decade's worth of progress for Konoha. In the Hokage's office, several elite shinobi were convening to discuss post-disaster recovery efforts. Yi Liang glanced around and realized that he was surrounded by unfamiliar faces. No one approached him to converse. "Silence, please." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the office and sat down, his expression grave, clearly troubled. "Everyone, although we have triumphed over the invading enemy, we have also lost many elites, including Minato, who unfortunately perished in battle." "What? Lord Minato is dead?" They hadn't seen him when he used the Reaper Death Seal. "Yes, he sacrificed his own soul to seal the Nine Tails." The atmosphere became instantly somber. Had it merely been a few ordinary shinobi who had fallen, their sorrow would not have been as profound, but the loss of a fourth Hokage evoked a deep sense of grief among many. In truth, Minato was likely younger than some of those present, yet his character was well regarded, and many had been saved by him during missions. Hiruzen, observing their expressions, could surmise their thoughts. Though Minato has passed, his wife and child remain. I believe that his will shall undoubtedly be inherited by his descendants. Perhaps in a decade, we will witness the emergence of the next Minato. Indeed, Naruto is still here. That little one is 3 years old this year, and with his potential, he will surely restore the glory of the Namikaze clan. Their spirits lifted considerably. Hiruzen smiled, having achieved his aim, and turned his gaze toward Yi Liang, who was joking around. "You two, please come in." Suddenly, a woman holding a child entered. "What is happening?" The assembled shinobi recognized the woman immediately. "Isn't that Lady Kushina, the widow of Lord Minato?" They were curious as to why she was present when she should have been attending to Minato's burial. "Lady Kushina, we did not expect to see you here," one of the shinobi said. "Rest assured, I, Ibiki, will take good care of you from now on. If you encounter any financial difficulties, I will assist you." Though puzzled, the elite shinobi expressed their heartfelt sentiments, yet Yi Liang sensed something amiss. Did Hiruzen just glance at me? His keen perception caught the subtle gesture of Hiruzen. "Kushina, the days ahead will indeed be challenging for you," Hiruzen remarked, positioning her beside Yi Liang. The other shinobi exchanged glances, perplexed. "Yi Liang, you have accomplished great merit by slaying Uchiha Madara, and I have heard that you volunteered to become the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast. This humbles us older generations. In terms of merit, you, Yi Liang, outshine us all. As for character, you are among the finest. Initially, I intended for you to inherit Minato's will and become the 5th Hokage, but you are a shinobi from the Sound Village, which complicates matters." "5th Hokage?" Yi Liang felt a sense of bewilderment at Hiruzen's words. Yet being born of the people of Huagua, he was well versed in the ways of cunning. In these tumultuous times, he would not accept the title of Hokage, nor even that of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. It was far too perilous. His eyes flickered with tension, but Hiruzen smiled. "I knew you were intrigued by the position of Hokage, but do not expect me to offer it to you just yet. First, I will bring you over from that wretched Sound Village." With that thought, he continued, "Therefore, after careful consideration, I have decided not to grant you the Hokage position immediately, but instead, I will bestow upon you the title of Honorary Guest of the Land of Fire." Yi Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Honorary Guest. That means being part of Konoha's Council of Elders, without actual power, thus posing no danger, yet commanding respect wherever one goes. Moreover, I understand that expenses for meals and drinks as an honorary guest in Konoha can be reimbursed. This is quite significant. He felt a slight easing of tension. Yet this motion did not escape Hiruzen's notice. Haha, I knew you would feel regret. Regret breeds motivation. For enterprises, it is common to dangle a grand vision before capable subordinates. Hiruzen was well versed in this strategy. Yi Liang, do not underestimate the honorary guest title. It is indeed a position of esteem, and Konoha values you greatly. Of course, if there comes a day when you truly leave the Sound Village, I will certainly pass on the Hokage title to you. Very well, but I do not plan to leave at this time, Yi Liang replied, his tone calm. Even if he felt immense joy, he could not let it show. Such was the demeanor of a master. The expressions of the others grew peculiar, as they assumed Yi Liang was dissatisfied. Though he had achieved significant merit, he was still an outsider, prompting some reservations. When Hiruzen first mentioned making him Hokage, they were genuinely concerned. However, upon realizing that the third Hokage's intentions were merely diplomatic, they immediately expressed their enthusiasm. Yi Liang, do not underestimate the honorary guest title. While it lacks real power, it is still more esteemed than us elite shinobi. Furthermore, the current honorary guests are all esteemed elders who have retired. You would be the first of your youth. Indeed, Yi Liang, this reflects the hospitality of Konoha. We would never belittle any guest who has contributed to our village. Chapter 32. Matters the widow must address. They spoke in turn, fearing that Yi Liang would be dissatisfied. After all, Yi Liang's strength was undeniable, and if he were to leave in displeasure, it would spell trouble for Konoha. Understood, Yi Liang thought, feeling elated yet suppressing his emotions. Seeing him this way, Hiruzen felt somewhat reassured. Though Yi Liang was not visibly pleased, his agreement indicated a willingness to remain in Konoha. Yi Liang, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you, Hiruzen said, glancing at Kushina beside him. I am aware of Minato's last wishes. He entrusted you with the care of Kushina, which speaks volumes of your character. As an elder, I cannot meddle in the affairs of the youth. I leave this matter to you. He said this lightly, yet those present felt a wave of unease. As soon as Kushina stood beside Yi Liang, they sensed something was amiss, but they could scarcely believe that Lord Minato would entrust his wife and child to an outsider. It was truly unfathomable. In this era, entrusting one's wife and children to another was merely a request for assistance. It was not uncommon for shinobi to perish, and their widows often relied on friends and family for support. This was considered normal. Yet, as time passed, the situation began to feel increasingly inappropriate. Yi Liang remained single, while Kushina is in the prime of her youth. If they were to succumb to temptation and engage in something untoward, it would not be an uncommon occurrence. Such events were not rare in the past within the Hidden Leaf Village. I have witnessed the affairs of widows, the allure of a friend's widow, and even illicit romances with a sister-in-law. These instances are vivid, striking, and unforgettable. Many male jonin have been privy to them. Indeed, it is quite alarming. Hence, upon seeing Kushina's appearance, everyone was deeply concerned, eager to care for the widow of the fourth Hokage, partly out of gratitude, partly to prevent such relationships from forming. No, this cannot be. A square-faced jonin interjected, named Marino Ibiki, an expert in interrogation techniques, and the only jonin Yi Liang was acquainted with. Indeed, Hokage-sama, how can we entrust Lady Kushina to an outsider? If we must rely on someone, it should be a person of integrity and conviction. Precisely. Lady Kushina ought to be cared for by our own. Another chimed in, suggesting that Ibiki was the perfect candidate for the role due to his maturity and humor. This individual exchanged knowing glances with Ibiki, signaling a collaboration. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured instantly. Just moments ago, he praised Yi Liang's character, and now these young upstarts were advocating for exclusion. He was perplexed by their mindset. Hiruzen was primarily concerned about Yi Liang's feelings. After all, he was a powerful ninja, and should he take offense, it could lead to disastrous consequences for the village. At that moment, Yi Liang finally spoke up. Hokage-sama, if everyone is unwilling, then seek someone else. My status as a guest ninja in Konoha does not hinge on your approval. He huffed in exasperation, causing the room to fall silent. This is a responsibility entrusted to me by Minato. Yi Liang may not have understood their intentions, but he was indeed a man of principle. Minato had willingly sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails. Such a remarkable spirit is rare. Thus, Yi Liang was determined to fulfill Minato's wishes, genuinely wishing to care for Uzumaki Kushina while also curious to see if Naruto could forge a different path without the Nine Tails. As a fan of Hokage, He eagerly anticipated the outcome. Seeing that the others had fallen silent, Hiruzen was at a loss for words. These foolish youths, adept at flattery in casual situations, faltered at this crucial moment. As Yi Liang feigned anger and prepared to leave, a delicate hand gently grasped his arm. Everyone, please, let us not quarrel. I know you all sincerely wish to assist the Namikaze family, but since my husband entrusted me to Yi Liang-kun, it is a mark of his confidence in him. As a woman, I must honor my husband's wishes. Kushina declared resolutely, seemingly resolute in her choice of Yi Liang. Silence enveloped the room once more. Do you truly wish to remain with me? Yi Liang asked, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Yes, Kushina affirmed with a nod. This was Minato's dying wish. And she did not want to offend such a formidable enemy, being the wife of a former Hokage herself. With the protagonist having spoken, the remaining jonin fell silent, save for Marino Ibiki, whose displeasure was evident. Very well, let us adjourn, Hiruzen announced, bringing the meeting to a close. That evening, Yi Liang eagerly made his way to the Namikaze household. Since he had no residence of his own, Minato's entrustment of Kushina to him effectively meant he had inherited the house. Yi Liang was delighted and, after tidying up his belongings, moved in. That night, the Namikaze household was raucous, extraordinarily so, to the extent that even the neighboring residents were awakened by the commotion. No one knew what was amiss, only to discover that Yi Liang had fled back to Akamichi's home in the middle of the night. The next day, Akamichi kicked Yi Liang out of bed in a fury. Weren't you just in high spirits last night? Why did you return in the middle of the night? Go find your mature wife. Yi Liang was at a loss for words. I told you last night, the moment I arrived, Naruto wouldn't stop crying. I spent the entire night awake. Really? Was it Naruto crying, or was it you? Akamichi retorted, a playful smirk on her face. How dare you? Yi Liang's temper flared, and he swiftly pinned her down on the bed. Are you brave enough to challenge me? A man must never admit defeat, and despite Yi Liang's amicable demeanor, that phrase was a trigger. Akamichi's face flushed crimson. The intensity of Yi Liang's breath was overwhelming, leaving her utterly defenseless. She was 15, the prime age for blossoming emotions. In another world, girls at 15 would have already been in relationships, but in the world of Naruto, they were still considered children. Yi Liang began to sense something amiss. When did this girl develop such an alluring figure? Chapter 33, System Upgrade. He observed Akamichi's chest rising and falling, feeling an unusual sensation within. He subconsciously reached out, finding her waist to be surprisingly smooth. Yi Liang had always viewed Akamichi as a child, so sleeping on her bed had never caused him any concern. However, she was now 15, a young lady. Have I been too presumptuous? He pondered as Akamichi fled, her cheeks flushed. He finally came to a realization. Alas, hours passed, and Akamichi had yet to return. After enjoying a complimentary lunch thanks to his guest ninja status, Yi Liang joyfully returned to his room. 3, 2, 1. Following a slow countdown, Yi Liang finally welcomed the scene he had longed for. The system has been upgraded. Ding! A resounding sound echoed in Yi Liang's mind, and before him appeared a virtual interface. Is this the system panel? He was overjoyed. Previously, the system merely provided sporadic task notifications in his mind, but now it was different. Yi Liang clearly saw countless new functions on the panel. Task system? He instinctively pressed one of the many options. Ding! A small notification sound followed, and the virtual panel displayed a new screen. 3 options. The main quest, side quests, and daily quests. Are these tasks I had previously undertaken? Yi Liang opened each option and quickly understood. Within the main quest, 2 black tasks awaited him. Rescue Akamichi and fend off the tailed beast attack. These were tasks that promised him S-rank ninjutsu. The current state is shrouded in darkness, suggesting that the primary quest has been completed, with 3 question marks indicating that subsequent tasks have yet to be triggered. Among the secondary quests, there was one involving the Kemui Bridge, which offered somewhat meager rewards. Similarly shrouded in darkness, the daily tasks consist of various trivial activities, such as the initial observation mission, although it granted a reinforced version of the body flicker technique. This enhancement was merely a result of Yi Liang's rapt attention during the mission. Other daily tasks, like capturing stray cats or cleaning Orochimaru's teeth, yield a plethora of inconsequential rewards. However, due to this, Yi Liang's basic ninjutsu is considerably stronger than that of an ordinary ninja. Repeatedly obtaining rewards enhances the quality of previous rewards. He clicked to return. Next to the task system, There are 3 visible systems: panel, Kogen, and storage. Yi Liang opened the panel, revealing his current attributes: ninjutsu at level 5, taijutsu at level 2, and ninja tools at level 1. Yi Liang exhibited a significant bias towards certain skills. He was unclear how this leveling system functioned. Yet he was acutely aware that his proficiency with ninja tools should correspond to that of a jonin, which suggests that the system's minimum standard is at the jonin level. How formidable must the highest level be? Yi Liang pondered, especially since proficient users of ninja tools are exceedingly rare in the world of Naruto. His recollections included only a few, primarily from the Hitaki clan and the Uchiha clan, yet he was uncertain of their exact levels. He dismissed the thought, shaking his head, and clicked into the Kogen system. Suddenly, his vision sharpened, as though his eyesight had improved. Was that all? Yi Liang found it peculiar, as nothing else seemed to have changed. At that moment, the long-missing Akane burst through the door, ignoring Yi Liang entirely as she hurriedly grabbed the ninja tool pouch from the table and swiftly exited. It was evident she was off to carry out a mission. Yi Liang immediately understood. Akane often left things behind before embarking on her tasks, and he had grown accustomed to it. He clicked to return once more. At this juncture, Yi Liang began to grasp the Kogen system. Just as Akane entered, he suddenly saw a red panel materialize before her. Akane, female, C-Cup, affection 99, ninjutsu level 1, taijutsu level 0, ninja tools level 0. This must be Akane's foundational data. Yi Liang was unsure what the C-Cup designation signified, possibly a system error. But he quickly comprehended her stats. Aside from her level 1 ninjutsu, the rest were at level 0. That seemed rather weak. Nevertheless, he swiftly recognized that level 1 corresponded to the average jonin's prowess. Reflecting on his own usage of ninja tools, aside from the jonin level proficiency granted by the system, he had never trained himself. How could Akane's ninjutsu already be at the jonin level? Yi Liang was perplexed, as she should still be a genin. Perhaps it was due to the seal of the earth? He chose not to dwell on it further. Finally, he opened the storage system. Inside, numerous compartments were crammed together. Yet they were utterly vacant. How could one store items here? Yi Liang casually picked up a pillow from behind him and tossed it towards the panel. Thud! The pillow passed through the panel and landed on the floor. The panel is impervious to physical objects? Yi Liang deduced there was an issue. Yet he was simultaneously puzzled. If physical objects cannot interact with the panel, how could he store items? He speculated it might involve mental energy. Suddenly, he recalled novels from his previous life where protagonists possessed similar storage systems, employing the method of simply thinking about the item to be stored. Mimicking that, Yi Liang picked up the pillow again, this time not throwing it, but mentally commanding it to be stored. Whoosh! The pillow truly vanished. He then commanded extraction, and the once missing pillow reappeared in his hand. Indeed, it worked. Storage. Extraction. Storage. Extraction. Yi Liang spent the entire afternoon indulging in experimentation and amusement. By evening, he finally comprehended the full functionality of the storage system. It could only store items weighing no more than 5 meters in volume. Anything larger could not be stored, nor could living beings. Yi Liang mused about whether he could store a few beautiful women in his pouch. To test this theory, he even grabbed a passing beauty and conducted numerous trials, only to receive a slap in return. Thus, Yi Liang ultimately understood everything. The system harbored many more functionalities, but he refrained from further exploration, as they remained question marks, likely undeveloped. Later that night, as Yi Liang faced the scornful disdain of Akane, he once again crawled into her bed. Akane, how old are you? 15. Why? Not that. I meant the other how big. What do you mean by that? Your cup size. Are you a C-Cup? That night, Yi Liang found himself once again unceremoniously kicked out of bed. Chapter 34. Regaining Team 7 Yi Liang Sensei. It's been a while. Yawahara Rin exclaimed cheerfully as she grasped Yi Liang's hand. Yi Liang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. You could have just greeted me properly instead of rubbing your chest against my arm. What does that mean? Are you trying to provoke me? Yi Liang felt a bit awkward. Yawahara Rin had reached the age of 15, and indeed, the members of Team 7 were all around this age. Not too old, yet not too young either. Yi Liang glanced at Kakashi, who was walking ahead, and resignedly picked up the map in his hand. This was a mission map. Indeed, due to Minato's absence, Yi Liang had once again taken charge of Team 7. Although he understood this was unavoidable, the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen from that morning infuriated him. What did he mean by Konoha being in a state of disrepair, and that as a temporary teacher, He must step up to set an example. Why hadn't the likes of Narashikaku or Inoichi come out to lead? Yi Liang was speechless. But he also recognized that it was impossible to have those old-timers lead the way. He was the only young and vigorous one, destined to endure hardships. Of course, being a team leader was genuinely arduous. One had to carry out their own missions while also attending to the needs of the accompanying Genin and Chunin. It was exhausting. Thus, Yi Liang internally resisted, even for the sake of earning money. After all, he was a temporary teacher, and meals were free for him. Who has seen Jack Ma working in a factory? Yi Liang, like Jack Ma, was someone indifferent to wealth. Contemplating this made him even angrier. At that moment, Obito approached him. Yi Liang sensei, I heard you used a black sphere ninjutsu to defeat Uchiha Madara last time. Could you teach me? I want to grow stronger. I don't want to be the last in the class. Obito said eagerly. The black sphere ninjutsu? Oh, you mean the tailed beast bomb. Yi Liang thought for a moment and immediately understood. Indeed, it is that one, said Obito, nodding eagerly as he understood. He was quite anxious. But Yi Liang could discern his thoughts. Previously, due to the ninja war, many ceremonies in Konoha had been cancelled, including the Chunin exams. Except for Kakashi, who had been granted special permission to become a Jonin. The other two members of Team 7 were still newly minted Genin, and thus, they had to participate in the Chunin exams. On one hand, they were of an appropriate age, and on the other, passing the exams would allow them to undertake more challenging missions. Yi Liang nodded in agreement. I can teach you ninjutsu. But the black-tailed beast bomb is beyond my ability, as it falls under the category of bloodline limits. Bloodline limit? Obito's expression fell immediately. If it were indeed a bloodline limit, then it was something he could not learn. Such skills were hereditary, exclusive to those sharing the same lineage of ninjas. For instance, the Uchiha Sharingan was a bloodline limit that only members of the Uchiha clan could master. However, though I cannot teach you the tailed beast bomb, I can impart a different technique that rivals it in prowess. Seeing their expressions, Yi Liang promptly altered his tone. Really? Obito's eyes lit up with excitement. He had heard of the tailed beast bomb, which had once defeated Uchiha Madara, and he yearned to learn it. Being an Uchiha himself, he was well aware of Madara's formidable strength, someone who did not even regard the first Hokage with respect. Moreover, due to Madara's actions, the Uchiha clan was now facing dire circumstances, being subjected to disdain as though they were a plague to be expelled. Thus, Obito desired to prove himself through his own strength. Teacher, please teach me too. At this moment, Rin Noira chimed in, having not considered this aspect before. As a medical ninja, her evaluation was less stringent than that of ordinary ninjas, but since Yi Liang had agreed to teach Obito, she wanted to partake as well. All right, I promise you both. Yi Liang responded, relishing Rin's playful insistence. Kakashi, who was leading the way, also turned his head back. Soon, they reached a vast desert. The winds howled fiercely, obscuring their path. Given another chance, Yi Liang would have preferred to avoid this place. However, there was no alternative. This was the mission of Team 7. Due to the recent war, various ninja villages harbored grudges against one another. For instance, Konoha had developed animosities with the Wagakure and Kirigakure. With enmity comes the necessity of alliances, and thus Konoha sought to mend ties with other villages, such as Sunagakure. Yi Liang was familiar with this place. In the original story, it was the territory of Gaara, another love interest of the protagonist, belonging to the Land of Wind. It was a desert nation, characterized by relentless sandstorms and infrequent rainfall, where the village leader was known as the Kazekage, in stark contrast to Konoha's Hokage. Currently, the fourth Kazekage should be in power. Yi Liang recalled. The third Kazekage had gone missing, rendering Sunagakure vulnerable to invasions from the Land of Lightning. Amid this crisis, a middle-aged man named Raza emerged, utilizing Sunagakure's unique magnetic manipulation to defeat the invaders and becoming a hero of the Land of Wind. This man was the fourth Kazekage and Gaara's father. Yi Liang harbored no fondness for him. As in the original story, Raza had sealed the one-tailed Shikaku within Gaara, leading to his tumultuous childhood marked by loneliness and madness. Let us hope this mission proceeds without incident, Yi Liang muttered, continuing onward with the others. Before long, they found themselves nestled between two towering sand dunes. The surrounding desert concealed Sunagakure within a valley to shield it from the relentless winds. Yi Liang scanned the dunes, feeling an unsettling premonition. Teacher Yi Liang, do you sense something amiss? Kakashi, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly returned. Indeed, it was eerily quiet. While deserts are often silent, There should be some sounds, be it of wind or life. But the surroundings were unnaturally still, and Yi Liang, with his near-shadow-level prowess, distinctly sensed a hint of malice. A chill ran down his spine, akin to being hunted by a beast. Run! Yi Liang suddenly scooped up Rin, the medical ninja, and sprinted forward. The other two swiftly followed suit. Just as they left their original position, the towering sand dunes collapsed like an avalanche. Earth release! Earth Dragon Bullet! Yi Liang shouted, summoning a dragon of sand and gravel that swiftly lifted them above the collapsing terrain. Boom! The dunes crumbled, burying the path leading to Sunagakure. Chapter 35. The Mystery of Sunagakure. Thanks to the Earth Dragon, they narrowly escaped the falling debris. Was this an act of sabotage? Yi Liang's mind raced. The two sand dunes were massive. Although natural forces posed a risk of collapse, the speed of this event felt suspicious. He could distinctly sense traces of chakra in the air above the dunes. Gradually guiding the Earth Dragon to lower them, he furrowed his brow. Teacher Yi Liang, perhaps we should enter the village to investigate. It may not be the ninjas of Sunagakure after all, Kakashi suggested. Now that the situation had escalated, further inquiry seemed unnecessary. If Sunagakure were indeed behind an assassination attempt, they would need to provide an explanation. Agreed. The others nodded, making their way into the village. Sunagakure was still quite distant from the dunes, indicating that its inhabitants were likely unaware that their own entrance had been blocked. Yi Liang observed the village, noting the makeshift stalls crafted from iron frames that exuded a foreign charm, though they appeared rather impoverished. Konoha had progressed into an era of sturdy housing, while Sunagakure still relied on small stalls and earthen dwellings. Though there were some stone structures in the center, Yi Liang regarded them with a hint of disdain. Thank goodness I did not end up in Sunagakure, he murmured as he moved toward the center with the group. Teacher Yi Liang, I want that. That cute raccoon headpiece. Rin exclaimed, tugging at Yi Liang's hand, unable to resist. Women can be quite troublesome. Obito chimed in, patting his chest. Ugh, I don't need you to buy it. I want teacher to get it for me. Rin insisted. Yi Liang sighed, realizing that she had indeed decided to make him her target. Nevertheless, as he possessed ample resources, he deemed the expense of a mere hair accessory negligible. He approached the stall. The item was a hairpiece resembling shikaku. He turned to the vendor, a middle-aged man with a square face, hunched back, and bandaged limbs, who could barely stand. How much is this? 300. How much? Yi Liang exclaimed in shock. 300 ryo was equivalent to his food expenses for several days. This stone accessory was unreasonably priced. Didn't you hear? 300. How outrageous. Yi Liang was rendered speechless. To ask him to spend 300 yuan on a hairpin made of stone was truly taking him for a fool. He immediately contemplated turning away. However, he was suddenly met with the sight of Noera Rin, her large, watery eyes fixed on him with an expression of such pitiful longing that it tugged at his heartstrings. 300 yuan was no small amount. Yi Liang felt a pang of regret. Yet, he ultimately acquiesced and purchased the hairpin. Just as they were leaving while venting their anger at the unscrupulous vendor, the stall owner unexpectedly stood up. He unwrapped the bandages around his body, straightened up, and a massive shuriken fell from behind him. It seemed that the world of assassination had no bearing on them, but one could never be too certain. It was prudent to observe for a while longer, he mused, as the surrounding vendors nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yi Liang and his companions were escorted by their secretary towards the office of Fengying. Lord Fengying was currently engaged in a meeting with the elders, so they were asked to wait outside. The female secretary conveyed a few instructions before turning to leave. Once they confirmed that the area was deserted, Kakashi suddenly turned to Yi Liang. Sensei, I sense something amiss here. What do you think? They were guests. Yet the secretary had so casually abandoned them here, raising Kakashi's suspicions. It was unclear what was happening, but there was definitely trouble in Sunagakure. Earlier on the road, the passers-by had clearly been wary of them. As guests, their behavior was utterly unwarranted, Yi Liang analyzed. Indeed, Noera Rin chimed in. That's why I insisted on buying the hairpin earlier. I wanted to ascertain whether those vendors were genuine. Fortunately, Sensei's acting was convincing enough that no one noticed. Is that what you meant? Yi Liang was taken aback. He could guarantee that Noera Rin was speaking with a clear conscience. How could she fabricate such a grand lie without feeling any guilt? Yi Liang found it incomprehensible. However, beside him, Uchiha Obito suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder you were reluctant for me to buy it for you. You were acting. You frightened me. I thought you had feelings for Sensei. He felt a chill run down his spine, while Noara Rin instinctively blushed. Yi Liang felt a headache coming on. In truth, the most pressing matter was not how to uncover the truth about Sunagakure, but rather how to alleviate the animosity they faced. Earlier at the vendors, Yi Liang had distinctly sensed a hint of murderous intent. Indeed, just moments ago, he had already perceived something amiss with those vendors. However, being in Sunagakure, he could not afford to draw attention to it. Should they choose to retaliate recklessly, it could spell disaster. Before long, a plainly dressed elderly lady entered the room. She smiled at Yi Liang, but a fleeting glimmer of malice crossed her eyes as she glanced at Kakashi. You must be the envoys from Konoha. Our fourth Kazekage is quite busy, so I have come to speak on his behalf. If you don't mind, let us commence. The fourth Kazekage is not coming. The discussions between the two villages were of utmost importance, and the fourth Kazekage had always been keen on fostering relations between the wind and fire villages. In such a scenario, it was peculiar that he would not attend. Yi Liang found it odd, but kept his thoughts to himself. The elderly woman then began to articulate the sentiments of Sunagakure, to which Yi Liang feigned agreement. In the evening, the group parted ways at the door of the office. Their mission had concluded smoothly, and the two villages joyfully signed a peace agreement. Sensei, is it really over just like that? Kakashi still found it hard to believe. At that moment, they had arrived at an inn. Having just tasted the delicacies of Sunagakure, they intended to spend a few days there. Of course it's not over. There is undoubtedly something amiss, Yi Liang replied, arranging accommodations for everyone. They had encountered numerous events today. From facing danger at the village entrance to meeting the disguised Sunagakure ninja posing as vendors, and finally, the representative of their discussions, the elderly lady. Yi Liang, now more alert than ever, could sense the palpable murderous intent. That lady had cast a look at Kakashi that was laced with an unprecedented ferocity. Though Kakashi had averted his gaze in time, Yi Liang was certain he had not misread the situation. It seemed imperative to investigate further. After ensuring everyone was settled, Yi Liang quietly left the room. The night was deep and silent. In the dead of night, the elderly lady, over 60 years of age, had just removed her nightgown when a robust man's hand clasped around her throat. Who? Chapter 36. The events of Sunagakure Chiyo was quite aged. At over 60, she had resigned herself to the thought of spending her twilight years alone. However, the sight of the strapping young man behind her stirred a flicker of excitement within her. What do you intend to do to me? She exclaimed in terror. Do as you wish. Yi Liang instinctively deflected the shuriken aimed at him, swiftly pinning Chiyo to the ground. Just as Chiyo screamed, a shuriken had flown towards him, following the trajectory of her finger. Had Yi Liang not reacted promptly, he would have been grievously injured. Damn it, the fourth Kazekage was indeed killed by you. I have long known that you from Konoha are not to be trusted. I should not have wasted my breath on you. Chiyo struggled to escape Yi Liang's grip, but her efforts were in vain. The fourth Kazekage is dead? Yi Liang was filled with questions. No wonder the villagers had shown hostility upon their arrival. Their leader had met his demise. Yi Liang suddenly understood. Yet, he found it strange. How could the fourth Kazekage, a figure of equal stature to Sarutobi Hiruzen, have perished so easily? Moreover, according to Chiyo, he was slain by Yi Liang himself. Yi Liang shook his head. I do not comprehend your meaning. But the death of the Kazekage truly has nothing to do with us, as we only arrived in the land of wind today. Huh? Do you think you can deceive me? Chiyo retorted, clearly unconvinced. Yi Liang sighed in resignation. He gently wiped the spittle from his face and released Chiyo. If I am not mistaken, you must be Chiyo, the advisor of Sunagakure. How do you know? That is not your concern. I also know that your animosity towards Konoha stems entirely from the fact that your son was slain by one of our ninjas, but that is a personal grudge. Please do not complicate the friendly relations between our two villages. You know nothing. I know enough. Yi Liang shrugged. Chiyo's son was also a jonin of Sunagakure, and in the prime of his life, he had encountered Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi's father, and the legendary Konoha White Fang. This man was not to be trifled with. It was rumored that he had slain countless enemy ninjas on the battlefield. Yet, such a formidable figure had crossed paths with Chiyo's son. While it was unfortunate that they had encountered each other, Chiyo's son had provoked trouble, leading to not only his own demise but also that of his wife, resulting in a tragic loss of 2 lives. Chiyo harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha, particularly after encountering Kakashi, the son of the legendary White Fang, earlier that day. It dawned on me that Sarutobi, that old man, must have informed you, which is only logical. After all, If he sent you to Sunagakure, he would certainly share such matters with you. Very well, that settles it. Yi Liang replied, resigned to this explanation. We only arrived in Sunagakure today. If you doubt us, feel free to investigate the neighboring village. We have left traces of our presence there. Furthermore, it appears your village has stabilized, suggesting that the Kazekage has been deceased for some time. Thus, this incident has nothing to do with us. Is it truly not you? Could it be a transformation technique? If you insist on arguing, then there is nothing more to discuss. Yi Liang turned to leave, feeling it unnecessary to explain further if they were determined to blame them. Wait. Chiyo hesitated at last. As Yi Liang had pointed out, if they wished to ascertain whether an assassination had taken place, a simple inquiry into the neighboring village would suffice. There was no need for them to walk into a trap. Have you come to believe us? Yes. Then please explain why you suspect Konoha. This seems utterly unreasonable, Yi Liang inquired patiently. Instead of answering, Chiyo led Yi Liang to a cabinet. She produced 3 keys from her pocket and unlocked a special compartment. Inside lay a ninja headband engraved with scratches. What is this? Yi Liang picked up the headband, finally grasping why Sunagakure would suspect Konoha. This is the headband of a rogue ninja from Konoha. The scratches signify treachery, and the leaf symbol represents Konoha. It was found at the scene, which is why we suspect your village is involved. I see. Yi Liang nodded, acknowledging that he now knew who had attacked your Kazekage, though he remained unclear about that individual's motives. Who is it? I cannot disclose that information at this moment. However, if you follow my plan, I can guarantee we will capture them. Chiyo nodded in agreement. As long as Yi Liang could ensure the capture of the perpetrator, the matter could be resolved entirely. As an advisor to Sunagakure, she had no desire to escalate tensions with Konoha, knowing that her village would inevitably suffer defeat. In that case, I shall return to prepare the plan. Should any developments arise, I will have someone notify you. Understood. Yi Liang acknowledged, swiftly returning to his lodgings. At the inn, Yi Liang summoned Kakashi to brief him before succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, Yi Liang announced, I shall return to report on the mission. Since you wish to enjoy a few days here, make the most of it. He instructed his companions before making his way outside the village. What is happening? Is he really leaving just like that? Obito was perplexed, sitting on a pile of sand, speechless. Since the teacher has granted us an extended break, let us enjoy ourselves. Rin exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Kakashi nodded, though a hint of inscrutable intent flickered in his gaze. He wondered why the teacher had not informed Obito, who was supposed to be the core of this mission. Shaking his head, Kakashi dismissed the thought, deciding to follow Yi Liang's wishes without further contemplation. The group devised a plan and promptly headed to the marketplace of Sunagakure. The vendors were still present, yet their demeanor shifted to one of unease upon seeing Kakashi and his companions. Wait, didn't T-Advisor Chiyo say they were uninvolved? Why are they being apprehended? Forget that. It's the higher-ups' orders. The higher-ups? Understood. Seizing the opportunity while Kakashi and his team were momentarily distracted, the vendors launched an assault. Fire style, fireball technique. Obito immediately retaliated. Although Yi Liang had instructed them to enjoy themselves, Obito sensed something amiss and remained on guard. Kakashi also employed a lightning technique, though its power was quickly dissipated by shurikens flung by the vendors. How could shurikens disrupt a lightning technique? This is absurd. Obito was bewildered. Soon after, he witnessed Kakashi and Rin being struck unconscious in an instant. Rin, you dare to harm my woman? You're courting death. Chapter 37. Captured fueled by fury. Obito fought valiantly. Whether it was a surge of adrenaline or the fact that Rin had been taken, he found himself trading blows with the vendor who had just incapacitated Kakashi. This vendor is formidable. Captain Maki, this one seems to possess the Sharingan. He has quite a challenge. No matter, we have the numbers. We'll wear him down. Understood. Obito was engulfed in a fierce battle. 10 minutes later, his chakra was nearly depleted. How outrageous. If it weren't for your numbers, I, Obito Uchiha, would not fear you. The vendors were astonished, while they were chunin. They had never encountered such a resilient opponent. Obito Uchiha, I respect you as a true warrior. Captain Maki gave a thumbs up to Obito. Another hour passed in combat. Finally, Obito collapsed, barely clinging to consciousness. Yet, even in his final moments before losing consciousness, he managed to utter another phrase. Do not harm my woman. Bravo. The vendors of Sunagakure applauded. After years of experience, they had finally met a worthy adversary. Moved by his valor and loyalty, they conferred among themselves. Brothers, Though we are not from the same camp as this Obito Uchiha, should he emerge unharmed, I, Maki, will gladly recognize him as my elder brother. Indeed, as the saying goes, heroes appreciate one another. If our positions were not at odds, I, Guzi, would also acknowledge him as my elder brother. Me too. I, Dog Dan, shall do the same. I, Black Boy, agree. Having reached a consensus, they solemnly hoisted Obito onto their shoulders and carried him away, while Kakashi was dragged along the ground by one of the vendors. You worthless scum. If it weren't for Obito's reputation, I would have killed you long ago. I truly don't understand why someone with your meager abilities would be worth capturing. Kakashi, yes, I twitched. In the dungeon, the group was bound tightly to stone pillars. Kakashi observed the unconscious Obito beside him, feeling a mix of emotions. Obito had genuinely been knocked out, but Kakashi was merely pretending. Similarly, Rin was also faking unconsciousness. This fool. Now I understand why teacher Yi Liang didn't share the plan with him. With his intellect, he would surely leak it. Indeed, Kakashi nodded in agreement, though he couldn't shake the feeling of envy he felt for Obito as he was being dragged away. So what now? Teacher said we should pretend to be captured to lure out the mastermind. Since he advised this, there must be a reason, so let us wait patiently. Agreed. After their discussion, they closed their eyes and feigned unconsciousness. Several hours passed, and a shadow stealthily crept into the dungeon. Unlike a human, it glided along the ground. Hiss! The shadow slithered toward the cell where Kakashi was held. Well. I never expected to encounter a member of the Uchiha clan here. Truly, the heavens have favored me. The shadow revealed a glimmer of delight, just as it prepared to hoist Obito onto its shoulder and carry him away. A multitude of Sunigakure ninjas suddenly burst through the door. Who goes there? The group of ninjas gasped in astonishment, and at that moment, Kakashi opened his eyes. Damn it! There's no way to perform the hand seals. Bound by specially crafted ropes, they were unable to escape the stone pillar. Suddenly, the shadow before them lunged forward and swallowed Uchiha Obito whole. No, Kakashi was stunned. He had anticipated various outcomes, yet the present situation was entirely unforeseen. Who are you? Why are you attacking Obito? Kakashi demanded of the shadow. He strained to discern its form, discovering it was a massive white phosphorus serpent, exceeding 2 meters in length. Who the hell recognizes this? Just then, the Sand Village ninjas charged in. Obito, the leader, Maki, was taken aback. Although older than Obito, he had long been awed by Uchiha Obito's prowess, and witnessing him being devoured caused him to lose his composure. Wind release, blade of wind, he shouted, unleashing a blue chakra blade that sliced toward the phosphorus serpent. Clang! The serpent's scales emitted a resonant hum, yet it remained unscathed. How could this be? It's merely a summoning beast of the serpent variety. How could it withstand the blade of wind? Maki exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, the phosphorus serpent charged toward their group. Enraged by the ambush, it swiftly knocked down the surrounding Sand Village ninjas and made for the exit of the dungeon. Let us out, Kakashi shouted. But everyone was too preoccupied chasing the serpent to heed him. This is intolerable. Obito, you must not come to harm. Outside the dungeon, 2 figures blocked the path of the phosphorus serpent. You are the one who killed the 4th Kazekage, aren't you? Granny Chio said coldly, standing beside her brother, Izo. TSK, I never expected you to find me. It seems I underestimated you, Sand Village. Why? It appears we in the Land of Wind have no acquaintance with you. Haha, you may not know me, but your Kazekage shall serve as the nourishment for my experiments. Is that not an immense stroke of fortune? The phosphorus serpent suddenly burst into laughter, its body writhing like a mass of flesh, gradually sprouting a pair of arms and transforming into a humanoid form. Orochimaru, it's you. The well-informed Granny Chio immediately recognized the ninja before her. Indeed, it is I. Orochimaru, were it not for that scoundrel, Yi Liang, ruining my plans, I would not have been reduced to this form, neither human nor beast. Damn you, Yi Liang. I shall have my revenge. Magnet release, sand iron rain. Orochimaru formed hand seals, and suddenly, a fine rain of sand iron began to fall from the sky. The ground quickly became inundated with the metallic substance. This is impossible. Magnet release is clearly our Land of Wind's bloodline limit. How can a leaf ninja wield it? Granny Chio exclaimed in horror. Haha, I have developed a forbidden technique to absorb the jutsu of others. Given sufficient time, I will become the new god of ninjas. I shall take my revenge upon the leaf. Magnet release, sand gold burial. This is the fourth Kazekage's ultimate technique. This is bad. Chiyo hurriedly led her brother to retreat to the open ground, but the sand gold burial surged forth like an undulating sea of sand, crashing relentlessly toward them. Sister, there's no escaping. Use the secret technique. Right. The siblings swiftly formed hand seals, and 10 humanoid puppets armed with various weapons erupted from the ground. White's secret technique, 10 guardians of Chikamatsu. This was the strongest puppet crafted by the puppet master, Bunzaman, and had long been under Granny Chiyo's control. Now, it was forced into action against Orochimaru's sand gold burial. Chapter 38. The tragic demise of Orochimaru. Controlling the puppets with deft mastery, the siblings severed the incoming sand gold burial. Realizing this tactic was ineffective against them, Orochimaru quickly formed more hand seals. Magnet release, glass shatter. Magnet release, sand wave. Magnet release, sand shuriken. A relentless barrage of magnet release techniques, each a signature move of the fourth Kazekage, ensued, leaving Granny Chiyo utterly dumbfounded. Orochimaru's power was simply terrifying. While the fourth Kazekage had intervals between his magnet release techniques, Orochimaru unleashed them with effortless fluidity, hurling a multitude of lethal techniques toward Chiyo and her brother as if they were mere trifles. I still have someone hidden within me. As long as he lives, I can continuously utilize chakra. Orochimaru chuckled. He referred to Uchiha Obito, whom he had just consumed. Yet, Orochimaru was now filled with confusion. Though he could consistently draw upon Obito's chakra, the latter was merely a low-ranking ninja, and yet he managed to provide chakra up until now. Never mind. Although the reason eludes me, it is still a boon. Orochimaru dismissed the thought and readied himself once more to confront Granny Chiyo. Earth release, earth flow wall. Izo swiftly formed a one-handed seal and conjured a towering wall of earth and stone before them. Boom. The sounds of impact echoed. This cannot continue. Sister, what of that leaf teacher you mentioned? You said he would lend us a hand. I'm not sure. I received a message from him this afternoon, but I don't know where he has gone now. Damn it. I knew I couldn't rely on leaf ninjas. Izo exclaimed anxiously, summoning yet another wall, as the previous one clearly was insufficient. Give up. Just let me leave the sand village, and I, Orochimaru, am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. This is impossible. We must avenge the fourth Kazekage. TSK, obstinate fools. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Orochimaru intensified his assault. Fire release, fire dragon flame technique. Water release, water dragon flame technique. Earth release, earth dragon flame technique. A flurry of elemental dragon flame techniques surged toward Chiyo and her brother, a feat that the original Orochimaru could never have accomplished. Yet now, he seemed to have deviated entirely from his previous limitations. Ha! Prepare to die, old stubborn ones. He laughed heartily, but just as he reveled in his triumph, an excruciating pain erupted from his abdomen. Sage art, universal pull. Bang! A powerful shout echoed as Orochimaru's belly exploded, leaving only his head soaring away. How could it be you? Orochimaru's gaze gradually shifted, his head slowly descending. Yet he still discerned the face of the individual emerging from his own body. Yi Liang, this is intolerable. I shall kill you. You should concern yourself with your own fate. Yi Liang replied coolly, and at that moment, the Chiyo siblings, previously ensnared by the magnet release, escaped with their lives. Yi Liang, you've come. Indeed. Yi Liang nodded at them. In truth, he had never left, after deceiving the nearby sentry with a shadow clone. His true self had assumed the appearance of Uchiha Obito. Upon seeing the rogue ninja's forehead protector previously, Yi Liang had deduced that the mastermind was none other than Orochimaru, for aside from the fleeing Orochimaru, the other leaf rogue ninjas lacked the strength to eliminate the fourth Kazekage. Watching Orochimaru's head slowly succumb to lifelessness, Yi Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He approached and touched his own eyes. The Krypton Eye system has been activated. With a whoosh, a modern transparent avatar frame appeared above Orochimaru's head. This was Yi Liang's first encounter utilizing the Karen system, as previous opponents had proven to be woefully inadequate, prompting his disinterest. Orochimaru, false. Male cup size A. Ninjutsu level 4, Taijutsu level 2, Ninja Tools level 2. Yi Liang couldn't help but wish that this a cup designation wouldn't be displayed. He glanced at Orochimaru's stats. Aside from having one less level in ninjutsu, the rest were comparable. In fact, his proficiency with ninja tools exceeded Yi Liang's by 1 level. To his astonishment, Orochimaru had become quite formidable. Yi Liang was taken aback. Before his departure, he had discreetly assessed the levels of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and others. Typically, special ninjas possessed a ninjutsu level of 2, whereas Sarutobi was at level 5, Danzo at level 4, and there was still the missing level 3 of an adult Kakashi. This indicated that Orochimaru had already attained a strength comparable to that of a Quasi-Kage, differing from Yi Liang's level 5 ninjutsu by merely 1 tier. Goodness! Had it not been for the ambush today, things could have been quite troublesome. Yi Liang felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, he noticed the word false next to Orochimaru's name. You claim to be dead, yet what does false signify? Sighing, Yi Liang approached Orochimaru's corpse, and as expected, it was a mere imitation. The original Orochimaru possessed the ability to transform into a small snake, evading capture. Indeed, this was the case, as the core of him had already fled, leaving behind a useless shell. Thank you, dear brother Yi Liang. Otherwise, our Sunagakure would have faced annihilation. Shio, trembling with fear, approached with her brother. I apologize, brother Yi Liang. I previously thought you had not arrived and expressed my grievances. Kaizo also expressed his gratitude, having deduced that Yi Liang had been concealed within Orochimaru's belly, and thus understood he had overheard their conversation. It's nothing. After all, this traitor is from our Konoha. It is only fitting that we handle him. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Yi Liang proceeded to the dungeon, arriving at Kakashi's side. Teacher Yi Liang, you've finally arrived. Please save Obito. He has been swallowed by a giant snake. Kakashi's expression was fraught with anxiety. Clearly, his concern was genuine. All is well. The perpetrator has been dealt with, and Obito is safely hidden away. All is well. Kakashi was momentarily stunned before feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Since Yi Liang reassured him, he trusted that everything was indeed fine. Yi Liang untied the ropes and began recounting the events. It turned out that the Obito they had encountered was a disguise worn by the teacher. You scared me to death. Lin, as always, leaned in closer, her expression somewhat bashful. Teacher, were you serious when you said don't touch my woman? Ah, that was merely a performance. Teacher. Days later, under Yi Liang's guidance, Team 7 safely returned to Konoha, though Obito appeared somewhat bewildered upon leaving. He inexplicably found himself surrounded by a group of younger allies, all of whom were several years his senior. Chapter 39. Truly acting as a teacher. It is often said that a teacher is akin to a candle, quietly burning themselves for their students. Yi Liang did not subscribe to this notion. Leaning against a tree trunk, he quietly accessed his system panel. The side quest to the Land of Wind had been completed. Yi Liang silently claimed the quest reward, a random A-level ninjutsu, Doton, Doryuden no Jutsu, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. At this pace, progress felt unbearably slow. Yi Liang furrowed his brow, contemplating his life in silence. This took place in Konoha's training grounds. Upon returning, Yi Liang had begun preparing the young ones for the Chunin exams, a promise made that he intended to honor. Obito, adjust your aim for the shuriken. Look at how Lin does it. Why are you so lacking? Kakashi, though you are now a Jonin, that does not grant you the liberty to slack off. Observe Itachi Uchiha, he's already joined the Yumbu. How many times must I reiterate that the knowledge of Shadow Shuriken is imperative? It was absent from the last 2 years' exams, but it will be on this year's. If you do not believe me, I wager a bowl of ramen. TSK, TSK, TSK. Well then, take your time learning. I shall observe how other villages conduct their training. With a mouthful of complaints, Yi Liang wandered off to the next area. In preparation for the Chunin exams, he had indeed conducted thorough lesson planning. Although his role as a teacher felt thrust upon him, a sense of vanity demanded he strive for excellence in all aspects. After taking a few steps, he noticed students from other classes practicing nearby. A cursory glance revealed a familiar face. It was Might Guy, this year's seed contestant. Although his ninjutsu was weak, it was said that his taijutsu surpassed that of an ordinary jonin. Yi Liang utilized his Karen to briefly assess his level, taijutsu 3, higher than Yi Liang. No wonder he nearly kicked someone out of the finale. Such prowess was astonishing. Yi Liang swallowed hard. At that moment, a teacher who had been observing approached. Well, if it isn't Teacher Yi Liang, why are you neglecting your own class to come here? Are you attempting to steal my teaching methods? Yi Liang scanned the individual. It was Marino Ibiki, the same person who had competed with him over Kushina in the Hokage office. Yi Liang held a strong disdain for him. He had heard Kushina mention that this man often loitered around Minato's residence, likely harboring ulterior motives. It's you, huh? How dare you show your face before me? Yi Liang thought coldly, though he feigned amiability. Ah, it is Teacher Ibiki. I wonder how your examination preparation has been going? Preparation? Oh, this time I am focusing on interrogation techniques. Ninja executing tasks often encounter tight-lipped targets, but mastering interrogation can significantly expedite mission completion. Moreover, if one faces female spies, the efficacy of interrogation techniques can be greatly enhanced. You know what I mean. Ibiki suddenly donned a lecherous expression. Indeed, his intentions were far from pure. Observing him, Yi Liang quickly discerned the true nature of his character. It was no wonder this man specialized in interrogation techniques, driven by his own selfish desires. Much like those who pursued obstetrics in Yi Liang's past life, claiming to see only patients through the eyes of a doctor, few began with purely altruistic intentions. Teacher Ibiki appears to have grand ambitions. One wonders if Lord Sarutobi is aware of your thoughts. Yi Liang's words rendered Ibiki momentarily speechless. Should Yi Liang bring this matter to the Hokage's attention, Ibiki's position as a teacher would likely be in jeopardy. Kai, let us go. Ibiki barked angrily, leading the distant Might Guy away. Yi Liang, feeling helpless, returned to his own domain, though his gaze lingered on the departing Might Guy. Such a promising talent must not be led astray by that scoundrel. Teacher, what are you looking at? Kakashi inquired. Nothing. As night fell, a shadow stealthily approached the vicinity of Minato's home. You little brat, how dare you confront me in broad daylight? Watch how I take my frustrations out on your woman. The figure emerged in the moonlight, revealing himself to be Marino Ibiki from earlier. Damn it, had it not been for Minato getting there first, that vixen Kushina would never have been reduced to another's wife. He quietly peered through the crack of the door. Kushina had just finished her bath, wrapped in a towel, soothing the 3-year-old Naruto. Mother, when will Dad Yi Liang come? Little Naruto is already able to speak. He should be back soon. I heard he completed his mission in the village today. Kushina's face suddenly flushed, fearing that Naruto's childhood might be shadowed by the truth of his father's death. She had refrained from telling him and had instead used Yi Liang as a diversion. Of course, Yi Liang was completely unaware of this matter. This wretched woman has accepted Yi Liang so quickly, it blindsided me. Ibiki was furious. He genuinely liked Kushina, but his twisted nature destined them to be apart. He inserted a smoking pipe through the door crack, releasing a stream of purple poisonous gas into Kushina's home. This toxic smoke, concocted from 7 special poisonous herbs, could be considered a form of interrogation. Mother, do you smell something fragrant? Fragrant? Kushina felt a twinge of curiosity, but soon was overtaken by dizziness. Oh no, it's poisonous smoke. She quickly realized, but it was too late. In a moment of instinct, Kushina pressed little Naruto to the ground, shielding him with her body. This is what you get for not letting me take care of you before. Let us see how you fare today. Ibiki glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quietly opened Kushina's door. He slightly cracked a window to disperse the gas. They must be asleep by now. Observing the two lying on the floor, Ibiki felt a surge of satisfaction, but he did not act immediately. Instead, he carried Kushina back to her room. Then, he dripped 2 drops of a red liquid on her, resembling blood but from a blue vial. This was a special potion, and its effects he chuckled. Soon, Kushina stirred on the bed, rolling around, and even starting to tear at her bathrobe. Ibiki watched in excitement, but just as he reached out with greedy intent, a firm iron hand seized his arm. Who? He shouted, but was promptly thrown out of Kushina's room. Yi Liang swiftly covered the bed with his clothes and stormed out, his face a mask of fury. Ibiki, realizing who had come, shouted, Yi Liang, aren't you staying at the Red Bean's place? What are you doing here? But the response was Yi Liang's powerful slap. Chapter 40. Rescuing a Life Humph. I sensed something was off about you in the daytime. Just as I suspected. Yi Liang landed 2 punches on Ibiki. He refrained from using ninjutsu. Sometimes, it was more satisfying to fight with pure physical strength. You bastard. Ibiki roared, lunging at Yi Liang. Bang. The two collided again. Yi Liang staggered back, clearly outmatched in physical prowess. Humph. Trash. With that little strength, you dare to compete with me? Ibiki sneered. Yi Liang's mood darkened further. The audacity of him trying to take advantage of his woman while he was absent. Until now, Yi Liang had regarded Kushina as a trust from Minato. Now that she was under threat, he could no longer hold back. I'll take your life. Yi Liang threw another punch, driven by impulse, still not using ninjutsu. Humph. You think those tricks can match me? Ibiki was not intimidated. Without ninjutsu, Yi Liang was merely at the level of a special jonin, while Ibiki was of the pseudo-shadow class. Although it was just physical combat, bang. After another clash, Yi Liang stumbled backward, nearly falling. Was he truly reduced to relying on ninjutsu? Yi Liang felt a surge of unwillingness. Ninjutsu was a gift from the system, although it could still defeat an opponent. It would not ease the fury raging within him. With revenge on his mind, Yi Liang only desired a visceral confrontation like a true man. Heh, do you crave power? A low beastly growl echoed in Yi Liang's mind. Who? He was startled, soon seeing a massive red fox appear in his consciousness. The Nine Tails. Yi Liang gaped in astonishment. Since becoming a host, Yi Liang had long forgotten about the Nine Tails. His strength had been sufficient thus far, and the Nine Tails naturally provided chakra, allowing him to overlook it. Now, seeing the Nine Tails again left him in shock. Can you help me? Heh, of course, but as a price, you must lend me your body. Lend you my body? Are you insane? Yi Liang immediately rejected the notion. Being a modern individual, he was immune to such demonic temptations. No matter how appealing the power, if it was uncontrollable, it was worthless. This was precisely why Yi Liang had never attempted to activate the Nine Tails power. He always felt he could not yet control such a force. Insane? The Nine Tails was taken aback. It had never encountered such a term. Its lack of communication with Yi Liang stemmed from its inability to fathom him. Despite being merely 20 years old, his thoughts were astoundingly meticulous. Whether battling Uchiha Madara or dealing with Orochimaru, these were feats not typical of someone so young. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the Nine Tails could not access Yi Liang's memories. Typically, as its host, it could see its host's memories, but with Yi Liang, whenever the Nine Tails attempted to peer into his past, a golden orb blocked its view. The Nine Tails had once attacked that orb, but its full force chakra could neither damage the surface nor penetrate it, instead getting repelled. Well, if you refuse to be controlled by me, you can only receive a fraction of my power. A fraction of power? That works. Send it over. The Nine Tails sighed. However, as a tailed beast, it did not go back on its word and truly lent Yi Liang a minuscule amount of chakra, akin to a fingertip's worth. This was an expected outcome. With the mysterious orb shielding Yi Liang, how could he agree to the request of lending his body? Yet, the Nine Tails was not worried. By granting Yi Liang a small amount of chakra, it aimed to cultivate in him a dependency on its power. Humans are prone to addiction, especially to absolute strength. Once Yi Liang adapted to this power, he would inevitably crave more, allowing for gradual temptation. This was the Nine Tails plan. On the other hand, as Yi Liang exited the mindscape, he suddenly felt a surge of immense power fill his body. A layer of red chakra, resembling liquid, enveloped him, mirroring the Nine Tails hue. In that moment, Yi Liang felt invincible. He charged at Ibiki. Bang! The two crashed together again, but this time, the physically superior Ibiki was instantly sent flying by Yi Liang. What is happening? Ibiki sensed something was amiss. At that moment, he also caught sight of the faint red chakra enveloping Yi Liang's body. It was the Nine Tails. Ibiki immediately recognized it. He had participated in the previous battle against Uchiha Madara and was therefore well acquainted with this chakra coating. You, my friend, have truly harnessed the power of the Nine Tails. Upon witnessing Yi Liang's clarity of thought, it became evident that, much like Uchiha Madara, he had managed to control the chakra of the Nine Tails. Humph. Prepare to meet your demise. With a furious roar, Yi Liang charged at Ibiki, but this time was different. A fleeting afterimage appeared in his wake. This was not akin to the flying thunder god technique. It was a genuine afterimage born solely of his unparalleled speed. Bang! Ibiki felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and instantly lost consciousness. After confirming that Ibiki had completely fainted, Yi Liang secured him to a stone pillar in the alley. A shuriken clattered to the ground from Ibiki's pocket, marked with the flying thunder god symbol. Could this be the one that Akane lost a few days ago? How despicable! Yi Liang quickly grasped Ibiki's intentions. It seemed he had planned to leave his shuriken at the scene to fabricate evidence implicating Yi Liang in the attack. Damn it! Yi Liang delivered a resounding slap to him. Once assured that Ibiki was entirely unconscious, he proceeded into Kushina's room. The place was in disarray, with furniture strewn about. Yet there was no sign of Kushina. Kushina, where have you gone? Yi Liang called out. only to be suddenly tackled onto the bed by a graceful figure from behind. Who? Yi Liang turned to see Kushina reaching into his clothes to loosen them. No, I, Yi Liang, am a man of integrity. I do not share a bed with women. Panic surged within him. But that red potion. In an instant, Yi Liang understood everything. It appeared to be something akin to the harmony powder from his past life, though he was uncertain how to proceed. If that were the case, he would indeed need to assist Kushina, lest she succumb to a tragic fate. At least that is how the novels portrayed it. My apologies, Kushina. Chapter 41. The Conspiracy Against Yi Liang. The following day, Yi Liang brought the bound Ibiki to the Hokage's office, while Kushina was in tears. What transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. To protect Kushina's reputation, Yi Liang had arrived early, as no other ninjas were present in the Hokage hall to receive missions. This scoundrel attempted to infiltrate Kushina's home last night, with ill intentions. Sarutobi Hiruzen perked up. Did you succeed? Is that even a question? Yi Liang shot an annoyed glance at Hiruzen, who felt a wave of embarrassment. Ahem, I see. Do you have any direct evidence? Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly and inquired once more. With a thud, a tube used for administering poison and a bottle of blue potion fell to the floor. Hiss. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately grasped the situation. As a master of ninjutsu, he had some knowledge of the interrogation techniques Ibiki practiced, and he quickly recognized the purpose of the items on the ground. What a beast! The third Hokage rushed forward and slapped Ibiki across the face. Just as Ibiki was regaining consciousness, he was knocked out again by the third's blow. I will have him imprisoned in the dungeon, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared gravely, taking Kushina's hand. As the widow of the fourth Hokage, Kushina was now considered a martyr's family member, and it was imperative to provide her with an explanation. But how to ensure her safety? If Ibiki could breach security so easily, how much simpler would it be for others in the future? I am willing to invest in a property in the city center, a bustling area that is comparatively safe. Furthermore, you should reside there as well for convenience, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested to Yi Liang. Very well, Yi Liang nodded. This was the best outcome, as he could not allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to execute Ibiki, given that the latter had not succeeded in his endeavor. Kushina, please return for now. Do not speak of this incident to anyone. I still need to discuss some matters with Yi Liang. Understood. Sensing the seriousness of the third Hokage, Kushina promptly exited the office. What is it, Hokage-sama? Yi Liang inquired. Sarutobi Hiruzen never engaged in idle conversation. His intent to retain Yi Liang indicated that he had something significant to discuss. Do you truly believe this incident was orchestrated by Ibiki? What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows. I know Ibiki. While he is not admirable, he would not stoop to such depths. I suspect there is someone else orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Orchestrating? After hearing this, Yi Liang produced a black shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. This was a gift for Akane, marked with the flying thunder god symbol, intended to protect her in times of danger, yet it mysteriously vanished a few days ago. What do you imply? This very item was what I retrieved from Ibiki last night. If my assumptions are correct, Ibiki intended to frame me, but I caught him off guard. Frame. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Originally, he believed there was someone plotting behind the scenes, targeting the widowed Kushina, but now it seemed that the true target was Yi Liang himself. Someone wants you out of Konoha. I believe that as well, Yi Liang agreed. But who could it be? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. While Yi Liang had already zeroed in on a suspect, to construct a web of deceit, one must possess considerable power. During my confrontation with Ibiki, despite the commotion, no one came to investigate, which indicates someone was deliberately dispersing the crowd. The only individuals capable of such manipulation, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, are members of the Elder Council, including the likes of Nara Shikaku and others. However, Yi Liang's primary suspicion fell on just one person, Shimura Danzo. Indeed, as the ruler of the Umbu, Danzo harbored ill intentions toward Yi Liang, especially now that Yi Liang had emerged as a hero of Konoha. In such circumstances, tarnishing Yi Liang's reputation appeared to be the only method to expel him. I suspect it is Danzo. Impossible. Danzo has always protected Konoha, though his methods are extreme. He would never forsake such a powerful asset as you, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared firmly. Yet, aside from him, there are no other plausible suspects, are there? Moreover, while I may be a formidable asset, I simultaneously pose a significant risk, do I not? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. He understood well that Yi Liang spoke a truth that could not be disregarded. Very well, I will keep a close watch on him. Being of the older generation, I hope Danzo does not commit any foolish acts. Agreed. With that, Yi Liang stretched and prepared to take his leave. By the way, you will still need to serve as an examiner for the Chunin exams. Understood. As the two conversed, in the Umbu meeting room, Danzo coldly regarded his subordinate. Have you failed, Shursui? I apologized, Lord Danzo. I had successfully gained control over Ibiki, but who would have thought that Yi Liang would intervene, knocking Ibiki unconscious and sending him to the village dungeon. Humph, what a waste. With that, he made a motion across his throat, and his subordinate immediately understood. By the way, how is your task concerning the Uchiha clan progressing? The weasel has been plotting, as it pertains to the life and death of the clan. Please grant us a moment for contemplation. Humph. Then make your choice swiftly. Will you stand by your clan through life and death? Or will you take the more decisive route and end your own life in atonement? I trust you can discern the right path. Indeed, my lord. Upon finishing his words, Shursui vanished in an instant. Danzo's eyes flickered momentarily. This lad's body flicker technique has grown remarkably powerful. I wonder how it compares to Yeong's? Yeong left the Hokage's office in high spirits. Not only had he resolved Kushina's safety issues, but he had also successfully secured a property for himself, which brought him a sense of delightful satisfaction. Should I move in with Akane? Or should we move in together? Together, perhaps? Yeong pondered. Important matters merit thorough consideration. Just then, a figure clad in green dashed toward him from a distance, kicking up dust in its wake. That must be Might Guy, Yeong discerned from afar. Indeed, Might Guy seemed to be a disciple of Ibiki. Although their relationship remains unclear, Might Guy may very well seek revenge for this situation. I should make haste. Having thought everything through, Yeong prepared to flee, but before he could take many steps, he was intercepted by Might Guy. Please duel with me, Teacher Yeong. Might Guy suddenly bowed deeply. A duel? Yeong was perplexed. He had rushed over simply to challenge him? Indeed, Teacher Yeong. When I saw you at the training ground, I was struck by your formidable strength. To be honest, I've recently encountered a bottleneck in my training, and Ibiki-sensei can no longer assist me. So you sought me out? Yeong inquired. Yes. Might Guy nodded vigorously. But I lack expertise in physical techniques, Yeong replied awkwardly. As far as he knew, Might Guy's talent in ninjutsu was exceedingly poor. Apart from training in physical techniques, he had little else to pursue. However, asking him to master physical techniques was somewhat unreasonable. Yeong's system seemed to have only provided guidance in ninjutsu. Ding. A side quest to instruct Might Guy has been triggered. For further details, please refer to the quest panel. Another new quest? Yeong's face lit up. Since his return from Sunagakure, he had not received any side quests. Even assisting Kushina last night was merely a daily task. In front of Might Guy, Yeong opened the quest panel. He had long since discovered that others could not see it aside from himself. Wow. Yeong was nearly taken aback by the quest panel. Might Guy is the ultimate physical technique of the Hokage, and apart from Might Guy at his peak, no one has ever been able to utilize it. Yet here Yeong was, fortunate enough to have directly obtained Might Guy. Although he was uncertain how the absence of the 8 gates would affect Might Guy, he resolved to teach it nonetheless. Little guy, you wish to grow stronger, right? Following your teacher Yeong is the right choice. Yeong immediately took Might Guy and dashed toward the Konoha training ground. After a frantic sprint, Yeong collapsed on the ground, panting. Teacher, don't scare me. It's you who startled me. What kind of speed was that? Yeong lay on the ground like a defeated dog. Having pushed himself beyond his limits to maintain the image of a teacher, yet he was still overwhelmed by Might Guy. Guy, this isn't right. True strength in physical techniques is not merely about speed. Sometimes, a slower pace can lead to a greater mastery. A slower pace? Might Guy looked at Yeong, puzzled. Yes. Striking slowly to counteract speed, achieving harmony between yin and yang is the true path. Yeong, still on the ground, suddenly rose. He was too exhausted to continue running and decided to start teaching Might Guy right there. The way of yin and yang relies on reason, striking slowly to counter speed. Using strength to overcome agility. When you truly comprehend this principle, you will naturally become a formidable shadow-level ninja. Teacher, I don't quite understand, Might Guy said awkwardly. It's surprising you understand it all. I barely comprehend it myself. Yeong chuckled at Might Guy. Little guy, consider this. Do you see that blade of grass on the ground? If you strike it with immense speed, it will perish instantly, but if I press it gently, it will still die. Now tell me, who expended more effort, you or I? Naturally, I use more effort. Exactly. That is the essence of striking slowly to counter speed. To defeat an opponent, one must exert just enough force to remain within their limits. Using excessive power will only deplete one's stamina. If you are ambushed, wasting energy is tantamount to courting death. Yang imparted this wisdom, which he had learned from an elderly gentleman in the park. Rumored to be a master of a particular style of Tai Chi. As for its authenticity, Yang was uncertain. The gentleman had claimed he had never fully mastered it. I understand, teacher. Might Guy bowed solemnly before moving to a nearby tree to practice. Yang relaxed slightly, though he wasn't sure what Might Guy truly comprehended. He had at least passed the initial hurdle. Now, as long as Might Guy made some progress in his physical techniques, he believed completing Yang's side quest would be a straightforward task, albeit the rewards might not be significant. Observing the Night Guy reward on the panel, Yang sighed heavily. Just then, a large tree in the distance was suddenly split in half by Might Guy. Yet Yang clearly saw that Might Guy had not used considerable force, just an ordinary punch. Did he succeed? Yang displayed a hint of doubt. But upon seeing the progress on the quest panel, a 50 completion rate appeared. What is this? Yang gently swiped his finger, discovering that the reward seemed ready to be claimed. Has it been completed? No, wait. Yang suddenly noticed that the 50 progress bar had inexplicably jumped. Now it was at 51. It seemed that to obtain the highest reward of Night Guy, one must achieve a full 100 completion rate. Yang was overjoyed. Initially, he had only hoped to receive a modest reward, but now it appeared he had stumbled upon an unexpected boon. In summary, that Tai Chi principle was indeed valid. The elderly gentleman in the park had not deceived him. Watching the slowly increasing progress bar, Yang prepared to accelerate the training. Little guy, come here for a moment. Your teacher has a mantra to teach you. Coming. The way of heaven is to diminish the excessive and supplement the deficient. The path begins with the opening of the 9 apertures. The 9 apertures lie within the tailbone. Let the strong be strong. The bright moon illuminates the great river. Little guy, this is the mantra of the 3 stages of supreme physical technique. If you can understand even one part of it, you will become the strongest physical ninja. Practice diligently. Yang feigned an air of mystery and then departed. Teacher, Might Guy murmured to himself, as the mantra of physical technique echoed in his mind. Although he could not grasp its meaning, he felt a sudden enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the side quest of instructing Might Guy. Reward S-rank physical technique Night Guy. Wow, it truly worked. Yi Liang was overwhelmed with excitement. Astonished that the martial arts manuals from his past life could truly lead Might Guy to enlightenment, he bounced around his home, trying to release his exhilaration over the success of Night Guy. Red Bean, busy packing Yi Liang's belongings, glanced at him with an expression of disbelief. He often found joy in the most inexplicable moments. Today was the day Yi Liang was moving out, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had worked swiftly to resolve the real estate matters in just half a day. Was he really leaving? Red Bean felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, they had shared this space for so long, forming a bond. Pervert, what are you doing with my underwear? Helping you pack. Pack? What pack? We're moving in together. Come on. Yi Liang declared, I would never abandon my loyal wife. Chapter 43. Uchiha Assassination Plan after a fortnight of routine life. Yi Liang was joyfully preparing for the Chunin exams. Rumor had it that the rewards were exceptionally high, and he delightedly perused the task list, his face beaming with joy. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. An astonishing bounty of 100,000 Rio. That was enough to purchase another house. Yi Liang counted eagerly, urging himself to act swiftly. Time was of the essence, with participants from the 5 great shinobi villages arriving in just a month. Sarutobi Hiruzen casually remarked, then waved him off with a dismissal. Yi Liang stepped outside. After giving the 7th squad some instructions, he returned home to indulge in leisure. Obito, what as for lunch? My treat. Kakashi cheerfully patted Uchiha Obito on the back. The task was quite lucrative, and as Yi Liang's disciples, they would also receive a substantial amount. Forget it. I have something urgent today. I want to be taking on the mission, Obito replied nervously, hastily departing the Hokage's office. Kakashi, have you noticed Obito acting strangely lately? Lin approached. He does seem a bit off. I heard something happened at his home. At home. Half an hour later, Uchiha Obito, feeling disoriented, walked towards the outskirts of Konoha village. He kicked at the pebbles beneath his feet, feeling agitated. It had been several days since the villagers had ostracized the Uchiha clan. Not only were they excluded during meals, but even going out for a moment of privacy was under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. Though Obito was uncertain of the reasons, he sensed something was amiss. Hurrying towards the village's edge, he recalled that due to political reasons, the Uchiha stronghold had been relocated outside the village. Why haven't I reached yet? Obito swiftly navigated the branches, but the way home felt unbearably long. Who goes there? A voice called from ahead, causing him to slow his pace. It was a couple of village guards. What could they want? Recognizing the shinobi blocking his path, he noted their Leaf Village attire and Jounin headbands. This is a special period. We require a routine inspection. The two Jounin confronted Obito, aggressively seizing his ninja tool pouch. That was a gift from my teacher. Obito protested, but received only a scornful glance in return. Move along. This pouch contains dangerous weapons and must be confiscated. What? Obito was taken aback. In a shinobi village, he had never heard of tool pouches being confiscated. While they could indeed be dangerous, weren't they ninjas? How could one be a ninja without their tools? Obito instinctively lunged to reclaim his pouch. What are you doing? Do you realize this behavior could lead to charges of attempted escape? The two Jounin glared at him, their expressions tinged with disdain. It's a gift from my teacher. I can't give it to you. Obito charged at the two guards, but his skills were insufficient. He found himself quickly overpowered, nearly knocked unconscious. Get lost. Were you not a child? I would have ended you on the spot. Frustrated, Obito pounded the ground in despair, left with no choice but to retreat into the Uchiha compound. Inside the Uchiha clan shrine, a group of Uchiha members glared furiously at Uchiha Fugaku. Chief, if this continues, our Uchiha family will truly lose face. Indeed, they have bullied us for too long. Must we continue to endure this humiliation? I propose we rise against Konoha and seize control of the village. The crowd murmured in agreement. Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed deeply. Previously, due to Danzo's oppression, the Uchiha were barred from participating in the battle against the Nine Tails. While this had spared their clan from losses, it had also sown the seeds of future conflict. How can we claim to survive when our clan bears the brunt of death? This situation cannot persist. The resentment of the villagers towards the Uchiha was palpable. Enough. I understand your sentiments, but we cannot confront the Senju. Let alone that the Senju have the Hyuga's support. We also have to consider that enigmatic powerhouse, Yi Liang, who could easily turn the tide. How can we oppose the Senju in such circumstances? Uchiha Fugaku analyzed calmly. The room fell silent. They comprehended Fugaku's concerns. Had it only been the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha would have feared nothing, but with Yi Liang in the fray, the stakes were vastly different. They faced not only the threats posed by Sarutobi and Danzo, but also the overwhelming might of Yi Liang, who had previously slain Uchiha Madara. What shall we do? Must we merely watch as our Uchiha clan is oppressed? Tomorrow, I will seek an audience with the Hokage to discuss this matter. I hope to receive a satisfactory explanation for our clan, Fugaku's side, concluding the family meeting. Meanwhile, a team of Umbu shinobi had quietly positioned themselves throughout the Uchiha compound, with two masked figures perched above the shrine. Shursui, are we really going to take action? After all, they are our kin. But did you not hear? They are plotting rebellion. Yet the clan leader is opposed. Itachi, you must understand, even if they do not rebel today, we cannot guarantee they won't in the future. Those with a treacherous heart will inevitably act upon it, Uchiha Shursui stated coldly. The other remained silent. His name was Uchiha Itachi, one of Fugaku's sons. Should Fugaku choose to betray the village today, Itachi would strike without hesitation, but the current situation seemed different from what Danzo had described. The Uchiha were not genuinely opposing Konoha, which cast doubt on his convictions. If you cannot act, then I shall personally eliminate your kin, for I too am an Uchiha, and must deal with traitors myself. Shursui continued. Years of indoctrination had dulled the bonds of family within the Umbu. For them, the village's interests outweighed all. Please do not harm my younger brother. He is still just a child, Itachi Uchiha added. As night deepened, they gradually approached the village. Chapter 44. Obito's plea for help. Grandmother, is the hot water ready yet? Obito inquired, having cleaned himself of the grime, only to find the bathwater before him icy cold. Grandmother? He called again, but no one responded. Instantly, he sensed something amiss. He suspiciously stepped out of the room and caught a whiff of a nauseating metallic scent. Blood. This is bad. He hurried into the woodshed, only to be met with the sight of his grandmother lying in a pool of blood. No. Obito's eyes turned crimson, but a sharp shuriken soon followed. Shadow Shuriken Technique. Countless shurikens shot toward Obito's head, reminiscent of the earlier encounter at the Kanabi Bridge. Who are you? Why are you harming my family? Obito activated his Sharingan and evaded the deadly assault. With his newfound strength, he was not an easy target. I didn't expect this little brat to be so troublesome. A figure wearing a cat-faced mask squatted on the beam. It's the Umbu. Obito recognized them immediately. The cat-faced mask symbolized the Umbu, and their attire indicated they were elite-level shinobi, typically composed of special jonin. Why would the Umbu attack members of the Uchiha clan? Obito was perplexed, yet the onslaught did not cease. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. A massive fireball surged towards Obito. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. He countered swiftly. But as a mere Genin, despite possessing formidable chakra as a Uchiha, he could not withstand the Umbu's assault. Boom. His body was sent flying, leaving him with numerous burn marks. Damn it. Obito rolled up and dashed outside. He was no match for these foes, even with 2 more years of training. Sensei. Yes. Sensei can help me. He instinctively thought of his mentor, Kakashi Hatake. In moments of crisis, one often recalls their most important person, apart from his grandmother. Obito had no other family, and Kakashi was his only support. Still trying to escape? The Umbu sneered coldly, charging towards Obito. Just then, his grandmother, who had been lying in a pool of blood, slightly opened her eyes. Don't you dare touch my grandson. Though her body was frail and on the brink of death, she struggled to open her eyes for Obito's sake. Amaterasu, accompanied by a faint chime, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, unleashing an endless sea of black flames. What the hell? The Umbu, caught off guard, were instantly engulfed by the black fire, and Obito's house was utterly consumed by the flames. Grandmother. Obito witnessed the scene unfolding, but the black flames swiftly enveloped the entire house, along with the Umbu and his grandmother. This is unacceptable. He pounded the ground and burst out of the village. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui quietly observed Uchiha Fugaku before him. Itachi, if you do not take action, I will. Uchiha Fugaku remained motionless, clearly entrapped in Shursui's Jinjutsu. Standing beside Shursui, Itachi appeared indifferent, having made his resolve. Allow me to handle this. Very well, after all. It is your family. At that moment, from a nearby wardrobe, a pair of terrified eyes watched the scene in horror. No, don't harm my father. Brother, what is happening to you? The owner of the eyes, Sasuke, looked fearfully at Itachi but dared not step out, as Shursui stood beside him. He was Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother and the second son of Uchiha Fugaku. In the most perilous moment, Fugaku had hidden him in the family wardrobe. It must be this person controlling my brother. How could he possibly attack his own family? He glared hatefully at Uchiha Shursui, who had already noticed him. Itachi, I promise you, I will not kill those who should not be harmed, but you must make the right choice now. Understood. Itachi nodded gravely and slowly extended his hand towards Uchiha Fugaku. No. Sasuke felt as if his heart had leaped to his throat. Someone, please save my father. I beg you. Just then, an ear-piercing roar echoed towards the Uchiha shrine. What is happening? Uchiha Shursui reacted just in time to see the shrine ceiling being torn apart by a fire dragon. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Technique. A loud voice resonated from outside, and a white figure leaped into the Uchiha shrine atop the fire dragon. It was Kakashi. Shursui immediately recognized him, having been instructed by Danzo to deal with him, thus leaving a lasting impression. Itachi, do not do anything foolish. That fool Danzo is not a good person. Do not heed his words. Kakashi stood firmly in front of Uchiha Fugaku, exuding a sense of urgency. Who are you? How do you know me? Itachi's eyes narrowed in suspicion. How could I not know you? You are Uchiha Itachi, the coveted prodigy. Of course, Kakashi only thought this in his mind. Cough, cough. I have heard from the third Hokage about you, that you are exceptionally gifted and of great potential. Why would you listen to that fool Danzo? Lower your shuriken. That is not the right course of action. Kakashi rambled as he approached Itachi, urging him to lower his weapon. That's better. It's far better when everyone is amicable. Itachi frowned, but upon hearing the third Hokage's name, he hesitated to strike Kakashi. What exactly do you intend to do? This is an Umbu operation. If you disagree, you can speak to Lord Danzo about it, but do not interfere with us. Uchiha Shursui interjected, displeased. Seeing Kakashi, he refrained from attacking, not because of the third Hokage, but because he knew Kakashi was formidable and could not defeat Danzo. Huh, do I really need to report to that old man? I have already shown him enough courtesy by not causing trouble over the IBI incident. But you cannot. Enough. Kakashi abruptly produced a token. I am a Konoha advisor. Who are you? Uchiha Shursui fell silent. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku also awakened from the Jinjutsu. He stared blankly at the unfolding scene and quickly recognized Kakashi. You are Lord Kakashi. He immediately expressed his gratitude towards Kakashi. Chapter 45. The mask slips. Although previously under Shursui's control, Uchiha Fugaku, blessed with the Sharingan, was still aware of the events transpiring before him. Lord Kakashi, I implore you, save our Uchiha clan. We never intended to betray the village. Did you truly never consider it? Kakashi replied with indifference, fully aware of the Uchiha clan's ulterior motives, but primarily, he had come for Itachi. Although Itachi killed his own kin for the greater good, his later years were marked by profound tragedy. Initially, he was misunderstood by his brother and relentlessly pursued, and ultimately, in service to his brother's aspirations, he sacrificed his own life. This was not what Yi Liang wished to witness. Therefore, regardless of whether the Uchiha clan had betrayed Konoha, Yi Liang resolved to protect them. Not to mention, with his current stature of 541, ninjutsu at level 5, taijutsu at level 4, and ninja tools at level 1. What did it matter if Danzo's Umbu mobilized? He could still escort the Uchiha clan safely out of Konoha. With his Night Kai, no one could impede him. Rest assured, as long as I, Yi Liang, am present, no one will dare to harm you. By the way, the other Umbu along the way have already been eliminated. Thank you very much, my lord. Uchiha Fugaku immediately knelt in gratitude. At that moment, a sharp shout suddenly echoed from outside. Who dares to obstruct the Umbu in their duties? An elder, flanked by Umbu, entered the Uchiha family shrine. Shimura Danzo, I will take your life. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, rushing towards him, only to be halted by Yi Liang's hand. Let me handle this, he said calmly. Itachi, why aren't you coming over? Danzo coldly remarked, yet Itachi hesitated. Stay with your family. This is an adult matter and does not concern you, Yi Liang retorted softly. At that moment, Itachi was indeed still a child. Around 11 or 12 years old, younger than Kakashi. Yi Liang, what are you doing? I respect you as Konoha's advisor, which is why I've shown you some courtesy. But by protecting the Uchiha clan, you are opposing Konoha. I could easily regard you as a rogue ninja. A rogue ninja? Are you referring to me? Yi Liang laughed. Old thief Danzo, you seem to have forgotten. I am not even a resident of Konoha. I hail from the Sound Village. Konoha merely employed me. To label me a rogue ninja? What a ridiculous jest. Yi Liang's face was filled with scorn. Danzo was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he suddenly realized that Yi Liang was indeed correct. Yi Liang was not a Konoha citizen. He had only remained due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's entreaty. Thus, Danzo found himself at a loss for a retort. Just do not hinder us from executing our duties. He snorted coldly and immediately signaled the Umbu behind him to disperse. Yet, as they began to retreat, a phantom red serpent appeared in the sky. Sage Art, White Rage Technique. A piercing low hum instantly filled the Uchiha clan, causing the surrounding Umbu members to freeze in place. The White Rage technique utilized the vibrations in the air to restrict everyone's blood flow, rendering them incapable of resisting its effects. Now, do you still wish to act? Yi Liang stated coldly. The Sage Art persisted for several seconds, instilling fear in Shimura Danzo. Although he could counter the jutsu, it would take at least 5 seconds. A duration ample enough for Yi Liang to eliminate them countless times. Behind him, Uchiha Itachi was equally stunned. Yi Liang had entered Sage mode in an instant. A feat he had never witnessed before, and he could only feel profound admiration for Yi Liang. This incident, regardless of the Uchiha's loyalty to Konoha, is a spontaneous action by your Umbu. Whether the Uchiha clan has betrayed Konoha or not, it requires Hiruzen Sarutobi's approval. On what grounds do you Umbu speak on behalf of the Hokage? If you are wise, you will leave promptly. Yi Liang issued another eviction order, leaving Danzo at a loss for words. Having anticipated Yi Liang's arrival, Danzo had personally overseen the operation. Yet he never expected Yi Liang to directly disregard his authority and threaten him with force. This was beyond Danzo's imagination. At that moment, Danzo finally harbored murderous intent toward Yi Liang. The prolonged reliance on Yi Liang had caused Danzo to forget his true identity. Now, upon being reminded, an overwhelming rage surged within him. Retreat, he angrily commanded, leading all the Umbu away from the scene. Uchiha Itachi silently observed his father, unsure of what to say. Regardless of your choices, I will always take pride in you, my son. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Itachi, but said nothing further. He bypassed him and approached Yiliang. Mr. Yiliang, I truly thank you. Rest assured, as long as I, Fugaku, draw breath, the Uchiha clan will remain loyal to you, even if you are not from Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku solemnly expressed his gratitude to Yiliang before proceeding to assess the damage. Yiliang nodded. He understood Fugaku's sentiment. In this moment, the Uchiha clan was solely loyal to him, rather than Konoha. What does this signify? Am I to establish a village? Yiliang shook his head. He scrutinized Itachi, whose youthful face bore no signs of maturity. In the original narrative, Itachi participated in the massacre at the age of 15 or 16. Yet several years remained before that age. Has time advanced due to my influence? Yiliang pondered. In his previous life, the Uchiha clan was ostracized due to the Nine Tails incident. However, on that occasion, it was the corrupted Obito Uchiha who led the Nine Tails assault, while this time it was the ancestral Uchiha Madara. The distinct nature of these events naturally yielded vastly different outcomes. That was Uchiha Madara. Even he took the lead in the assault. How could the other Uchiha fare any better? The villagers naturally shared this sentiment. Moreover, the planned rebellion by the entire village was altered due to Madara's involvement. Even the previously conspiratorial clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, astonishingly had no intention of betraying Konoha. Thus, while the trajectories appeared similar, they were fundamentally different, clearly veering toward an alternate path. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi inexplicably departed. Yiliang observed his retreating figure and quietly opened the wardrobe inside the house. Is your brother's daughter-in-law here? A tiny 3-year-old was brought out, kicking her legs in a futile struggle for freedom. Let me go? I am not your daughter-in-law. Chapter 46. Visitors from the ninja village months later. Konoha was festooned with decorations, never before having been so prosperous. At the entrance, lines of ninjas from other villages queued to enter Konoha's gates. This was Yiliang's plan. The Chunin exams were a pivotal event in the Hokage's agenda, and as a time traveler, Yiliang had every reason to partake. Thus, he applied to Hiruzen Sarutobi for the role of Chunin exam coordinator. Of course, it was not for monetary gain. In the Hokage's office, are the participants here? They've all arrived. Are there many? Just as many as the hair in your armpits. Yiliang and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood at the window of the office like two fools, gazing into the distance. The guests at the entrance flowed like an unceasing river. Yiliang, I must inform you, although I appointed you as the Chunin coordinator, should you fail to execute your duties well, your position as advisor may be in jeopardy. Rest assured, even if the sky were to fall, I shall ensure the Chunin exams proceed. Yiliang confidently declared, patting his bulging pockets. The salary for the Chunin exam supervisor had already arrived, and questioning the feasibility of the event now seemed a tad too late, didn't it? Yiliang felt a sense of resignation. He wore a cheerful smile as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, in contrast, bore a rather displeased expression. The earlier incident involving Danzo had created a rift between Yiliang and Sarutobi, given that Danzo and the third Hokage had once been comrades with a profound bond. This was a sentiment understood by all. Although Yiliang had never acted out of line concerning Konoha, his unwavering loyalty to the Uchiha clan had, paradoxically, instilled a degree of unease in Sarutobi. Then go ahead and manage it, Sarutobi said, his gaze penetrating as it fixed on Yiliang. Truth be told, he had faith in Yiliang, yet he also held faith in Danzo. It was perplexing why such a formidable and enigmatic ally would consistently oppose him. If Yiliang were ever to harbor hostile intentions towards Konoha, even the return of the first Hokage might not be sufficient to remedy the situation. Sarutobi's thoughts ran deep. The weight of his concerns regarding Yiliang was unmatched. At the entrance, Yiliang arrived, aware that having accepted Konoha's funds, he must fulfill his obligations. Though he lacked a moral compass and was somewhat timid, he could still distinguish between right and wrong. Hello, Granny Chiyo. Yiliang greeted as he reached the threshold, for the Sand Village had arrived. Greetings, Chiyo replied, but instead of entering, she lingered at the door like a pouting child. What is going on? I haven't done anything to provoke you, Yiliang remarked, taken aback. Suddenly he noticed another group at the entrance, Cloud Village. What was happening? Yiliang pulled a bystander who appeared to be watching the commotion. The atmosphere seemed to be heating up. Well, what else could it be? Granny Chiyo is cutting in line. Cutting in line? The bystander explained, Granny Chio had already led her group through security, but upon seeing Cloud Village approaching, she deliberately turned back. Turned back? Indeed. Not only did she turn back, but she also intentionally positioned herself in front of Cloud Village, refusing to move. The burly men from Cloud Village were not to be trifled with. Within moments, a scuffle ensued. Yi Liang sighed, knowing all too well the cause of the altercation. It was rumored that during a time of hardship, Sand Village had been robbed by a special Genin from Cloud Village, and if not for their leader's presence, they might have lost everything. Thus, this was an act of retaliation. Yi Liang understood the dynamics. Both women and the elderly are unteachable, especially when it comes to an old woman. He had no choice but to position himself between the two factions. Everyone, please stop fighting. For my sake, Yi Liang. Yi Liang, who the hell are you? The leader of Cloud Village threw a punch. A muscular man, he was known for his lack of reason, only focusing on strength and aggression. You've got to be kidding me, Yi Liang exclaimed, startled. He then saw a pair of arms crackling with lightning heading toward his face. The saying goes, do not strike a handsome face. And Yi Liang simply could not tolerate such an affront. SHINRA TENSEI. He unleashed a powerful technique, sending the burly man soaring through the air. The leader was left speechless, even on the verge of tears. He had never anticipated being bested by someone so diminutive. The thought of his muscle-bound existence crumbling before this small figure struck fear into him. If I ever get the chance, I will make sure to destroy you, he declared. Stepping aside, pride wounded, he did not utter another word, allowing Granny Chio to pass. Where have you been all this time? Yi Liang shot him a glance. Bemused by the lack of discipline in such a brute, he struck a refined pose, hands behind his back, letting the gentle breeze cool his attire. Granny, what is this nonsense about cutting in line? Who cares? They attacked our village before, so I'm cutting in. Cutting in is not appropriate. Well, I'm doing it anyway. Yi Liang sighed. The obstinacy of the elderly was indeed exasperating. He had to escort her himself, as a favor to maintain peace. The remainder of the events unfolded smoothly. Aside from the friction between Sand and Cloud, all else remained unscathed. Notably, many familiar faces from Yi Liang's past emerged among the ninjas. Renowned figures such as Terumi Mei from Mist Village, Kuratsuchi from Stone Village, and Darui from Cloud Village were present. They were pivotal players in future battles, and to top it off, there were even 2 Kage-level warriors. Yi Liang felt a sense of disbelief. How could Konoha's team possibly compete against such illustrious opponents? He was aware of Konoha's situation. Aside from his own Team 7, there were only a handful of notable figures. Asuma, Kurenai, Hinata. They seemed to be little more than supporting characters. The formidable female ninjas of Konoha had already ascended to Jonin ranks, so what business did they have in the Chunin exams? Obito, give it your all, Yi Liang encouraged his disciple. The following day, the much-anticipated Chunin exams in Konoha were set to commence. Yi Liang donned an elegant outfit, for as the chief examiner, he could not allow his appearance to bring shame to Konoha. As he approached the arena, he attracted the attention of numerous young maidens. Ready yourselves, everyone. I am Yi Liang. Chapter 47. The exam begins. An excellent host can always capture the audience's heart. While Yi Liang was not a host in the traditional sense, his role served a similar purpose. Wow, who is that handsome guy? How can he be so striking? I can't take it. My heart has been stolen. The audience erupted in rapturous cheers, surpassing even the fervor of past conventions. I don't care. I want to marry him. I must marry him. As Yi Liang observed the Jonin maintaining order and escorting a frenzied spectator away, he felt a sense of familiarity. Clearly, appointing him as the host was a wise decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen on stage nodded in approval. Where did you find such a dazzling host, my friend? He truly shines. Indeed. I had the fortune of attending a certain grand event in a major nation in the past. While the ladies were lovely, the atmosphere this time is unparalleled, Sarutobi responded, refraining from divulging that if those Kage-level warriors were to discover Yi Liang was not from Konoha, they would surely offer substantial rewards to recruit him. After all, Yi Liang had an affinity for wealth, and Sarutobi was fully aware of this. Who would have thought there would be so many participants this time? Yi Liang, with his charming demeanor, eagerly signed an autograph for a 13-year-old girl who had just rushed off the stage. The girl, overwhelmed with excitement, fainted instantly. Alas, the medical staff present today seemed rather unprepared. One could only hope that no mishap would occur. All right, since everyone is gathered, let us invite the first group of contestants. Ahem. Yi Liang adjusted his collar, allowing it to stand upright, slightly enhancing his presence. Now, I would like to welcome the competitors of the first match. Representing the Hidden Rock Village, we have Lon 2, facing off against the Hidden Mist Village's Koizumi Mei. It is worth noting that Koizumi Mei is one of the few elite flower-level ninjas. Yi Liang emulated the tone of seasoned hosts as he recited the introduction. He glanced at the cue card. One must wonder, is the name of the Hidden Rock Village really so casual? Lon 2. I am at a loss for words. At that moment, Koizumi Mei stepped onto the stage with delicate, cat-like movements. However, as she made her entrance, the audience fell into stunned silence. She was simply too large. Indeed, she appeared to be of an F-cup stature. Ahem, I am referring to her age. Yi Liang was taken aback. Koizumi Mei, participating in the competition, looked to be around 20 years old. 20? Competing in the Chunin exams? Is that not a bit far-fetched? The leader of the Rock Village, Anoki, was immediately incensed. Yagura, is this contestant truly a Genin? At her age, can she really be considered a Genin? What else could it be? Perhaps a ninja kindergarten? Haha. Anoki's cheeks twitched. As the leader of the Rock Village, with Lon 2 being his younger brother, he had already been in a precarious position due to his age. If he failed to advance to Chunin because of this incident, his career might be effectively over. I suspect Yagura is cheating. Koizumi may not even be a Genin. They are playing dirty. Oomph, do you have any evidence? Produce it at once. I will immediately disqualify Koizumi Mei. Nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Let it go? Let it go? Peace is paramount. It cannot be counted. Amidst the quarrel, Lon 2, the opponent, had also taken the stage. He was an elderly man, portly, with wispy white hair. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Yi Liang scanned him and concluded that this individual was quite formidable, likely possessing strength at the level of a quasi-kage. After all, his age was a significant factor. Anoki exclaimed, "What on earth does this mean?" Yagura could not sit still. He acknowledged that allowing the 20-something Koizumi Mei to participate was indeed a bit dubious. But what was the deal with this white-haired old man? At such an advanced age? To call him a Genin? Who would believe that? Lon 2 is one of the few in our village who has not passed the Chunin exams. And today he is 68. Unfortunately, our village's Chunin exams are exceedingly stringent, but please believe me, he is indeed a Genin. They are all just older candidates. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "Let it go, peace is paramount." All right, let us commence the examination immediately, Yi Liang announced without further ado. As fate would have it, Yagura's choice of the 20-something Koizumi Mei to participate in the examination naturally warranted a counterbalance from her opponent, the 60-year-old Lon 2. Such was the nature of competition. The two ninjas on stage began their fierce exchange. Koizumi Mei moved gracefully, then unleashed a water dragon bullet towards the elder Lon Tuesday. Given the age disparity, Koizumi Mei had no intention of prolonging the battle. She knew that in terms of experience, she could not match this old gentleman. It was a swift battle. Water release, hidden mist technique. Suddenly, visibility was obscured. After Lon 2 blocked the water dragon bullet with earth release, he quickly burrowed into the ground. He was well aware of Koizumi Mei's tactics. After all, life experience played a crucial role, and his countermeasures were instinctual. The two faced each other, and the battle was on the verge of erupting. On the platform, Obito intently observed the clash. "Teacher, is that the heart cut technique?" The heart cut is also an underground assassination technique. They are quite similar. Not quite. This is merely a standard earth release. The old man must have mastered earth release to the point of instinct, allowing him to effortlessly burrow into the earth using earth chakra. Koizumi Mei is in a precarious situation. Just earth release? Obito was taken aback. Relying solely on his earth chakra to achieve feats typically reserved for ninjutsu was simply astonishing. Thus, the saying, "With age comes wisdom," rings true. "Teacher, how does he compare to you?" "Stars and the ocean." "What do you mean?" "He is the ocean, and I am the vast stardust high above." Obito was momentarily stunned by Yi Liang's words. Realizing that the top-tier ninja he idolized was portrayed as so insignificant by Yi Liang. In the arena, Koizumi Mei leaped into the air. She tightened her cherry lips and expelled a plume of molten lava-infused flames directly beneath her. The lava was scorching hot. However, after enduring the mist's cooling effect, it quickly formed a 10-meter-high platform on which she could stand. Utilizing lava release to provide herself with a foothold, Koizumi Mei displayed remarkable skill. Yi Liang applauded her in admiration. Yet, Obito remarked that she was still far from matching her teacher. Just a trivial technique. Upon witnessing Koizumi Mei's maneuver, The elderly man emitted a cold snort. Without revealing himself, 100-meter-long colossal earth dragon surged from the ground, charging towards Koizumi Mei's lava pillar. Bang! 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 After 3 consecutive impacts, Koizumi Mei's pillar began to crumble, and large chunks of debris started to slide down, nearly causing her to topple off the pillar. Good gracious! This old man is formidable. Yi Liang recognized the situation. It seemed that Lan too aimed to force Koizumi Mei off the pillar. Once she touched the ground, she would undoubtedly fall prey to his underground assault. The outcome would quickly become apparent. Chapter 48. Koizumi Mei's flirtation. Old man, you are dreaming. Koizumi Mei shouted fiercely, utilizing lava release to descend upon the earth dragon's head. Lava release possesses high-temperature properties. Upon contact with stone, it would rapidly melt the latter, ultimately forming volcanic ash on the ground. It is crucial to note that while earth release can manipulate the earth, it cannot control lava. This contest had swiftly evolved into a clash of chakra. Countless earth dragons erupted from the ground, only to be incinerated by the rapid downpour of lava, leaving behind a surface covered in volcanic ash that was beyond the control of earth release. Teacher, is that old man about to lose? Obito inquired once more. The outcome is uncertain. However, he can no longer attack Koizumi Mei. Yi Liang shook his head, refraining from making a definitive statement. For his disciple, Obito was rather naive, and thus, some matters could only be implied. Bang! A violent collision echoed. Koizumi Mei's lava pillar finally shattered completely. Her expression turned to one of terror, as if she had not anticipated this turn of events. Obito's face showed surprise, and Yi Liang had already foreseen the outcome. With the earth dragon no longer having the pillar as a target, it charged directly at the unprotected Koizumi Mei. You have lost. No, I have not. Koizumi Mei was unwilling to concede, and just as she prepared to retaliate, Yi Liang caught her. What are you doing? I haven't lost. I can still fight. Yi Liang glanced at the ground and stated calmly, You have lost. Lost. Koizumi Mei was taken aback. Subsequently, a row of steel blades was embedded at her landing spot. Had she touched down just moments before, her delicate feet would have been pierced with countless holes, even if her life remained unthreatened. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. In response, Terumi Mei cast a grateful glance towards Yi Liang. The second half of the match. Karui versus Asuma. In the evening, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Yi Liang sat on a long-forgotten bench, accompanied by the enthusiastic Obito. Uncle Otsutsuki, I want watermelon-flavored ramen. The sweltering heat demanded a refreshing bowl of chilled watermelon ramen to cool down. Yi Liang was uncertain how watermelon could be transformed into ramen. Yet the culinary creations of the island nation were always so bizarrely intriguing. Teacher Yi Liang, do you think Terumi Mei will really become the Mizukage in the future? Of course she will. My foresight has never been wrong. Yi Liang smiled. Earlier, during a leisurely stroll, he had casually mentioned the storyline of the original work. Boss, another bowl of ramen, please. Sure thing. But, teacher, she lost today. How could she possibly become the Mizukage? Would a shadow-level powerhouse easily succumb to defeat? Haha. Remember how the third Hokage was often criticized before he became Hokage? They even called him a monkey back then. Really? Absolutely. Uncle Otsutsuki gleefully prepared another bowl of ramen, relishing the amusing anecdotes of those prominent figures. Yi Liang nodded with a smile. At that moment, Terumi Mei's figure appeared behind Obito. Though I lost, it was only because that old man had more chakra than I did. I am not afraid to confront him. She regretted her words immediately, realizing she had stooped to childish banter. Obito was momentarily taken aback, noticing Terumi Mei's embarrassment. Mr. Yi Liang, I truly appreciate your help during the tournament. Without you, I might have the tournament? Oh, that was nothing. Yi Liang shrugged nonchalantly. After all, as an audience member, it was his duty to protect the contestants. After speaking, Yi Liang suddenly recognized something peculiar. Terumi Mei had directly referred to him by name. Although his name was Yi Liang, he had never disclosed it to her, implying she had learned it through other means. She's interested in me. Yi Liang quickly pieced it together. Obito, you should head back now. You have an exam tomorrow. But I haven't finished eating. Have you ever heard of a taijutsu called hunger potential? It suggests that a person under the duress of hunger can unleash unprecedented strength. Is that true, teacher? Of course. Have I ever lied to you? Just behave and go home now, and I assure you will pass the exam tomorrow. Ah, thank you, teacher. Obito was momentarily stunned. It was his first time hearing such a notion, but since it was from his teacher, he had no doubt. Once Obito departed, Yi Liang got straight to the point. He found it hard to believe that Terumi Mei would pay him any attention without reason. Although he was an optimistic individual, he took matters of life and death seriously. Speak, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's like this. They conversed throughout the night, and that evening, Yi Liang did not return home. Next up, we have Uchiha Obito from Konoha facing off against Kuratsuchi from Awagakure. Yi Liang shouted from the platform. He reveled in the cheers from the admirers while calling out Obito's name. He didn't eat last night. I hope he is alright. Yi Liang mused anxiously, regretting hastily dismissing Obito as a light distraction to converse with Terumi Mei. Thud. Obito stepped onto the stage, visibly trembling and appearing somewhat timid. While the audience offered him no support, the Uchiha clan had previously shown signs of rebellion, thus garnering no applause from the crowd. I must prove myself. I will become Hokage. Obito clenched his fists, the previously despondent look on his face now replaced with determination. Kuratsuchi was waiting above, as a fellow contestant. Her support was overwhelming. Kuratsuchi, go for it. Defeat Obito. Show him he is the weakest. Your senior brothers are here cheering for you. Do not be afraid. The crowd's voices rang out. Hey, Hiruzans, this kid seems quite weak. Why is no one cheering for him? Inoki inquired, his curiosity piqued. The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzan's face darkened. Indeed, he is quite the underdog. It is only natural that no one supports him. The issues surrounding the Uchiha clan had escalated significantly, and given the current audience at the arena, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. He could not allow the other Kages to perceive this, as the Uchiha clan was a formidable force within Konoha. If other villages discovered their betrayal, it could lead to a loss of respect for Konoha. Is he truly that weak? Inoki questioned, perplexity etched across his face. At that moment, the two contenders were preparing for battle. Be careful. Obito cautiously relaxed his guard. Kuratsuchi, the youngest participant in the tournament, was indeed the princess of Awagakure. But she was still just a child, barely 8 years old. Such a young age to participate in the Chunin exams. Obito thought, realizing he had only recently graduated from the Shinobi Academy. Go, my dear granddaughter. Inoki silently cheered from the audience. What kind of jutsu can someone that small possibly wield? Obito pondered dismissively. He quickly formed hand seals, channeling chakra to manifest a massive fireball at his throat. Fire release, great fireball technique. As an esteemed clan of fire users, the Uchiha's fire techniques were far from ordinary. The fireball erupted, encompassing a radius of nearly 10 meters. Boom. The fireball hurtled towards Kuratsuchi, but just before it reached her, it abruptly halted. A wall of earth emerged. Kuratsuchi casually executed a B-rank ninjutsu, successfully blocking Obito's assault. Let the attack commence, Kuratsuchi said, subtly moving her arm before launching an Earth Dragon bullet towards Obito's face. Though slow, the hardened rock was imbued with immense power. Crack! The Earth Dragon scraped against the ground, even producing sparks. This was indeed an A-rank ninjutsu. How could this 8-year-old girl wield such advanced techniques? Blast! I was careless. Obito swiftly retreated, but it was too late. The Earth Dragon caught up to him in an instant. He really underestimated her, Yi Liang remarked, shaking his head. If Obito had started off cautious and utilized his Sharingan for defense, Kuratsuchi's Earth Dragon bullet would never have been able to follow him so closely. Damn it. I have no choice but to use my trump card. Rasengan. Boom. The massive Earth Dragon shattered into countless fragments, followed by Obito's outstretched hand. He was on the back mountain, still tinged with remnants of chakra, clearly indicating that the Earth Dragon had just been shattered by him. How could you destroy the Earth Dragon? Hei-Tu exclaimed in astonishment. She was obstructed from view by the Earth Dragon and naturally did not see the Rasengan wielded by Obito. However, the crowd on stage perceived everything instantly. This foolish boy still lacked combat experience. Yi Liang sighed. The Rasengan was a technique he had entrusted to Obito as a lethal move. Yet he had employed it so early. The subsequent matches would undoubtedly become challenging. Damn it, my little dragon. Little Do Ding Hei-Tu was immediately anxious, swiftly forming hand seals. Soon, a pair of rock gloves manifested on her arms. Earth-style, ultra-heavy rock technique. This was also an A-rank ninjutsu, which involved binding the surrounding stone elements tightly around her fists, thus forming massive gauntlets to enhance her close combat abilities. But close combat? Yi Liang was puzzled, after all. Hei-Tu, despite being a prodigy, was merely an 8-year-old child. Engaging in close quarters with the 15-year-old Obito seemed utterly reckless. However, his perspective shifted in an instant as he witnessed the next scene. Hei-Tu unleashed a flurry of punches towards Obito. Although her movements were slow, each punch caused the ground to tremble. Under her relentless onslaught, Obito found himself lacking any means of defense, relying solely on his agility to evade repeatedly. Sharingan, activate. Obito darted from side to side. At this moment, Hei-Tu no longer posed a threat to him. Yet her ferocity was overwhelming, leaving him struggling to find an opening. Could he perhaps rely on fatigue? This was advice Yi Liang had imparted to him the previous night. As the examiner, he understood Obito's age, thus suggesting that if he truly could not contend with his opponent, he could utilize the Sharingan to buy time. The stamina of a child was undoubtedly inferior to his own. Damn it, I don't want to win this way. Obito scanned his surroundings, noticing the audience's expectations of him. The thought of securing victory through such a method would not earn him their support, leaving him unwilling. How dare you underestimate me? I, Uchiha Obito, will not be a coward, he shouted, suddenly charging directly at Hei-Tu. What was he thinking? The young girl's ninjutsu had not been dispelled. Perhaps he was losing composure, seeking a desperate counterattack. Haha, it's likely. After all, he is a child of the Uchiha clan. Such thoughts are not unexpected. The murmurs from the audience reached Obito's ears. Yet he remained oblivious. The Sharingan possessed unparalleled power. Once activated, it allowed him to observe the minutiae of his opponent's movements. As if the surrounding world had slowed to a crawl. Bang! Hei-Tu's fist narrowly grazed Obito's cheek, leaving only a faint scratch. Impossible. How did you evade my attacks continuously? Hei-Tu panicked, realizing her strikes were utterly ineffective against Uchiha Obito. Unbeknownst to her, her footwork had become somewhat erratic. A perfect opportunity. A Rasengan materialized in Obito's palm, his talent far surpassing Naruto's, allowing him to unleash it without the need for charging. Bang! The Rasengan was released. Everything came to an end. Obito expended all his strength and fainted, while Hei-Tu collapsed to the ground simultaneously. The audience was left dumbfounded. They had initially thought Uchiha Obito to be unremarkable, yet he had utilized the Sharingan's unique abilities to exploit a minor flaw. Such a feat was beyond their capabilities. Silence enveloped the crowd. On stage, Inoki was furiously incensed. He stormed towards Obito, for Hei-Tu was his granddaughter, and he could not simply disregard her being struck by an A-rank ninjutsu. Inoki, do not overstep your bounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in surprise. Both parties were powerful figures, and it was too late for him to intervene and prevent Inoki's advance. Bang! A cloud of dust engulfed the arena. Soon after, a young man radiating a brilliant light intercepted Inoki's hand. As a figure of such authority, is this behavior not lacking in decorum? Yi Liang coldly regarded Inoki. Confronting the Tsuchikage, Yi Liang activated Sage Mode. However, even so, Inoki's assault was immensely formidable. A massive boulder, transformed into a fist, appeared, seemingly weighing several tons. Yet Yi Liang lifted it effortlessly with one hand. Since mastering Night Guy, his comprehension of physical techniques had reached unparalleled heights, rendering even ordinary boulders inconsequential. What a strong young man. Inoki glanced at Yi Liang with caution, ultimately halting his attack. At that moment, Noira Rin, accompanied by several medical ninjas, leaped down from the audience. Given that this was the Chunin exam venue, medical boards had been prepared. Lord Inoki, Hei-Tu is not in any mortal danger. Just some minor internal injuries. We will commence treatment immediately, Noira Rin stated, promptly beginning her work. Seeing that his granddaughter was unharmed, Inoki reluctantly withdrew, though his gaze lingered on Yi Liang, seemingly impressed. This individual is not to be underestimated. Chapter 50. The final contest. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no cause for alarm. We shall pause the match for 10 minutes before resuming, Yi Liang announced, lifting Obito into his arms. This lad had merely overexerted his chakra. There was nothing of concern. Yi Liang carried him to the resting room, confident that all would be well. The subsequent matches would be fairer, considering previous circumstances. Yi Liang imposed a ban on participants over the age of 20 and, due to injuries, increased the number of personnel, significantly enhancing safety protocols. Thus concluded the first match of the Chunin exams. 2 more matches remained, 1 written test and 1 practical test. Since the written examination did not require Yi Liang's supervision, he found himself at ease. Is the village truly so crowded now? Yi Liang pondered while dining at the ramen shop. Indeed, Ever since the Chunin exams began, an increasing number of ninjas have come to Konoha to spectate. However, most of them are from smaller ninja villages. Not only are they not participating in the exams, but they also frequently instigate trouble, which is quite troublesome, Otsutsuki Ichiraka lamented, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he had endured considerable hardship over the past few days. Is there no response from the village? Yi Liang inquired. At that moment, while most ninjas were dispatched to the competition arena, Konoha still maintained its guard personnel. The village? Otsutsuki Ichiraka paused, then leaned in nervously to whisper to Yi Liang. Mr. Yi Liang, please do not speak so lightly. The Konoha Security Department is comprised of Uchiha members. Can we trust them now? Yi Liang was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about this matter. The Konoha Security Department had always been commanded by the most powerful Uchiha clan, yet following the assassination of Uchiha by Danzo, they had not risen to resist. How could they continue to safeguard Konoha? Moreover, the Uchiha had been reassigned from Konoha half a month ago and now resided outside the village. The unpredictability of life. Yi Liang sighed. Initially, he had hoped to alter the fate of the Uchiha, but unexpectedly, they had diverged from Konoha. If his assumptions were correct, the Uchiha still appeared to be part of Konoha on the surface, yet they had essentially declared independence. Perhaps it is time for me to establish my own dominion. Yi Liang suddenly had an epiphany. He is now regarded as a thorn in Danzo's side. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan, has developed a certain distance from him. Continuing to reside in Konohagakure is, in truth, perilous. If Danzo were to dispatch assassins, could his worldly experience truly fend off these trained ninjas? For instance, employing poison or assassination. Such insidious tactics could pose a threat to him while he slumbers. Contemplating this, Yelyan's thoughts began to wander. Returning to the examination venue, the written test had concluded, and the third phase of the Chunin exams, known as the Forest of Death, was about to commence. This phase emphasizes teamwork, with each trio forming a squad, and each squad concealing a unique symbol, a heaven or earth seal. The participating teams must seize the seals they lack from other squads to sound the victory bell at the center of the forest. Naturally, the forest is teeming with elite jonin. Ensuring safety is not a concern. As Yelyan navigated through the forest, he recalled that this was where he had first evaded Orochimaru. Having explored every nook and cranny, thus becoming somewhat familiar with the terrain. Where has Obito scurried off to? Yelyan scanned his surroundings. He was not the jonin assigned to supervise Obito. Rather, he was merely an auxiliary ninja, overseeing all teams. Hey there, you seem quite capable. At that moment, a young boy trailed behind him. It was Yagura, the Mizukage. This time, the auxiliary ninjas included elite jonin from various hidden villages, along with powerful figures of the Kage level, as not everyone was comfortable entrusting their safety to Konoha. Oh, it is you, Lord Mizukage. What brings you here? Yelyan's pupils widened with apprehension towards the Mizukage. Konoha had a history of conflicts with Kirigakure, aside from Yelyan indirectly causing the demise of the infamous Zabuza Momochi. During the Third Great Ninja War, Guy's father, Might Dewey, had ruthlessly eliminated all the elite jonin of the mist, resulting in the total annihilation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It's nothing. I merely heard from Terumi Mei that you are a rare talent, and I wanted to make your acquaintance. Terumi Mei? Yelyan was taken aback, realizing that Yagura bore no ill intentions towards him. However, he was reluctant to engage in conversation with this young Mizukage, fully aware of his ominous history. How cruel. Yelyan had witnessed Yagura's upbringing in his previous life. Countless children were placed in a fog-laden arena, trained rigorously, only to be commanded to turn upon one another. By then, genuine friendships had formed among them, and such orders effectively severed those bonds. This was akin to raising venomous creatures. Yelyan understood this methodology well. The essence of nurturing venomous beings involved mixing toxins until only the strongest emerged. Yagura was that very king of poison. We're not acquainted, so let us part ways here. Yelyan chuckled nervously, intending to make his exit. Who would wish to be in the company of a callous king of poison? A single betrayal could spell disaster for him. Hey, don't leave. I wish to converse further. Yagura called out, but Yelyan's figure had already vanished into the distance. In truth, Yelyan departed not merely for this reason. He inexplicably sensed the nine tails stirring within him, a sensation akin to a yearning to break free. Could it be because of the 3 tails? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind, for Yagura also harbored a sealed beast within, Isabu. At that moment, Yagura's gaze turned cold as he watched Yelian's retreating form, his expression transforming into one of hostility, with murderous intent gradually surfacing in his eyes. It was evident that he harbored no fondness for Yelian. His previous demeanor had merely been a facade. Most alarmingly, Yelian remained oblivious to all of this. I intended to gauge your strength, but it seems I shall have to act directly, as I find your tailed beast rather intriguing, Yagura remarked, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection. In the distance, Yelian finally located Obito, who was under the watchful eye of Kakashi. Ugh. Noticing Obito's determination to evade Kakashi, Yelian surmised his thoughts. Why should one be a mere student while another played the role of a mentor, despite emerging from the same class? Obito felt an unjust burden, questioning the inferiority of his own talent. Everyone, let's hurry. We should soon encounter other teams, Obito commanded. Accompanying him were Rin Noara and an unexpected addition, Kurenai Yuhi. A person Yelian would have recognized had he been present. A master of illusion. Her gaze alone could render one powerless, akin to the Uchiha's Tsukuyami, yet lamentably. Obito had yet to awaken his Mangekyo. Then let us proceed swiftly, Rin concurred, and soon, the group was diligently scouring the forest. Before long, a trio clad in blue uniforms came into view, an enemy team that had crossed paths without noticing the approaching Konoha squad. Be cautious, we shall move stealthily, Obito instructed, leading them into the underbrush. The forest was Konoha's forte, whereas the opposing team hailed from Kirigakure, known for their mastery of combat along waterways, thus placing Konoha at an advantage. Not too shabby for a kid, Kakashi murmured from his perch atop a towering tree. At that moment, a shadow silently descended beside him. You've indeed improved, but it seems you've stagnated, came a voice. Who? Kakashi exclaimed, startled. Before he could identify the newcomer, he instinctively retreated several paces. Quick reflexes. The stranger remarked. Yelian sensei? Kakashi finally discerned the figure. He was astonished to find Yelian had become so powerful. The last time they met, Yelian had not exhibited such formidable stealth capabilities, merely a few days apart, and he could not even detect him. Kakashi, now a special jonin, understood that Yelian's abilities had surpassed even the Kage level. Ah, just came to check on you, Yelian said innocently, patting Kakashi's head as if he were a harmless giant. Masked as an unassuming powerhouse. Yelian sensei, I only became a teacher by chance. Konoha has too few jonin. Otherwise, it wouldn't be my turn, Kakashi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ah, it's nothing, Yelian smiled, but his attention shifted elsewhere. Where is this intense aura coming from? Yelian sensed a potent wave of murderous intent advancing towards them, and he furrowed his brow. I'll scout the surroundings. Keep a close watch on Obito. By the way, it seems there may be issues with Kirigakure. Be cautious. With that, Yelian swiftly departed in another direction. Kirigakure, indeed? Kakashi nodded knowingly, albeit with a hint of confusion, before casting a cold gaze towards his target, Obito, whose companions hailed from the hidden mist village. After traversing for a while, Yiliang halted amidst a dense fog. Come out, there's no need to hide. He called out loudly, yet silence enveloped him. Could they be absent? Yiliang pondered, perplexed. Just then, a dark shadow stealthily approached along the tree trunks. So there are indeed some. Yi Liang's heightened perceptive abilities surpassed those of ordinary ninjas, allowing him to detect a faint buzzing sound, indicative of small creatures clinging to the branches. Right behind me, Yi Liang sneered. Suddenly, a shadow the size of a finger lunged at his back. Behold my Rasengan, he exclaimed, raising his hand to unleash the technique, only to be met with bewilderment upon impact. An ant? He stared at the shattered remains of the ant, momentarily lost in thought. However, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled violently, and the soil transformed into countless thumb-sized black ants, an overwhelming multitude, numbering in the billions. Clearly, the Chunin exam was far from placid. Concurrently, other ninjas in the jungle were also under siege. Countless flying insects swarmed towards the Jonin guarding the village, while leaders from various villages found themselves ambushed in a manner akin to Yi Liang's predicament. Damn it, who is orchestrating this ambush? Do they not realize the leaders of the 5 villages are present? Inoki fumed, swatting away the insects that approached him. Had it not been for his resolve to protect his granddaughter, he would have obliterated the entire forest with his Kekiite Genkai by now. The other village leaders faced similar predicaments, weighed down by the presence of their own ninjas. At that moment, A massive wolf-like beast charged towards Yi Liang, atop which stood Yagura, the Mizukage, albeit with several black iron tubes protruding from his body. I never anticipated the master would take action against Yi Liang. This is precisely what I desire. A sinister smile crept across my face as my eyes turned crimson. Yet, I was left wondering who his master was. Perched atop the treetops, Yi Liang cautiously observed the canopy. In the most perilous moment earlier, he had utilized the flying thunder god technique to evade the ants' assault. Now he realized the entire jungle was teeming with various venomous insects. He swatted a few away. Could it be the Oil Woman clan? Has Konoha launched an attack on the other villages? Yi Liang began to contemplate. Based on his current knowledge, the only clan capable of commanding such a vast swarm of venomous insects, aside from Konoha's Oil Woman clan, seemed improbable. He lifted his gaze to the distance, where a colossal shadow raced towards him. What on earth is that? A lamenting three-headed canine bore down upon him, with Yagura's small figure visible on its back. Though diminutive, it was unmistakably clear. Damn, that's not Yagura. That's the animal path. Yi Liang cursed angrily. The Mizukage was adorned with numerous black rods designed to sense the Rinnegan, densely packed and nearly impossible to evade. What is happening? Wasn't Madara temporarily subdued? Where did this animal path come from? Yi Liang was bewildered, although he understood that Uchiha Madara was not so easily vanquished. Witnessing Yagura transformed into the animal path still left him somewhat astonished. However, this battle was unavoidable. Yagura's target was evidently him. If he fled, the other students would suffer the consequences. Yi Liang did not believe that the remaining Jonin could contend with the threat posed by the Rinnegan. Regardless of the truth, he needed to confront Yagura to uncover the real answer. Strengthen the body flicker technique. Yi Liang swiftly closed the distance to Yagura, his form moving like a flash of lightning, having activated Sage Mode. Let my strength reveal the truth. I, Yi Liang, have never feared anyone. Chapter 52. Confrontation with Yagura. Ah, splendid. Yi Liang, let me gauge your capabilities. Yagura's eyes gleamed with fervor as he faced the oncoming Yi Liang with unwavering resolve, launching 3 water dragon jutsu at him. Despite the forest surroundings, Yagura, as the Mizukage, wielded formidable ninjutsu. Even summoning entities from thin air was not beyond possibility. Boom. The water dragon collided forcefully with the Rasengan, enveloping both Yi Liang and Yagura in a massive cloud of mist, obscuring their figures and leaving one to wonder about their fates. After a prolonged silence, impossible. How can 3A rank techniques be bested by your mere sphere? Yagura gasped in disbelief, observing Yi Liang standing unscathed. As the mist cleared, both remained uninjured. Yagura still sat upon his beast, while Yi Liang stood atop the treetops. Nothing is impossible. My Rasengan is also a rank, and has been modified, Yi Liang replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had never actually trained in the Rasengan. This technique had been granted as a reward for a side mission, and its repeated acquisition had enhanced its potency. Compared to Naruto's Rasengan from his past life, Yi Liang's ordinary version surpassed Naruto's larger variant. Even under the influence of sage techniques, it subtly exceeded the S-rank wind release Rasengan. For some reason, Yi Liang's side missions seemed to be inexorably linked to the Rasengan, continually presenting it to him. Observing Yagura's astonished expression, Yi Liang maintained his composure. If ninjutsu cannot surpass you, then let us try this. Yagura suddenly bellowed, commanding the remaining 3-headed beast to split into 3, akin to the fission of an egg, instantaneously transforming into triplets. The 3 hounds howled menacingly at Yi Liang upon their emergence. Yet, Yi Liang remained unfazed. Isn't this merely the splitting hound? The original splitting hound from the lore does exist within the animal path. However, those were created in response to an adversary's attack, not through automatic division as seen now. This was precisely why Yi Liang refrained from attacking the beasts directly, opting instead to confront Yagura himself. Yagura, how did you transform into the animal path? I should have defeated Madara already, Yi Liang inquired calmly. Do you wish to know? Yi Liang was intrigued. Although he could easily overpower Yagura with strength, he desired to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind this. No matter how powerful one might be, they would remain wary of an old coin. Clearly, the one behind Yagura was an old coin. However, Yagura seemed reluctant to divulge this information. As he blinked his vivid red eyes, feel the power bestowed upon you by that esteemed individual. Yagura suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. a surge of yellow energy emanating from his body, enveloping him tightly. That was the power of Kaguya. As Yi Liang possessed the power of the Nine Tails, he understood. Yagura commanded the beasts, immediately charging towards Yi Liang. Boom. The two collided once more. Shinra Tensei. Yi Liang activated the technique of Deva Path. Since they both belonged to the Six Paths, Yi Liang speculated that Yizhong might be familiar with the techniques of the Heavenly Path. However, Yizhong appeared completely oblivious. Carelessly being sent flying by the Shinra Tensei. Was he unaware? Yi Liang discerned an issue. It was somewhat astonishing that Yizhong, transformed into the beast realm, did not recognize the skills of the Heavenly Path. Sensing his opponent's impotence, Yi Liang decided to end the confrontation swiftly. Flying Thunder God, Tailed Beast Bomb. Yi Liang unleashed a continuous combo, representing the pinnacle of his current power. In his Sage mode, the Tailed Beast Bomb's might was immeasurable, surpassing any oceanic measure. Yizhong, laughing maniacally, barely touched the dark sphere before being propelled backward by the Tailed Beast's energy, crashing through several large trees before landing firmly. How could this be possible? This was the power bestowed by my master. Yizhong's gaze, fixed on the approaching Yi Liang, revealed his terror. It was as if Yi Liang embodied a colossal beast descending from the heavens. Because you are truly weak, Yi Liang remarked nonchalantly. This sentiment was not mere bravado. It genuinely reflected Yi Liang's psyche. Yizhong's stats were 441 in power, 4 in ninjutsu, 4 in taijutsu, and 1 in ninja tools, whereas Yi Liang, upon activating Sage mode, had his attributes elevated by 1 tier, skyrocketing to 652. He had completely surpassed all ninjas. Even the Reikage of Kumogakure, could not contend with Yi Liang in Sage mode. How foolish. Master, you truly should not have provoked Yi Liang, at least not at this moment. In his weakened state, Yizhong finally succumbed to unconsciousness. With his defeat, the insects attacking the surrounding villages began to retreat. It seemed that the power of the beast realm had summoned those insects. Yi Liang pondered this revelation. He secured Yizhong's body tightly behind him and turned toward the village. The Chunin exams were suspended due to the gravity of the situation. In the Hokage Hall, various ninjas glared angrily at the bound Mizukage Yizhong at the center. Are you Konoha planning to shift the blame onto Kirigakure? Anoki scoffed disdainfully at the Konoha ninjas present. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow immediately. Wasn't the situation already clarified? This incident stemmed from the Mizukage rampage, which our own Yi Liang has explained. Rampage? Huh. Konoha speaks such words without a hint of conscience. Yizhong is merely a Mizukage. How could he control so many flying insects? Clearly, this is the doing of your Oil Woman clan. Clarify your intentions. Yi Liang frowned. He sensed that beyond Yizhong, other ninja villages might be involved, and most importantly, these ninjas seemed unwilling to accept the evident truth. Or perhaps, they simply did not trust Yi Liang. Anoki glanced at the unconscious Yizhong, then redirected his gaze to the testimony of Yi Liang. This Yi Liang too. His origins are dubious. Not only is his character questionable, but his identity is also suspect. I had my people investigate the Sound Ninja village, yet found no leads as if it did not exist. Thus, I suspect that this Sound Ninja village is merely a fabrication conjured by Yi Liang, a village that does not exist. Investigated the Sound Ninja village? Yi Liang was taken aback, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He had no connection to Anoki, yet the latter dared to brazenly investigate his identity. This raised serious questions about the former's own identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. He was worried. Chapter 53. White Zetsu, as the Hokage who had spent the most time with Yi Liang, he understood Yi Liang's temperament well. Yet he was curious about Yi Liang's sudden display of murderous intent today. Yi Liang usually exhibited a serene demeanor, unyielding like thunder. Why would he suddenly reveal such emotions? Enough. Let us cease this bickering. Since you doubt Yi Liang's words, let him lead you to the Sound Ninja village. He attempted to mediate the situation. However, Yi Liang's expression darkened. The Sound Ninja village? That does not exist. The Sound Ninja village was a fictional creation from Yi Liang's memories of the original work, conceived a decade later. How could he be taken to a non-existent place? Surely, they could not traverse time. Faced with this predicament, Yi Liang found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, the bound Mizukage Yizhong suddenly coughed a few times. He had awakened. Hey, where am I? Hokage old man, why am I tied up? Untie me. You don't remember? The others were dumbfounded. Yizhong stared blankly at those around him, seemingly unaware of the previous events. Hey, do you know what you're doing? Are you provoking our Kirigakure? I tell you, even though our 7-man team is gone, we can still bite off a piece of you. The Mizukage continued to berate, but then suddenly noticed the pitch-black rod embedded in his body, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is this thing? The dark rod was the key to transforming into the beast realm, yet he appeared completely ignorant of its significance. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly inquired, Yizhong, what have you done? You don't know? What did I do? Yizhong froze, and then an excruciating pain shot through his head. He clutched his skull and began to scream in agony. What did I do? What on earth did I do? I can't remember anything. My head hurts so much. You have a pitch-black rod embedded in the back of your head. How could it not hurt? Yi Liang privately scoffed. But observing Yizhong's current state, it seemed he had truly lost his mind. So what is happening? Yizhong's demeanor appeared genuinely unfeigned. Yet he had been lucid during their earlier skirmish, far from being a madman. Yi Liang was perplexed. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a subtle smirk at the corner of Inoki's mouth. Although it was fleeting, Yi Liang caught sight of it. This guy has something amiss. Yi Liang immediately realized. Yizhong had suddenly regained his senses, while Inoki's behavior grew increasingly odd, even targeting him earlier. This fellow is suspicious. Could it be that whatever was controlling Yizhong had transferred to Inoki's body? Yi Liang felt he had grasped a critical point. This sensation was peculiar. Yet he could not articulate it. It was as if... Oh no. It was as if a ghost had possessed him. Yi Liang snapped back to attention, charging toward Inoki. They were now quite close. This distance was sufficient for him to subdue Inoki in an instant. Bang! A bolt of lightning flashed blue. Yi Liang's attack was thwarted by the rakage. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? A glared at Yi Liang with deep-seated rage. Ever since earlier, he had remained vigilant against Yi Liang, who had become the target of collective ire. It was no surprise that Yi Liang had made a move. Kid, you truly have issues. Everyone, seize him. Upon witnessing Yi Liang's assault, Inoki immediately called out loudly. Damn it, how dare you wrongfully accuse me? Yi Liang inwardly cursed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had anticipated swiftly subduing Inoki, but unexpectedly, that meddlesome rakage had intervened. What a foolish, lumbering oaf. Yi Liang thought bitterly. Haha, I see now. You are the mastermind controlling the insects. Inoki leaped forward. Repeat that. Yi Liang was unperturbed by Inoki. To him, this decrepit figure, barely able to stand, was merely a frail old man. Speak freely. You are the mastermind behind this incident. First, you manipulated the Mizukage through underhanded means. And now that your scheme has been exposed, you shift the blame entirely onto him. In truth, you are the prime instigator of the Chunin exam attack. Inoki continued his fabrications with a calm demeanor, as if they were the unvarnished truth. Is that so, Mr. Yi Liang? Inquired the fourth Hokage. How dare you accuse me of attacking the Chunin exam? Yi Liang was the executor of this Chunin exam, having agreed to undertake the role solely for the substantial reward it promised. There was no way he would allow himself to be wrongfully accused and financially ruined. Yi Liang resolutely refused to accept such an unwarranted disaster. I firmly believe that this turmoil has nothing to do with Yi Liang. At that moment, a woman entered the Hokage hall. It was Terumi Mei. Wasn't she from the Mist Village? Why would she speak up for Yi Liang, who had just captured their Mizukage? Uncertainty filled the air. Perhaps there was some undisclosed connection between them. The guards standing behind the village leaders immediately began to murmur. To them, it was inconceivable that Terumi Mei, of the Mist Village, would defend the man who had apprehended their leader. What a waste of such large eyes, one of them muttered. Seemingly oblivious to the whispers, Terumi Mei strode confidently forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm that this incident has nothing to do with Mr. Yi Liang. To be candid, our Mizukage has indeed been compromised. Gasps of shock rippled through the surrounding guards. Meanwhile, Inoki, who had previously been adamant in his accusations against Yi Liang, now wore a grim expression. In fact, it had been nearly 2 weeks since the Yagura had begun to exhibit strange behavior. He had sequestered himself within a deep chamber and frequently met at odd hours with a completely white, bare man. The guards recoiled in disgust at the implications. However, Yagura himself remained oblivious, having once again lost consciousness. White body. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang instantly comprehended the situation. He had previously suspected that something was manipulating Yagura, but had been unable to discern what it was. Now, with Terumi Mei's words, it became clear it was White Zetsu. Yi Liang formulated a plan in his mind. In the original Naruto narrative, White Zetsu was a member of the Akatsuki, yet in reality, he served as a pawn to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. Not only could he infinitely reproduce using Hashirama's cells, but he could also transform into the likeness of others through mere contact. Moreover, even ordinary sensory ninjas would be unable to detect him. It seemed Inoki had also been transformed by White Zetsu. Realizing everything, Yi Liang signaled to Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him. As a Konoha ninja, they shared a code known only to their comrades. Yi Liang was preparing to take action. Everyone, I believe this incident may be related to that white-bodied individual and has absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Yi Liang, Terumi May asserted with conviction. A wave of guilt washed over the crowd. Mr. Yi Liang, I apologize. We misunderstood you earlier. Yi Liang-kun, please forgive me. I was in the wrong. Indeed. Lord Yi Liang, you are magnanimous and would not hold us insignificant beings accountable. The crowd hastily offered their apologies, while Inoki's expression grew increasingly dark. Having offended me. Yi Liang, do you think you can escape? As Inoki began to saunter toward the hall's exit, Yi Liang let out a cold chuckle. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly positioned himself in front of the Raikage. At the same moment, Yi Liang lunged toward Inoki. What are you doing? The Raikage exclaimed. But his body was held in place by Sarutobi Hiruzen, allowing Yi Liang to sever Inoki's body in half. A sickening sound echoed as the blade met flesh. Yet not a drop of blood was spilled. Indeed, it was White Zetsu. Yi Liang confirmed his suspicions as Inoki's form rapidly transformed into two segments of a pure white male body, exactly as Yi Liang remembered from his past life. Ugh! The Raikage gasped, and he and Sarutobi Hiruzen halted in their tracks. This is White Zetsu. He can assume the appearance of others. If I am not mistaken, Yagura has been under his control, and Inoki is now missing, likely having fallen victim to a scheme at the Chunin exam venue. If that is the case, we are in dire straits, as many people were present at the venue, and I fear they too may be targeted by this entity. Indeed, Yi Liang nodded. The leaders of the various villages immediately began recounting their numbers, while Yi Liang exchanged a meaningful glance with Terumi May. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I might not have uncovered this lead. Lord Yi Liang is merely being modest. Had you not helped us subdue our leader, we would have been powerless, even if we had suspected him of wrongdoing. I never anticipated your strength, Lord Yi Liang. Even the second Mizukage would find it challenging to subdue Yagura, given that he possesses the chakra of a tailed beast. It's all trivial. Yi Liang waved off the praise, offering little more in response. After all, to him, Terumi May was merely a fleeting figure in his life. He was never lacking in women, especially beautiful ones. The group exited the Hokage Hall. If Inoki had been controlled by White Zetsu, then the other ninjas were in peril. What should we do? Since you know of this entity's existence, you must know how to counter it, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, anxiety evident in his voice. Of course, Yi Liang had already formulated a plan. He instructed Sarutobi Hiruzen to gather the sensory ninjas from the village. Yi Liang intended to share a portion of his Nine Tails chakra with them. With sufficient chakra, their sensory abilities would be greatly enhanced, enabling them to detect all the hidden White Zetsu among the crowd. Moreover, there were only a select few participating in the Chunin exam. Let us proceed. Soon, all the participants in the Chunin exam assembled in the Konoha Plaza. Yi Liang distributed a portion of chakra to the sensory ninjas. White Zetsu, you cannot escape. Yi Liang glared coldly at the plaza and closed his eyes in concentration. A surge of yellow chakra was summoned from within Yi Liang, flowing steadily and settling upon the heads of all the sensory ninjas. Once they received the chakra, all sensory ninjas immediately unleashed their mental prowess. Incredible! This sensory power is astonishing. I never imagined I would receive such a potent chakra infusion in my lifetime. Lord Yi Liang is truly formidable. Indeed, I feel my mental strength amplified beyond my previous limits tenfold. Nonsense. It is clearly 100-fold increase. Lord Yi Liang is nothing short of divine. The sensory ninjas marveled in awe. Subsequently, an invisible wave of mental energy surged forth, bolstered by Yi Liang's enhancement, enveloping all the individuals participating in the examination. Unseen and unnoticed, the assembled crowd remained unaware of the mental force encompassing them. The Raikage and Hiruzen stood guard at the edges of the arena, acting as executioners, especially the Raikage, who, having previously misjudged Yi Liang, was now utterly in awe and volunteered to serve as Yi Liang's enforcer. In the third-to-last row, the first one of the perception ninjas shouted fiercely. The Raikage immediately took action. Before the assembled trainees could react, one of the ninjas from the Cloud Village was slain by the Raikage. And as the body hit the ground, it transformed into the ghastly, pale form of a white Zetsu. Lord Raikage, the Cloud Village ninjas exclaimed in shock. But upon witnessing the corpse of white Zetsu, they fell silent. Everyone, we have infiltrated enemies capable of transforming into our likeness, so please cooperate in identifying them. Sarutobi Hiruzen consoled the crowd. At that moment, the Raikage moved again. First row, third one. Soon, after swiftly eliminating the numerous white Zetsus, Yi Liang led Terumi Mei to the small grove that had previously existed. Lord Yi Liang, are you certain you truly have a lead? Terumi Mei inquired. Yes. If my guess is correct, the others should be held captive in a single location. Where? You'll know when we arrive, Yi Liang cryptically replied. Although all the infiltrating white Zetsus had been captured, many questions remained unanswered, such as the whereabouts of the real Inoki and the missing trainees. No matter where you hide them, I will uncover their location, Yi Liang coldly huffed. He was genuinely enraged. Originally a person who adapted to circumstances, Yi Liang had one crucial aspect. He feared death. Indeed, the forces behind him posed a grave threat to his safety. Thus he must find them, torture them, eliminate them. Since the incident occurred in the examination forest, the kidnapped hostages must be within the forest. In such a short time, unless they possessed space ninjutsu, it would be impossible to transport so many hostages. Yi Liang swiftly leaped ahead, while Terumi Mei was already breathless. Despite being the next Mizukage, her speed could not compare to Yi Liang's. Yi Liang's body flicker technique had been further enhanced through missions. Although it could not match the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, it surpassed that of a supercar for travel. In mere moments, even a Maserati could not catch up with Yi Liang. Gulp. Terumi Mei nervously swallowed. At that moment, she noticed Yi Liang, who had nearly vanished from sight, suddenly come to a halt. Finally found you. White Zetsu. Chapter 55. The White Zetsu headquarters. Yi Liang surveyed his surroundings. A massive pit, the trees ravaged. This was unmistakably the location near the insects where Yi Liang had been. So you are still here. Yi Liang observed two white Zetsu clones dragging a fainted young trainee, identifiable as a Mist Village ninja from his uniform. Do you recognize this person? I don't, but he is likely from the Yagura faction. Does your Mist Village have factions? Of course. The old families support Yagura, but the new generation of Mist ninjas are all mine. Terumi Mei proudly mentioned, her expression brimming with satisfaction. Yi Liang remained unfazed, redirecting his focus towards the two white Zetsus. Let us see where they are hiding the person. Yi Liang promptly followed Terumi Mei, tracking their movements. The two quickly arrived at a cavern. At this moment, dozens of white Zetsus were appearing along the path, returning to their cave, some dragging other trainees. And Yi Liang even spotted several familiar leaf ninjas inside. For instance, Asuma. If Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, saw his son here, he would surely be at a loss for words, Yi Liang mused. However, he did not allow this to make him complacent. Since both Inoki and Yagura had been attacked, the enemy's strength should not be underestimated, so Yi Liang maintained full focus. Mr. Yi Liang, there are too many white Zetsus here. Can we really manage with just the two of us? Terumi Mei expressed her concern, for she was merely an ordinary candidate for Mizukage and lacked Yi Liang's unruffled demeanor. I fear not the multitude, but rather the absence of numbers. Yi Liang was undeterred. Observing the throngs of white Zetsus, he felt elated, knowing he could eliminate them all at once. Prepare to strike. The white Zetsus at the cave entrance were still dragging trainees when suddenly several comrades from the periphery vanished in an instant. Who? The two inside immediately became alert. But as they turned, their companions had also disappeared. Your father. A chilling voice suddenly echoed in their ears, and the white Zetsu immediately broke into a cold sweat. Just as he prepared to resist, his head fell to the ground. One must never show mercy to those who threaten oneself. This is the law of survival. Yi Liang coldly regarded these individuals, feeling no remorse for the killings. The two continued deeper into the cave. However, the further they ventured, the more astonished Yi Liang became. This debris-filled cavern was precisely the location where he had traversed through the Leaf Village, the laboratory of Orochimaru. Could this incident be related to Orochimaru? Yi Liang pondered as he cautiously proceeded. Ahead, several white Zetsus were patrolling, Yet they could not see Yi Liang and Terumi Mei, thanks to Yi Liang utilizing C-rank ninjutsu. Shadow camouflage. This ordinary ninjutsu allowed one S body to completely merge with the environment. Of course, if anyone else attempted to execute it, they would achieve no such effect. But Yi Liang was different. He completed 2 or 3 daily missions effortlessly. Moreover, these daily missions enhanced his C-rank ninjutsu. Yi Liang's shadow camouflage had been upgraded to the level of S-rank ninjutsu. Terumi Mei followed closely behind, her admiration for Yi Liang intensifying with each step they took deeper into the cave. What kind of person is he, to have modified such a simple ninjutsu to such a terrifying degree? In the ninja world, while there were those who altered C-rank ninjutsu, none had achieved the transformation to S-rank as Yi Liang had, because that was simply impossible. Perhaps Yi Liang truly is a deity. Terumi Mei became increasingly convinced of Yi Liang's status in her heart, even recalling their previous late-night discussions. That night, after engaging in academic discourse with Yi Liang, Terumi Mei experienced significant personal growth. It seems she should engage with Yi Liang more often in the future. Before long, the two finally reached the bottom of the cavern. At the deepest point lay a pit, the very site of Orochimaru's secret experiments. Yi Liang scanned the area. A colossal pit filled with an unknown liquid, surrounded by countless white zetsus meticulously depositing materials. They maintained a strict order, leisurely depositing the materials, and while Yi Liang could not discern the contents of the pit, he clearly saw the trainees bound at the cave's edge. Anoki was also there. At that moment, one white zetsu began to approach the pit with a trainee in tow. "What are you doing? You can do whatever you want with me, but please do not harm these children." Anoki immediately cried out in anger. Yi Liang observed from a distance, slowly realizing the grim truth. They were conducting human experiments. Taking a few more steps, he finally discerned the true nature of the pit. In that mysterious liquid sat dozens of enormous white zetsus, completely motionless, while the surrounding liquid slowly flowed toward their bodies, as if they were absorbing it. Yi Liang's gaze sharpened. Amidst the surrounding giants of white zetsu, several human skeletal remains lay scattered about. Some unfortunate students had already met their demise. Yi Liang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He exchanged a brief greeting with Koyomi, Mei, and swiftly charged towards the white zetsu, dragging a hostage. At this juncture, they were nearly at the precipice of the deep pit. "Engage!" Yi Liang let out a cold snort, launching an assault on these ordinary white zetsu. Having lurked in the shadows, he had observed all present. Apart from their overwhelming numbers, these beings possessed abilities akin to that of standard jonin. "Who goes there?" The group of white zetsu quickly reacted. Yet, in mere half a second, the one who had been dragging the student was sent plummeting into the abyss by Yi Liang's powerful strike. "Damn it! We are under attack." A throng of white zetsu surged towards Yi Liang. Though he looked down upon their strength, they were still formidable at the jonin level, and their reflexes were not to be underestimated. At that moment, Koyomi Mei also sprang into action. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a conflagration imbued with the scent of earth, forming a barrier around all the students. This was Yi Liang's strategy, to first divert the attention of the white zetsu while Koyomi Mei constructed a protective wall for the students using her lava release. "SHINRA TENSEI," Yi Liang coldly declared as he regarded the encroaching white zetsu. With Koyomi Mei safeguarding the students, he had no qualms about the residual force of his technique affecting them. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted around Yi Liang as the white zetsu were hurled against the surrounding walls, littering the area with corpses, a testament to the potency of Yi Liang's SHINRA TENSEI. Unassailable, Yi Liang's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the pit. With the minor threats eliminated, it was time to confront the main course. Chapter 56. Rescue. To his astonishment, the white zetsu at the bottom of the pit bore expressions of mirth. "You are the meddler disrupting our master's plans," they chorused, leaping out from the depths of the pit. Their massive forms were nearly 3 times that of Yi Liang. These white zetsu were different. They were not the same as those described in the original narrative. Yi Liang activated his Byakugan mode, bracing himself. Ninjutsu level 4. Taijutsu level 4. Though their power was inferior to his, their numbers were daunting, with more than a dozen to contend with. Disgusting. Yi Liang clenched his fists tightly. The appearance of these white zetsu repulsed him. Their elongated corpses were devoid of clothing, yet were ensnared by countless clots of blood. One of them even had a severed intestine hanging from its neck, clearly belonging to one of the students. Bijabam. Yi Liang took the initiative. A Bija bomb, cloaked in radiant white light, sped towards the center of this cluster of white zetsu. In an instant, it obliterated several of the obstructing foes. Something is amiss. This information is erroneous. The white zetsu began to grow suspicious. Could it be that black zetsu betrayed our master? From the intel acquired previously, Yi Liang was merely considered a significant nuisance to their master, hardly a threat. Yet, after witnessing the death of their comrades in such short order, they were compelled to reassess Yi Liang's threat level. It appeared a swift resolution was imperative. The white zetsu, now resolute, converged upon Yi Liang, seething with rage, evidently intent on overwhelming him. However, Yi Liang remained unfazed. The gathering of white zetsu was precisely the outcome he desired. He began to coalesce another Bija bomb. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. The white zetsu promptly initiated hand seals. Having decided to besiege him, they sought to prevent Yi Liang from unleashing another Bija bomb. Wood release. Birth of the tree world. In an instant, massive roots erupted from the crevices of the rock, twisting and winding like an endless centipede, ensnaring Yi Liang. Wood release. Yi Liang was taken aback. He then observed countless trees rising from the ground, and even thick, stubborn roots threatened to topple him. Yi Liang's Bija bomb was interrupted. These creatures possessed Hashirama's cells? Curiosity piqued, Yi Liang pondered. In the original story, Hashirama's cells were bestowed upon the white zetsu by Uchiha Madara, yet in this era, the aged Madara had been dealt with by Yi Liang. Thus these cells could not have originated from him. Then their master must be intriguing indeed. Yi Liang chuckled, quickly advising Koyomi Mei, lead the other students to retreat. The presence of white zetsu with Hashirama's cells signified they could no longer be dispatched easily. In addition to ordinary ninjutsu, they possessed the Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju would release. To prevent collateral damage, Yi Liang urged Koyomi Mei and the others to leave hastily. Understood. Koyomi Mei nodded in agreement, swiftly utilizing her lava release to carve a path for the students. When it came to creating pathways, Koyomi Mei's ninjutsu was commendable. The remaining white zetsu began to grow anxious. At that moment, Yi Liang's power had far exceeded their expectations. While they could stall for a short while, the ultimate fate awaiting them was still death. They did not wish to perish. They too were transformed humans, thus experienced the emotion of fear. They had to intercept those students. If they could seize a hostage, perhaps they could escape Yi Liang's grasp. This thought took root in the minds of the white zetsu. Desperately, they discarded their fallen comrades, attempting to inch closer to the students, hoping to capture one, as Yi Liang would surely hesitate to act against them. After all, when faced with the prospect of survival, who would willingly choose death? Yet, the situation was far from straightforward. Just as they made their move, an elderly figure blocked their path. Dust release, disintegration technique. Crack. 3 or 4 white zetsu were torn to shreds by the surrounding air. With me here. Do you still dare to harm the students? Inoki bellowed, casting a knowing glance towards Yi Liang. It was clear he intended to hold the rear. Yi Liang nodded in acknowledgement. With Inoki willing to cover for the students, he felt unencumbered, for the energy of Itsuchikage was indeed formidable. With that thought, Yi Liang quickly formed hand seals. Against a strategy of overwhelming numbers, he would counter with a strategy of his own. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. His shadow clones were not mere reflections. Not only were they imbued with the power of the Nine Tails, but through daily missions, they had been enhanced to an alarming level. While other shadow clones could only inherit half their strength, Yi Liang's clones retained a staggering 90%. It was essential to note that under the Sage Mode's augmentation, Yi Liang had reached a level surpassing even that of a Kage. Thus, his clones were at least on par with strong Kage-level combatants. The white zetsu were merely at the quasi-Kage level. How could they possibly stand against him? The battle was poised to be overwhelmingly one-sided. This fellow is a monster. The white zetsu, in despair, bore witness as their comrades were pulverized into dust, feeling utterly powerless. Though the term quasi-Kage contained the word Kage, it was a chasm apart from true Kage-level power. No matter how fiercely the white zetsu resisted, they could not escape the fate of total annihilation. At that moment, a half-naked, dark-skinned man suddenly emerged from the stone wall above. Clearly, there was good reason for their master's vigilance. The dark-skinned man cast a gloomy gaze upon Yi Liang. Due to the profound darkness at the cave's entrance, Yi Liang remained oblivious to his presence. As he prepared to depart, he took a few steps back and exhaled deeply. With all the white absolutes he had encountered dispatched, there seemed little reason to linger. At that moment, a sudden clang echoed through the silent cave as a black, faceless mask fell to the ground, its sound piercing the stillness. What was that? Yi Liang's attention shifted outside the cave. Kazumi May had finally escaped her perilous situation and was hastily leading her students towards the village. Despite Yi Liang's victory over the White Absolutes, she remained apprehensive. He had previously warned her that their adversaries were far from simple, and they might face beings surpassing even the shadow level. Yet, the White Absolutes they encountered today appeared to lack such formidable strength. What had been overlooked? Why did something feel amiss? Kazumi May paced anxiously, her mind racing. At that moment, the students behind her looked on in terror, their eyes drawn to something horrifying lurking behind her. Because you overlooked me. A sinister voice suddenly whispered in her ear, causing her hairs to stand on end as realization struck her. It was Oyuki. Chapter 57. The inner world. Kazumi May suddenly recognized a troubling truth. Oyuki, clearly a shadow-level force, should not have been captured by mere White Absolutes. With his prowess, eliminating them should have been effortless. Anxiety surged within her as she turned around. Crack! Oyuki's hand clamped around her neck unexpectedly. She hadn't anticipated his strength. Had he not feigned weakness, she might never have escaped. Oyuki spat vehemently, his words unmistakably directed at Yi Liang. Panic gripped Kazumi May as she noticed Oyuki's skin peeling away, revealing grotesque layers reminiscent of a horrific disease, exposing the flesh beneath. Ultimately, a face of a White Absolute emerged. TSK, such a beautiful face, but it seems I must send you on your way. Hiss, you are not the Earth Shadow. Kazumi May rolled her eyes, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Just then, the previously dark cave erupted with a thunderous roar. Senjutsu Night Kai. Boom. The sound reverberated, nearly shattering their eardrums. Simultaneously, the mountain where the White Absolutes had congregated was violently torn apart. A colossal White Absolute, donning a faceless mask, was sent hurtling away. Its size towering at least several stories high. Although heavy, it could not alter the fact of its expulsion. Its grotesque visage scraped against the ground. Yet it skidded for thousands of meters before coming to a halt, utterly obliterating the lost forest, which had served as the Chunin exam venue. Fear gripped the onlookers. At that moment, the massive White Absolute trembled, attempting to regain its footing, but pain coursed through its body. Gurgling, gurgling. It muttered indistinctly, its eyes rolling back. Suddenly, a mysterious figure enveloped in red mist emerged from the back of its head. Thud. The massive White Absolute was instantly lifeless. Oyuki was left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Startled, he unconsciously loosened his grip, allowing Kazumi May to utilize the substitution technique and escape. As she fled, both she and Oyuki clashed once more with Earth Release, each retreating several meters. At that moment, the shadow from the cave emerged from the ground behind Oyuki. Oyuki, we must flee. That creature is more terrifying than the master. As the black figure appeared, it urgently implored Oyuki to escape. Run? What nonsense are you spouting, Black Absolute? Hasn't he the master entrusted you with the secret weapon? Why are you still hiding it? I used it. Are you blind? The Black Absolute cursed Oyuki before vanishing into the earth. Used? Oyuki was taken aback, recalling the enormous White Absolute that had just emerged from the mountain. If that was the Master's secret weapon, then what was the red mist figure? He quickly redirected his gaze. There, a nearly vaporous red figure soared towards them. Its facial features were somewhat obscured, but it was unmistakably Yi Liang. It was indeed Yi Liang. Oyuki felt despair wash over him and attempted to flee. But Yi Liang gracefully approached him. Where did this White Absolute come from? He pointed at Oyuki, but silence ensued, and with a flick of his finger, a red-tailed beast ball was launched. The latter met its demise instantaneously. Hiss! Kazumi May gasped in shock. Although this Oyuki was a mere illusion, his strength was indeed at the Earth Shadow level. She had been unable to contend with him. Yet, such a terrifying being had been effortlessly dispatched by Yi Liang. In the blink of an eye, a shadow had been eliminated. Kazumi May swallowed hard. At that moment, Yi Liang gradually reverted to his usual form. After using the tailed beast ball to eliminate Oyuki, he had exhausted his final reserves of strength. Darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed into Kazumi May's arms. After a while, Yi Liang, wake up! A gentle voice called out to him. He struggled to open his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. Darkness. Nothing but darkness, accompanied by a vast starry sky. Where am I? How did I end up here? Yi Liang furrowed his brow, pondering. Right. I invoked Night Kai. Suddenly, he recalled the events within the cave. Just before he had intended to leave, a peculiar mask had fallen at his feet. Then, the lifeless bodies of the white absolutes, as if drawn by the mask, surged towards it, ultimately transforming into a white absolute the size of a building. Left with no choice, he had resorted to Night Kai. So, I fainted due to the side effects of Night Kai? Yi Liang realized with sudden clarity. Night Kai, as the ultimate technique of the 8 gates, inherently required a sacrifice of life to wield. Although Yi Liang had learned it directly through the system, it was not without its potential side effects. Damn it! I do not wish to perish. Yi Liang felt tears welling up. Had the enormous white absolute not been so terrifying, he would never have resorted to such a desperate move. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Do you crave power? Goodness! It was the Ninetales. As Yi Liang turned, he was startled by the enormous visage of the Ninetales. The beast was crouched behind him, yet it was entirely ensnared within a colossal iron cage. So, I've entered a near-death state? Yi Liang harbored a vague suspicion. In the original tale, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales would enter their mental realm during moments of near demise, and by obtaining the Ninetales chakra, they could return to life. All right, share some with me. Yi Liang extended his hand toward the Ninetales, seeking assistance, yet the latter remained indifferent. If you wish to receive my aid, you must first explain the golden sun above your head, the Ninetales stated. Golden sun? What sun? Yi Liang was taken aback. He glanced upwards and, indeed, spotted a round, glimmering metallic sphere radiating golden light. Is this a brainstone? Yi Liang pondered, utterly bewildered, unfamiliar with this peculiar object. He found himself in his spiritual realm for the first time. I say I don't know. Will you believe me? If not, I am powerless, he replied. The Ninetales merely waved a paw in response. Damn! Yi Liang cursed under his breath. While Naruto had effortlessly acquired the power of the Ninetales, his own quest seemed fraught with challenges. Was it because he was not the protagonist? He furrowed his brow. Chapter 58. Awakening without the Ninetales chakra. Yi Liang's life in the outside world would surely come to an end. In that case, not only would he be unable to navigate the world of ninjas, but he might even fail to return to his previous life. His attention suddenly shifted back to the metallic sphere. What could this object be? Something even the Ninetales was unaware of? Could it possibly save him? Yi Liang gazed intently at the sphere, though it appeared rather high. The orb seemed small from a distance, yet at his current proximity, it loomed several dozen meters away. If you wish to approach, simply fly there, the Ninetales advised unexpectedly. Fly? Yi Liang closed his eyes and attempted to levitate, discovering he truly floated toward the metallic sphere. Standing before it, he realized it was a human-sized orb, presumably crafted from some special alloy, exuding a futuristic aura. It felt cold to the touch. Activate X-ray vision. System, pseudo, gender, female cup size. Airport detected as a third-level technological civilization, lacking certain chips, possessing only the universal abilities of the third technology. Evaluation, very weak. Good heavens. This is my system. Yi Liang exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that the system would manifest in his spiritual realm in such a form. However, why did the system have a cup size? He muttered to himself, an airport? How utterly ridiculous. Yet, just as he chuckled, the metallic sphere suddenly hurled him away. Please mind your words, host. Otherwise, this system reserves the right to impose penalties. The sphere soared through the air, expressing its displeasure. Is this thing alive? Yi Liang was taken aback. Initially, he had assumed his system was merely an emotionless machine, having only provided mechanical prompts without any semblance of conversation. Unlike others whose systems transformed into stunning beauties, his remained devoid of charm. Could it be that this entity had lost its functions? It was incomplete. Yi Liang recalled the earlier description of the X-ray vision. System pseudo? The presence of the term pseudo struck him. The last time he encountered the term was during his encounter with Orochimaru in the Sand Village, where Orochimaru had used a shell technique to escape, leaving behind a body, which Yi Liang had detected as pseudo. Thus, could it be that the current system was merely a shell, devoid of its true essence? Yi Liang suddenly felt he had unraveled a mystery. If so, where was the system's soul? Was it in the world of ninjas, or perhaps in his previous life? He continued to speculate, but soon shook his head. The pressing matter at hand was not to unravel the enigma of the system. His physical body was on the brink of death, and Yi Liang's spirit was beginning to wane. He needed the Ninetales' assistance urgently. Great Ninetales, we share a bond. Though we were not born on the same day, we could very well die on the same day. We are brothers of fate. Please save me. His eloquent appeal was quite convincing. Yet, the Nine-Tails remained unmoved. If you die, I will be freed. Who would choose to die alongside you? Ah, fair enough. Yi Liang conceded. How about this? I will relinquish control of my body to you, provided you can save me. Really? You would be willing to do such a thing? The Nine-Tails exhibited a look of skepticism. Yi Liang recalled the Nine-Tails had previously mentioned that if he willingly offered his body, it would grant him chakra. Although he had not agreed at the time, it revealed an important truth. The Nine-Tails was indeed interested in his corporeal form. Naturally, one who desired his body would be hard-pressed to resist its allure. Sure enough, upon Yi Liang's nod, the Nine-Tails displayed a lecherous grin. Haha, it's done. Outside. Several days had passed since Yi Liang fell unconscious. Yi Liang, wake up. In the small villa gifted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the tender voice of Hong Do cautiously called out Yi Liang's name, yet he remained unresponsive. What should we do? The teacher's life is fading. If he did not awaken soon, he would truly perish. Noera Rin tirelessly utilized her medical ninjutsu to heal Yi Liang. While she had mended his superficial wounds, his internal organs were gravely damaged. Without a significant influx of chakra, he had no chance of survival. Truth be told, were it not for Rin's relentless efforts day and night, Yi Liang would have long since succumbed. The medical ninjas of Konoha had already given up on Yi Liang's treatment by the second day. I believe in him. He has overcome such formidable foes. How could he die so easily? Tsunade expressed her concern, her gaze fixed anxiously on Yi Liang, while Kushina sat by the bed, on the verge of tears. Mom, Dad won't be in trouble, will he? The little Naruto in her arms asked worriedly. Hearing his words, everyone turned their attention to him. But none felt jealousy over his words, as they were all deeply concerned for Yi Liang. He will be fine. Your father is merely in a deep slumber. He will awaken shortly, Kushina reassured little Naruto, her expression betraying her own deep concern. If the villagers of Konoha were to discover that 4 well-known goddesses were crammed into such a small room, their hearts would surely explode with envy. At that moment, Rin, responsible for the treatment, suddenly displayed an expression of joy. Yi Liang Sensei's injuries are beginning to heal. As a medical ninja, she distinctly sensed Yi Liang's internal organs starting to mend, and his heart, which had deviated from its path, was gradually returning to its rightful place. Enveloped in a yellow aura of chakra. Is it true? The others exclaimed in delight. Just then, Yi Liang's eyes snapped open, devoid of pupils, only a sea of crimson. Ha! This foolish Yi Liang, I have finally emerged. He laughed maniacally, completely shedding the demeanor of the gentle and noble Yi Liang. However, at that moment, the awakening Yi Liang's mind was abruptly filled with the mechanical voice of the system. An unknown consciousness has been detected occupying the host's body. Immediate eradication is required. What on earth is this? Yi Liang furrowed his brow, intending to shoo away the ants surrounding his bed, when suddenly, an intense headache seized him. He clutched his head tightly, and his eyes gradually reverted to their original hue. Damn it! You are that little son. What have I done to you for you to assist him so fervently? No, do not eliminate me. I wish to return to the spiritual realm. Ah, Yi Liang, you deceived me, you deceived me. After he exclaimed this, he finally fell silent. Chapter 59. The traitorous ninja Yi Liang. After a long while, the system's upgrade notification echoed once again. Congratulations, host. You have regained control of your body. This service has now concluded. Yi Liang suddenly inhaled sharply, his heart racing as he scanned his surroundings, feeling as though he had just endured a harrowing farewell. Am I back? Yi Liang incredulously assessed his body. Suddenly, 3 delicate figures lunged towards him from the bedside. Pervert, you've finally returned. You scared me to death. Teacher Yi Liang, I thought you were truly gone. Yi Liang-kun, it's wonderful that you're back. Everything is all right now. It was Hong Do, Noera Rin, and Kushina. These 3 women had always been deeply concerned for Yi Liang, and upon seeing him awaken, they could hardly contain their excitement. Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized them. His heart swelled with warmth. As a modern individual, Yi Liang often felt a sense of superiority over the indigenous inhabitants of the Naruto universe, creating a barrier between them. However, today, he suddenly felt human. No longer a lofty deity, but a living being. Little Naruto has grown so much. Yi Liang chuckled as he embraced the small Naruto by his bedside, then turned his gaze towards Tsunade. What about you? Would you like a hug? Half a month had passed since Yi Liang's awakening. Following the incident, each village began to emphasize the cultivation of perceptive ninjas. Yet, at this moment, Yi Liang was contemplating leaving Konoha. On a darkened path, Yi Liang dispatched yet another assassin attempting to take his life. A cat-faced mask, an Umbu assassin from Konoha. The village was divided into two factions, one led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage faction, and the other by Danzo, the Umbu faction. Hiruzen had always sought to win Yi Liang over, regardless of Yi Liang's misdeeds. As long as they weren't too severe, he would suppress them, aiming to please Yi Liang. However, Danzo saw things differently. As someone who prioritized the village's interests above all else, Danzo viewed Yi Liang as a thorn in his side, particularly after the Chunin exams. The enigmatic Yi Liang had to be eliminated. In just over 10 days, Yi Liang faced countless assassination attempts. Although he initially refrained from retaliating against Konoha's Umbu, he eventually found himself forced to kill a few. Hiruzen began to find it increasingly difficult to manage the situation. After resolving the ninjas trailing him, Yi Liang finally departed from the Hidden Leaf village. 5 years later, one day, is this the assassination tavern? Yi Liang clutched a map as he arrived at a remote mountain, his beard thick, his eyes weary, and his muscular physique exuding the allure of a mature man. At that moment, a man clad in a crimson robe emerged from the tavern. Yi Liang's eyes widened, yet he chose to ignore him. Kisame? I never expected to find you here. The assassination tavern served as a marketplace for bounties in the black market. Encountering Kisame here signified that the undercurrents of the ninja world were beginning to stir, though it remained uncertain how the Akatsuki would evolve without Abido. Upon entering, Yi Liang observed numerous ninjas collecting missions. Behind the proprietor, several bounty posters adorned the walls, with the highest bounty exceeding 100 million. This was far more lucrative than any task in Konoha. Yi Liang felt a surge of interest as he surveyed the surroundings, noting that these individuals were all rogue ninjas. Each bore a scratch on their forehead protector, indicating their status. Ah, a newcomer has arrived. Hey, you look so frail. Are you really here to take a mission? A dark-skinned man mocked Yi Liang. Recognizing Yi Liang's disdain, he provoked him further. In the assassination tavern, personal disputes were not permitted, as any damage incurred would require reimbursement. However, if someone instigated a conflict, the rules could be disregarded. The dark-skinned man aimed to force Yi Liang's hand, providing him with a plausible excuse to eliminate him. Yi Liang barely glanced at him, calmly retorting, "Scram. Trash." The dark-skinned man immediately seethed with rage. He was a rogue ninja from Awagakure. Not just skilled in earth-style techniques, but also a prominent figure on the bounty list, having survived thus far due to his formidable tactics. I see you're courting death. He spat coldly, preparing to strike, but upon seeing Yi Liang standing before the tavern owner, he restrained himself. Just wait until we step outside. I'll show you how to deal with you, he muttered before leaving. Yi Liang was taken aback, evidently holding the proprietor in higher regard than he had initially thought. He then began to scrutinize the bounties displayed in the tavern. Uchiha Shursui, 30 million. Haiden, 20 million. Deidara, 20 million. Orochimaru, 50 million. All were substantial bounties. Yi Liang glanced through the posters before picking up one that was covered in dust, the highest bounty of all. Hanzo of the Salamander, 100 million. The rogue ninjas immediately became restless. Look, that newcomer has taken Hanzo's bounty. Has he lost his mind? Haha, he's just a rookie. He must not understand how powerful Hanzo is. He's the god of ninja techniques. Yes, that's certainly the case. What a shame he has such a handsome face. It would be a pity for him to die. Yi Liang ignored their chatter. Years of daily missions had equipped him with knowledge of all basic ninjutsu. He only lacked a few S-rank techniques, and in terms of variety, he had far surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called master of ninjutsu. Even the Sage of Six Paths possessed fewer techniques than Yi Liang. As for sage techniques, after years of training, Yi Liang could maintain sage mode indefinitely. While his physical skills had reached the level of a Kage, most importantly, his combat experience had grown significantly. Ninjutsu level 7, Taijutsu level 5, Ninja Tool level 5. Level 7 indicates a power level that Yi Liang estimated to be comparable to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Young man, are you certain you wish to take on this mission? I must warn you, even ordinary Kage-level shinobi would find this task impossible. The owner cautioned. It is said that the 3 legendary Sannin of Konoha once joined forces against Hanzo and were defeated. Had it not been for the intervention of their village's Hokage, they would have perished on the spot. Indeed, young man. Exercise caution. The owner added once more. Yet Yi Liang resolutely took the bounty notice. Humph. What nonsense about Hanzo of the Salamander. As long as the reward is substantial, I fear no one, not even Kagaya. As Yi Liang stepped outside, a throng of ninjas hastened to follow him. Let us go, let us watch the spectacle. The previously renowned rogue ninja from a Wagakure awaited him at the entrance. You insolent brat, he declared. As your senior, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. I have no desire to waste time. If you wish to die, then let us hasten. As he spoke, the rogue ninja plunged his hand into the earth. Doton, Tsuchi Ringu. Suddenly, a massive chunk of earth erupted from the ground, its size comparable to half a building. Though thin, it was nonetheless astonishing. I shall craft you a grave. The onlookers gaped in terror, well aware of the rogue's formidable reputation, yet stunned to witness such an enormous mass of earth being summoned. They knew he was powerful, but never anticipated him to be this formidable. Yi Liang simply shook his head in mild disapproval. This level of skill indeed warranted pride, nearing the realm of a pseudo-shadow. But in comparison to him, he was still far from it. Is this all you've got? Yi Liang remarked coolly. Doton, Tsuchi Ringu. With the same technique, Yi Liang invoked the spell without forming any hand seals, merely uttering the incantation. An even larger and more powerful mass of earth was lifted effortlessly by him, its area rivaling that of half a football field. Moreover, compared to the rogue's technique, Yi Liang's was far more expansive and potent. Begone. He casually hurled the colossal mass, which appeared to weigh several tons, towards the rogue ninja of a Wagakure. Crash. The earth and stones crashed down, burying the rogue beneath them. Yi Liang dusted himself off and stood with his hands behind his back. The crowd was left even more astonished. Boss, I've made my decision. I want to marry my sister to him, cried a bystander, a rogue ninja. Your sister? Isn't she already 25? Do you really think such a master would take an interest in her? I don't care. I just want to be his brother-in-law. It's settled. Ayu, the tavern owner, witnessing the idolization on the faces of the ninjas, could only shake his head and retreat. In the time it took to enjoy a drink, Yi Liang arrived at a battlefield strewn with corpses. Though it was quite distant, his body flicker technique was nothing to scoff at. A light drizzle fell from the overcast sky. Is this the place? Yi Liang scrutinized the map. This was the land of Amigakure, which had devolved into a battlefield due to years of conflict. Hanzo of the Salamander existed as a mercenary within the world of shinobi in the original story. He was the leader of Amigakure, but was killed by Pain due to a scheme orchestrated by Madara. Yet, with Madara's demise, Hanzo had survived and now operated as a mercenary, embroiled in battles between nations, thus earning a bounty of 100 million. The legendary god of ninjas, indeed. Yi Liang examined the map once more. A mercenary war was set to erupt today, and Hanzo might make an appearance, prompting him to prepare thoroughly in advance. Hiding slowly amidst the surrounding foliage, Yi Liang used a ninjutsu to conceal his presence, ensuring he remained undetected. At that moment, 3 boys, around 18 or 19, rushed past him, panic etched across their faces, their bodies and faces smeared with dark mud. Clearly, they were fleeing from a pursuer. Were they mercenaries or merely refugees caught in the chaos? Yi Liang assessed them, but the mud obscured their features. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in the distance, akin to a colossal object crashing to the ground. Yi Liang was taken aback, only to see a gigantic salamander crawling towards him, atop which stood none other than Hanzo of the Salamander. You ungrateful wretches! We completed your task, yet you seek to eliminate us. The boys shouted, indignation flaring as they continued to flee. Humph! You are formidable indeed, but your incessant plundering of bounties poses a grave threat to the code of mercenaries. Thus, you must perish today. The enormous salamander swiftly blocked the boys' path, with countless gray-clad ninjas lurking behind Hanzo. All were ninjas from Amigakure. Yi Liang estimated their numbers to be several dozen, each of a rank higher than Chunin. While the boys were strong, escaping such a multitude would prove exceedingly difficult, especially with the god of ninjas, Hanzo, present. This formidable figure, despite meeting his end in the original tale, had remarkably escaped the control of Edo Tensei through sheer willpower. To put it in perspective, even Hiruzen Sarutobi could not break free from that jutsu. This indicated that he surpassed even the 3rd Hokage. These children were doomed, Yi Liang surmised. At that moment, the leader among the boys suddenly pushed the others behind him. Nagato, take Konan and escape. I will shake them off and join you later. Yahiko, what are you saying? We leave together. Jiraiya-sensei is waiting to see our progress. Nagato-you. The young leader was suddenly moved, gazing deeply at the red-haired boy behind him, speechless for a long moment. Yi Liang recognized this as what they called friendship. Just then, Hanzo, seeing his men assembled, swiftly signaled for action. Attack! His subordinates surged towards the group of children, their speed amplified by the rain. The ninjas of Amigakure held a distinct advantage in such conditions. Doton, Yomi Numa. Yahiko promptly retaliated, utilizing the rainwater to his advantage. Given the muddy terrain, a technique like Yomi Numa was exceptionally suited for this environment. A vast swamp materialized around Yahiko, ensnaring the Amigakure ninjas before they could escape. Curse those brats, they exclaimed, struggling to leap free as their legs sank into the mire. Hanzo, standing nearby, seethed with anger. Fools! He clapped his hands, and a thick spittle erupted from the salamander's mouth. The boys were alarmed and scrambled to evade the incoming attack. The salamander's fluids contained potent neurotoxins. Even a mere drop could induce madness or, worse, death. Having been pursued by Hanzo for some time, they had learned the horrors of this technique. Dodge! Whoosh! The venom landed where the boys had just been. The Amigakure ninjas trapped in the Yomi Numa were caught off guard, struck by the toxic liquid before they could escape the swamp's grip. A cacophony of screams ensued, as if engulfed in lava. The ninjas emitted a cloud of vapor and fell silent. Are they all dead? Yi Liang's heart sank. At that moment, he had deduced the identities of the boys. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Chapter 61. Repelling Hanzo to encounter me here. Consider yourselves fortunate. Yi Liang chuckled softly, shedding his disguise to reveal a strikingly handsome figure. What on earth? The rain ninjas were besieging Hanzo when they suddenly spotted Yi Liang, startling them momentarily. Hanzo quickly concealed himself behind his companions, embodying the wisdom of self-preservation befitting a god of ninjas. Truly, he was an old tortoise. Yi Liang's unexpected entrance was not that of an ordinary ninja. Who are you? Hanzo inquired hesitantly. Merely a bounty hunter here to take your life. Yi Liang replied nonchalantly, disdainfully kicking at the mud on his feet, his expression oddly simplistic. He then approached Hanzo as if he were a child in kindergarten. The surrounding rain ninjas were taken aback. How dare an ordinary bounty hunter speak so boldly? They felt insulted, but, despite their indignation, none dared to intercept him. You go first. I can't. Why not? I'm scared, I don't dare. You're afraid yet speak so boldly. Yi Liang's presence was anything but that of a mere bounty ninja. He was not only strikingly handsome, but exuded an air of arrogance that perhaps even the sage of six paths could not rival. Hanzo urged the seated salamander to retreat from the battlefield, but the creature seemed petrified, trembling in fear and utterly immobilized. Move, you fool! Hanzo shouted angrily, yet the salamander remained sluggish, forcing him to turn his gaze toward the surrounding rain ninjas. Listen carefully. Anyone who fails to exert themselves today will be treated as a traitor and face severe punishment. Hanzo threatened, and the rain ninjas, realizing they could not return home without playing the fool, reluctantly took a few steps forward. You go first, I'll cover you. Despite their protests, they could not withstand Hanzo's intimidation and moved forward. Water release, water dragon bullet. Though they advanced, they did not linger. Even as the vanguard, none dared approach Yi Liang directly. Long-range attacks were manageable, but in close combat, they would not have the courage, even with 1,000 lives. Ninja art, shadow shuriken technique. After a brief assault, their chakra depleted, they resorted to shurikens. Yi Liang shook his head in exasperation. The skill level of these rain ninjas was merely that of a chunin, posing little threat to him. However, to eliminate them all would be excessively bloody. So he decided to show them mercy. I will only strike at your leader. Those who wish to live should leave at once. With a swift motion, Yi Liang unleashed a powerful repulsion that dispelled their onslaught. The rain ninjas faltered. How could they contend with a ninja capable of effortlessly neutralizing the simultaneous attacks of dozens? They were mere small fry. They still wished to return home to enjoy their lives. Their legs trembled, momentarily forgetting to attack. Hanzo was furious. As the leader of the rain ninja village, witnessing so many of his subordinates being cowed by an unknown passerby was a humiliating blow to his pride. You are all useless, he berated, hastily directing the sluggish salamander toward Yi Liang. Yi Liang frowned. The salamander was highly venomous, and while he was powerful, he was not foolhardy enough to directly touch its bodily fluids. Thus, he formed hand seals and countered with a powerful fire technique. At that moment, the salamander was airborne. Although it could push through the fiery inferno toward Yi Liang, it would be consumed by the flames itself. Yi Liang smirked coldly, betting that Hanzo would not dare confront him head-on. After all, a man who only knew to hide behind his subordinates could not possess the courage to face him. As expected, just as Yi Liang's inferno erupted, Hanzo veered off course. What a madman! He cursed, landing at Yi Liang's side, and immediately harnessed the surrounding rainwater to launch an attack. The Rain Ninja Village was aptly named for its mastery over rain manipulation, and Hanzo was its foremost adept. With a mere gesture, he summoned a water dragon that surged forward, growing larger by absorbing the surrounding rainwater. If you insist on a direct confrontation, then so be it. Yi Liang did not evade. A crimson chakra enveloped him instantly. It was the power of the Nine Tails. Yi Liang leaped, deftly treading upon the falling rain. Turning to land on the salamander's back. A true man should battle properly. He roared, resembling a red fox spirit as he charged toward the grim-faced Hanzo. Wrapped in chakra, Yi Liang was unconcerned about the moisture beneath him. Thus, the two engaged in fierce combat atop the salamander. The surrounding rain ninjas were astonished. How could this man contend with the legendary Hanzo in physical combat? Hanzo was renowned as the strongest in the realm of ninjas. Insane. Truly insane. How has such a powerful individual suddenly emerged in this world? Meanwhile, the vigilant rain ninjas observing the battle felt the malevolence of the world, while those saved by Yi Liang, including Yahiko, were equally astounded by his formidable presence. Conan, how do you think Jiraiya-sensei compares to him? Yahiko asked casually, as their strength all stemmed from Jiraiya's teachings. It's like comparing heaven and earth, Conan replied, casting a disapproving glance at Yahiko for his comparison. Back on the battlefield, after exchanging dozens of blows, Hanzo finally began to weaken. His body was fatigued, and his bones ached. The two were locked in fierce struggle. However, Hanzo's strikes were no match for Yi Liang's ferocity. After enduring several attacks, Hanzo's bones began to resonate painfully. This resonance indicated that Yi Liang's strikes were powerful enough to impact his very skeleton. It was terrifying. Unable to withstand it any longer, Hanzo resorted to reverse summoning, dispelling the salamander. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Liang was momentarily unsteady, he swiftly fled. He did not wish to die, even if it meant forfeiting his title as the god of ninjas. Seeing their leader retreat, the surrounding rain ninjas dared not linger, fleeing in haste. Chapter 62. The mysterious altar. Yi Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hanzo, the god of ninjas, would possess such awareness, abandoning his pride and fleeing. He was even more cowardly than a modern man. The dusk had settled. While Yi Liang could have pursued Hanzo further, the night was too dark, and he did not wish to risk a misstep, so he chose to remain. At that moment, Yahiko and the others, who had been observing from a distance, approached him. Thank you so much for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have been doomed. Yahiko expressed his gratitude immediately. His two companions looked at Yi Liang with admiration. One was named Nagato, with red hair. Another individual, known as Xiaonan, was a stunning beauty with purple hair, appearing as if she were merely 15, exuding an aura of freshness and allure. Yi Liang smiled, recognizing that these were among the few elite warriors of the future. Forming friendships with them hinted at a promising future ahead. After a while, the group arrived at an uninhabited cave, gathering some wild ingredients to casually roast over a fire. In an era of conflict, there were no proper households nearby. To enjoy a picnic in the wilderness was indeed a luxurious affair. Mi Yin and others often found themselves hungry. Yi Liang set up the campfire and placed several wild chickens he had caught onto it, immediately drawing Xiaonan closer. Enchanted by the aroma. Wow, what is this delectable dish? It smells divine. She leaned in, and Yi Liang promptly handed her a piece. With a gentle bite, a burst of flavor enveloped her senses. Xiaonan felt as though she might float away in bliss. Seeing her delight, the others approached as well. Indeed, this is quite exquisite, Mi Yin remarked after taking a bite, while the usually taciturn Nagato gave Yi Liang a thumbs up. Delicious. Yi Liang savored some himself. After feasting, he reclined on a stone to rest. At that moment, an ancient map unexpectedly appeared in Yi Liang's hand. It was yellowed, hinting at its age. Gently unfurling it, he observed the entire landscape of the shinobi world, from the remote Sunagakure to the affluent Konoha. Every ninja village in the world of Naruto was marked on the map. Brother Yi Liang, What are those red crosses on it? Xiao Nan, with a chicken leg in her mouth, leaned in curiously. The map was dotted with numerous markers, predominantly red crosses drawn with a bold pen. Nothing significant, just some places I have traveled to, he replied casually. Oh, Xiao Nan responded. Yet a hint of melancholy crept onto her face. I truly envy you, brother Yiliang, for being able to travel to so many places, while we can only linger near Amigakure. Xiao Nan spoke slowly. Yiliang was momentarily taken aback. He understood her feelings well. They were all orphans from Amigakure. Having grown up amidst conflict, and simply being able to survive in the present was already a considerable achievement. As for travel, that was a distant dream. Don't be disheartened. When you grow up, you will naturally be able to leave Amigakure. Yiliang offered a comforting remark. Once Xiao Nan's spirits lifted slightly, he resumed examining the map. This was certainly not a mere travel guide. Each red cross marked a location where Yiliang had slain White Zetsu, densely scattered across the entire map, certainly numbering in the hundreds. It was astonishing that in just 5 years, so many White Zetsu had emerged. It seemed the world of Naruto was increasingly amiss. Yiliang sighed. His purpose in visiting Amigakure was to seek clues regarding the master of White Zetsu. Through his investigations, he found that the closer he approached Amigakure, the stronger the White Zetsu he encountered. He had already noticed this issue prior to receiving the assassination mission for Hanzo. Of course, killing Hanzo was merely a means to earn some pocket money. The two matters were not mutually exclusive. He pulled out another map, this one of Amigakure, with clear routes. Yiliang stroked his chin, realizing he would need to study late into the night. Days later, in a clandestine meeting room of Amigakure, the god of shinobi, Hanzo of the Salamander, was kneeling respectfully before a peculiar figure clad in black and white. Lord Zetsu, I have prepared 1,000 war orphans as you instructed, but might I ask if the promised reward can be delivered sooner? Humph. When has the master ever deceived you? Rest assured, once your sacrifice is successful, I will naturally provide what you seek. The being known as Zetsu nodded indifferently, then twisted its body and vanished into the ground. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, rising once again. Humph. What a difficult master to please. If I didn't need your resources, I would have crushed your skull by now. He grumbled, then lightly lifted the floor beneath him, jumping down. Below was an enormous hidden cavern, profoundly deep. Hanzo had just entered when he sealed the floor behind him. Meanwhile, 3 small figures appeared at the outskirts of Amigakure: Miyin, Nagato, and Xiao Nan. Yiliang had already launched an assault on White Zetsu, and he was taken aback to discover that the vast Amigakure was entirely overrun with them. After a prolonged battle, he finally managed to clear out the minions. After some time, Miyin exclaimed, Teacher Yiliang, those were the White Zetsu you mentioned, and they don't seem particularly formidable. He rummaged through Hanzo's room, but found none of the clues Yiliang had alluded to. These are merely the most basic foot soldiers. I have encountered ones far stronger. One could crush a Jonin with a single hand, Yiliang replied, looking down. Is that true? Crush a Jonin? Just those things? Nagato displayed skepticism, doubt creeping into his expression, yet Yiliang ignored him. As he continued searching the room, he suddenly paused before a section of the floor, which sounded hollow beneath his foot. Kicking it revealed a crisp, ethereal sound. It's empty. Yiliang immediately pried open the floorboards, just as they uncovered the secret chamber. Hanzo had reached the deepest part of the underground cavern. It resembled the winding tunnels once used by guerrilla fighters, winding and dark, with several intersecting paths that obscured the ground. Hanzo pushed aside a black wall, revealing a massive altar. Lord Hanzo, a dozen White Zetsu greeted him, standing silently at the entrance, clearly serving as sentinels. How has the matter progressed? Hanzo nodded, gesturing lightly, sealing the wall behind him. Report, Lord Hanzo. The altar is complete and ready for your arrival to commence the ritual. Good. Then let us begin. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding White Zetsu sprang into action. They moved to different corners of the altar, forming peculiar formations. Moments later, countless beams of white light illuminated the altar's periphery, swirling like neon lights. Hanzo furrowed his brow, fixated on the center of the altar, where numerous children lay in a stupor, some as young as 7 or 8, others 14 or 15, appearing either lifeless or asleep. What a pity for so many children, but for that thing, I have no choice, he sighed. At that moment, a little girl lying at the edge suddenly opened her eyes. She appeared to be around 13 or 14, with short hair, exuding vitality. The moment she awakened, the girl rushed towards the nearest White Zetsu. Earth-style, super heavy stone technique. She shouted, and countless rocks surged toward her hand as if drawn by a magnet. In less than half a second, a colossal stone gauntlet formed around her hand. There are still some awake? Hanzo was taken aback. A white Zetsu nearby, caught off guard while forming hand seals, had its head crushed by the girl's strike. He immediately charged towards her. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. And for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Hanzo was astonished. Although he was not taking the fight seriously, it was indeed rare to encounter a ninja, let alone a little girl, who could withstand a few of his punches. You are the granddaughter of Oyuki. Hanzo recognized her. As the Tsuchikage, Oyuki was a well-known figure. Much like how one would recognize Wang Baobao and his wife, Majiji. The little girl shouted, "Return my grandfather to me." Chojiro attack. This alarmed Hanzo. He quickly noticed several youths armed with various weapons rising to their feet, immediately charging at the distant white Zetsu, who was activating a teleportation array. The latter was no match for them. These white Zetsu are utterly useless. Hanzo seethed with anger. Previously, when he encountered Yelyong, his subordinates had proven to be disappointing. And now these white Zetsu continued to disappoint. It was just as the saying goes. Nameless supporting characters are nothing but trash. Suddenly, Hanzo's expression changed drastically. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Behind him stood a golden-haired boy clad in yellow, looking pleased. Rasengan. He chanted the name of his technique. Well done, Naruto. The little girl exclaimed joyfully. This golden-haired boy was someone she had met on her journey, said to be searching for his father. They had formed a remarkable partnership. Soon, the youths who had attacked white Zetsu approached, wielding weapons that remarkably resembled the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village. Chojiro, you did well too, the little girl praised. Stop talking. That guy isn't dead yet. Chojiro shook his head helplessly. He was a genin from the Mist Village, tasked with searching for children who had gone missing from nearby villages. By chance, his team had encountered the little girl seeking her family. She revealed herself to be the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, named Kuratsuchi, and demonstrated some skill. Thus, they formed an alliance. Since their enemy targeted children, Chojiro and the others disguised themselves as kids to infiltrate. Watching Hanzo being struck by the Rasengan, Chojiro gulped nervously. What kind of situation is this? Who would have thought that a child-abducting fraud would actually be the god of ninja from Hokage? Why would such a powerful figure be involved in child trafficking? Chojiro promptly drew his twin blades, fully aware of the gravity of the situation before Hanzo. Dance, Hiramiki. His flat weapons resembled butterfly knives, flourishing towards Hanzo. Yet the latter vanished as if he had never existed. Chojiro's heart sank, his weapon swinging through empty air. Suddenly, a whistling wind rushed past him, instinctively. He spun his weapon around, but before he could see Hanzo, his blade was halted mid-motion. His awareness was commendable, yet his strength was insufficient. Hanzo's cold voice echoed behind him, and with a firm grip, he snapped the legendary sword Hiramiki, leaving not even a scratch. Oh no! Seeing their leader captured, the others rushed forward. They were the reserve of the 7 ninja swords. Trained by the newly appointed Mizukage Terumi, May after the previous generation had been slain by Might Guy. After all, they represented the pinnacle of their village's combat prowess. The sounds of weapons clashing erupted near the altar as Hanzo's figure moved like a phantom, appearing and disappearing, swiftly defeating the genin one by one. Humph. You think you can battle the god of ninja? Hanzo sneered coldly, effortlessly overpowering the Mist Village's genin. They were still children, and despite their weapons, they could not compare to the cunning and experienced Hanzo. Hanzo's gaze turned furious as he focused on Kuratsuchi, the one who had initially disrupted his plans. Hello, granddaughter of Oyuki. Kuratsuchi's expression shifted, panic rising within her. Though she was bold, facing an opponent of Hanzo's caliber, akin to an elite ninja, made her tremble slightly. Nearby, Naruto suddenly lay flat on the ground. Dad said, when you encounter a bear, just lie still and pretend to be dead. Kuratsuchi was taken aback. In a fit of rage, Hanzo picked up a broken blade. In truth, the deaths of some white Zetsu were inconsequential. However, today was different. These white Zetsu were not merely expendable pawns, but special ones. They possessed a sacrificial technique that could summon the true master of the white Zetsu through the sacrifice of children. Hanzo had orchestrated all this to fulfill a transaction with the master, utilizing the sacrificial children to acquire a certain item. With the white Zetsu now dead, no one could perform this sacrificial ritual anymore. Curse this brat. I'm coming for your life. Hanzo raised his powerful arm, hurling the broken blade towards her. He was a shadow-level powerhouse. Even without using ninjutsu, his might was beyond what a little girl could withstand, and the consequences of such an attack would be dire. Just then, the wall that had previously confined Hanzo was suddenly kicked open. "You bastard, still trying to harm others." A loud voice scolded. Chapter 64. Confronting Hanzo. Hanzo panicked. This was bad. The man had arrived. Yelyong swiftly charged in from outside, dodging and catching Hanzo's thrown blade with one hand. His eyes narrowed, and in a flash, the blade was pressed against Hanzo's neck. "Do you wish to resist?" Yelyong coldly questioned, causing Hanzo to break into a cold sweat. What was merely a simple body flicker technique, Yelyong executed with a swiftness akin to teleportation. He was like a ghost. Hanzo hurriedly activated the body replacement technique. In such a situation, staying put was not an option. Another tremendous crash echoed as countless fireballs hurtled toward the newly liberated Hanzo. Fire style, fireball jutsu. 3 more figures rushed in. It was Yahiko and his companions. As soon as they entered, they spotted the unconscious children on the altar and immediately shifted from defense to offense. Yahiko and the others firmly positioned themselves in front of the children. This was Yelyong's strategy. Once combat commenced, they had to protect the hostages. As for the confrontation with the boss, Yelyong alone was more than sufficient. "We'll guard them. Teacher, go," Yahiko shouted. In truth, even without his urging, Yelyong had already launched an assault on the panicked god of ninja. "Please, don't treat me this way." The once mighty Hanzo now resembled a rat fleeing from a street. However, the exit he sought had already been sealed by Yelyong. Ninjutsu, 4 red yang formation. 4 beams of light shot up from the exit, instantly blocking Hanzo's escape route. Still thinking of fleeing? Yelyong dashed forward, landing several punches that quickly subdued the terrified Hanzo. "Sir, it was my fault. I shouldn't have coveted the god tree's fruit. Please spare me." He fervently kowtowed before Yelyong, completely abandoning the dignity of the god of ninjas. Is this truly someone who escaped the clutches of impure world reincarnation through sheer willpower? Disdain immediately flickered across Yelyong's face. However, upon hearing Hanzo mention the god tree fruit, he paused in astonishment. "The god tree fruit? How could you possibly know of that? My lord, did you come here because of it?" "Certainly not. I am here to eradicate evil and promote righteousness," Yelyong declared, lifting his chin with pride. As a paragon of justice, Yelyong genuinely sought to vanquish malevolence. It was absolutely not for your bounty. This latter thought remained unspoken, for revealing it would surely terrify the one opposite him. "Now, tell me about your relationship with White Zetsu," Yelyong continued. "My lord, to be candid, 3 years ago, a young man with pure white eyes emerged in the underground mercenary world. He claimed to possess a god tree fruit left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths. Any ordinary person who consumed it would gain the sage's power. He demanded 1,000 children as a sacrifice in exchange for this so-called god tree fruit. Did you believe him? Of course not. How could I partake in such inhumane acts? I immediately attacked that young man, but regrettably, even one as formidable as I, Hanzo the Salamander, could not withstand a single blow." Hanzo spoke earnestly, casting a pitiful glance at Yelyong. "So, you were coerced into helping him gather children?" "My lord, that man was simply too terrifying. I had no choice," Hanzo lamented, his expression genuinely sincere. At that moment, his gaze abruptly shifted to the ground. "You're deceiving me." Hanzo suddenly realized something was amiss. He could not control his gaze, nor could he govern his very own eyes, for his head had been severed. Yelyong disdainfully wiped the blood of Hanzo the Salamander from his hands. Ridiculous. Coerced into committing acts of evil? The mere thought of Hanzo uttering such words made Yelyong feel nauseous. Once a person resolves to sacrifice 1,000 lives, regardless of the circumstances, they become irredeemable. And as for the young man Hanzo mentioned, Yelyong suspected he was the master he had long sought. If that were the case, Hanzo must perish. Anyone daring to plot against their own life would find no mercy from Yelyong. As for the god tree fruit, Yelyong remained utterly skeptical. The god tree fruit was a product of Kagaya Otsutsuki extracting energy from the earth, a process that took a millennium to yield even a single fruit. The last one had been consumed by Kagaya. The next would not materialize for several hundred years unless it had traversed through time, which Yelyong found utterly implausible. Tearing a strip of cloth, he bound Hanzo's severed head. A bounty of 100 million ryo secured. Half an hour later, a group reluctantly departed from the Rain Ninja Village. The villagers cast anxious glances at Yi Liang. Mr. Yi Liang, Lord Mizukichi has been quite concerned about you, Chojiro said earnestly. Indeed, I shall visit her in due time, Yi Liang nodded. I never expected to encounter an old acquaintance here. He entrusted the unconscious Naruto to Chojiro, who had succumbed to a genjutsu. He had no intention of returning just yet, not only because of Danzo, but also due to the lurking threat of White Zetsu. Indulging in pleasures now would only lead to his demise. Just then, Kuratsuchi approached incredulously. Are you truly Lord Yi Liang? Did you not return to the Sound Ninja village? Yi Liang was a well-known figure, and the 5 great ninja villages were keenly aware of his whereabouts. So what brings you here? Yi Liang surveyed the slender young girl before him. Kuratsuchi had now blossomed into a 13-year-old maiden. If you are indeed Lord Yi Liang, you must save our village. Save your village? What has happened in Awagakure? Yi Liang inquired, puzzled. Awagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages. If something were amiss, others would surely know. Yet Yi Liang had received no word regarding Awagakure in recent years, believing all to be well. Indeed, something is amiss. Ever since my grandfather vanished, the villagers have begun to act strangely. Their behavior has become increasingly inhuman, even in their daily tasks. Inhuman? What do you mean? Like machines. Kuratsuchi explained. No one knows what happened. They began speaking less and less. At first, there were a few words, but months later, the village was as silent as if it had never existed. The most terrifying part is that the villagers' actions have become synchronized, devoid of any extraneous movements. Uniform actions? Yi Liang suddenly pondered, his brow furrowing as he sensed the gravity of the situation in Awagakure. Over the 5 years of battling White Zetsu, Yi Liang had encountered similar occurrences. Families growing increasingly taciturn, then entire villages following suit, until ultimately whole nations became silent. In the end, they were all impersonated by White Zetsu. Chapter 65, The Akatsuki Organization? I never anticipated such events had transpired in Awagakure. Very well, I shall assist you. Yi Liang agreed to Kuratsuchi. A few days later, after claiming the bounty on Hanzo the Salamander, Yi Liang reunited with Kuratsuchi. However, they did not head directly to Awagakure, but took a detour. You mentioned your senior brother rescued you. Is he quite strong? Naturally. My brother is Deidara. Oh, I am even more eager to meet him, Yi Liang chuckled. At that moment, near a cliff in the land of Earth, a group clad in red cloud cloaks arrived. This must be the place, the lead man, a shark-faced individual murmured as he approached a small wooden cabin. Boom. As the door swung open, a cascade of sparks erupted towards the shark-faced man's face. What the hell is this? Just as he uttered these words, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the valley. The door of the wooden cabin exploded. Damn it. Is this how you welcome guests? The shark-faced man shook off the dust, having instinctively stepped back and avoided injury. Inside the cabin sat a golden-haired youth, serene and disengaged from the world. The shark-faced man approached him. Hey, where has the owner of this place gone? He touched the surrounding furniture, finding no dust. It was clear the owner had been present. Owner? What do you want with the owner here? Oh, nothing much. Just preparing to invite him to join our Akatsuki. Your master should not be far, right? Huh. Indeed, the youth nodded. Suddenly, he mysteriously handed the shark-faced man a very soft clay doll, made of pure white material. By the way, my master asked me to give this to you. Give this to me? The shark-faced man was taken aback. Before he could react, the clay in his hand exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. The shark-faced man's hand was shattered into pieces. Damn it. He instantly raised his other hand, wielding a large blade. But before the blade could reach the youth, the figure vanished, leaving behind another similarly soft clay doll. Oh shit. Boom. The wooden cabin was utterly obliterated. Far away, outside the valley, Kuratsuchi panicked. From a distance, they heard strange sounds, but the mountain path was arduous. Although Yi Liang could leave them behind, he was unfamiliar with the route and had to wait for Hei-Tu to proceed together. At that moment, a magnificent white bird suddenly appeared in the sky, carrying a young boy as it soared swiftly through the valley. Brother, Hei-Tu shouted upon witnessing this spectacle, but as soon as he called out, he noticed a colossal mechanical puppet trailing behind the bird. It resembled a scorpion, crawling along the mountainside with a speed that rivaled that of the bird above. That must be Deidara. Yi Liang also spotted the boy in the sky, and the mechanical puppet on the ground captured his attention. That's Sasori of the Red Sand. What is he doing here? He had scarcely uttered these words when he was drawn to the figures atop the puppet. One appeared to be stitched together with threads. while the other bore a face reminiscent of a shark. That's Kakuzu and Hoshigaki Kisame. What are they doing here? Yi Liang was astonished. Both Kakuzu and Kisame were members of Akatsuki, yet this era should have seen the dissolution of the organization. Glancing back at Nagato and Konan, who were struggling to catch up, he suddenly felt bewildered. Could it be that the Nagato behind me is an imposter? Nagato was the founder of Akatsuki. In the original story, he established the organization under the influence of Obito, with the goal of resurrecting Uchiha Madara and then using infinite Tsukuyomi to make everyone bear the burden of a grain of rice. However, with Obito gone and Nagato also absent, the existence of Akatsuki raised many questions. Yi Liang set Hei-Tu down, preparing to investigate further. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he hurled a shuriken forward, and his figure vanished swiftly. In the distance, Sasori blocked Deidara's explosive clay once more. Damn it, is that brat going to join our organization or not? If he doesn't, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Kisame glared angrily at Deidara, who was soaring overhead. His previously broken wounds had healed. As a host of the shark cells, Kisame possessed immense regenerative abilities. At that moment, his eyes seemed to flicker as a shuriken flew past his head, but there was clearly no one around. Was there? Did I see that wrong? Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly noticed a handsome young man squatting before him. Hello, brother. What the hell? Kisame was startled, hastily attempting to draw his sword, Semihata, from his back, only to find it utterly immobile. What was happening? Straining again, the usually docile Semihata began to tremble, as if it had encountered its natural enemy, refusing to budge. Semihata was afraid. It was shaking. Cold sweat beaded on Kisame's forehead. He had never encountered a man capable of inciting such a reaction in Semihata. Kakuzu, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Upon seeing Yi Liang, he instinctively lowered his head, as if he were in the presence of an ancestor. During a previous mission, he had learned of Yi Liang, the man who had just slain Hanzo of the Salamander. That was Hanzo, the god of shinobi. How could Kakuzu ever hope to defeat someone like Yi Liang? He too stood frozen in place. Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up and get this brat off me. I don't want to carry a snot-nosed kid. Sasori shouted angrily. He did not recognize Yi Liang and was utterly confused. Notably, due to the Yin seal, Yi Liang maintained the appearance of a 20-year-old. If you have the ability, then you come up. I certainly won tea. Kisame panicked. Just as Sasori made that remark, Semihata visibly quivered, clearly displeased with Sasori's words, as it feared offending Yi Liang. Kakuzu felt the same. Years ago, even when he had thrown shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 miles away, he had never felt such pressure. You go ahead and do it. Everyone knows I'm not one to seek out a fight. I'm the best at avoiding conflict. To hell with you. Sasori cursed, suddenly puffing out his belly. And then he flipped over. All of you get off me. In an instant, the group tumbled off Sasori's back. Yi Liang, feeling helpless, summoned the Flying Thunder God technique once more and leaped onto the cliffside. However, he was intrigued that, apart from Sasori, the other two allowed their bodies to fall into the endless abyss. Were they seeking death? Their expressions suggested they were enjoying the experience. What was going on? Yi Liang directed his gaze back to Sasori, who had made it to the shore. They jumped. Why didn't you? Jump to hell. Sasori cursed angrily, immediately maneuvering his puppet-like legs to crawl over. His strength was astounding, shattering the rocky cliff with every step. Yi Liang was taken aback. Are you a demolition expert? He easily dodged Sasori's attack. For him, such simple physical strikes posed no threat. However, Sasori's refusal to engage in conversation left Yi Liang feeling exasperated. Indeed, he had no intention of fighting Sasori. Why resort to physical confrontation when words would suffice? In his past life, Sasori was a profoundly tragic figure, having lost his parents to Konoha ninjas and raised by his grandmother. It is well known that those raised by their grandmothers often lead solitary lives, developing introverted and somewhat insecure personalities. Sasori was such a person. How could a self-doubting individual not have a twisted psyche? In other words, the original Akatsuki seemed to consist of a group of troubled youth. Yi Liang formed a hand seal with one hand and instantly leaped on Sasori's back. After executing a leaf whirlwind to sever Sasori's tail, he plunged both hands into the back of the puppet, his fingers sharp and unyielding. With a crack, a large piece of solid metal was torn away, creating a hole in Sasori's back. Strangely, no blood flowed out, as if he were merely a machine. Yi Liang remained unfazed as he continued to reach inside. Half a second later, he extracted a red-haired doll with an adorable face, over a meter tall. The puppet was merely a shell. How did you discover me? The red-haired doll kicked its legs, seemingly attempting to break free from Yi Liang's grasp. But just as it prepared to exert strength, it suddenly felt its chakra dissipating. Moreover, as it struggled, several muscles in its back experienced a faint, painful sensation. This is the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. If you don't want your blood to flow backward and die, you'd better stop moving. Gentle fist? You're from Konoha? No. When did Konoha have such a powerful ninja? Your strength clearly surpasses that of the ninjutsu doctor. There are many things you are yet unaware of. Yi Liang directly cast aside the false shell of Scorpion, placing his true form against the rock wall. Listen closely, for I shall pose a few questions to you. If you answer with honesty, I shall spare your life and perhaps, in a moment of good fortune, even grant you freedom. Is that truly so? Upon hearing this, the red-haired boy immediately ceased his movements. He knew he could never best Yi Liang, and the prospect of surviving was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Here is my first inquiry. Who is the leader of your organization, Akatsuki? And what is the purpose of its establishment? Our leader is a man named Orochimaru. However, I have scarcely laid eyes upon him. It is primarily Uchiha Itachi who commands Akatsuki. Of course, I have not encountered him either, as I have only just joined. Scorpion shrugged suddenly. Orochimaru? Yi Liang's gaze became distant, for he had not anticipated that his arch-nemesis, Orochimaru, would be the one to resurrect Akatsuki. In this lifetime, Orochimaru, due to Yi Liang's emergence, had strayed entirely from his original path. Not only devising the eternal life technique of the white phosphorus serpent, but also mastering a terrifying forbidden jutsu capable of devouring others to acquire their abilities. Previously, during his encounter in Sunagakure, Yi Liang had faced him. Had he not ambushed Orochimaru then, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, Yi Liang had now mastered all conventional ninjutsu, his strength surpassing even that of typical Kage-level ninjas. Even should he confront Orochimaru now, the result remained unpredictable. And what of Itachi? Where is he? How did you all arrive here? Itachi should currently be in Iwagakure. We recently traced the whereabouts of White Zetsu in Kumogakure, and upon following the clues, they all pointed towards Iwagakure. Itachi and his group immediately went there while Kisame and we were tasked with recruiting local ninjas here. Thus it is. Yi Liang comprehended everything. Yet, he had not anticipated that Uchiha Itachi would reappear here. He had believed that Itachi's life trajectory had been altered, as he had interfered with the fate of the Uchiha clan, but Itachi still joined Akatsuki. It seemed he could only inquire directly. Yi Liang nodded. There was no other way to obtain answers apart from asking him personally. With that, he released Scorpion's hand, being a man of his word. And since the latter had not acted in a manner to provoke his ire, Yi Liang would not annihilate him completely. Once Scorpion felt his strength restored, he hurriedly leaped towards the precipice, as if any delay would result in being devoured by the beast trailing behind him. At this moment, the freed Deidara, along with Kuratsuchi and others, arrived. They had likely been reminiscing from a distance when Yi Liang and Scorpion clashed. Yi Liang leaped gracefully, using the shuriken aimed at the clay to land upon Deidara's clay. Everyone gasped in astonishment. It was only then that they began to form a vague impression of Yi Liang, a being so formidable that he seemed to transcend the laws of Newton. Kuratsuchi, is this the remarkable individual you spoke of? Deidara gazed at Yi Liang with wide eyes, his face brimming with admiration. Yet, he felt no envy. For Deidara, explosions embodied the essence of ninjutsu. Other techniques were beneath his interest, merely eliciting a passing admiration. Unlike the eager Yahiko, who had already implored Yi Liang to teach him the anti-Newtonian shuriken technique. After some exchange, the group continued their flight towards Iwagakure. As the senior disciple of Iwagakure, Deidara possessed an intimate understanding of the village's terrain. They did not approach via the main entrance, but rather circumvented through a fissure in a valley. Directly reaching the village's center, they set down explosive clay. Before their eyes stood earthen walls, and in the distance, throngs of people bustled about, seemingly merchants from the land of earth. Itachi, are you truly here? Chapter 67. Wind, flower, and light snow. The group joined the merchants ahead, engaged in lively banter. If Yi Liang had any lingering doubts regarding Kuratsuchi's earlier words, they were now completely dispelled. The local residents of Iwagakure indeed resembled Kuratsuchi's description. Their faces devoid of expression, their movements mechanical. Every action was executed with remarkable precision, devoid of any superfluous motion, akin to the mastery of Ultra Instinct from Dragon Ball, eliciting admiration. Miss Haru, have you also come here for commerce? Yi Liang leaned against a merchant's female bodyguard, casually tucking a roadside flower behind her ear. No, we are merely the guards for Lady Haru. The female guard blushed. A striking man like Yi Liang was actually engaging her in conversation. We are just the guards for Lady Haru. You need not address me as Miss. No. In my eyes, a beauty like Miss Haru deserves to be called a princess. Yi Liang jested playfully. After a while, they settled into a local inn. The group they had encountered earlier seemed to be performers visiting a wagakure. They were composed of a battalion of female warriors, and the leader, Lady Haru, remained concealed within a palanquin. Yi Liang vaguely recalled her being the princess of the Land of Snow, an unexpected encounter indeed. Merely a performance? Yi Liang suddenly felt something amiss. The White Zetsu group, known for their pragmatism, had never sought such frivolous entertainment. Yi Liang found this perplexing. At that moment, Deidara, who had been residing separately, suddenly pried open the bamboo door to Yi Liang's room. Mr. Yi Liang, may I come in to discuss? Yes, come in. Yi Liang was momentarily speechless. Having already entered, he still posed the question. What brings you here? At this time, Yi Liang had not yet retired for the night. It was only just dusk, and he had never been one to sleep soundly on enemy territory. He felt something was peculiar about today's events, which prompted him to come and speak with you. Peculiar? Yi Liang was taken aback. Truth be told, aside from recognizing that the residents were impersonated by White Zetsu, he had no further concerns. As he was not a native of a wagakure, and it was normal not to detect any issues. It is like this. Although we in a wagakure have our own entertainment, we have never invited performers from other nations, which makes today as female warriors quite strange. You mean the group, led by Lady Haru? Yes. Yi Liang paused. While he found Deidara's reasoning valid, he had not sensed anything amiss with Lady Haru today. Even the female guards appeared normal to him. The only question remained. Why would the typically insular wagakure suddenly extend an invitation to renowned entertainers from the Land of Snow? Furthermore, according to the guard Haru, their performance fee was substantial, indicating that a wagakure had made a considerable investment to invite them. Enough, you should return to rest. We shall discuss the specifics tomorrow. Having gained insight, Yi Liang casually dismissed Deidara. Overthinking would yield no results. Very well. Deidara exited Yi Liang's room. In the distance, within the courtyard of the Tsuchikage's residence, a captivating dance performance unfolded. As the finale, Lady Haru passionately showcased her graceful form, surrounded by her vibrant battalion of female warriors in accompaniment. The guard, Haru, who had been approached by Yi Liang earlier, was among them. Lady Haru, do you not sense something amiss with these individuals? Spring continued to sway gracefully. Yet her lips whispered secrets as she engaged in conversation with the enchanting wind, flower, and snow. Indeed, there was something amiss. The expressions of those present were dull, as if they possessed no souls, save for the shadow of the figure known as Yellow Earth. Miss, I sense something is off. We should make our exit at the earliest opportunity. Agreed. The two resolved their plan. After a lengthy banquet, Wind, Flower, and Snow's performance finally reached its conclusion. With a flourish, she bid farewell to the shadowy figure and prepared to depart. Windflower, why not stay for another night? Alas, we have other commercial engagements tomorrow morning. We must take our leave, she responded, bowing respectfully as she made her exit. Just as they were about to step outside, several ninjas clad in yellow from the hidden stone village blocked their path. What do you intend to do? The guard, Spring, sensed the impending danger and quickly positioned herself protectively in front of Windflower and Snow. Miss, we of the Land of Earth are known for our hospitality. Your departure would leave us feeling quite regretful. At this moment, Yellow Earth, seated atop a high platform, descended to confront them. As I understand, the Land of Snow, where you hail from, is rather scarce in ninjas, often troubled by surrounding thieves. Is that not so? What are your intentions? Wind, Flower, and Snow regarded Yellow Earth with suspicion, convinced that calamity was imminent. Nothing sinister. We merely wish to convey that if you require ninjas, our hidden stone village would be more than willing to assist your Land of Snow. You seek to dominate our nation. Windflower and Snow retorted angrily. Dominate? We merely intend to safeguard your Land of Snow, he countered, feigning innocence. Outrageous. Windflower and Snow's fury was palpable. Though she publicly portrayed herself as a famed dancer of the Land of Snow, her true identity was that of the cherished daughter of the general. Princess of the Land of Snow. It seems you have conducted a thorough investigation into my identity. She glared fiercely at Yellow Earth, who merely smiled in response, non-committal. Princess, I shall escort you to safety. Spring, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily drew her hairpin, aiming it defiantly at the obstructing ninjas. The remaining dancers similarly brandished their hair ornaments. Attack! At Yellow Earth's command, the two upper ninjas advanced swiftly towards Windflower and Snow's troop, their speed enhanced by the favorable terrain of the Land of Earth. Foul! The Women's Brigade has already suffered losses, and their strongest leader, Spring, has also been injured. They are mere mortals, incapable of contending with the elite ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village. Spring, Windflower, and Snow cried out in anguish. For though Spring was her protector, they had grown up together, akin to sisters, having vowed to reach adulthood and marry together. Do not perish here. Just as she uttered these words, a shuriken, swift as lightning, hurtled towards Spring, leaving Windflower and Snow no time to intervene. In a moment of desperation, as Spring appeared on the verge of demise, a snow-white, muscular arm emerged from the earth, grasping the shuriken firmly as if catching a delicate rabbit. Such a beauty as Miss Spring deserves the protection of a gentleman. A melodious male voice resonated from the ground. Then, the man emerged. Yi Liang erupted from the soil, employing a common earth release technique. The vastness of the Earth Shadow's estate left him no other means of entry. Pathetic insects, dare you command humanity? Yi Liang muttered under his breath, causing the ground beneath to sink, revealing numerous earthen spikes that erupted from the earth. Earth release, earth spikes. The attack not only targeted the two obstructing upper ninjas, but also pierced the hearts of the unsuspecting audience. Cursed wretch, Yellow Earth, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could not tolerate it. He swiftly evaded Yi Liang's onslaught and hurled an emerging spike back at him. Meanwhile, Yi Liang vanished from sight. He brushed against the dancers present, and suddenly, they all disappeared as if they had never existed. Yellow Earth glared at the empty space before directing his gaze into the distance. You cannot escape. Swish. A gust of wind rushed past. In a residential area far away, Yi Liang had successfully transported everyone to safety. He had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, having previously inscribed a marked shuriken in the vicinity for just such an occasion. Are you all unharmed? Yi Liang inquired with concern. The dancers, momentarily disoriented, were stirred into awareness by Windflower and Snow, who recognized the spatial ninjutsu at play. Thank goodness. Truly, we owe you our gratitude, Lord Yi Liang, she expressed, bowing her head in thanks, to which he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Stay alert. We must remain vigilant, Yi Liang instructed as he roused the others. Boom. An endless cacophony of explosions echoed from outside. Yellow Earth manipulated the earthen river beneath, advancing rapidly toward the residential area. Heedless of the potential destruction it could wreak upon the Hidden Stone Village, his eyes ablaze with fury. Father, what are you doing? Black Earth, the first to emerge from the residence, was struck with terror upon recognizing Yellow Earth as his father. Since the disappearance of Oyuki, Yellow Earth had devoted himself to mediating the conflicts within the Hidden Stone Village, yet he had not anticipated that upon leaving for a mere moment, his father would devolve into this monstrous state. Evidently, my uncle has also fallen under control. Data aside, he swiftly launched a white bird into the sky, which transformed into a colossal mount. Everyone aboard. The ground is far too perilous. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd readily agreed, for they were in the territory of the Hidden Stone Village, and engaging with its denizens from the ground was ill-advised. As the crowd rushed to ascend the white bird, the previously tranquil street suddenly trembled violently, and one by one, pale, monstrous figures erupted from the earth. Not good. It's White Zetsu. Yi Liang's brow furrowed deeply. Do not interfere with our master's plans. Eliminate them. The White Zetsu shrieked, lunging menacingly toward those still on the ground. They surged forward in a terrifying wave. While Black Earth and his companions managed to hold their ground, the dancers from the Land of Snow fared poorly, with only Spring and Windflower and Snow remaining after a few exchanges. I will clear a path for you. Take these ordinary folk to safety, Yi Liang bellowed, his hands swiftly forming seals. It was evident that Yi Liang, who typically employed ninjutsu with casual ease, was now serious in his intent, indicating the terrifying nature of the technique he was about to unleash. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A magnificent blaze, akin to a meteor, surged from Yi Liang's position, sweeping towards the entrance of a Wagakure. This extensive distance of 10,000 meters was effortlessly transformed into a blazing path of crimson flame by Yi Liang. And at the edges of this fiery route, one could still observe the remnants of unburned azure flames. "Let us go," Mi Yin exclaimed, immediately leading the dancers to escape. They were acutely aware that they were merely a burden and that their foremost duty was to avoid hindering Yi Liang. Once everyone had departed, Yi Liang and Deidara turned their gaze towards the looming presence of the earth beneath them. Although numerous white zetsu surrounded them, they were merely inconsequential nuisances. Even in their thousands, Yi Liang dismissed them with contempt. However, the earthen entity posed a significant challenge. The original depiction of this earth was formidable, having once sealed the mighty Ten Tails with its earth techniques. It is essential to note that the Ten Tails embodies all tailed beasts, and even the nine tails within Yi Liang is merely a fragment of the Ten Tails' power. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable. With a soft sigh, Yi Liang took flight alongside Deidara towards the earthen foe. "Art is an explosion," Deidara proclaimed, unleashing the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb technique. A colossal dragon, laden with explosive clay, promptly obstructed the flow of earth. The ensuing chaos of explosions obliterated nearby lodgings, and even the earth entity was forced back several hundred meters under such an onslaught. But the spectacle was far from over. "Ninjutsu, Tailed Beast Bomb," Yi Liang commanded, sending forth a black sphere of energy from his palm. Countless stones along the path were instantly flattened by the pressure of the Tailed Beast Bomb, while surrounding objects were irresistibly drawn towards it. Before long, the Tailed Beast Bomb became encrusted with a thick layer of rock, resembling a small mountain. The earth entity was momentarily taken aback. Such a formidable attack could not be easily thwarted by ordinary ninjutsu. In response, it struck the ground, channeling an immense amount of chakra underground. Just as the colossal Tailed Beast Bomb approached, a massive stone wall suddenly erupted in the center of Awagakure, bisecting the village. "Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall." The booming command of the earth entity resonated as the gigantic wall collided with Yi Liang's Tailed Beast Bomb, both forces equally matched. As Yi Liang's Tailed Beast Bomb diminished in size, vast sections of the earthen wall crumbled to dust, leaving no remnants behind. "Yi Liang, this earth entity is not right," Deidara suddenly shouted. "Although the earth is strong, it is merely an ordinary Kaga-level ninja. Such a wide-ranging earth technique typically requires the combined effort of thousands of ninjas. This level of power should be beyond its reach." Upon hearing this, Yi Liang's eyes momentarily glimmered with a fleeting metallic hue, and then the data of the earth entity materialized before him. "Earth, Enhanced Type, Ninjutsu 6, Taijutsu 6, Ninja Tool 6. This is the attribute of Uchiha Madara." Yi Liang cursed vehemently. Chapter 69. Uchiha Itachi. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Liang prepared to retreat. He had never engaged in endeavors where the outcome was uncertain. The risks never equated to the rewards. After all, no cunning strategist would willingly expose themselves. "I'll go ahead," Yi Liang advised. Deidara, without needing further instruction, maneuvered his clay bird to a safe distance. "Don't even think about escaping. Leave it to the master." The earth entity's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged gorilla as it roared, causing the earthen river beneath to surge towards Yi Liang once more. At that moment, a red skeletal figure, reminiscent of a mountain, suddenly intervened, standing like a titan between Yi Liang and the earth entity. "Susanoo." The man within the skeletal visage spoke softly, his expression calm as he regarded the earth entity without a hint of fear. It was Uchiha Itachi. He had finally made his appearance, and Yi Liang recognized him immediately. Only Uchiha Itachi could wield Susanoo at such a moment. This cannot be allowed to continue. Yi Liang thrust a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique into Deidara's hand and leaped into the fray. Itachi was stalling for time, aware that he was no match for the enhanced earth entity in his current state. "How dare you destroy the master's plans? All must perish." The earth entity roared in anger. Suddenly, its face transformed, revealing a black, faceless mask. As the mask emerged, its body began to shed layers of skin, revealing a massive white zetsu beneath. "What is that?" Yi Liang gasped in shock. He had encountered such a black-masked white zetsu during the Chunin exams. At that time, he had to summon all his strength to unleash Sage Art, Night Guy, to defeat it. Why was it here? Yi Liang was astonished. This masked white zetsu possessed overwhelming chakra and considerable resilience. Yi Liang had already expended all his chakra on the Tailed Beast Bomb, leaving him too fatigued to continue fighting. After all, he dared not use sage art. Night Guy again. Let us go. Yi Liang hurled another tailed beast bomb to impede the earth entity and swiftly materialized before Uchiha Itachi, placing a hand on his waist. Flying Thunder God technique. The two vanished in an instant. Outside Iwagakure, the resounding explosions continued to echo, while Yi Liang and his companions had reached the small cabin that Deidara had concealed earlier. Perched on the edge of a cliff, it was a place where the earth entity could not trace them. Lord Yi Liang, how did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to return to the Sound Village? Uchiha Itachi inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Beneath his perplexity, there was an undercurrent of excitement. I should be asking you that. Why did you join Akatsuki instead of going to Konoha? Are you not aware that this organization was founded by Orochimaru? Yi Liang admonished Itachi, embodying the role of a concerned elder, filled with disappointment. Indeed, the changes within the world of Naruto had been monumental over the past 5 years. Not only were white Zetsu rampant, but even the native Kaga-level warriors had betrayed their villages. For instance, Hanzo the Salamander, once acknowledged as a formidable ninja, had abandoned his principles for the sake of the God Tree's fruit. If such powerful figures could fall, it was evident that the current world of Naruto was perilously unstable. Lord Yi Liang, to be honest, I have become a rogue ninja, Uchiha Itachi admitted with a resigned gesture towards Yi Liang. After your departure, Danzo swiftly instigated a coup against Konoha. Although the third Hokage vehemently opposed him, Danzo, backed by the Umbu, ascended as the fifth Hokage. Knowing that Danzo would not be amicable, our Uchiha clan naturally chose to separate from the village. You separated from the village? Yi Liang's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Indeed, we are currently hiding in a safe location in the Land of Snow, where there are few ninjas. Yi Liang found himself at a loss for words. Danzo had become the fifth Hokage. In the original narrative, Danzo was always intended to be Hokage, albeit in the 6th generation. His premature coup had caught Yi Liang off guard. It seemed that his arrival had significantly altered the course of events in Konoha. How did you come to join Akatsuki? Since you have taken refuge in the Land of Snow, why engage in external conflicts? Yi Liang pressed further. Before the Uchiha clan was attacked by Danzo, they had already suffered significant losses. Now, they were in a state of disarray, and timely development was paramount. They should not meddle in the mundane affairs of the ninja world any longer. However, the White Zetsu, Uchiha Itachi suddenly sighed. We had no intention of involving ourselves in the affairs of the ninja world, but a multitude of White Zetsu has appeared around the Land of Snow. Their intentions are clear. They subtly aim to seize control of the Land of Snow. If they succeed, the Uchiha clan will also face ruin. My father urged me to seek external support, which is why I joined the Akatsuki. Ah, I see, Yi Liang exclaimed in realization. The Akatsuki organization had been gathering powerful ninjas from across the ninja world. Enlisting him as external support was indeed fitting. As for Orochimaru, according to what Scorpion had said previously, he had vanished entirely after failing to attack Hanzo 3 years ago. With this understanding, Yi Liang ensured that everyone was settled before leading Itachi and the others back to the battlefield. This time, they had no worries with their strength. They might still compete with Lus. At Iwagakure, Lus, transformed into a mask-wearing White Zetsu, was frantically attacking his surroundings, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly driven to madness. Countless small White Zetsu were attempting to obstruct his path. The faceless one was out of control. They must quickly bring the major Zetsu to restrain him, or else the base in the Land of Earth would be utterly lost. The small White Zetsu charged toward the massive faceless White Zetsu. But the latter's power was far beyond what these insignificant creatures could contend with. Before they could even reach his head, Lus crushed them effortlessly. In the clouds, Yi Liang vigilantly observed the scene before him. He and Itachi were riding on Deidara's clay bird. Thus the small White Zetsu below were oblivious to their presence. Teacher Yi Liang, it seems they are infighting, attacking their own comrades, Itachi remarked. No, they are likely trying to restrain the crazed Lus. His power has escalated too rapidly. And he is but an ordinary body. Such a transformation would naturally lead to madness. Deidara, prepare to take us down, Yi Liang instructed. At that moment, the enormous clay bird surged toward the frenzied Lus. On the ground, the terrain was a swamp, ravaged by Lus's earth flow river technique. Initiate Operation Plan 1, Yi Liang commanded. Deidara immediately unleashed a multitude of explosive clay from his palms. Like fighter jets in a sky battle, the clay bird flew over. and resounding explosions erupted in its wake, sending the bodies of numerous white Zetsu flying. Within moments, dozens of them were obliterated. This was Yi Liang's initial strategy. Although the two types of white Zetsu were infighting, if they did not eliminate the lesser foes first, they would pose unimaginable trouble when attacking Lust later. Excellent. Operation Plan 1 was a success. We shall proceed with Plan 2. As soon as Yi Liang finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing Amaterasu flames. Vast stretches of the swamp were engulfed in flames, incinerating nearly half of the white Zetsu. The greatest strength of Amaterasu flames lies in their inability to extinguish until their target is completely burned. This resulted in the burning white Zetsu transmitting the flames like a spreading virus, swiftly leading to their demise. Having endured such an onslaught, the lesser foes finally reacted, abandoning Lust to unleash their ninjutsu against Yi Liang and his companions. While they were white Zetsu, they still possessed some basic ninjutsu skills, such as the Great Fireball technique, Phoenix Fire, and Earth and Water style techniques. Even Shuriken could be thrown to launch an attack. Looks like they are gathering. Yi Liang suddenly leaped from the clay bird, disregarding the incoming attacks as he deftly maneuvered around the shuriken aimed at him. In mere moments, he approached the masked Lust deep within Iwagakure. My apologies, but it's time for you to dance. Yi Liang hurled dozens of shuriken at Lust, each inscribed with the flying thunder god seal. Leaning forward, before Lust's attack could reach him, Yi Liang used the shuriken to teleport behind him. Ninjutsu, Tailed Beast Bomb. A standard-sized tailed beast bomb shot toward Lust's back. After Lust coughed up blood, Yi Liang activated the flying thunder god again, materializing at his abdomen. Ninjutsu, Tailed Beast Bomb. Next, he struck his head. Ninjutsu, Tailed Beast Bomb. Finally, he targeted his legs, waist, biceps, and neck. In an instant, Yi Liang unleashed tailed beast bombs from over 80 locations on Lust's body. This was Yi Liang's most formidable technique. The energy consumption was immense. He even drained the chakra from the Nine Tails. Such a powerful attack. Not even Lust nor the legendary Uchiha Madara could withstand its might, unless one were the Sage of Six Paths in this world. Boom. A powerful explosion emanated from Lust, resembling a white light that consumed everything within its radius, reducing it to dust. The white light expanded further. Yi Liang utilized the flying thunder god to teleport beside Deidara, who hovered 10,000 meters in the sky. Art is an explosion. Deidara watched in awe as his native Iwagakure was reduced to ruins, a hint of excitement gleaming in his eyes. He was utterly impressed by Yi Liang. The magnitude of the explosion was captivating, igniting a fervent admiration within him. Lord Yi Liang, please allow me to follow you from now on. No, why not? You are far too dangerous. Moments later, Iwagakure lay in ruins beneath a massive mushroom cloud, a feat of such magnitude achieved in complete silence. When the power is overwhelming, the surrounding world falls silent. We can leave now, Yi Liang stated calmly, refraining from inspecting the aftermath. After all, not even a chicken could survive such devastation, let alone Lust. Itachi and the others could only agree in silence. In truth, Yi Liang had not anticipated such an outcome. He had merely aimed to ensure Lust did not survive, exerting all his strength in the process. Yet he had misjudged his own capabilities. Who would have thought that a slight exertion would yield explosive consequences? 80-tailed beast bombs. Terrifying indeed. Upon returning to their hideout, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Originally, Itachi had aimed to uncover clues about the white Zetsu, but now there were none. Yi Liang had previously intended to assist Kuratsuchi in restoring her homeland, but now, well, that too was no more. Only Deidara wore a fervent expression, tinged with a hint of excitement. Today marked the first time he witnessed a mushroom cloud explosion, and it was silent. Kuratsuchi, rest assured, that Lust is not your father. If I am not mistaken, he has likely been replicated by the white Zetsu's chakra. Your true father should be found once we identify the mastermind behind this. Yi Liang reassured Kuratsuchi. However, she was in tears. Yi Liang had broadly explained the events to her and the others. At present, they could not return to Iwagakure, and if they sought a place to stay, they would have to seek refuge in another village. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the group prepared to journey to the land of snow. Now that they were aware of the presence of white Zetsu in this land, Yi Liang was determined not to overlook this lead, especially since the princess of the land of snow was still in their grasp, even if Fenghua Xiaoxue vehemently denied it, insisting she was merely a dancer. A few days later, An opulent carriage appeared at the border of the Land of Snow. "Good sir, how far is it to the capital of the Land of Snow?" Yi Liang halted the carriage to inquire of a man nearing his 50s, who had just finished a day's labor and appeared ready to return home to rest. "Are you a merchant here for leisure?" "The Land of Snow lies just beyond that mountain," the elder replied, gesturing towards a towering peak before turning to leave. However, before he could take another step, a swift shuriken struck him in the back of the head. Another white zetsu. Yi Liang approached, extracting the shuriken from the elder's skull, only for the body to swiftly transform into a lifeless white zetsu. This marked the third white zetsu encountered along their route, and it became evident that the further they ventured inward, the higher the intelligence of these creatures, as if they were beginning to acquire some semblance of thought. The elder had even learned to deceive. Had it not been for Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, Yi Liang might have been ensnared in his ruse. It appeared that the border of the Land of Snow was entirely overrun by white zetsu, and one could only hope that the core of the Land of Snow remained unscathed. Yi Liang furrowed his brow, and Itachi's voice resonated from the carriage. "Father's forces are stationed at the capital. They should be safe. Our Sharingan is their nemesis. They will not breach our defenses in the short term." "Very well. Let us proceed swiftly," Yi Liang replied, climbing back into the carriage, his gaze fixed on the distant peaks, his eyes glimmering with a mysterious red light. Chapter 71. The Land of Snow, such a dense aura of malevolence. It seemed that the Land of Snow harbored more than just the presence of white zetsu. It concealed numerous formidable warriors, a stark contrast to the sparsely populated landscape that one might expect. Yi Liang gazed into the distance, incredulous. Over the years, he had undertaken numerous bounty missions, thus possessed a heightened sensitivity to faint murderous intent. The malevolence pervading the Land of Snow was beyond mere comparison. Even likening it to the vastness of the sea would not be an exaggeration. "Miss Fenghua, may I inquire if there is a significant festival occurring in your land?" Yi Liang suddenly asked. "A festival?" "Indeed. In the past, our nation frequently suffered from bandit raids, but a group of samurai vanquished them. In gratitude, the king established a martial arts festival during the autumn season, and it is nearly that time again," she explained. The mention of the martial arts festival piqued Yi Liang's interest. If samurai were involved, it made sense. Ninjas primarily rely on chakra, thus lacking a palpable murderous aura, while samurai cultivate their own lethal intent to enhance their swordsmanship. If a multitude of samurai were converging in the Land of Snow, it would elucidate the source of this ominous energy. "All right, I am satisfied. Let us hasten our journey." Yi Liang resumed his seat in the carriage. The group soon arrived at the Land of Snow, where they beheld the grand gates of the capital, adorned with Kirin statues. Before they could enter, a battalion of soldiers emerged from within. "Release Princess Xiaoxue. Otherwise, the soldiers of the Land of Snow shall exact vengeance." The soldiers formed a blockade in front of the carriage, their commanding general looking formidable, and before Yi Liang could offer an explanation, he issued an immediate command. With a clatter, a line of katana blades gleamed menacingly. Miss Fenghua, your hospitality seems rather lacking," Yi Liang remarked awkwardly, playing the part of a reluctant charioteer. Fenghua Xiaoxue promptly exited the carriage. "Lower your weapons. Lord Yi Liang is our guest, and you shall not be disrespectful," she commanded firmly. After all, Yi Liang's prowess was well known. He had single-handedly obliterated an entire village of IWA, and even the combined might of the Land of Snow would likely fail to harm him in any way. Fenghua Xiaoxue held great respect for Yi Liang, having previously refrained from even a breath in his presence. "Princess, this is a critical time. Our border frequently faces incursions from the white zetsu. Even if he is your savior, we must disembark for inspection," the general retorted immediately. "You." Fenghua Xiaoxue nearly choked on her own indignation. How could a mere general dare to contradict her? "Enough. If you insist on an inspection, we shall comply," Yi Liang interjected, waving his hand. "But, Lord Yi Liang, how can I allow such indignity to befall you? It is of no consequence. I hold no grudges." "No grudges?" Fenghua Xiaoxue pondered if she had misheard. As the soldiers approached to conduct the inspection, they exuded an air of roughness, yet as they neared Yi Liang, an icy chill crept upon their necks. What was happening? The soldiers stood in bewilderment. Passing by Yi Liang felt akin to brushing against a glacier. Surely, it must be an illusion. The commanding general approached. A city gate officer who had previously been overlooked by the Land of Snow, now seizing the opportunity to assert his authority amidst the white Zetsu onslaught. Today, he had the audacity to exert his power over the princess. Haha, if I can assert my dominance today, tomorrow I shall ride her like a horse. He laughed derisively. What is the matter? Why must we disembark? The disgruntled Deidara exited the carriage. Hey, who are you? Is there a problem? He inquired, eyeing the approaching general. The latter immediately felt his legs weaken. And no problem. The general, who had been boasting moments earlier, was now quaking in fear. Such an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This child, despite his youth, emanated an aura so terrifying it was incomprehensible. The general's heart raced. The people of the Land of Snow did not judge others by conventional standards. They practiced the way of the samurai, thus possessing an acute awareness of lethal intent, which was clearly evident from Deidara. The soldiers beheld the spectral image of a great white bird. This presence rivaled that of the nation's highest warriors. It is nothing. I merely wish to ascertain who else is in your carriage, the general replied with an awkward smile. Are they here for me? Uchiha Itachi suddenly leaned out from the carriage, his expression somewhat dazed as he asked vacantly. No, none. The general's fear escalated. Itachi's power was even more formidable. A brief assessment revealed a murderous aura akin to that of two high-ranking warriors, utterly astounding. Behind Itachi loomed a faintly visible crimson skull, grinning menacingly at the soldiers. An embodiment of terror. Good heavens! Where did the princess find such formidable companions? With a gulp, the soldiers collectively swallowed hard. Are they here to inspect me? Yi Liang inquired with a smile, having discerned the soldiers' reactions. You? The city guard general regarded Yi Liang with suspicion. This individual bore no trace of lethal intent, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary person from afar. Yet, the general suddenly sensed something amiss. No ordinary citizen could possibly lack any murderous aura. Even the act of slaughtering chickens or dogs leaves a trace. To possess none was simply inconceivable. The general swiftly recognized the anomaly. This person was far from ordinary. Or rather, this individual possesses the extraordinary ability to completely conceal their presence. Such a feat, apart from the legendary deity of warriors, Lord Mitsuhide, is utterly inconceivable. Could it be that this person has reached the realm of Lord Mitsuhide? The general felt as though he had stumbled upon something he ought not to have. His gaze settling into a calm demeanor as he slowly gestured towards Yi Liang, inviting him. Esteemed sir, please take residence in the Land of Snow. As the gatekeepers of our kingdom, we shall extend our utmost hospitality to our esteemed guest. I pledge my life in your service. With a command, rows of soldiers bowed their heads in reverence to Yi Liang. Beside them, Fenghua Xiaoxue stood in stunned silence. The soldiers of her own household disregarded the princess's orders, yet showed such deference to an outsider. What manner of situation is this? Fenghua Xiaoxue was already preparing to report this to her father upon her return. Deeming it an act of treason, the snow continued to fall, and the snow capital began to stir uneasily this night. You know, during this martial arts festival, Princess Xiaoxue intends to seize the throne and has even summoned a warrior deity. What? Where did you hear such news? Today's gatekeeper is a distant cousin of my aunt. Is that credible? Absolutely credible. Chapter 72. Exotic Custom Shop. Having spent several days in the Land of Snow, Yi Liang emerged from the Uchiha Shrine, feeling quite pleased. It seems your Uchiha clan is thriving, Itachi. In just a few years, you have garnered the support of a lord. All thanks to my father, Itachi replied modestly. That is no small feat, Yi Liang casually remarked. He had gathered a rough understanding of the political landscape in the Land of Snow, which bore resemblance to the governance of the Hidden Leaf Village. Aside from the ruling daimyo, there existed a few lords and princesses with claims to succession, supported by their subordinates. Fenghua Xiaoxue was the most beautiful princess. Yet it appeared her father did not favor her as one might expect of a youngest child. Now that I'm here, shall we venture out for some exploration? Yi Liang suddenly nudged the steadfast Itachi. In a foreign land, it would hardly align with the wishes of the people to remain confined indoors. In his previous life, Yi Liang had been a reclusive individual. In this life, he was determined not to be confined to his home. For what joy lay in venturing out and meeting new faces? I cannot. My father has tasked me with guarding the shrine today. Very well. Yi Liang glanced at the obstinate Itachi, uncertain of what more to say. The thought processes of ancient and modern individuals differ greatly. The ancients adhered to strictures that often stifled their thoughts, while modern folk prioritized enjoyment and freedom. Yi Liang, who had perished while gaming, mused that had he heeded his mother's advice, he would not have met such an untimely end. With a resigned sigh, he stepped out of the Uchiha mansion, preparing to explore the streets alone. Lord Yiliang, please wait. A voluptuous woman approached him, her movements graceful and lively. Is there something you require, my lady? Yiliang inquired. Lord Yiliang, Princess Xiaoxue has invited you to the Asakawa Grand Store for a gathering. What? The Grand Store? Yiliang's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Such establishments during the era of the Hokage were akin to brothels, commonly referred to as pleasure houses. A princess of the realm visiting such a place? This was utterly outrageous. Yiliang felt a deep sense of disdain. You are compelling the youth towards delinquency. As a principled individual, he would not tolerate such happenings. With a slight bow, he gestured, lead the way. Before long, Yiliang, guided by the ample maid, arrived at the pleasure house where Fenghua Xiaoxue resided. The interior was lavishly adorned, with an air of elegance, and upstairs, a few geishas were already enticing patrons. My lord, please ascend. Upon seeing Yiliang, their hands never ceased their alluring gestures, for his visage was renowned in this realm as exceptionally handsome. Lord Yiliang, you have arrived. A hostess approached him at the entrance. Miss Haruka? Yiliang was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Fenghua Xiaoxue's attendant at the door. Indeed, in his past life, though Fenghua Xiaoxue was the princess of the land of snow, she had always aspired to be a singer. In that light, her presence in a pleasure house became comprehensible. A singer, a geisha? They sell their art, not their bodies? Yiliang felt he was beginning to grasp the situation. No wonder Fenghua Xiaoxue was not beloved by her subjects. How could a princess who aspired to be a geisha command respect from others? Futile. Vulgar. Yiliang shook his head in disapproval. Mr. Yiliang, in gratitude for your presence, Princess has arranged a feast upstairs. Please honor us with your company. Very well. Though astonished by Fenghua Xiaoxue's identity, Yiliang maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. A head may be severed, but dignity must remain intact. After 5 years, Yiliang's ability to maintain composure had only grown. Upon entering the grand establishment, he was met with a display of sensuality, and aside from a few brazenly flirtatious maidens, none paid him any mind. Look, that's the guest the princess invited. Just look at that handsome face and those chiseled abs. If only I could enjoy him for a night, I would be in ecstasy. You shameless harlot, do you think you stand a chance with him? He is the guest of the princess. Huh, what of the princess? I and Fenghua Xiaoxue are both top tier. Who fears whom? The courtesans began to chatter openly in Yiliang's presence, causing Haruka beside him to blush furiously. The princess is inside. Mr. Yiliang, please proceed. After leading Yiliang to a room on the second floor, Haruka hurriedly left, her cheeks aflame. What has come over her? Yiliang pondered for a moment before pushing open the door. The sound of a melodious eru resonated from within, the notes delicate, reminiscent of the ethereal music played by the six-fingered zither devil in his past life. Yiliang was momentarily entranced. He then beheld a woman, her face adorned with white powder, captivatingly performing. This was a geisha. The term geisha refers to the early singing artists of Japan, who sold their art, not their bodies, each proficient in a musical instrument. Yiliang watched as the woman moved gracefully, her waist appearing almost ethereal, a sight that could only be described as delicately slender. As she played her unfamiliar instrument, her movements were fluid and enchanting, igniting a fire within Yiliang that left him at a loss for how to respond. The makeup on her face, however, was rather off-putting. He approached the table and began to eat heartily, for he was there to partake in a feast. Admiring the performance was merely an afterthought. After some time, the performance continued uninterrupted. Another dancer, clad in sheer fabric, entered the room, her movements sultry and suggestive. Unlike the ordinary dance, she showcased her alluring form, caressing her own skin, twisting her waist like a serpent, and as she drew near to Yiliang, she leaned in, whispering with a playful giggle, Princess Xiaoxue, must you be so courteous? Yiliang halted mid-bite. His heavy breathing instantaneously elevated the temperature of the entire room. Suddenly, the strings of the instrument snapped mid-performance. You may leave first. Fenghua Xiaoxue gestured for the accompaniment to depart. How did Lord Yiliang discern it was me? By your scent, he replied. That fragrance reminiscent of mandrake is one I shall never forget. Scent. Lord Yiliang truly knows how to jest. A gentle smile graced Fenghua Xiaoxue's lips as she promptly seated herself beside him, whether in jest or earnest. I wonder if you would care to clarify your blatant seduction of me. What are you speaking of, my lord? I merely wish to repay your life-saving grace, nothing more. Is that truly the case? Might it not be related to the Shangwu Festival? Fenghua Xiaoshua's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 73. Shangwu Festival. The Shangwu Festival is a traditional celebration in the Land of Snow. Achieving victory in the martial arts competition during this festival grants one the title of heir to the Land of Snow. Yet, I cannot comprehend why a fragile princess like you would covet such a title. Suddenly, Fenghua Xiaoshua clenched her jaw, her demeanor darkening accordingly. Since you have investigated the Shangwu Festival, you must be aware of my reasons for leaving the Land of Snow. Is it due to an arranged marriage? Indeed, our Land of Snow is too feeble, and thus my father seeks a union with the Iron Country. But the suitor is an elderly man in his 50s. Why should I be compelled to marry such an old man? So, your plan is to win the championship of the Shangwu Festival to avoid the marriage, is that correct? Yes. Fenghua Xiaoshua's mood settled. What a calamity. The era of the Hokage is nearly upon modern civilization, yet such archaic practices of arranged marriage persist. It can only be deemed a princess's misfortune. She enjoys privileges, but is also ensnared like a gilded cage. Yi Liang found himself admiring Fenghua Xiaoshua. A woman who dares to fight for love deserves respect. I can assist you, but you must offer something in return. As long as you can help me secure the Shangwu Championship, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my body. After the meal, Yi Liang strolled back to the district, content. He had done nothing. As a nobleman from Hua country, Yi Liang possessed a well-rounded character, and he disdained such base tactics. He merely sought a bit of wealth, yet unexpectedly found himself facing a proposal of sacrifice. As he walked through the district, the sky darkened slightly. By the standards of his previous life, it was nearly midnight. Shadows flitted across the rooftops, and Yi Liang's keen ears caught faint sounds. It appeared an assassination was underway. He quickly navigated several intersections, arriving at a dead end. My lord, you are Yi Liang, are you not? Several figures descended from the alley, all masked and wielding iron daggers, clearly hostile. They were all warriors. Although these individuals were deliberately concealing their presence, Yi Liang's discerning gaze unveiled their data. Ninjutsu, 0. Taijutsu, 2. Ninja tools, 0. The figures were decidedly lacking. Aside from their taijutsu, they possessed no other skills. Let me guess, did your second prince send you? Or perhaps the eldest? Enough of your prattle. Since you dare to meddle in our Land of Snow's affairs, do not expect to leave here alive. The warriors wasted no time in conversation, drawing their daggers and lunging at Yi Liang. This was the classic scenario of a scholar confronting a soldier. I never claimed I wished to participate. Minutes later, the bloodied warriors found themselves bound in the alley. I told you I had no intention of participating. Yi Liang was at a loss for words. He had indeed discussed the Shangwu Festival with Fenghua Xiaoshua, but ultimately they had failed to reach an agreement, so he had not truly consented. Good grief. Are the people of this Land of Snow devoid of reason? To hell with your unreasonable claims. The warrior before him wept. Although they had initiated the assault, Yi Liang had sustained no injuries. With his strength, these warriors, whose taijutsu barely reached a score of 2, could not harm him in the slightest. This cannot stand. I must inform the eldest prince. This year's Shangwu Festival must not oppose Princess Xiaoshua. He is the god of warriors. How can he be so formidable? Second prince, forgive this old man for not being able to clear the path for you. Third prince, I am guilty. I dare not provoke this harbinger of death. The following day, Yi Liang's reputation as the god of warriors was solidified. Lord Yi Liang, we have discovered the whereabouts of White Zetsu. A hurried knock on the door startled Yi Liang awake. It was Uchiha Obito, who had promptly evacuated with the Uchiha clan. What? You found White Zetsu? A languid voice emerged from within the room. Indeed, it is at the border of the Land of Snow. Other Uchiha have already gone. Just as Obito was about to knock again, a gust of wind rushed past his ear, and when he regained his focus, Yi Liang's room was empty. At the border, several Uchiha were battling a massive white Zetsu wearing a black mask. To describe its size, one could liken it to an elephant. With a thundering crash, an array of fireballs followed its assault. This white Zetsu had mastered fire release techniques. What in the world is happening? Yi Liang swiftly arrived at the battlefield, confronted by Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of this engagement. Lord Yi Liang, during patrol, we discovered a black mask. When a clan member donned it, they transformed into white Zetsu. Yi Liang felt a pang of anxiety. The fact that this white Zetsu was employing fire techniques hinted at dire implications. White Zetsu seldom utilized fire release. The common variants typically employed body substitution techniques, while the slightly stronger ones might resort to simple wood release, like entangling trees or the descent of a forest. Such elemental ninjutsu could only be wielded when White Zetsu was fused with a ninja. In the incident at Awagakure, White Zetsu had only managed to use earth release by absorbing the chakra of local ninjas. To his dismay, the Uchiha clan had also become prey for White Zetsu. Yi Liang sprang into action. This time was different. Previously, the black masks had been affixed to powerful shadow-level ninjas, leaving Yi Liang with no option but total annihilation. However, this mask appeared to be merely attached to an ordinary ninja's face, which brought him a glimmer of hope. If he could successfully seize control of this mask that commanded humanity, it might yield significant insights into White Zetsu. Without hesitation, Yi Liang charged forward, seizing the opportunity as this White Zetsu attacked others and pressed against its face. "Brother, may I borrow your mask?" His hand grasped the black mask tightly, pulling it like one might tug at a shoe stuck with chewing gum. Yet the mask seemed almost alive, emitting shrieks as it was wrenched away. What on earth is this? Is it some kind of sentient being? Yi Liang's mind was nearing a state of frenzy. As the sound of the mask being torn away was anything but subtle, its decibel level surely surpassing 70. In the dead of night, such noise could be deemed a disturbance. With a sharp thud, the living mask fell to the ground, lying still like an ordinary mask, seemingly lifeless. Dead. Yi Liang touched the mask again, finding no further reaction, yet as it neared his face, he felt an intense, urgent desire to wear it. Chapter 74, Another Transmigrator? This object even possesses psychological suggestions? Just moments ago, when approaching the mask, an overwhelming impulse to don it surged from deep within him, accompanied by faint whispers echoing in his ears. It was akin to the hypnotic persuasion of a devil. "Wear me. Go on, wear me. It's exhilarating. To hell with this cursed object." Only a fool would wear something so evidently problematic. Yi Liang had no interest in fake masked heroes. So how could he fall for it? He placed the mask into his storage space, resolving the issue. "Lord Yi Liang, what about that thing?" Uchiha Fugaku beside him looked astonished, but refrained from probing further, suspecting it might be some spatial ninjutsu. The man previously attached to the mask was in a dire state, his body emaciated, face pale, bearing an expression as if drained of life by a woman. What a tragic sight. Bidding farewell to Uchiha Fugaku, Yi Liang returned to the village to conduct his research. In truth, during his time in the Land of Snow, it was not his first encounter with White Zetsu at the border. They were ubiquitous, a pervasive presence. However, this particular mask of White Zetsu was a first. It seemed that the Land of Snow would soon face an invasion by White Zetsu. He gently tapped his spoils and activated his Rinnegan. Zero Tails. Replica wearing it on the face grants unimaginable power, but beware, as one's mind may become corrupted. Use with caution. Why? Yi Liang was bewildered. This was Zero Tails. How had he not recognized it sooner? He was filled with regret, not for discovering something new, but for failing to identify Zero Tails. Zero Tails was not a creation of modernity. Such tailed beasts inherently existed within the Naruto world. Unlike other tailed beasts that were split from the Ten Tails, Zero Tails was birthed from the darkness of human hearts. Dark chakra converging within the mask could create Zero Tails. In the original narrative, Zero Tails appeared in a movie, but the host was merely a white mask. So Yi Liang had not considered this angle until now. With the realization of Zero Tails, Yi Liang's understanding of White Zetsu became clearer. Firstly, the leader of White Zetsu was undoubtedly not an indigenous inhabitant, although Yi Liang's presence had altered the course of Naruto to some extent. The mastermind behind enhancing White Zetsu with Zero Tails, using a strategy of encircling the city with rural forces to gradually erode the entire Naruto world, was certainly not a native. Yi Liang suddenly contemplated another matter. It seemed his system had lost its soul. While its basic functions remained intact, it had indeed lost its intellect. This implied that the shadowy figure was either someone who had acquired the soul of the system or the very soul of the system itself. It could only be this way. Damn it. No wonder this mastermind was always targeting me. They had their eyes set on my system. Cursing was pointless. It appeared he needed to be more vigilant. Having deduced everything, Yi Liang stored the mask away once more. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "Teacher Yi Liang, it's time for dinner." The next day, Yi Liang proceeded to the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Snow. As a retainer of Kazuhana Yukige's, it was essential for him to meet the daimyo beforehand. Although he had verbally declined Yukige's invitation, he would indeed lend her a hand. Not solely out of kindness, but also because she was quite attractive. Marry an old man. Yi Liang shook his head vigorously. Since fate had thrust him into this situation, he felt compelled to intervene. Today's host was Haru. Miss Haru, how do you do? The two soon arrived at the daimyo's mansion. Though it was the residence of a national leader, the building resembled an ordinary villa, merely with a few additional annexes. Compared to the opulent mansions of his past life, which took ages to reach even from the front gate, this was quite unimpressive. Yi Liang regarded it with disdain. Mr. Yi Liang, the daimyo is a very serious man. I kindly ask you to show him some respect. Although you are formidable, it is truly appreciated for the sake of the princess. Before escorting Yi Liang inside, Haru shared some protocols. It was similar to the court dramas of his previous life, filled with pleasantries and formalities, which held no interest for Yi Liang. Upon entering the courtyard, he indeed encountered a serious-looking man. A goatee adorned his chin, dark circles under his eyes suggested sleepless nights, and his hair bore a hint of green, giving the impression of fatigue. You must be Mr. Yi Liang. Please, take a seat. The old daimyo gestured toward a spot beside Kazuhana Yukige's, who surveyed her surroundings. Apart from Yukige's, several older men were present, each accompanied by attendants, presumably other princes. Yukige's was the sole female among them. Now that Mr. Yi Liang has arrived, let us discuss the martial arts festival. Father, the martial arts festival has always been for males. I believe Yukige's participation should be revoked. She is unworthy. Indeed, father. And you know well what Yukige's has been doing these past years. She's merely a dancer. How could someone so debased be allowed to participate in the martial arts festival? Exactly. Having such a sister is utterly disgusting. As soon as the old daimyo finished speaking, the princes launched into a debate, their remarks predominantly mocking Yukige's. Yukige's, do you have nothing to say? The old daimyo inquired, but she merely clutched her garment tightly, unable to utter a word. The previous remarks had indeed wounded her. Despite being her brothers, they spoke such repugnant words. If those infatuated with sisters heard this, they might very well die of rage on the spot. The old daimyo shook his head. Since you choose not to speak, I shall revoke your eligibility for this martial arts festival. Yukige's bit her lip, yet no words came forth. Yi Liang could no longer stand idly by. Your Excellency, though I am an outsider, may I be permitted to voice my thoughts? Seeing them bully her, Yi Liang naturally felt compelled to intervene. You are the retainer brought by Yukige's from another country, are you not? The old daimyo regarded Yi Liang and added, what insights might you offer? Insights? I possess only lowly observations. With the old daimyo granting him the opportunity to speak, Yi Liang seized the moment without hesitation. Might I inquire, Your Excellency, is there a rule prohibiting women from participating in the martial arts festival? No, there is not. Then may I ask, is there a rule forbidding singers from participating in the martial arts festival? There is not. Lastly, is there a law in the land of snow that prohibits women from ascending to the throne? There is not. Our third daimyo was indeed a woman. Then I see no issue. Yi Liang waved his hand dismissively. His three questions struck like heavy blows. The nearby princes could hardly contain themselves. What do you think you are? Chapter 75. A grand invitation. This is a matter pertaining to our snow country. It is not for an outsider like you to meddle. My elder brother is right. This is family business, and moreover, it pertains to national affairs. Such insolence shall not be tolerated. The elder lord slammed his palm upon the table, tension evident upon his brow. He was all too aware of who Yi Liang was, the new god of warriors. Although Snow Country lacks a fixed hierarchy of strength, the pinnacle of a warrior lies in their mastery over their own breath. From the moment Yi Liang entered, the elder lord sensed his formidable power. Such a person could only be a friend, never a foe. This explains why, despite having the authority to dismiss Fenghua Xiaoxua outright, he still granted her an opportunity to defend herself. The presence of a warrior god as an external supporter was an opportunity the elder lord dared not squander. But father, he is merely an outsider. How dare he speak to you in such a manner? Another prince interjected. However, before he could finish his retort, a vivid red handprint appeared before him. Enough. I summoned you all to discuss the martial arts festival, not to engage in petty squabbles. The princes immediately fell silent. Yi Liang surveyed the room. Though anger simmered within many, they all refrained from expressing it, evidently respecting the elder lord's authority. It seems that the elder lord of Snow Country possesses considerable clout. Ladies and gentlemen, Although the esteemed lord has permitted me to interject, I remain an outsider. If you truly have matters at hand, you may discuss them with my lord, Princess Xiaoxue. Yi Liang deftly passed the conversation to Fenghua Xiaoxue. His actions were laden with significance. While he had resolved to assist her in winning the martial arts festival, there were certain matters she must confront independently. A lord must not only possess a formidable retinue, but must also exhibit leadership capabilities. Indeed, Yi Liang could help her attain the title of lord, but what would follow? Should governance and deliberation of state affairs require Yi Liang's assistance? If that were the case, Yi Liang might as well assume the title himself. After all, toppling a nation would be as effortless as a breeze for him at this point. Fenghua Xiaoxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yi Liang would shift the focus back to her. In truth, she had prepared her words, but lacked the courage to voice them until now. Brothers, I am aware that you have always looked down upon me, for I am but a woman, and a fallen songstress at that. A few princes scoffed derisively, clearly struck by the truth of her words. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue continued, suddenly directing her gaze toward Yi Liang. Just as this esteemed Lord Yi Liang, though not of our nation, stands beneath 1 and above 10,000. Our snow country has been isolated for far too long. The outside world has undergone tremendous transformation. Whether it be mobile phones or electronic devices, we lag far behind. What are you trying to say? Sneered a resentful prince. Change. Fenghua Xiaoxue declared passionately. If I become the lord, I shall utterly transform the landscape of our snow country. First, I will abolish all outdated systems. Alliances and gender discrimination are hindrances to our nation's progress. We must uphold the principle of equality for all. Is that what you wanted to say? It seems you still wish to escape an arranged marriage. Is that it? Huh, how amusing. The princes erupted into laughter, mocking her aspirations. Yi Liang furrowed his brow. He understood Fenghua Xiaoxue's intentions. Indeed, modernizing snow country was a commendable path, as its development had been painfully sluggish. To illustrate, Konoha boasts hamburgers. Snow country does not. Konoha possesses mobile phones. Snow country does not. Konoha has submachine guns. Snow country does not. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, not only are there firearms, but also cannons, radios, and computers. In that context, these seemingly outlandish items exist. When Yi Liang once watched Naruto, he indeed noted such phenomena within the plot's backdrop, uncertain whether they were genuine or merely narrative inconsistencies. However, the later prevalence of hamburgers and mobile phones was undeniable. Esteemed guests, I know that you do not hold me in high regard, but I must assert that in the outside world, being a dancer is not a profession to be scorned. Dancers are celebrated as stars, a remarkable achievement. You have not ventured beyond these borders, thus you remain unaware. Stars? Remarkable? Huh, are you jesting? Laughter erupted once more. And even the elder lord, who had initially shown some favor towards Fenghua Xiaoxue, shook his head in resignation. Yi Liang felt a deep sense of lamentation. Engaging in discourse with a group of individuals unfamiliar with the world was indeed a challenging endeavor. The snow country of this era resembled the Qing dynasty of his past life, feudal, ignorant, and self-destructive. Even if genuine technological advancements were presented before them, they would remain skeptical. Very well, if no one has further contributions, then let us disperse. As silence enveloped the room, the elder lord declared the meeting adjourned. Though his gaze lingered on Fenghua Xiaoxue, tinged with disappointment, Yi Liang rose. He had grasped the situation. The purpose of today's discussion regarding the martial arts festival was evidently to solicit support in advance. The elder lord had likely recognized the issues plaguing his country. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue's speech lacked persuasive power. Had Yi Liang been the speaker, he would have commenced with political matters, focusing on the welfare of the people. Such an address would have held significant weight. As for matters concerning stars and technology, those were merely the musings of a young girl, simplistic and narrow-minded, solely considering her own interests. Though Yi Liang supported Fenghua Xiaoxue, he could not wholeheartedly commend her ideology. Ah, women. Yi Liang was certainly not a misogynist. After exchanging pleasantries with Fenghua Xiaoxue, they each returned to their respective homes. It is worth noting that the martial arts festival is merely 3 days away. In addition to today's solicitation, there will be literary and martial examinations, which explains why, upon learning that Yi Liang had become Fenghua Xiaoxue's advisor, numerous princes sought to eliminate him. As long as Yi Liang remained, victory in the martial competition would remain elusive. Yi Liang was simply too formidable. Unless someone could summon another god of warriors, such as Miyamoto from the Iron Country, which was highly improbable, the princes were left racking their brains. If only Yi Liang could serve as their advisor. After all, he was quite handsome. They began to entertain another notion. Chapter 76. A fortuitous encounter with Miyamoto upon exiting the Elder Lord's estate. Yi Liang made his way directly to the Uchiha clan. With the martial arts festival approaching in just a few days, it was imperative to prepare diligently. Opportunity favors the well-prepared, while carelessness invites disaster. It must be said, the young maidens of Snow Country were indeed quite enchanting. As Yi Liang arrived, he encountered many, and on his return journey, he beheld even more. Those smooth, fair thighs and slender waists exuded a captivating charm reminiscent of summer's allure. Yi Liang teased, casting a few flirtatious glances at these local beauties. Who dares approach with such furtive eyes? As I was admiring the sight before me, a battalion of armored foreign warriors strode forth. They were dubbed foreign as they hailed not from the land of snow. Li Liang discerned their origins merely from their attire. The warriors of the land of snow are typically clad in simple garments, adopting a relaxed posture, whereas these obstructing warriors donned full armor, their expressions fierce and menacing, resembling anything but benevolent beings. Speak. Why do you remain silent? A young soldier brandished a long dagger at Li Liang's throat. Because you're foolish, Li Liang retorted, baffled. How audacious and unruly. This band of warriors was clearly not amiable. What do you want, brother? Who is your brother? To gawk at a naive woman's bare thigh in public warrants a punishment. The young soldier stammered, his face flushing at the mention of the bare leg. Akin to an untainted fledgling. What a fool this lad was. Li Liang surmised the soldier's identity. He was a newly inducted guard. The customs of the Iron Nation are rather strict, and such exposure of skin in the form of a dress would be deemed shameless, hence the soldier's evident inexperience. Why do you gaze at her thigh? The soldier pressed, his nervousness palpable. Though he had attempted to reprimand Li Liang, they were in foreign territory, and it was wise to avoid trouble. Yet, he could not condone Li Liang's behavior. How could he so casually ogle a maiden's white thigh? Because she is fair, Li Liang proclaimed, standing tall in defiance. What did you say? Because she is fair. Not only is she fair, but her skin is also smooth and tender. Would you like to touch it? If so, I could introduce you to her. The soldier was incensed. He swung the dagger towards Li Liang's neck with great speed, leaving merely a hair's breadth between them. Clang! A hand intercepted the dagger. How could this be possible? The young soldier was astounded. The Iron Nation is renowned for its artisanship, producing top-notch weapons, yet this dagger was effortlessly crushed by Li Liang's bare hand. A feat that even the mightiest samurai, Mr. Mifune, might struggle to achieve. Who are you? Huh? Li Liang chose to ignore the young recruit. Don't even think about leaving. You must compensate me for my dagger. A wave of murderous intent radiated from him, chilling the surrounding travelers as if their very souls had been encased in ice, while the young soldier nearly soiled himself in fear. Enough, Li Liang uttered coolly. His mood had been soured by the soldier's insolence. Sir, please wait. A voice suddenly resonated from afar, belonging to an elder armed with two weapons. Mifune. Li Liang furrowed his brow, instantly recognizing him as the man revered as the god of samurai in the land of snow. He had noticed this group earlier, their appearance marked by the trials of their journey. However, if they chose to ignore Li Liang, he would not engage, for they were undoubtedly summoned by a certain prince. While Li Liang belonged to the lineage of the wind and snow, rendering them adversaries. Do you have business with me? Li Liang casually inquired, perceiving that the elder likely wished to befriend him due to his display of formidable strength. Such a notion was hardly surprising for an experienced individual like Mifune. However, Li Liang had no intention of acknowledging him. The soldier's earlier provocations were unwarranted, and he felt no obligation to entertain Mifune either. Had it been an ordinary ruffian instead of him, they would have met their demise at the hands of these warriors. Sir, I am Mifune. May I have the honor of your acquaintance? Whom Li Liang acknowledged with a curt nod and continued on his way. Leaving, Mifune was taken aback. As a figure of great renown, he had not expected to be dismissed so readily. Disregarded? The surrounding warriors were equally stunned. Their leader had been snubbed? The land of snow is a martial society where it is customary for one's leader to engage in conversation, often resulting in the other party expressing gratitude upon returning home. Yet today, they faced rejection. Mifune's expression darkened. As the saying goes, One should strike without hitting the face and caress without touching the head. Though Li Fliong had not directly slapped Mifyun, his blatant dismissal was more stinging than a physical blow. Stop. Who permitted your departure? What is it to you? You still owe me for my dagger. Mifyun resorted to unreasonable demands. Although he recognized his subordinate's fault, he felt compelled to regain his lost dignity. He resolved to assert his strength to intimidate this arrogant youth. As he prepared to unleash his murderous aura, Li Fliong suddenly lifted his gaze, his crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling intent. Mifyun's pupils constricted in terror, as if confronted by a ravenous beast, his teeth chattering in an instant. He would himself. Seeing their leader tremble, the soldiers behind him exchanged puzzled glances. Don't come closer. Take me to the nearest restroom. What's wrong, Chief? Don't ask. Just know it's an emergency. Li Fliong chuckled. Though Mifyun was a formidable warrior, his prowess was rather average. A mere level 4 in physical prowess, as revealed by Li Fliang's keen observation. With such limited strength, Li Fliong need not activate his sage mode to subdue him easily. In the original tale, Orochimaru had once made a mere glance induce retching in Sasuke, a lowly ninja. Thus, Li Fliong could similarly compel a god of samurai to lose control. Days later, come one, come all. Those with wealth, support the stage. Those without, lend us your presence. Witness the ancestral craft of shattering stones on the chest. Dive into swimming and fitness. Come and explore. The streets were abuzz with various entertainment acts, accompanied by an array of snack stalls. The atmosphere was lively. The martial arts festival had finally commenced. Chapter 77. The assessment begins. It is often said that the strength of a nation can be gauged through its traditional festivals. Li Fliong now comprehended the essence of this statement. The land of snow, despite its remote location and frigid climate, emanated a vibrant energy due to its martial culture. So powerful, yet merely a small nation? Li Fliong pondered. The world of Naruto often narrates the tales of Konoha, neglecting the existence of these supporting nations. Though they may seem inconspicuous, if united, they could rival the 5 great shinobi villages. Is this the sword tomb? Li Fliong marveled at the sight before him. Countless swords were embedded within rugged stones, with streams of lava bubbling around, creating an exceptionally scorching environment, almost unbearable. As one ventures deeper, the heat intensifies. Yet the likelihood of discovering a superior sword increases. Fenghua Xiaoxue spoke breathlessly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The contest today had taken Yi Liang by surprise. He initially believed that the trials in the land of warriors would entail the mutual honing of skills, but today as competition was anything but ordinary. It was a treasure hunt. A sword. For a warrior, a fine sword is the very essence of their being. A quality blade can be equated to a second life. Throughout history, countless warriors have forfeited their lives in pursuit of the perfect sword. Lord Yi Liang, I can accompany you no further, Fenghua Xiaoxue lamented as she halted. Their task today was to select the finest sword from countless options. However, the sword tomb of the Snow Nation was not easily accessible. It required not only evading the vigilant guards, but also enduring the harshness of the natural environment. The outskirts of the sword tomb were blanketed in snow. Yet within lay the searing heat of molten lava. The sword tomb was astonishingly situated atop an active lava plain. Yi Liang stood on a scorching rock, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. The objective was to find a sword to determine their score. Although surrounded by innumerable blades, these were not the finest. According to Fenghua Xiaoxue, the sword tomb comprised 7 levels. The deeper one ventured, the greater the heat, yet the quality of the swords improved. Damn it! Are they targeting me? Yi Liang glanced sideways, narrowly dodging a flying stone. He was currently on the 3rd level of the sword tomb, where the temperature had already approached 50 degrees. Haha, who told you to mock our prince? You won't escape from here. Several disheartened warriors swiftly surrounded the unarmed Yi Liang. Their intentions were clear. It appeared they intended to resolve matters here and now. Mr. Yi Liang, we shall take our leave. A few formidable warriors seized the opportunity while Yi Liang was ensnared, rushing into the depths, including the earlier adversary, Sanchuan. Damn it! If it weren't for my abilities being restricted, I would have dealt with you all. Yi Liang cursed under his breath. He was currently unable to utilize ninjutsu. This was crucial. It wasn't that his powers had vanished. Rather, using ninjutsu in this contest was strictly prohibited. Should he employ chakra within the sword tomb, it would result in Fenghua Xiaoxue losing her eligibility as an heir. After all, this was the land of warriors. Yi Liang furrowed his brow. The only techniques available to him were those of physical combat, devoid of sage transformation. However, his martial arts were rather basic, barely at level 5. Though slightly superior to Sanchuan, he lacked any formidable techniques. Would he resort to using Night Kai against these lowly opponents? That would surely drive him mad. Haha. Meet your doom, Yi Liang. Several warriors from the Snow Nation, brandishing their katanas, lunged at him. They employed a swordsmanship unique to their nation. While not as swift as Sanchuan's Aido, their strikes were solid and precise. Yi Liang dodged with great difficulty. Unable to transform into Sage mode, his speed had significantly diminished, compounded by the sweltering temperature, which was indeed affecting him. Cross slash, draw cut, earth-splitting strike. The warriors shouted their techniques as they charged at Yi Liang. Bang, bang, bang. As Yi Liang continued to evade, the ground beneath him was already scarred by their strikes. These opponents, though possessing only level 3 martial arts, were surprisingly formidable. To hell with this. Yi Liang roared and charged at the warriors. Despite the sharpness of their blades, he did not consider his body to be lacking. He collided against the jaw of one warrior, sending the latter crashing onto the scalding ground, succumbing to the heat. The remaining warriors stood in shock. They were aware that Yi Liang could not adapt to the environment, yet they never anticipated that he would dare to gamble his life against theirs in such a situation. The previous strike had been remarkably swift. Yi Liang could have retreated to evade, yet he chose to close the distance to attack. It was a reckless gamble, one that could have resulted in him being cut in half had he miscalculated. Fear gripped the surrounding warriors. Those who are strong fear the reckless. The reckless fear those who are willing to gamble their lives, a universal truth throughout the ages. One warrior nudged his companion. You go. No, you go? They hesitated, retreating in trepidation. Though they were hounds of the Snow Prince, even dogs value their lives and do not wish to perish. Seeing them falter, Yi Liang finally felt a sense of relief. The previous action had been a gamble, one that succeeded in striking down a foe. Once he had killed one, the rest would surely scatter. This was the law of the underworld. In his past life, Yi Liang often watched films about gangsters. They always appeared in groups, seemingly fierce. But once a life was lost, they would scatter like birds. This was the rationale behind Yi Liang's audacious gamble. Now, it was time to proceed to the 5th level. Yi Liang glanced ahead and dashed forward. The number of people around had diminished significantly. Upon reaching the 5th level, it became clear that only the most formidable warriors could remain. The ambient temperature had climbed to 60 degrees. The ground was even hotter. One could cook an egg instantly if placed on the surface. Yi Liang surveyed his surroundings. There were no other warriors nearby. He had been delayed far too long by the weaker adversaries. Something caught his eye. In the distance, beneath a rock, a red metal automaton emerged, towering over 3 meters tall. Not only was it robust, but it also boasted remarkable speed. Upon detecting Yi Liang, it charged forward within half a second. It was a mechanical puppet. Yi Liang recognized it immediately. In the world of shinobi, there were many nations, not just the land of iron, known for weapon manufacturing, but also the land of craftsmen, adept in creating machinery. A mere mechanical puppet was hardly noteworthy. Yet, despite this thought, he remained exceedingly cautious. Chapter 78, The Sword Tomb, Level 4. Yi Liang's perceptive eyes discerned everything. His current physical prowess was at level 5, but due to the extreme heat, battling even a level 3 opponent would be challenging. Moreover, in such a high-temperature environment, the more he exerted himself, the faster his bodily functions would deteriorate. Yi Liang had already exhausted considerable energy while intimidating the weaker foes, and now facing this automaton would be quite the challenge. It seemed he had no choice but to elude it. With that decided, Yi Liang fled. The Sword Tomb, Level 6. Sanchuan quietly examined the rocks beneath him, though scalding. They still bore traces of blood and flesh. How could someone have been here? He pondered, puzzled. The Sword Tomb of the Snow Nation was entirely sealed off. Except for the martial arts festival held every 3 years, it was strictly prohibited for outsiders to enter. The presence of blood and flesh indicated that an unknown individual had breached the sanctum. Damn it, could it be that they came for that thing? Sanchuan suddenly realized something and quickly began searching for clues. Just then, the ground began to tremble. A colossal rock giant, over 10 meters tall, emerged from the Earth's core. Eliminate the intruders. Boom. The giant's massive fist descended towards Sanchuan. The force was tremendous. One could almost hear the sound of stones slicing through the air. Damn it, Mitsuharu cursed. He hastily raised his sword in defense. Distracted, he had momentarily forgotten about the guards on the 6th level and now found himself at a disadvantage in the first confrontation. In his rush to block with his sword, his small dagger was shattered by the stone creature. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as Mitsuharu was hurled backward against the rocks. This is bad. Panic set in for Mitsuharu. They were wearing specialized shoes, so they were safe, but the rocks here were above lava, with a terrifyingly high temperature. If he continued to confront the rocks in this manner, he would surely be scorched to a crisp. Damn it! Am I really going to meet my end here? Mitsuharu was frantic. He did not wish to die. At that moment, a naked man suddenly charged from a distance. Damn it, stop chasing me, he yelled, sprinting with astonishing speed, smoke rising from his feet. Old man, how are you flying? The naked man caught Mitsuharu and halted. Young man, is that you? Mitsuharu was astonished. The one who saved his life was none other than Yi Liang, who had been besieged earlier. To Mitsuharu's surprise, he thought it impossible for Yi Liang to reach the 6th level after escaping those assailing warriors. Only those trained in the way of the samurai, like Mitsuru, could endure the 6th level's extreme heat. Why can't it be me? Yi Liang retorted. Just then, a mechanical puppet sped towards them, the very guardian they had encountered earlier. Old man, stop talking and find a way to deal with this thing, Yi Liang urged urgently. The reason he had been fleeing was precisely because of this mechanical puppet. Although Yi Liang was stronger, the puppet's speed was not to be underestimated. After shedding all his burdens, he had barely managed to shake it off. To defeat the mechanical puppet, one must strike its core. The core? Mitsuharu queried. Indeed, the puppet had a slot at its neck. Inserting a nearby iron sword into this slot would immobilize it. I see, Yi Liang exclaimed, immediately picking up an iron sword and rushing forward. Hey, young man, don't be hasty. The mechanical puppet is quite fast, and you must follow the method, or else. Or else what? Yi Liang questioned, returning from beside the now motionless puppet. It's nothing. Mitsuharu was left speechless. He had intended to warn Yi Liang of the potential danger of not following the method. Yet the latter had effortlessly dealt with the mechanical puppet, as if he had known the secret all along. This fellow had deduced the method himself. At that moment, the ground trembled once more, and the guardian of the 6th level launched another attack. It moved slowly, yet each step radiated boundless power. What the hell is this? Yi Liang exclaimed in shock. Having dispatched a mechanical puppet, now a golden stone creature emerged. What terrifying entity awaited them next? This was the Golden Mountain Man. Crafted by the artisan's heart, the pinnacle of the artisan nation's creations, and the final guardian of this trial. Golden Mountain Man. Yi Liang was baffled by this description. However, he was familiar with the artisan nation, which had appeared in the original series. Just like the timing of Zero Tail's appearance. They sought to control the world through Zero Tail, but ultimately destroyed their own nation due to backlash. To think he had previously encountered Zero Tail's mask and now discovered traces of the artisan nation. What a coincidence. Yi Liang suddenly realized something was amiss. White Zetsu controlled ninjas through Zero Tail. Now they were appearing in the Land of Snow, which also bore the ruins of the artisan nation. Everything seemed interconnected. Little brother, stop overthinking. Defeating this Golden Mountain Man is utterly impossible. Our Iron Nation has toiled for countless years. Yet no predecessor has ever managed to break through this Golden Mountain Man's defenses. You've attempted this numerous times? Yi Liang inquired, his curiosity piqued. According to Mitsuharu, the Iron Nation's apparent care for the Land of Snow seemed to harbor deeper implications. Indeed, after our Iron Nation saved the Land of Snow, we gifted them our national treasure, the unparalleled Demon Blade, Demon Cutting. Mitsuharu explained. Over the years, the samurai lineage had gradually been supplanted by ninjas. Their ancestors had repeatedly sought to reclaim this national treasure, but this Golden Mountain Man had thwarted them every time. Such a thing exists. Yi Liang was bewildered. It turned out that the samurai in the world of Naruto concealed such a history. Demon cutting? Huh. Yi Liang's interest was piqued. Although he did not fully understand what it was, anything associated with a demon blade must be a treasure. As a traveler from another world, he certainly could not let such a treasure slip by. Then, Mitsuharu, since your ancestors have faced this challenge so many times, surely they must have had some method? Yi Liang's tone shifted to one of respect. Mitsuharu shook his head. If we truly had a method, how could we have allowed our national treasure to remain lost to this day? Damn it. In the end, it has to rely on ourselves. The 79th chapter. The hidden 7th level. Yi Liang began to ponder. he had been contemplating for 5 minutes. Although this stone creature possessed immense strength, its speed was woefully slow. Even if he gave it a head start, it could not catch up to him. However, if he did not defeat this stone creature, there was no way to enter the 7th level. According to Mitsuharu, the key to unlocking the 7th level was hidden within the belly of this golden mountain man Mitsuru. Since your ancestors were able to conceal the national treasure within, did they not leave behind any method for retrieval? Young brother, do not dwell on this. The reason our ancestors could hide the national treasure was simply because our Iron Nation defeated the Artisan Nation. This Golden Mountain Man was created with the help of captives from the Artisan Nation, but sadly, all of them perished in the end, leaving no means for retrieval. How infuriating! Yi Liang felt that conversing with Mitsuharu was a waste of breath. Instead of brainstorming solutions, he remained mired in negativity. No means for retrieval? Yi Liang believed that wherever there were people, no problem was insurmountable. Science is the ladder of human progress. He scanned the structure of the Golden Mountain Man. Aside from its arms being made of stone, its torso appeared to be composed of some unknown metal. This material must have a high melting point. Yi Liang surmised that since this creature could survive in lava for so long, it must possess high heat resistance. What if it is heat-resistant material? If it undergoes oxidation, its heat resistance will significantly diminish, and then it would meld away in the surrounding high temperatures without any effort on my part. Only oxidation? Yi Liang cast a glance at the feet of the Golden Mountain Man and was suddenly struck by an idea. He swiftly began to excavate rocks from the nearby cliff. If the ground beneath the Golden Mountain Man was molten lava, he could exploit the principle of melting stones. By piling the nearby rocks into the lava, the intense heat would cause the stones to emit powerful gases, which were not only toxic, but also contained a significant amount of carbon dioxide. If he could unleash a substantial amount of carbon dioxide upon this stone creature, it would surely oxidize its outer layer, thereby resolving the situation effortlessly. With that thought, he acted. Yi Liang picked up an iron sword and began to dig. Fortunately, the stone creature moved slowly. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. What on earth was this creature doing? Sanchuan observed Yi Liang's actions with confusion. However, the latter tossed an abandoned iron sword at him without uttering a word. Don't ask. Just dig. Time passed slowly. The onlookers outside began to furrow their brows. Typically, the martial arts festival concluded within 3 hours. Without a source of water, no one could survive for such an extended period inside. Yet, 4 hours had elapsed, and the participants had yet to emerge. Have you confirmed that Yi Liang has indeed not come out? Yes, Your Highness. I suspect the warriors inside have dealt with him by now. A servant whispered to one of the nobles. The latter chuckled in response. Feng Hua Xiao Shui's expression shifted to one of discontent. The two conversing had spoken loudly enough that their thoughts were laid bare despite attempting to keep their voices low. Second brother, Master Yi Liang will absolutely not be trapped by such trivial matters. I believe he will be just fine, she argued. Haha, what a time to be so naive. Once this martial arts festival concludes, prepare to marry far away. The two began to bicker. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the periphery of the sword tomb. He staggered, clearly at the end of his strength. Quick, see who has emerged. The leader immediately sent someone to investigate. Feng Hua Xiao Shui's heart raced with anticipation. It must be you, brother Yi Liang. However, upon seeing the newcomer, her hope quickly faded. It was Sanchuan. He leaned on an iron sword, limping, clearly exhausted as everyone had anticipated. Lord Sanchuan, are you all right? The leader inquired with concern. Sanchuan raised a hand to indicate he was fine. Feng Hua Xiao Shui could hardly contain herself as she approached him. Aside from Yi Liang, Sanchuan was the last to emerge. If anyone knew Yi Liang's whereabouts, it would be him. Lord Sanchuan, may I ask about Mr. Yi Liang? Do not ask, you will find out. Sanchuan interrupted her before she could finish. He gazed deep into the sword tomb, momentarily at a loss for words. Even he had not anticipated that the last one standing would be Yi Liang. The two had worked together to excavate the stones, and eventually, the Golden Mountain Man had indeed succumbed to the steam generated from the melting rocks. It gradually dripped away, leaving only a transparent white crystal. Unfortunately, Sanchuan could not hold on any longer and retreated at the last moment, thus losing his chance to enter the 7th layer. Deep within the Crimson Sword tomb, a momentous scene unfolded. Yi Liang stared blankly at the transparent crystal before him. Its brilliance revitalized him upon mere contact. Holding the crystal in his hand, the surrounding lava cooled rapidly, withering until it solidified into rock. So this was how it was. The seventh layer of the sword tomb lay beneath the lava. Yi Liang tapped the cooled lava, instantly deducing the truth. The sound was remarkably clear. Beneath lay emptiness. No wonder the ancestors of the Iron Nation could not access the seventh layer. This was molten lava, regardless of one's prowess. Seeking the entrance to the seventh layer within the lava was sheer folly. Yi Liang gradually pried open the ash from the surface of the lava. Finally, in a narrow corner, he discovered a vast, horizontal hole, endless and unfathomable. He leaped down. The scenery around him shifted rapidly, revealing a dazzling array of crystal stones, shimmering in hues of purple, red, yellow, and predominantly green. After slowing down against the wall for half a minute, Yi Liang reached the valley floor. It was an expansive, pitch-black space. Perhaps due to its profound depth, Yi Liang felt a chill creep in. Rubbing his shoulders, he concentrated his chakra in his eyes. With hundreds of meters separating him from the surface, he could safely use chakra without fear of detection. His eyes glowed crimson, akin to an infrared detector, swiftly capturing the surroundings. White Zetsu. He was astounded. Hidden within this underground pit were countless white Zetsu, all sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless, clearly lifeless. What on earth had transpired here? Not. Just as he spoke, a shadow approached. Chapter 80. The True and False Yi Liang. Why does this figure seem so familiar? Yi Liang realized that the newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to him, though he could not recall where he had seen this face. A small nose, tiny eyes, wielding a striking crimson sword? He pondered. Good heavens, this person looks just like me. He was filled with trepidation. It was unexpected to encounter someone who resembled him so closely. An impostor, Yi Liang wielding a sword. The sword trembled as if attempting to escape the grip of the false Yi Liang, who wore a menacing expression, evidently straining to suppress the quivering weapon. Damn you! I used so many white Zetsu to capture you, and you dare to flee. He cursed vehemently, striking the sword's hilt with a backhand. This is not a living creature. Are you jesting? Yi Liang felt utterly speechless and swiftly concealed himself. The false Yi Liang had yet to notice him, otherwise, he would not have passed by so nonchalantly. What on earth is this creature? Why does it look exactly like me? I certainly do not recall having a twin brother. Yi Liang's mind raced. He decided to observe the situation further before revealing himself. The false Yi Liang continued deeper into the abyss, while Yi Liang closely followed. Before long, they arrived at a dead end. Yi Liang watched as the false Yi Liang plunged the sword into a rock, and then mouthed silent words, seemingly pleading for something. Save me. Please help me. A faint female voice suddenly echoed in Yi Liang's ear, prompting him to glance around, but there was no one in sight. Who are you? Yi Liang muttered softly. Save me. Please, help me. The voice persisted, anxiously pleading for rescue. Yi Liang began to piece together the situation. He gazed at the sword lodged in the rock, which now buzzed increasingly, but due to the enchantment, it was unable to break free from the stone wall. The voice emanated from that very sword. Annoying. The false Yi Liang cursed loudly. Now, aside from myself, who else here can save you? Once your consciousness is transformed into data and taken away, I shall reopen the Kagaya portal to the land of crafts. At that time, no one shall stand in my way. The Kagaya portal? From a distance, Yi Liang was momentarily stunned. He seemed to have heard something utterly astonishing. What portal? What data? Such terminology does not belong to the world of Naruto. Could it be? Damn, this fellow must be the master behind White Zetsu, the puppet master. Just like me. He must have traversed here from another world. Yi Liang exclaimed. He then cautiously approached. The sacrificial, enchanting sword must be the national treasure of the Land of Iron. That fabled sword, Onigiri. Thus, regardless of the motives of this fake Yi Liang, they surely cannot be benevolent. He must be stopped. Stealthily. Yi Liang refrained from confronting him head-on, opting instead to utilize Earth Release to gradually advance. Since this false Yi Liang had also traversed here, he undoubtedly possessed a formidable system, and as a specialist in golden fingers, Yi Liang lacked absolute confidence in defeating him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Closer now. Ninja art. Heart decapitation technique. A robust black hand swiftly dragged the chanting false Yi Liang underground. Earth Release. Heavy rock. Earth Release. Ant hell. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Bullet. A series of Earth Release techniques struck towards the false Yi Liang. Since he chose to ambush, one must ensure the opponent has no opportunity to retaliate. While employing Earth Release, Yi Liang also utilized an abundance of chakra to transform the rocks beneath him into sand. Although sand is soft, Its weight when pressed against a body far exceeds that of solid rock. Who dares? The opponent finally reacted, yet having lost the initiative. He was forced into a passive position. Damn it, how dare you ambush me? He cursed, but with his body buried in the earth, escape was momentarily impossible. The false Yi Liang's eyes reddened as he suddenly roared in fury. A powerful repulsive force surged outward. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Yi Liang was sent flying. The false Yi Liang emerged from the earth, gazing at the flung Yi Liang with astonishment. How could you be here? If you can be here, why can't I? Yi Liang quickly regained his footing, though his muscles still trembled. Shinra Tensei was simply too powerful. Not only did it possess incredible force to push, but the repulsion could also cause instant injury. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of Yi Liang's body over the years, he would likely have been a corpse now. Who are you? That question should be directed at you. Who are you? And why do you impersonate my identity? Impersonate you? Yi Liang was taken aback. Who the hell is impersonating whom? I am Yi Liang, with the given name of Ri Tian. Who the hell are you? You are Yi Liang? Huh. I am the true Yi Liang. You are merely a counterfeit. The false Yi Liang argued. Yi Liang was infuriated. Since this fool insisted on proving superiority, let us settle it with strength. He initiated Sage Mode within the cave. Serpents possess infrared vision, making the dark cave environment more suitable for him. Sage Art. White Snake Technique. A red serpent shadow immediately erupted beside the false Yi Liang, who swiftly dodged to another position with a body flicker technique. Is that all you can do? Sage Art. White Snake Technique. The same technique. Yet the false Yi Liang executed it with greater finesse. A mere weed, nurtured in a greenhouse, dares to challenge me. After suppressing Yi Liang, the false Yi Liang employed ninjutsu, but his moves were identical to Yi Liang's. How is this possible? Yi Liang gasped. If the opponent could merely transform into his likeness, he could accept that, but their techniques being identical? Yi Liang suddenly surmised a possibility. The opponent might possess a system akin to his own, hence the ability to replicate the techniques he learned. You have a system too? Of course. I'm the protagonist. Naturally, I possess a system. The false Yi Liang grumbled, immediately charging towards Yi Liang. Taijutsu, Crescent Moon Dance. He drew forth the suppressed enchanting sword, aiming it at Yi Liang in an instant. Yi Liang sensed impending danger. Both could utilize each other's ninjutsu. This should have resulted in a stalemate, but a problem arose. His techniques seemed less refined than those of his opponent. He could not match him. Damn it! Yi Liang cursed, picking up a rock from the ground and hurling it at the false Yi Liang. Damn it, the opponent wields a sword, and he does not. What can he do? The rock collided with the long sword, which then struck again. Shinra Tensei. I can use Shinra Tensei too. Bang. The two powerful repulsions clashed. Yi Liang was sent flying once more. Chapter 81. The enchanted sword has a spirit. This won't do. If this continues, I may perish here. Yi Liang felt urgency. Their techniques were identical, yet the opponent's strength surpassed his own. Such a scenario had been mentioned in novels of his past life. Either break through oneself to catch up with the opponent or seek allies for assistance. However, it seemed there were no allies to be found here. Yi Liang glanced at the corpses of white Zetsu scattered about. It was a miracle there was no one seeking assistance. Damn. The two exchanged another clash of Shinra Tensei. Due to their identical techniques, the battle gradually transformed into a contest of chakra. Wait, I possess the Nine Tails, he does not. Yi Liang suddenly recalled something crucial. Although both sides shared techniques, the Nine Tails was attained through his own efforts. Thus, even if the opponent had a system, he could never possess the Nine Tails. For in the same world, there can only be one-tailed beast. Bang! They clashed once more. This time, Yi Liang spat out blood but smiled. Indeed, the opponent's chakra was gradually dwindling. He was panting heavily, clearly nearing exhaustion. You think you can engage in a war of attrition? The false Yi Liang, also breathing heavily, evidently recognized Yi Liang's intentions, yet he remained undaunted. Boom! A surge of majestic blue chakra emanated from the false Yi Liang, enveloping his entire being in an instant. It is the tailed beast cloak. Yi Liang was somewhat astonished. This was a power only a Jinchuriki could possess. The other should not have the Nine Tails. It's Isabu. Though I lack the Nine Tails, I possess the power of the Three Tails, Isabu. The false Yi Liang explained, then approached Yi Liang with a grin. You counterfeit. Even though you impersonated my identity and rushed to Konoha, you ultimately lack the strength of conviction. Do you truly believe that with your meager abilities, You can dominate the entirety of the Naruto world? Dream on. With each step, he advanced, the enchanted sword in his hand exuding a chilling blade. Who said I wished to dominate the Naruto world? Yi Liang retorted helplessly, as the fellow rambled on, persistently calling him a counterfeit, as though it were the absolute truth. Yi Liang pondered his own identity. Could it be that I am indeed the fake? Who am I? He shook his head. He had never suffered from amnesia. The memories of his past life were vividly etched in his mind. Aside from being somewhat reclusive, he had cherished friends and loving parents. The deep ties are etched profoundly in the heart. How could he possibly be a fraud? Perhaps it is you who is the imposter. Yi Liang spoke softly, taking a stance to confront the foe. Even if he could not prevail, he would at least take a piece of him. At that moment, the demon blade, which had been held captive by the false Yi Liang, escaped as if fleeing for its life, swirling in the air before gently settling before Yi Liang. Traitor! What do you intend to do? The false Yi Liang, incensed, cursed the demon blade and rushed towards them. What is happening? Yi Liang pondered, suddenly sensing an inexplicable connection with the demon blade, akin to a mingling of bloodlines. It felt exhilarating. Are you recognizing me as your master? Yi Liang inquired. The demon blade trembled, humming in response, as if it understood, nodding silently. I see. Yi Liang grasped the blade with one hand and swung it towards the advancing false Yi Liang. A crimson blade aura surged forth. Like a waning crescent moon on the first day, it descended heavily upon the false Yi Liang. Startled, the latter hastily employed SHINRA TENSEI to block. Yet the crescent blade aura disregarded the repulsive force, cleaving the false Yi Liang in two. The latter transformed into a white absolute, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Cursed demon cutter, counterfeit. You shall wait for my return. After the false Yi Liang became a white absolute, he lay still. Yi Liang finally comprehended the multitude of corpses at the cave entrance. Those white absolutes must have been the result of this demon cutter's onslaught. Such terror. Is this where it ends? Yi Liang re-examined the cave entrance, seemingly finding nothing but the bodies of white absolutes. He crouched down and searched the false Yi Liang's body. As one who traversed worlds, slaying monsters and collecting treasures was a common endeavor. What is this? Yi Liang's palm tightened around a square, circular lock and an ancient map. Outside the sword tomb, Fenghua Xiaoxue was weighed down with worry. 6 hours had elapsed, and the onlookers had quietly dispersed from the sword tomb, leaving only a few members of the royal family. Mr. Sambian, is it true that Yi Liang has reached the 7th level? The esteemed leader inquired solemnly. For no one wished to wait in vain. Naturally, Yi Liang is no ordinary individual. He astutely devised a method to unravel the challenges of the artisan nation. Truly admirable. However, it has been quite some time, hasn't it? The esteemed leader asked again. A troubled expression crossed Sambian's face. Logically, if Yi Liang possessed the capability to conquer the 6th trial, it was illogical for him to linger at the 7th. For Sambian's ancestors had stated that there were no other guardians besides the national treasure, the demon cutter. Could it be that our young brother perished within? A sense of doubt began to creep in. After all, the extreme heat within was unbearable. Sambian had nearly been boiled alive after 4 hours. Let alone Yi Liang, who had endured for 6. Father, it has been far too long. We must retreat. Yi Liang is surely not returning. Yes, father. It is time to announce the victor of the martial arts festival. Several princes could no longer contain themselves and promptly suggested this to the esteemed leader. The esteemed leader furrowed his brow. In truth, he too believed Yi Liang would not emerge, yet out of respect for Sambian, he hesitated to declare Yi Liang dead, lest it call into question Sambian's authority. Shall we return to the daimyo manor then? The esteemed leader turned his gaze towards Sambian, who appeared equally helpless. At that moment, a servant from afar suddenly shouted, "Look! Someone is emerging." What? The crowd was taken aback. From a distance, Yi Liang appeared, leaning on the demon blade. Emerging quietly from within, he walked with great difficulty, each step a struggle. The return journey still required facing the oppressive heat, and the artisan key, initially intended to cool him, had dissipated entirely after breaching the 7th trial's lava. Lord Yi Liang. Fenghua Xiaoxue hurried over, while Yi Liang, attended by the servants, drank deeply of water. He was parched. To endure such temperatures again was akin to death. Although the artisan key had aided his recovery, it merely provided cooling. The moisture within Yi Liang's body had genuinely been lost. Let us return. I have found the long sword you desired. Yi Liang raised the demon blade high. Chapter 82. Former companions days later, Fenghua Xiaoxue ascended to the position of heir, fulfilling her aspirations. As Yi Liang's discovery of the demon blade left the other princes with no grounds to oppose her. However, the situation in Yukigakure was far from amicable. Numerous white absolutes launched a relentless assault, perhaps incited by the fact that their master had been toyed with by Yi Liang, resulting in their aggressive onslaught. They seemed determined to press forward, unyielding. Yi Liang arrived at the border, where the Uchiha clansmen were valiantly resisting the onslaught of white absolutes, yet they were overwhelmed, suffering losses far exceeding their victories. There were simply too many white absolutes. Lord Yi Liang, we cannot remain in Yukigakure. We must retreat, Uchiha Fugaku urged urgently. We cannot retreat. These white absolutes thrive on conflict. If we abandon Yukigakure, all the civilians behind us will be turned into their kind, Yi Liang asserted. During his confrontation with the false Yi Liang, he had unraveled the truth. The false Yi Liang must have traversed into the Naruto world like himself. But he had arrived earlier, granting him superior foundational abilities. Yet, the adversary seemed to have bypassed Konoha and directly allied with the Black Absolutes. Had he become a villain? What shall we do? Our Uchiha clan is nearing its limits. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed anxiously. Yi Liang surveyed the scene and gradually ascended a high hill. He raised the demon blade, infusing it with all his chakra. Then let us eliminate them all. A thunderous roar erupted. The concentrated strike of the crescent moon sliced through the multitude of white absolutes. Its vast range was astonishing, and those enveloped in red light were instantly shredded by the blade's aura. The onlookers were astounded. That single strike had annihilated tens of thousands of white absolutes. It was as if a pig had climbed a tree, simply inconceivable. The Uchiha clansmen were invigorated, while the remaining white absolutes, terrified, began a frantic retreat, not daring to look back for fear of being struck down by the next blade. Uchiha Fugaku hurried to support Yi Liang, for that last strike had drained Yi Liang's energy, leaving him somewhat weakened. That blow should hold them off for a while. You must quickly prepare to contact the other ninja villages. Contact the other ninja villages? Lord Yi Liang, what do you intend? To establish Otogakure. Time flew by. Today, Konoha welcomed a long-lost old friend. In the Hokage Hall, Yi Liang declared, "You wish for us to subjugate to Otogakure? Not subjugation, but rather a merger. You are aware of the seriousness of the situation. Those insidious white absolutes are on the verge of engulfing the entire world. And what of it? Matters concerning Konoha shall naturally be handled by Konoha's own people." Danzo glared darkly at Yi Liang. 6 months ago, a faction known as the Sound Ninja Village suddenly emerged near the Land of Snow, rapidly absorbing surrounding minor ninjas, including even warriors from the Land of Snow itself. Their power grew significantly, and their leader was named Yi Liang. "Let Sarutobi Hizashi come meet me. I wish to converse with him," he exclaimed. Understand this. I am now the acting Hokage, while Sarutobi has long since retired to the sidelines, Tsunade uttered with a tone of disdain. Yi Liang nearly choked on his breath. He had intended to ally with the formidable Konoha to resolve the current crisis against the White Zetsu, but the presence of Danzo left him in a precarious predicament. This man was obstinate and harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him, making compliance unlikely. "Then await your demise." Yi Liang fumed, storming out of the Hokage's office with his subordinates. On the way out, Uchiha Fugaku, now a strategist for the Sound Ninja Village and Yi Liang's aide, expressed his concern. "Lord Yi Liang, are we truly going to abandon Konoha? If the White Zetsu infects this place, subsequent battles will be even more arduous. It is not that I do not wish to intervene, it is that I cannot." "You know what kind of person Danzo is," Yi Liang responded. Hearing this, Fugaku fell silent, fully aware of Danzo's ruthlessness. Despite Yi Liang's efforts to save the Uchiha clan from the previous ambush, many had still perished at Danzo's hands. The animosity between the two sides could no longer be reconciled. "Return with the others. I will attend to some personal matters in Konoha and will follow shortly." "Understood, Lord Yi Liang," Fugaku replied, bidding farewell before departing with his men. Yi Liang vanished silently into the shadows. In an apartment, Kushina had just lulled Naruto to sleep and wiped the sweat from her brow as she returned to the living room. Suddenly, a large hand encircled her waist. Before she could utter a cry, her mouth was silenced. "Yi Liang," she gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at him, who was kissing her. Initially on guard, she gradually relaxed, responding to him until they nearly ran out of breath, at which point he pulled away. "What are you doing? Naruto is still asleep." She scolded, her cheeks flushed. However, she was not surprised by his sudden appearance. Knowing that Yi Liang was sent by the Sound Ninja village to negotiate with Konoha, she had anticipated his return. Danzo has refused to cooperate with me. Prepare yourself, we shall depart tonight. Depart? Yes. This place is no longer safe. The power of the White Zetsu is growing. If we do not seek alternatives, Konoha will surely be overrun. What about the others? I have already made arrangements outside the village. I will take everyone with me. Yi Liang nodded. Very well. Given the current situation, Konoha will undoubtedly become a target. In the original narrative, Konoha was already a focal point, and now it is under Danzo's control. He glanced at Kushina. Knowing he could allow Konoha to fall to the White Zetsu, but there were certain individuals and memories he could not forsake. Kushina was one among them. Along with others like Hondo and various comrades and disciples, anyone connected to him would be taken back to the land of snow. Pack up quickly and gather outside the village. I will make a brief stop at Ichiraku Ramen. Why go there at this hour? I simply crave it. The next day, Danzo, furious, smashed his desk. Where have all the people gone? It seems they have all gone to the Sound Ninja village. Sound Ninja village? Yes, Uchiha Shursui replied, expressionless. Damn it. Their actions are a betrayal of Konoha. I will hunt them down and eradicate them all. Rest assured, Lord Danzo. Yi Liang has only taken some of the elderly, weak, and women. Our Umbu remain. Elderly and weak? Yes, including his friends, disciples, and colleagues. He even abducted the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. Chapter 83. The ruins of the land of crafts. Endless winds and sands swept across the land. It had been 2 whole months since Yi Liang left. During this time, the army of the White Zetsu seemed to have vanished without a trace. Yi Liang arrived at a hill, holding an ancient map. This must be the ruins of the land of crafts, he mused, surveying his surroundings before handing the map to Uchiha Itachi. This should be the place, but what brings you here? Itachi inquired with curiosity. Because the master of the White Zetsu has been here. The master of the White Zetsu? Itachi frowned. He had indeed heard of this person during the confrontation with the masked White Zetsu, but he had never seen him and knew nothing of his nature. What is his strength compared to yours, Lord Yi Liang? Worlds apart, Yi Liang stated, suddenly standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I encountered him previously in the sword tomb of the land of snow. His might is formidable, like a deity compared to you. At this, he coughed slightly. But he cannot defeat me. Cannot defeat you? Itachi's pupils widened in shock. That is right. For you, he is indeed a god, but against you, how could he possibly have a chance? If the master of the White Zetsu is a divine being, then you, Lord Yi Liang, are an immortal, unfettered by the world, transcending all. Itachi nodded, grasping the concept, albeit vaguely. You understand well. However, should you encounter him, make sure to flee, Yi Liang advised. At that moment, he quietly ascended to the highest point of the hill, brushing away some dirt, revealing a square keyhole. Yi Liang produced a square lock from his pocket and pressed it into place. This was something he had retrieved from the false Yi Liang, and he had sensed its significance. Today, it proved to be invaluable. The massive hill suddenly trembled, as if a great wave was parting, revealing a staircase leading downward. At first glance, it appeared to be an endless chasm. Who would have thought that the land of crafts concealed such a place? Yi Liang descended into the depths. Inside, swarms of tiny insects flitted about, prompting him to envelop himself in chakra for protection. After a long journey, the two reached the bottom, a vast horizontal pit, approximately 100 meters deep. Scanning the area, Yi Liang noted a multitude of footprints, densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. Clearly, the White Zetsu has been here, Yi Liang concluded. Though this is the ruins of the land of crafts, it has been many years since its past. The sudden appearance of so many footprints can only point to the vast numbers of the White Zetsu. What were they doing here, my lord? Yi Liang shook his head, uncertain of the reason. He only knew that the current White Zetsu was a product of the false Yi Liang infecting ordinary people. The Zero Tails originated from the land of crafts. Since this was a relic of the land of crafts, they might uncover something significant. The pair continued deeper into the ruins. As they proceeded, the passageways grew narrower. Lord Yi Liang, it seems there is no path ahead, Itachi remarked. They had walked east from the initial pit. But the corridor continued to constrict, now resembling an almost corridor-like passage. There should be no dead ends. Search around for any mechanisms, Yi Liang deduced. Given that this was a relic of the land of craftsmen, the existence of mechanisms was entirely reasonable. as the land of craftsmen was renowned for its machinery. The two began to scour their surroundings. The ambient light was dim, being underground without sunlight, and it was challenging to discern their surroundings, relying solely on the flickering flame of their torch. As Yi Liang explored the wall, he unexpectedly encountered what seemed to be the outline of a face. What on earth was this? Could it be a corpse? Yi Liang paused in shock. He quickly infused chakra into the torch, enhancing its brightness. It revealed a red mechanical face. It stood there, solitary and unblinking. Lord Yi Liang, what is that? Uchiha Itachi inquired, drawn closer by the intensified glow. This appears to be a mechanical puppet, Yi Liang assessed. This red mechanical effigy was identical to the one encountered earlier in the Sword Tomb, albeit this one was slightly more refined and smaller in stature. They examined it closely. Suddenly, the mechanical puppet's eyes snapped open. It lunged silently towards Uchiha Itachi's face with astonishing speed. Startled, Itachi had no time to react before being struck hard across the face. Bang! Dizziness enveloped him. Eliminate the intruder. The mechanical puppet sprang to life. Seeing Uchiha Itachi fall, it turned its attention towards Yi Liang, launching a more aggressive assault. From what had been a harmless hand, 5 hardened claws emerged, gleaming ominously like sharp blades. The disparity in treatment is quite egregious, Yi Liang complained. Delivering a kick to the puppet's face, he absorbed the recoil and distanced himself. Ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Bullet. A massive fire dragon illuminated the pitch-black cave, and the mechanical puppet uttered no last words before being completely consumed by the flames. However, Yi Liang furrowed his brow. When the fire dragon illuminated the cave, he clearly saw that the walls were teeming with these red mechanical puppets, numbering in the thousands. Were these all manufactured by the land of craftsmen? Yi Liang pondered. The strength of these mechanical puppets was comparable to that of a typical jonin. With thousands of such puppets, their collective power surpassed that of an average ninja village. If the land of craftsmen possessed such might, how could they have been annihilated by the land of iron? Yi Liang was perplexed. At that moment, the previously inert puppets slowly opened their eyes, chanting the phrase "eliminate the intruder" as they began to advance towards Yi Liang and Itachi. Clearly, the fire dragon had awakened them. This is bad. We might be in serious trouble. Yi Liang urgently dragged Uchiha Itachi back along their path. Although he was not particularly afraid of the puppets, they were situated deep underground, and recklessly using ninjutsu could lead to a catastrophic collapse. He would be fine, as he could utilize earth release to escape the sandy depths, but Uchiha Itachi might not withstand such immense pressure. Lord Yi Liang, I'm nearly fine. Please let go of me. Uchiha Itachi regained consciousness. He had been knocked unconscious by a single blow from the puppet, underscoring the latter's terrifying power. Let us retreat to where we came from, Yi Liang instructed. Chapter 84. The diary. The two continued forward, fleeing towards the sandy stone steps, only to discover upon nearing that the steps had vanished. In their place stood another group of green puppets. They were faster, slightly weaker than the red puppets. Yet their speed was significantly greater, evidently agile in nature. This is bad. We might be ambushed. Yi Liang threw a few shurikens, but the green puppets evaded them. Realizing their intentions, it was only logical. The false Yi Liang, having lost the map and key, would certainly devise a countermeasure. Yi Liang had been rather reckless in his approach. What should we do now, Lord Yi Liang? We're trapped, Uchiha Itachi said, a hint of panic in his voice. He was still just a 16-year-old boy. Despite his maturity, he had not yet reached adult composure. Hold them off for a moment while I look for another route, Yi Liang commanded, promptly retrieving the tattered map to examine it. Previously, he had noted a separate chamber marked on the map nearby, yet it was surrounded by walls, obscuring any visible path. Could it be hidden within the walls? Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Yi Liang unleashed ninjutsu upon the surrounding stone walls, and indeed, at the marked location on the map, a narrow passage was blasted open. Let us go. The two hurriedly dashed inside, while the pursuing puppets, due to their size, became lodged at the entrance. This should be safe for now, Uchiha Itachi sighed heavily, following closely behind Yi Liang into a concealed chamber. This appeared to be the central hub of the dark room. Yi Liang laid down the map. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi surveyed their previous route, confirming that nothing was following them before he began to examine his surroundings. What are these peculiar iron objects? He curiously touched the various instruments crafted from wrought iron, which, although cumbersome, were exquisitely made. They must control this underground sand city, Yi Liang inferred, observing the mechanisms resembling aircraft control cabins. The two immediately began rummaging through the control cabin. Since the false Yi Liang had been there must have been a significant reason for his presence. They did not believe he had come merely for amusement. After searching for a while, Yi Liang suddenly discovered a blood-stained diary in a drawer of one of the control devices. In the days of the Hokage, he flipped through it. 10 years ago, I unexpectedly arrived in the world of Hokage. I successfully transformed White Zetsu. Those fools from Kagaya's faction were truly deceived by me. This was the diary of the false Yi Liang. Yi Liang recognized the author in astonishment. From the diary, it was evident that the false Yi Liang had arrived in the same period as Yi Liang, but had come several months earlier, and upon arrival, he had orchestrated a grand scheme. He intended to convert everyone into White Zetsu to launch an assault on Kagaya's world. Yi Liang was taken aback. He comprehended the full scope of the false Yi Liang's plan, yet found it horrifying. The diary indicated that everything the false Yi Liang had done was to prepare for the impending invasion by Kagaya, akin to the actions previously undertaken by Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. The White Zetsu army was originally Kagaya's weapon against the Otsutsuki clan. Yi Liang shook his head. This was a matter of great righteousness. From a broader perspective, the false Yi Liang's actions were not without merit, yet he could not condone them. If everyone were transformed, even if the threat of the Otsutsuki clan were resolved, what would be the purpose of existence in the world of Hokage? A world devoid of women could hardly be deemed a world at all. Yi Liang continued reading the diary. I encountered that scoundrel impersonating me just as I was about to gather the energy for the teleportation portal. How infuriating. The diary concluded. Yi Liang quietly closed the book. The subsequent events detailed the encounter between the Land of Snow and Yi Liang. Lord Yi Liang, what does this book record? Standing behind him, Uchiha Itachi observed as Yi Liang closed the diary, silently inquiring about its contents. It's just a series of trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Yi Liang replied, the text inscribed in Chinese characters rendering it incomprehensible to Uchiha Itachi. He rose quietly, hands weaving seals, and with a powerful strike, opened a vast chasm in the center of the secret chamber, deep and bottomless, evidently revealing an empty space below. Yi Liang grasped Uchiha Itachi's hand, and together they leaped into the abyss. While perusing the diary moments ago, he had uncovered the answer to the enigma of this labyrinthine city. Beneath the control room lay the clandestine base, where the doppelganger Yi Liang manufactured the White Zetsu. After a prolonged duration, they traversed the walls for over half an hour, finally reaching the innermost depths of the chamber. Here, an overwhelming multitude of White Zetsu lay in dense arrangement, resembling mere cargo, quietly resting. A sharp intake of breath escaped Uchiha Itachi as he beheld the sight. Anyone would be struck with terror at the sight of so many exposed figures. Lord Yi Liang, what shall we do now? He inquired. Burn them, Yi Liang declared, and without hesitation, unleashed a colossal fire release technique, hurling it towards the pristine White Zetsu. Itachi hastily followed suit. Boom! A massive wave of flames surged towards the still dormant White Zetsu. In mere moments, tens of thousands of White Zetsu suffered grievous losses, while the remaining ones awoke amid cries of pain. Master? No. Why must you harm us? They were initially taken aback, but upon seeing Yi Liang's face, their astonishment was palpable. From the diary, it was clear that these White Zetsu were the ultimate trump card of the doppelganger Yi Liang, replicated through Hashirama's cells. If they regained their wits, the sheer number of wood-release techniques at their disposal would be beyond the capacity of any ordinary ninja to contend with. The raging inferno consumed the bodies. Within merely 3 seconds, all the White Zetsu were reduced to ash. Yi Liang ceased his assault. At that moment, a shadow silently emerged from behind him. So you finally showed yourself? Yi Liang remarked coolly, not even turning around, fully aware that someone lurked behind him. Orochimaru. Uchiha Itachi gasped, quickly glancing back. Haha, you've done me a tremendous favor, so of course I had to come, Orochimaru replied with a chilling tone. Smacking his lips. That diary was intentionally shown to you by me, wasn't he it? Yi Liang inquired. Given the doppelganger Yi Liang's temperament, it was inconceivable that he would place such a crucial item in a drawer. Thus, it was evident that someone else was responsible, someone with whom he was rather familiar. Yet, Yi Liang had not anticipated that this person would be Orochimaru. TSK, you are far more astute than that doppelganger. Orochimaru evaded a direct response to Yi Liang's statement. That doppelganger. Yi Liang's gaze flickered. He was well aware of who Orochimaru was referring to. Have you encountered him? Of course, I became aware of him the very first time you arrived in this world, Orochimaru replied. Yi Liang's pupils contracted slightly. Orochimaru was aware that he was not of this world. Chapter 85. The legendary god Yi Liang. This was a grave matter. The foolish impostor had inadvertently revealed his origin to Orochimaru. What nonsense was this? What are you babbling about? I am a ninja from the Sound Village. Haha. The Sound Village. Are you still clinging to that trivial name? Orochimaru laughed heartily. In the midst of his laughter, he suddenly produced a comic book from his pocket and tossed it into Yi Liang's hands. I found this near that fellow. Do you still intend to conceal your identity? Yi Liang was taken aback, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. It was the first edition of Naruto. How could Orochimaru possibly possess such a thing? If this schemer were to discover his identity, it would spell disaster. Yi Liang could scarcely believe how carelessly the doppelganger had allowed such a crucial item to fall into Orochimaru's hands. He immediately prepared to act. Since Orochimaru was aware of the situation, he could not be allowed to live. This old schemer must perish. A black pill silently appeared in his hand. But just then, Orochimaru suddenly knelt on one knee, gazing earnestly at Yi Liang. My lord, you need not hide any longer. You are the deity of this world, are you not? His eyes were filled with fervent devotion. A deity? What on earth? Yi Liang was momentarily bewildered. Orochimaru had actually come to regard him as a god of this realm. My lord, only a deity can possess omniscience and omnipotence in understanding this world, and this book thoroughly foretells the future of our world. Clearly, this is not a good omen. So you have come to save us, haven to you? Orochimaru continued. His words were delivered with fervor, his face radiating unparalleled confidence. Evidently convinced of his own deduction, Yi Liang's expression darkened. Lord Yi Liang, are you truly a deity? Itachi exclaimed, staring at Yi Liang in shock. The concept of deities indeed existed in this world, such as the immortal evil god worshipped by Haiden, or the Shinigami summoned by Minato through the Reaper Death Seal. In short, various deities had appeared, yet they had never revealed their true forms. Yes, indeed, I am a deity, the omniscient and omnipotent creator god. Your world is on the brink of a dire fate, which is why I have come to save it, Yi Liang declared, awkwardly chuckling. How incredibly juvenile. For the first time in history, he uttered such a cliché line. Yet at this juncture, what other explanation could he offer? The creator god, you say? Orochimaru mused, licking his lips. The notion of a creator god was somewhat terrifying. While deities served various purposes within any world's hierarchy, the creator god always stood as the most formidable entity. He grew even more respectful. Then may I inquire, who is that individual who bears such a striking resemblance to you? That is the demon god. He is also my arch-nemesis, and it is precisely because of him that I have come to this world, Yi Liang asserted resolutely. He knew full well who Orochimaru referred to when speaking of the similar-looking figure. The demon god. Orochimaru comprehended in an instant. The questions that had accumulated in his mind suddenly found clarity, much like a long-clogged toilet finally clearing. No wonder that fellow's plans were so extreme. It turns out he was not a benevolent deity at all. In truth, Orochimaru had long been aware of the doppelganger Yi Liang's discrepancies. His White Zetsu plan was, in fact, orchestrated with Orochimaru's assistance. First, replicating the Ten Tails mask, then utilizing Hashirama's cells to duplicate the White Zetsu. Overall, it was an immensely labor-intensive endeavor. Though the doppelganger had also traversed worlds, how could he possibly wield such advanced technology with his limited intellect? Thus, he had reached out to Orochimaru without delay. When Yi Liang first arrived in this world, Orochimaru had already established contact with the doppelganger, yet at that time, the two had not formed a strong rapport. Hence, when Yi Liang spouted those nonsensical lies, Orochimaru paid little heed and simply followed him. Then, please enlighten me about the matters here, Yi Liang suddenly inquired. Since Orochimaru had recognized him as a deity, why not take advantage of this title to extract some useful information? After all, having already embraced such a juvenile persona, what harm could there be in indulging further? That individual implored me to assist him in conducting human experiments. However, as the endeavor progressed, I increasingly recognized the peril inherent in this undertaking. He audaciously intended to transform all living beings in the world. It was utterly terrifying, and thus I found myself filled with regret. Orochimaru, with a lick of his lips, continued, upon realizing your arrival. I deliberately placed that incomprehensible tome of divine runes atop the apparatus, knowing you would certainly come upon it. The tome of divine runes? That diary, you mean? But where has that fellow gone now? Yi Liang inquired further. He has ventured overseas in search of the final key and has been gone for quite some time, came the reply. Overseas? Yi Liang pondered for a moment, and suddenly, a realization struck him. He deduced where the false Yi Liang had gone. The Naruto Shippuden series provided no clues regarding Kagaya's portal, yet Boruto contains such information. In Boruto, there exists a time-space turtle that had been sought after during the Otsutsuki clan's assault on the ninja villages. This time-space turtle possesses the ability to traverse between Kagaya's realm and alter fate itself. That rogue is indeed seeking that turtle. Yi Liang was taken aback. Should he succeed in locating it, his own demise would be imminent. It is crucial to thwart him. With this thought, Yi Liang prepared to exit the hidden chamber of the Land of Crafts. At that moment, the surrounding desert trembled violently, with torrents of yellow sand cascading down, and the white Zetsu, previously incinerated by Yi Liang, began to converge toward the center of the corpses. There lay a black, faceless mask, evidently a replica of Zero Tail. What is happening? I did not set this up. Orochimaru expressed his bewilderment. Of course, it was not your doing. Rather, it is the work of another. Yi Liang had scarcely finished speaking when another Zetsu, cloaked in black, emerged near the white Zetsu. Orochimaru, you dare to summon him here. Once Lord Yi Liang finds the time-space turtle, he shall not spare you. Black Zetsu hissed before swiftly burrowing into the ground. At that moment, the multitude of white Zetsu, lured by the black mask, coalesced into a singular, colossal white Zetsu, towering several dozen meters high, dominating the entire subterranean cavern. Yi Liang was startled, quickly embracing the two individuals nearby. We must go, he commanded, and in an instant, they teleported to the outskirts of the ruins. To prevent encountering danger within the ruins, Yi Liang had previously placed flying Thunder God shurikens outside. Chapter 86. The ruins collapse. Is everyone all right? Yi Liang inquired of the two. Orochimaru appeared unscathed, while Uchiha Itachi's complexion was somewhat pallid. After all, he was still a youth and had been unsettled by the earlier scene. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and the enormous white Zetsu emerged from the earth, clawing its way up through the sand of the ruins. It emitted a series of roars, charging toward Yi Liang. Yi Liang gauged the distance. They were merely a few hundred meters apart. Although it seemed far, the gargantuan white Zetsu could cover that ground in mere seconds with its massive strides. Damn it, why must we contend with such repulsive monstrosities? Did that false Yi Liang grow up feasting on filth? He grumbled, propelling himself forward with a body flicker technique. Previously, he had refrained from action due to the fear of a collapse underground. Now, on the surface, he felt no hesitation. Various low-level ninjutsu were unleashed, hurled toward the gigantic white Zetsu as if they were devoid of chakra. Earth release, fire release, water release, wind release, lightning release, the dragon bullet technique. 5 dragons of differing attributes entwined along the desert floor. This constituted a 5-attribute dragon bullet technique. Although classified as A-rank ninjutsu, when combined, it transcended into an S-rank forbidden technique. Its might surpassed even that of the tailed beasts. Perish, just as the colossal white Zetsu rose. It was struck down by the 5 dragon kings. Its flesh was torn asunder. Not only did it have to withstand the fiery onslaught, but it was also ensnared by crackling lightning, trembling like a bloodied corpse, its skin obliterated in an instant. The white Zetsu howled in fury, clearly not so easily vanquished. Yi Liang understood that the 5 dragon bullets alone would not suffice to slay this immense white Zetsu. After all, it was composed of the corpses of thousands of white Zetsu. Their chakra reserves surpassed those of any single-tailed beast, albeit lacking the versatility that Yi Liang possessed. Lord Yi Liang, allow me to assist you. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward, enveloped by a red skeletal apparition, the Susanoo. Although Itachi's Susanoo at this stage may not possess the strength of its later iterations, it was still formidable enough to surpass various elite jonin. He thrust a 10,000-fist sword into the abdomen of the white Zetsu, which screamed in agony. I shall join in. Orochimaru, witnessing the scene, was eager to capitalize on the moment. If he wished to pledge his allegiance to Yi Liang, he must first prove his worth. Thus, a massive white phosphorus serpent manifested. Its body grew increasingly robust, with numerous serpent heads emerging, ultimately transforming into an 80-meter-tall, 8-headed white phosphorus serpent. The 8-headed serpent technique. This super forbidden technique was a culmination of Orochimaru's later research, its power rivaling that of an ordinary Susanoo. However, Orochimaru had once been defeated by Itachi due to the might of the 10,000 Fists sword. Nonetheless, few could withstand such a formidable attack. Boom. Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of devastation. The true strength of the 8-headed serpent technique lay in its immortality. As long as not all heads were severed simultaneously, Orochimaru could regenerate indefinitely. It was virtually impossible to decapitate all heads at once, as each head possessed the strength equivalent to an ordinary Susanoo. Die. All of you perish for the master. The white Zetsu continued to roar, its hands quickly grasping at Orochimaru's serpent heads. However, due to its limited strength, it could only tear off one serpent head before being repelled by Orochimaru. Hissing, the serpent head took a chunk of flesh with it. Humph. I shall not allow you to steal the spotlight. Itachi, witnessing this, felt invigorated. He had accompanied Yi Liang on this endeavor, and with Yi Liang observing nearby, he could not allow Orochimaru to claim all the glory. The 10,000 Fists sword radiated a crimson light. It not only possessed piercing capabilities, but also wielded formidable sealing abilities. While it could not entirely seal the giant white Zetsu, it would absorb its energy furiously as it penetrated. The white Zetsu immediately began to weaken, resembling a man drained of vitality, languishing on the ground, unable to move. Surely it cannot end like this, Yi Liang murmured. As the protagonist of this battle, not only was he the leader of Sound Ninja Village, but he was also Orochimaru's superior. Yet, he found himself sidelined as the battle drew to a close. Am I to lose all face? Yi Liang suddenly realized he lacked a truly ostentatious technique. Enlarge. Indeed, while Yi Liang possessed a myriad of ninjutsu, a true master must possess the ability to grow in size. For instance, the Uchiha Susanoo and Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent both had this capability. Yet, Yi Liang found himself lacking in this regard. Although Yi Liang has the Nine Tails as a source of power, the consciousness of the Nine Tails has been purged by the system, thereby rendering him incapable of fully harnessing its might. This implies that he, as a Jinchuriki, cannot transform into his tailed beast form, presenting a rather awkward predicament. Am I destined to remain small for eternity? While he pondered this, the once subdued white Zetsu, trapped beneath two colossal giants, suddenly began to thrash about. Despite having his chakra drained by the 10th sword, his formidable physique allowed him to resist. With eyes ablaze, he charged forward, akin to one under the influence of potent stimulants, toppling both Susanoo and the 8-headed serpent technique. Roar. He pushed back. What on earth is happening? Yi Liang watched in disbelief as the situation reversed. Could it be that their size overwhelmed white Zetsu? Cough cough. What a splendid opportunity. Although Orochimaru and his allies had been defeated, Yi Liang's moment to shine had finally arrived. He promptly created several shadow clones, and they collectively formed seals, simultaneously conjuring multiple tailed beast bombs. Even the heavens seemed to grant him the chance to display his prowess. How could he possibly let it slip away? The tailed beast bombs soared across the smooth ground, their speed so great that they stirred the surrounding winds and sands. The tailed beast bombs accelerated further. Roar. Sensing impending danger, White Zetsu fled swiftly, but before he could escape far, Yi Liang suddenly appeared near the tailed beast bombs. He had concealed a flying thunder god kunai within one of the bombs. Harnessing the power of space ninjutsu, Yi Liang activated the flying thunder god again. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow. The immense tailed beast bomb materialized directly in front of White Zetsu. Due to its incredible speed, White Zetsu could not halt his forward momentum, resulting in a catastrophic collision with the massive tailed beast bomb. Boom! A blinding white light engulfed everything, under the mushroom cloud resembling an atomic explosion. No living creature could possibly survive. Yi Liang exhaled in relief. If you do not desire greatness, do not lament the small. In the distance, two onlookers stared in astonishment at the scene. Although Itachi Uchiha was already aware of Yi Liang's terrifying strength, the sheer magnitude of this power still left him aghast. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was utterly overwhelmed. Is this the power of a deity? Chapter 87. Pursuit in a marine area known as the Fury. A blue whale gracefully emerged from the depths of the ocean, flicking its tail and sending forth a column of water from its blowhole. Damn it, where is it? A figure soared from the water column, landing steadily upon the whale's back, his expression grim. Damn, wasn't that salvage company supposed to be nearby? Have I not dived deep enough? The figure rubbed his forehead and urged the blue whale to dive deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, Yi Liang observed this scene from above the clouds, riding on Daidar's gigantic bird, clearly undetected by those on the ocean's surface. Has this imposter Yi Liang not yet located the time-traveling turtle? Yi Liang muttered to himself. Daidara stared blankly at the unfolding events. Lord Yi Liang, do you truly believe this time-traveling turtle exists? It's utterly ridiculous. It certainly does exist, and not only can it traverse time and space, but it can also journey to other worlds. Yi Liang replied in a solemn tone. The time-traveling turtle is a product of advanced technology. Although Boruto does not elaborate on its origins, it is likely a creation of the Kagaya clan or even a civilization of higher caliber. Yi Liang now possessed a deeper understanding of civilization. His system is a product of the third civilization, and while the Kagaya clan can traverse planets, they likely do not reach this level. As for Earth, it is probably at the bottom of the hierarchy. If this is true, it is utterly terrifying. Deidara gasped in shock. The world of Naruto still resided in the Edo period, lacking technological advancement, and was even inferior to Earth. Yi Liang leapt off Deidara's bird, plunging into the ocean. The imposter Yi Liang had vanished beneath the waves. Since he dared to come here, he surely possesses clues about the time-traveling turtle. It is merely a matter of time before he finds it. Yi Liang would not allow him to escape so easily. Boom. He summoned his soft creature with a summoning technique, the same sticky slime monster. As soon as the soft emerged, it enveloped Yi Liang's skin. And due to the enhancement of chakra, the summoning beast's abilities also grew. At this moment, Yi Liang's soft had transformed from the size of a stool to that of a person. While it may not compare to colossal summoning beasts like Gamabunta, it was still serviceable. Its body could completely envelop its master. Yi Liang had previously tested its abilities. In addition to transformation, it could also swallow others whole. While its defensive capabilities were not robust, it still provided some protection against water. Thus, with a layer of skin enveloping him, Yi Liang plunged vertically into the ocean. The small blue whale continued to swim, albeit slowly, but steadily descended to the seabed. He had not found anything previously in this vicinity, so it must lie deeper. The imposter Yi Liang considered this within the belly of the blue whale. His eyes gleamed as they connected with the whale's vision. The water was teeming with seaweed. Oh, there, a trench. The imposter Yi Liang suddenly spotted a concealed trench beneath the whale's belly. Although the opening was large, it had been overlooked due to its inky darkness. It must be there. He immediately commanded the blue whale to swim towards it. Yi Liang closely followed, knowing that the imposter was within the blue whale, silently trailing behind him. The old trickster's intrigue was always captivating. The blue whale descended into the trench. It seemed to be frightened, glancing nervously around and emitting soft sounds. But the imposter Yi Liang disregarded its emotions, forcibly directing it deeper into the trench. At that moment, from the depths of the dark ocean, a colossal giant squid surged forth. While it was not as massive as the blue whale, its body spanned several dozen meters and quickly ensnared the whale's head. Damn it! Even you dare to obstruct me! The imposter Yi Liang roared, instantly employing water release to conjure a water dragon outside the blue whale's body. Water release, water dragon bullet. The water dragon slammed into the giant squid, but the squid, unfazed by the torrent, merely parted slightly and reattached itself. The squid was enraged. It flailed its tentacles, rapidly spewing ink into the surroundings. The ink flowed, faintly glowing with an eerie green light. Upon contact, the blue whale immediately ceased its resistance. This ink is toxic. Yi Liang observed intently, swiftly swimming away. He was not foolish. Seeing the imposter Yi Liang in peril, he would not meddle further. At this moment, another swarm of giant squids erupted from the trench, rapidly enveloping the blue whale's body, draining its blood. In no time, the massive blue whale, weighing hundreds of tons, was completely exsanguinated by the squids. You beasts, do you truly think me an easy target? The imposter Yi Liang bellowed. The blue whale was now lifeless, and he no longer needed to worry about harming his summoning beast. He unleashed a SHINRA Tensei at the seabed, sending all the squids flying. It appeared to be a charged attack. The force was tremendous, causing even Yi Liang, 1,000 meters away, to feel the waves of water. He has grown stronger. Yi Liang assessed coldly. The group of squids approached once more, these colossal underwater beasts rivaling the size of external demonic statues. were certainly not fated to perish from such a simple technique as the heavenly punishment. Yi Liang observed from a distance with curiosity. He noticed that the foe Yi Liang emanated a peculiar black light, and the surrounding water flowed around him without affecting his body in the slightest. Moreover, he possessed gills on either side and fins on his back, resembling a creature of the deep sea. The dance of the merman? When did this guy learn such a technique? Yi Liang pondered. The dance of the merman is a ninjutsu that allows one to transform into a merman. Yi Liang had mastered all low-level ninjutsu, yet this particular one eluded him, as it was classified as an S-rank ninjutsu. It is well known that Yi Liang's S-rank techniques were acquired through mainline missions. However, since the appearance of the foe Yi Liang, he had not undertaken any mainline missions. Reflecting on it now, perhaps he could only receive mainline missions upon encountering the original plot of Naruto, and with the foe Yi Liang, also a traveler, causing havoc. It would be quite some time before he could expect to see a mainline mission. Cursed be this scoundrel. Yi Liang muttered to himself as he continued to watch the spectacle unfold. The foe Yi Liang, transformed into a merman, immediately engaged in battle with the surrounding giant squids. Their combat style rather rudimentary, one party entangling with tentacles while the other charged forth to bite. Before long, vast pools of blood stained the ocean trench, and at that moment, Yi Liang's eyes flickered. The time-space turtle. He saw that a golden living turtle had slipped from the belly of a squid that the foe Yi Liang had just bitten open. Swimming towards the depths of the ocean, the two swiftly surged forward. This is mine. Chapter 88, Deadly Seaweed Bang. The two collided once again. You counterfeit. How did you know this place? The foe Yi Liang seethed with fury, clearly unprepared for Yi Liang's arrival. If one wishes to remain undiscovered, one must not act. Yi Liang swiftly kicked off and darted towards the turtle. His soft companion could freely alter its form, and under Yi Liang's control, it transformed into a shape conducive to swimming. Damn it! The foe Yi Liang immediately pursued. At this moment, the time-space turtle had already descended into the deep abyss, shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Yi Liang's brow furrowed. Just moments ago, the foe Yi Liang had engaged in battle with the giant squid, dispersing toxic ink everywhere. And the trench was already pitch black, making it even harder to see. The two pursued each other in the inky darkness, only to find themselves lost. Where on earth are we? Why do I feel such an overwhelming sense of danger? Yi Liang surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the scattered seaweed, there was nothing else. He continued to swim deeper, but suddenly felt something snagging at his foot. This is bad. Something is draining my blood. A patch of green seaweed had ensnared Yi Liang's foot. Although he felt no immediate symptoms, he found himself unable to swim. Hiss! His soft companion began to whimper. As a mollusk, it was typically impervious to any physical attack, yet Yi Liang could distinctly sense its suffering, and with time, its form began to shrink. It was critical to act swiftly. If the soft companion could no longer envelop Yi Liang's body, the immense pressure of the ocean could potentially crush him in an instant. I cannot afford to delay, Yi Liang murmured, and a surge of blue chakra enveloped his hand. Chakra scalpel, with his soft companion attached to him. He couldn't use techniques like the heavenly punishment, but the chakra scalpel, which concentrated chakra externally, was permissible. His brow furrowed as he felt the flow of water coalesce in his palm. Yi Liang gently waved his hand and finally broke free. Just then, a massive torrent of water surged toward him, not only tumultuous but infused with a powerful chakra. It was the heavenly punishment. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a tremendous roar echoed through the waters. The foe Yi Liang was battling some unknown sea beast. This is bad. He has swum ahead of me. Yi Liang quickly understood, propelling himself swiftly towards the distant deep sea. The current continued to surge, yet the commotion gradually subsided. Clearly, the battle had reached its conclusion. As Yi Liang swam forward, he stumbled across the corpse of a giant shark, and further ahead, numerous unfamiliar mutated sea beasts began to surface. First came ordinary carnivorous fish, followed by those mutated sea monsters, sirens, and various mollusks. How could there be so many formidable creatures in this dark trench? Even in his previous life, Yi Liang had never encountered such a plethora of marine beasts, each more terrifying than the last. He not only saw two-headed whale sharks, but also seahorses with 8 legs. The scene resembled the aftermath of a nuclear catastrophe. Could there be something lurking below? Contemplating this, Yi Liang decided against continuing forward. Instead, he slowed his pace and dove deeper. The ocean floor was a vast expanse of floating seaweed, surrounded by coral reefs, along with those peculiar fish. Yi Liang glanced around and immediately frowned. The seaweed here was the same kind that had ensnared his soft companion earlier, abundant in number. With patches every 10 meters or so, he quickly attached chakra to his soft companion, effectively addressing the issue of being entangled. As he continued to survey the area, Yi Liang suddenly spotted a golden turtle swimming slowly within the crevice of a coral, recognizing it as the very turtle that had escaped. "No wonder I didn't see you along the way. You were hiding amidst the dark coral reefs." Realizing that the foe Yi Liang had ventured far for the time-space turtle, Yi Liang felt a rush of elation. He promptly secured the turtle in his storage space, but as he turned, he found himself face-to-face with a swarm of mutated fish. These grotesque fish, with their blood-red eyes and bodies encased in the previously encountered blood-sucking algae, not only bore an unsettling demeanor, but seemed to harbor intentions of attack. Were these creatures mistaking the turtle for a companion? Yi Liang pondered, swiftly evading a charging tiger shark. Bang! Yi Liang's body jolted, although he avoided the shark's attack. The water currents it stirred began to pull him into a turbulent whirlpool. What terrifying speed! Seeing their companion launch an assault, the other carnivorous creatures naturally followed suit. Charging toward Yi Liang, panic surged within him. In this dire situation, the use of heavenly punishment was not feasible, but faced with such a broad-scale attack, particularly from these massive creatures, he found himself devoid of alternatives. He could only flee beneath the water. There were hollow coral reefs below, and as long as he could slip into the crevices of the coral, these colossal marine beasts would be unable to reach him. With that thought in mind, Yi Liang turned and dove into a narrow fissure between two corals, ensuring to remain vigilant as both sides were enmeshed with seaweed. Bang! As he stepped inside, the sea monster behind him collided violently with the external coral reefs. Perhaps their flesh was not resilient enough, as they sustained significant damage from the impact. However, they would not spare Yi Liang. Despite the futility, they repeatedly crashed against the coral reef, and soon, astonishingly, one of them perished right before Yi Liang's eyes. What was happening? Were these creatures reckless? Yi Liang was filled with confusion as he gradually realized something was amiss. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the blood-sucking seaweed, which had originally resided on the body of the sea monster, was gradually swimming toward him. They moved with remarkable speed, far quicker than Yi Liang had witnessed before. This was bad. It could be a parasitic organism. In his previous life, Yi Liang had encountered a type of fungus that spread spores onto insects, transforming them into mindless puppets at its mercy once infected. Clearly, this blood-sucking seaweed resembled that organism. This was dire. He had entered a tight crevice to evade the sea monster, only to become a living target. Yi Liang silently lamented. Yet the blood-sucking seaweed would undoubtedly not let him escape. In a mere half-minute, they had completely surrounded the coral reef. Chapter 89. The Golden Tortoise Saves Me My Life is at an end. Realizing that he could not unleash large-scale ninjutsu, and even the Flying Thunder God technique was useless underwater, Yi Liang was bewildered. He began searching for an escape route within the coral reef. But both ends were sealed off by the seaweed, rendering him unable to break free. At that moment, he noticed a small detail. Although the blood-sucking seaweed could infiltrate the coral, it intentionally avoided fish and shrimp, even when they were right in front of it, as if they were a type of toxic substance not to be trifled with. Yi Liang discerned this crucial point. Perhaps these fish and shrimp were the natural enemies of the blood-sucking seaweed. In nature, a ferocious creature invariably has its counterbalance. Otherwise, it would wreak havoc. The survival of numerous fish and shrimp in proximity to the seaweed indicated the presence of its natural predator. Yi Liang attempted to grasp a certain creature and waved it near the seaweed. Soon enough, he noticed the seaweed exhibited a slight retreat when it neared a particular white mantis shrimp. He grabbed another one and finally identified the issue. The mantis shrimp began to consume the seaweed. Its claws swiftly snipped at the blood-sucking seaweed, and within moments, it had devoured a considerable portion. The sound of the branches brushing against the sand echoed as the part near the mantis shrimp began to recede. It was indeed effective. Seeing this, Yi Liang wasted no time and followed closely behind the mantis shrimp, emerging triumphantly, as if a grand general. The air outside was much fresher. Observing the toxic ink receding around him, Yi Liang paddled toward the shore. At this moment, the false Yi Liang was nowhere to be seen. But with the temporal turtle in hand, he had no need to entangle himself with the latter, and thus he swam for a while. A faint glimmer of light illuminated the surroundings. Yi Liang swiftly dispelled the soft spiritual connection and used chakra to stand firmly on the surface of the sea. The sky was a brilliant blue, yet he could not spot Deidara. It appeared he had strayed from his original course. However, with the body flicker technique allowing him to walk on water, Yi Liang was not concerned about straying too far. Suddenly, the surface of the sea began to tremble beneath him. Yi Liang was taken aback as a dark figure swiftly approached him. This was bad. It was the false Yi Liang. He quickly dodged to the side as the waves erupted beneath him, and the false Yi Liang transformed into a merman, bursting forth. "Imposter! You must die! Die!" he roared, lunging toward Yi Liang once more. Yi Liang had just steadied himself when the false Yi Liang attacked again, prompting him to swiftly toss a shuriken aside. "Flying Thunder God, activate!" The figure vanished in an instant. Another shuriken followed, creating distance between them. "Imposter! Imposter! Imposter!" The false Yi Liang shouted thrice, his pupils turning crimson, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth, and his expression twisted with a hint of madness. This fellow was acting strangely, as if he had lost his sanity. Yi Liang furrowed his brow. His gaze sharpened as he noticed large patches of blood-sucking seaweed crawling across the false Yi Liang's neck, densely packed, reminiscent of the self-destructive sea monsters. Controlled. This was not good. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a boss-level adversary? Yi Liang felt momentarily dazed, but his hands instinctively began to applaud. Good. Well done controlling him. You've dug your own grave. Unbeknownst to whether Yi Liang's actions provoked the false Yi Liang, the latter lunged at him again. This time not merely with brute force, but conjuring a fireball with a swift motion of his hands. Yi Liang was astonished that the seaweed could even execute such techniques. Caught off guard, he faltered for a moment. He immediately activated SHINRA TENSEI to repel the rampaging false Yi Liang, now free from the soft bindings. Yi Liang showed no mercy. After repelling the false Yi Liang, he executed a body flicker technique and appeared before him. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Countless palm shadows descended upon the false Yi Liang like a torrential downpour, striking him with precision. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Bang! 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A series of explosions resounded as waves of force surged upon the false Yi Liang. Not only that, while attacking, Yi Liang targeted vital points, deliberately avoiding the blood-sucking seaweed behind the false Yi Liang to strike the latter while preventing it from breaking free from control. The details were meticulously executed. In no time, the false Yi Liang was left gasping for breath. "You, imposter, are finally finished." Yi Liang took a deep breath, slowly watching as the false Yi Liang plummeted toward the seabed. He was as still as if truly dead, sinking without emotion. Yi Liang turned to leave. But just as he was about to depart, a tremendous thunderclap struck down. Then came 2, 3, 4. Within the span of a single incense stick, myriad bolts of lightning filled the ocean. What was happening? Was another boss about to emerge? Yi Liang looked up at the sky, where a magnificent qilin composed entirely of blue lightning locked its gaze upon him. This was not merely a thunder technique. It was the ultimate lightning ninjutsu, the lightning release qilin. Yi Liang cursed and dashed away. This technique, created by the original character, the prince's consort Sasuke, utilized his immense chakra to manipulate the thunder from the heavens, unleashing it upon his foes. Its power lay not in his chakra, but in the lightning drawn forth by it. What is lightning? It is a dimensional strike that no mortal on earth can withstand. Being struck by such an attack would mean certain death, regardless of whether one had a single life or 100. Yi Liang ran desperately, but the natural behemoth in the sky would not let him escape easily. Once it locked onto him, its gaze never wavered. Half a second, the qilin finally moved. It lifted a leg, and it felt as if the entire cloud layer was descending upon him, a massive shadow crashing down toward Yi Liang's head. Cursing vehemently, Yi Liang suddenly produced a golden tortoise. Although the Flying Thunder God technique allows for instantaneous movement across distances, the extent of the qilin's power is truly vast. Not only can it obliterate a 100-meter radius, but even an entire island could fall victim to such a force, regardless of its nature. "I demand that you transport me through time and space." Yi Liang bellowed at the golden turtle, which immediately opened its eyes. "Please choose a year for your time travel." "Whatever, just hurry." The qilin crashed down. Bang! The counterfeit Yi Liang, submerged underwater, also opened his eyes. Just before he lost consciousness, he had unleashed his final attack. unexpectedly saving himself. The water's conductivity caused the blood-sucking algae, which feared electric currents, to fall behind him. Imposter, I want you dead. Chapter 90. Have I traveled to my own past? Where am I? Yi Liang slowly opened his eyes. His memories lingered on the final moment before the challenge struck. Right. I must have been taken away by the time-traveling turtle. But where is this place? Yi Liang began to survey his surroundings. Dense woods, a dilapidated thatched cottage. And apart from an elderly man sweeping, there was nothing else in sight. Excuse me, sir, what time is it now? Sir? Young man, are you blind? I'm only in my 30s. The elderly man, displeased, retorted. Brother? Yi Liang stared at the white-haired, hunched-over sweeper, feeling somewhat bemused. If he truly was in his 30s, he certainly looked older. Then, brother, what time is it, and where exactly am I? The sweeper, puzzled, wondered how a normal person could lack such fundamental knowledge. He was not a time traveler. It's the 50th year of Konoha, the Bridge of Fire. Why do you ask? Oh, just curious, Yi Liang replied simply. The 50th year of Konoha marks the impending Fourth Shinobi War in the original storyline. And since Yi Liang left in the 45th year, it meant he had traveled 5 years into the future. Phew. Thankfully it wasn't too long, otherwise. If Kushina and the others remarried, he would truly be in a dire situation. After reassessing his surroundings, it was evident that the sweeping elder was quite spirited, indicating a period of peace. With this thought, Yi Liang felt reassured. His greatest fear was returning only to find the world once again under the control of the counterfeit Yi Liang. After all, he felt a lingering unease about the moment when the Qilin fell. Convinced that all was well, Yi Liang swiftly leaped onto a nearby branch. The Bridge of Fire should be close to Konoha. The sound ninja village he established was in the land of snow, which was somewhat distant. But with his body flicker technique, he could reach it in no more than 2 days. With that in mind, Yi Liang dashed away. The elderly sweeper furrowed his brow. He had just been conversing with Yi Liang, and in the blink of an eye, the young man had vanished. However, he displayed no signs of shock. That lad has quite the body flicker technique, but it's a pity I don't know his background. Otherwise, I might consider taking him as my disciple. The sweeper observed the woods where Yi Liang had disappeared, then resumed sweeping. Meanwhile, Yi Liang had been racing through the treetops for half an hour, yet the further he went, the more he sensed something was amiss. The presence of Genin practicing ninjutsu, Chunin executing missions, and Jonin leading teams all indicated to Yi Liang that this world was not his own. After traveling a bit further, he began to encounter familiar faces. First, he spotted Kakashi on patrol, then he ran into Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was supposed to be retired, in front of a village. Finally, he saw Mitarashi Anko, who was nearly his wife. Yet, none of these individuals recognized him. What is going on? Yi Liang was perplexed. He suddenly realized he might have arrived in the original world of Naruto. Although Yi Liang's original world was also part of the Naruto universe, it had been significantly altered due to his premature arrival. However, this world seemed to have reverted to the original storyline. Could it be a parallel universe? Yi Liang speculated. The theory of parallel universes had long been validated by numerous individuals. As one world progresses, there are countless similar worlds advancing alongside it. If this world was altered by an external force, the other timelines would continue their course unchanged. Oh no, I need to return quickly, otherwise. If the counterfeit Yi Liang ruins the world, I'm truly doomed. Yi Liang promptly retrieved his little turtle. Hey, buddy, don't sleep. Hurry and send me back to my original world. He pressed the turtle's head, but it merely blinked once before falling asleep again. What is happening? Is it out of power? Yi Liang speculated. Don't betray me now. He grew anxious. In the original tale, the little turtle required immense energy to facilitate time travel, specifically the chakra of tailed beasts. However, in this unfamiliar land, where could he possibly find a tailed beast? Just then, a crowd began to gather around him. Look, everyone. This guy is talking to a turtle. Is he a madman? It's possible. My great-grandfather used to talk to pigs, and then went insane. Let us keep our distance. We don't want to catch his madness. The crowd murmured about Yi Liang. Yi Liang felt awkward. He glanced around, about to leave, when suddenly, a petite girl, about 1.5 meters tall, caught his attention. Everyone, please step aside. The streets of Konoha are not to be crowded. The girl appeared to be a ninja, likely a Konoha Chunin, based on her attire. But what captivated Yi Liang was her eyes. Byakugan, a pair of eyes capable of piercing through hearts. You must be a traveling wanderer. My name is Hinata. Konoha village does not permit entry without registration. She gazed at Yi Liang with kindness, but he merely nodded blankly. Sir, did you hear me? Noticing Yi Liang's silence, Hinata asked again. Wife, marry me. Yi Liang suddenly knelt down on one knee with a devout expression. Crap. So, the female lead from the original story is truly this beautiful. While watching the anime, Yi Liang had only considered Hinata gentle, assuming she would be average in real life. But he was wrong, terribly wrong. Hinata was extraordinarily stunning. It wasn't he, just her impressive physique. Her demeanor, appearance, and figure far surpassed anyone Yi Liang had encountered before. As the old saying goes, treasures are reserved for the worthy. Even the ancient lanterns and Buddha cannot compare to being born 10 years later. What are you saying? Pervert. Hinata suddenly blushed, completely taken aback that a stranger would propose to her. He just called me his wife. That must be a proposal. Overcome with excitement, Hinata fainted. Wait, what? Yi Liang reached out to catch her. Indeed, while the original Hinata had feelings for Naruto, she was still an unmarried girl at this point. And even if Yi Liang were not Naruto, she would undoubtedly be shy. Moreover, Yi Liang is indeed a strikingly handsome man, although he is not young anymore. Due to the influence of the Yin seal, he perpetually retains the appearance of a 20-year-old. It seems it is time to escort her home. Chapter 91. Visitors from Konoha Danzo. What are your thoughts on this suddenly appearing traveler? I am uncertain, but the ability to infiltrate our Konoha village undetected indicates that his strength is certainly on par with ours. Danzo observed Yi Liang with a sinister gaze through the crystal ball. They were currently in the Hokage's hall. Early this morning, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned Danzo for a discussion, specifically regarding Yi Liang. Danzo furrowed his brows. As the head of the Umbu, he knew that all outsiders must be documented at the village entrance to gain entry. However, Yi Liang's arrival was indeed suspicious. Not a single one of the elite Jonin had noticed him. Moreover, he had incapacitated a young girl in the streets. This was simply intolerable. Danzo, who had sworn to protect Konoha for life, would never permit any villager to be assaulted by an outsider. Whether he is an enemy remains to be considered. It seems that the girl from the Hyuga clan was not the one he struck down. Hiruzen added after observing the final scene on the crystal ball. From the footage, this unknown traveler appeared to have entered with the speed of the body flicker technique. Rather than stealthily infiltrating, it could only be said that the village's defenders were woefully inadequate, having failed to notice him. Regardless of whether he is an enemy, we must remain vigilant. His power is formidable. Danzo concurred. This is certain. The two reached a consensus and called upon several Umbu members. Hyuga clan. Accompanied by the intoxicated Hyuga Hizashi, Yi Liang finally exited the house. Dear father-in-law, I hope you enjoyed your meal. Haha, do remember to come and play again. Indeed. I shall. The two exchanged warm farewells. After Hinata fell unconscious, Yi Liang had taken her home. As a gentleman, he would never impose upon others. Hence the warm hospitality from the Hyuga family. Gazing at the desolate night with no one in sight, Yi Liang felt a tinge of loneliness. At that moment, his eyes casually scanned the nearby rooftops. Since you are here, there is no need to hide. Come out. His tone was calm, as if everything was within his expectation. Swish. A dozen Umbu members wearing cat-faced masks leaped out from their concealed positions. Brother, your keen eyesight is impressive. You were able to spot us from such a distance. I am in awe. The leading Umbu captain bowed to Yi Liang, then cautiously regarded him. Just a trivial matter. Yi Liang smacked his lips. He was still under the influence of alcohol, having enjoyed a lively drinking session with Hizashi earlier, and given that it was a time of peace, he was not concerned about any assassination attempts. He felt quite relaxed. Burp. Yi Liang let out a hearty belch. By the way, I didn't actually spot you with my eyes. I deduced your presence with my mind. Your mind? What do you mean? The Umbu members were momentarily taken aback. I merely spoke without thinking. Who knows? Yi Liang waved his hand dismissively. The Umbu ninjas could no longer contain themselves. Captain, I believe this guy is just a drunken fool. Let's take him down while he is still inebriated. Yes, Captain. It is quite absurd that Lord Danzo sent us out for someone like him. He is already showing him too much courtesy. Several Umbu members began to turn hostile towards Yi Liang. After all, not every man can withstand ridicule. The captain waved his hand. No. He is a formidable expert that Lord Danzo specifically cautioned us to be wary of. We are Umbu. How can we lose our composure simply because he is drunk? What if he is feigning? The Umbu members felt a flush of embarrassment. Their captain was correct. The Umbu undertook highly demanding tasks. requiring not only an evaluation of a ninja's strength, but also their psychological resilience. If Yi Liang were to be an enemy pretending to be intoxicated, those who underestimated him would pay with their lives. At that moment, Yi Liang suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Captain, what happened to him?" The dark prison. A bucket of cold water was dumped heavily onto Yi Liang's face, causing him to belch again as he slowly came to. "Where am I? How did I end up here?" Having fainted twice today, he exhibited the demeanor of a seasoned drunkard. As he carefully surveyed his surroundings, an elderly face wrapped in bandages approached him. "This is Konoha's dungeon. Who are you? And why did you infiltrate our Konoha village?" The owner of the old face questioned Yi Liang angrily. It was Danzo. As the leader of the Umbu, he was furious that an unknown individual had brazenly wandered the streets of Konoha and had even attacked a young lady from a noble family. This was a blatant slap in his face. "Oh, a dungeon," Yi Liang replied dismissively, tilting his head. His demeanor suggested he was about to fall asleep again. "You scoundrel! Are you mocking me? Someone, bring him another bucket of water." Danzo waved his hand, and several waiting Umbu members immediately entered with buckets of water. "Douse him." At the command, large basins of water were poured over Yi Liang's face. He did not flinch, yet in the next moment, the water that was supposed to rush towards him suddenly swerved mid-air, launching itself towards the crouching Danzo instead. Such powerful water release! Danzo exclaimed in surprise. A ninja capable of manipulating water flow solely with chakra was undoubtedly a formidable shadow-level expert, a feat even the likes of Sarutobi's generation could not achieve. Infusing chakra into water flow requires not only skillful hand seals, but also exceptional control over energy. He immediately retreated, but the water attacking him followed suit. Splash! Danzo was drenched. "This is a token of my appreciation for your earlier drenching." Yi Liang suddenly became alert. He slightly stood up, and with a gentle tug, the ropes binding him were entirely obliterated. Although he had indeed been doused due to his intoxication, he harbored no goodwill towards Danzo. Had it been another ninja in his place, he would have been indifferent. But Danzo, Yi Liang's gaze darkened as he looked at the bandaged hands, filled with Uchiha clan eyes, meticulously wrapped in cloth. The Uchiha clan was one of Yi Liang's most capable allies, yet in this world, they had been utterly annihilated by Danzo. "You finally seem serious. Now, can we discuss your purpose for coming to Konoha?" Danzo, no longer irritated, directly inquired as he saw Yi Liang drop the pretense. "To meet an old friend." "An old friend? Who? Is he from Konoha?" "Haha, it is you. Are you still pretending to be foolish?" Danzo was finally provoked. He immediately concentrated his chakra, and several preset explosive tag traps exploded beneath Yi Liang's feet. For an expert like Yi Liang, the Umbu members would not simply bind him. Countless traps had been set up in Yi Liang's quarters. Chapter 92. Izanagi, isn't it a bit too light to welcome me with such trinkets? Yi Liang remained motionless as he observed the traps rushing towards him, merely turning his neck slightly to dodge them, while the explosive tags failed to even graze his skin. Chakra, when enveloped upon the skin, serves as an excellent shield for the body. For instance, there exists a ninjutsu known as the lightning release armor, which hardens the lightning chakra residing within, forming an impenetrable armor. In a similar vein, Yi Liang's situation, while not as formidable as the lightning release armor, allows him to effectively resist attacks from ordinary ninja tools and explosive tags through this rudimentary application. Upon realizing that all traps had failed, Shimura Danzo decided to take matters into his own hands. He formed a hand seal and inhaled deeply, releasing an invisible stream of air from his mouth. As the leader of the Umbu, he had great confidence in his abilities. Wind release, vacuum wave. The airflow rapidly expanded, transforming into a tempest that swept across the room, engulfing everything in its path. Yi Liang found himself gradually lifted by the ferocious winds. As Danzo's primary target, he bore a pressure that far surpassed that of others. Merely standing in the wind caused injuries to his body. The powerful gusts had solidified into deadly blades. "Is this all you've got, old man?" Yi Liang scoffed, dismissively waving his hand. "Cease. Be calm." The tempest abruptly vanished. "What? How could you possibly achieve such a feat?" Danzo exclaimed in disbelief. In his perspective, even if Yi Liang could effortlessly neutralize the vacuum wave, it was inconceivable that he could do so with just a wave of his hand. A wave of the hand. Danzo was filled with confusion. The surrounding Umbu displayed expressions of shock. Although the vacuum wave was merely a standard B-rank ninjutsu under Danzo's enhancement, It had surpassed an average A-rank technique. They could barely muster the strength to resist it, let alone counter it. Yet, Yi Liang had simply waved his hand. How could this be possible? Was this man even human? No. He was the embodiment of the Sage of Six Paths. Only the Sage of Six Paths could accomplish such a thing. The Sage of Six Paths? Humph. Yi Liang chuckled. What is the Sage of Six Paths to me? Although I cannot yet rival him, with the rewards from the system's tasks, I shall surpass the true Sage of Six Paths one day, and it will not take long. He disdainfully regarded Danzo's face. You are far too weak. With a sudden advance, Yi Liang stepped forward and slapped Danzo across the face, following it up with a kick to his abdomen. The entire sequence, though seemingly intricate, transpired in a fleeting moment. Before Danzo could respond, Yi Liang had sent him crashing into the wall. Bang! The wall crumbled. The man fell. The remaining Umbu were left in stunned silence. They only witnessed Yi Liang's body sway slightly before Danzo was inexplicably propelled backward. What had transpired in between was beyond their comprehension. Humph. Have you come to understand the disparity between us? Yi Liang taunted, leaning over to assess Danzo's breath, only to find that he had ceased to draw breath. Dead? How could this be? Yi Liang was utterly astonished that a single kick could lead to SHINRA Tense's demise. Perhaps even Yi Liang was unaware of the sheer force behind that kick. Ever since confronting the false Yi Liang, his abilities had advanced at an astonishing rate. Practical combat is the foundation for growth. Not only had his ninjutsu become increasingly refined, but his physical prowess had also drawn perilously close to that of a youthful Uchiha Madara. It must be noted that Uchiha Madara, in his Edo Tensei state, could single-handedly battle thousands of ninja. Danzo was merely an old man, a frail one at that. How could he withstand a kick from Yi Liang? The remaining Umbu exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had befallen their leader. Faking injury? If aging leads to such tactics, these Umbu would rather not grow old. They do not wish to become parasites of society. Yi Liang shrugged, fully aware that Danzo was indeed lifeless, yet he did not take his leave. It was common knowledge that beneath Danzo's bandages lay 11 Sharingan, each possessing the power of Izanagi. Izanagi, the ability to transform reality into a dream. Now that Danzo was indeed deceased, as long as he activated Izanagi, his lifeless body could be revived, a technique coveted by many. Yi Liang turned his back slightly to Danzo, anticipating a sneak attack from that cunning old fox. True to form, the deceased Danzo suddenly opened his eyes. A flaw. A shuriken was hurled towards Yi Liang's back. Heh. I anticipated your underhanded tactics. Yi Liang pivoted and struck. The shuriken was swiftly deflected, and before Danzo could regain his footing, his body was sent flying once more. Bang! He crashed into the wall. Danzo perished. A second life lost. Yi Liang murmured to himself as he slowly approached. No, do not come closer. Someone stop him. The resurrected Danzo shouted in desperation, but the surrounding Umbu were deaf to his pleas. Some gazed at the sky, others at the ground, and some even engaged in a game of do di ju with their comrades. I'll play a kunai. Explosive tags. A bomb. For shurikens. A royal flush. 2 explosive tags. Danzo's heart sank to the depths of despair. As an Umbu leader, to be bested twice in his own stronghold by an outsider was utterly intolerable. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the space between them. As the smoke dissipated, an elderly man clad in a cloak emerged, wielding a red Rui Jingu Bang, unmistakably revealing his identity. Lord Third? Little brother, spare him, Sarutobi Hiruzen implored. How could he be here? Yi Liang gazed at him in astonishment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage of Konoha, and Yi Liang had previously received numerous favors from him, having even been saved upon his arrival in this world, thus feeling a deep sense of gratitude. This young brother merely raised his guard due to your status, but his intentions were noble. He only wished to protect Konoha's safety. I beseech you to spare him. Seeing that Yi Liang had paused, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with relief. Very well, since you have spoken, I shall consider this a misunderstanding. Yi Liang shrugged. His animosity towards Danzo stemmed primarily from the fact that he had usurped Sarutobi Hiruzen's position, now that the Hokage himself had personally interceded. What more could he say? My gratitude to you, young brother. Upon hearing that Yi Liang would spare Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his thanks, subsequently instructing the Umbu to escort Danzo away. Chapter 93. I came to reunite with family. Which village do you hail from, little brother? I have never seen you before. After expressing his gratitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to inquire. It seems he wishes to recruit me. Yi Liang casually snapped his fingers, and a stream of water coalesced beneath him, forming a soft little stool upon which he elegantly sat. One must fully commit to the act. Pretentiousness must be executed with flair. Such is the nature of a traveler from another world. Such remarkable control. Sarutobi Hiruzen marveled internally. To manipulate water effortlessly into a stool was a level of mastery that even he, often regarded as a master of ninjutsu, found challenging to achieve. I hail from the Sound Village. I presume you have heard of it? The Sound Village? I have never heard of it. That is because I established it myself. It is located near the Land of Snow. The Land of Snow? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. As the Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware of the Snow Country. Yet its remoteness left him uninformed about its circumstances. The visitor hailed from the Sound Village of the Snow Country, a name he had long heard of. Hiruzen clasped his hands in greeting towards Yi Liang. Long time no see. Yi Liang retorted, clearly unimpressed. The flattery was rather excessive. In this timeline, the Sound Village did not even exist in the Snow Country. It was a mere fabrication by Yi Liang. However, when Hiruzen offered his formal salutation, his expression was so genuine that it could have been mistaken for truth. Had Yi Liang not been aware of the deceit, he might have believed it. It seemed that no matter the era, pleasantries were a staple of these prominent figures. Yi Liang rose and continued. I came to Konoha merely to visit a distant cousin. But being unfamiliar with the area and somewhat directionally challenged, I became lost in the village. Distant cousin? I wonder which relative you refer to. My cousin, Namikaze Minato. Hiruzen's expression changed dramatically. Minato, the heroic protector of the Hidden Leaf Village and the fourth Hokage, had never mentioned having a cousin. Although Minato was Jiraiya's disciple, his origins were shrouded in mystery, having been rescued from the battlefield. This provided Yi Liang a convenient pretext for his identity. Ah, so you are Minato's brother. My apologies for any inconvenience caused. Unfortunately, Minato passed away many years ago. What? Yi Liang's pupils dilated in shock. To think that a mere decade and a half apart could lead to such a loss. How could it be that they had once shared the same nurse's milk, now separated by the veil of death? Yi Liang wept bitterly, tears streaming down his sunken eyes after what seemed like an eternity of blinking. Not only that, but his nose appeared to run, embodying the grief of a brother mourning the loss of a beloved sibling. Could it be that his words held truth? This thought flickered in Hiruzen's mind. Initially, he had doubted Yi Liang's claim of being Minato's brother. Yet, given Yi Liang's formidable prowess, even if there was a semblance of falsehood, Hiruzen was loath to expose it, as the absence of formidable foes was a boon for Konoha. However, Yi Liang was indeed crying. Regardless of how he conjured the sorrow for Minato's passing, it felt palpably authentic. The tears, coupled with his fervent display of emotion, conveyed an undeniable sincerity. A talented actor, Hiruzen suddenly felt that, regardless of Yi Liang's dubious identity, he must surely be a close friend of Minato. Thus, he promptly lowered his guard. Moreover, today, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Hiruzen found Yi Liang strikingly familiar, as though he had shared a significant period of his life with him. Could he be my illegitimate son? Noticing Hiruzen's apparent trust in his words, Yi Liang hastily wiped the corners of his eyes and continued, You see, when my brother last wrote to me, he mentioned that he had a child. In the event of his absence, he hoped I could take good care of him in Konoha. He even knows about Naruto? Hiruzen genuinely believed Yi Liang's words now. Nodding in affirmation, that child is named Uzumaki Naruto. Due to the nine tails sealed within him, he has inherited his mother's traits. If you are sincere about caring for him, I shall introduce you to him tomorrow. Thank you immensely for your kindness, Yi Liang acknowledged, nodding at Hiruzen. The plan to infiltrate Konoha was a success. The following day, Naruto, filled with complaints, turned to Kakashi. Who was this peculiar person? He cast a glance at Yi Liang, who donned a modern t-shirt and carried a summoning scroll, appearing quite at ease. Since you asked, I shall be straightforward. This gentleman is named Yi Liang, and he is said to be your distant uncle. Huh? Naruto gaped, his eyes wide in disbelief. How could this eccentric individual possibly be my uncle? I'm 13 and have never seen him before. Little Naruto, I truly am your uncle. Yi Liang approached him. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, you're not serious, are you? He is indeed your uncle, Kakashi affirmed, though he harbored his own doubts. Firstly, Yi Liang appeared to be in his 20s, while Naruto's father, Minato, was his own teacher. Minato was already in his 40s. Unless his mother had given birth at 50. It seemed improbable that they could be separated by merely 20 years. Don't be skeptical. Let me ask you this. Does your mother have a birthmark on her navel? Yi Liang inquired, intending to cite Kushina's characteristics. Smack. Yi Liang slapped his forehead, realizing the folly of his words. Naruto had never known his mother. Having lost her at birth, how could he possibly know about her birthmark? Sakura and Kakashi exchanged incredulous glances. You actually know about Naruto's mother's navel? Their expressions were filled with skepticism. I forgot you never met your mother. Actually, these details were conveyed to me in letters from your father. We were quite close. You see, Yi Liang chuckled awkwardly, feigning ignorance. The others regarded him with disdain, especially Kakashi, who was shocked that his teacher would share such intimate details with his own brother. The lofty image he had of Minato began to crumble. Chapter 94. The task proceeds well. If there are no further matters, let us camp here tonight, Kakashi announced, briefly introducing the surroundings before setting up tents nearby. This region was known as the Land of Rivers, plagued by banditry, prompting Kakashi and his team to accept a cleaning task from local merchants. Of course, it was not a particularly challenging assignment, merely a C-rank mission. Kakashi's true intention in bringing the team here was to facilitate training. The 7th squad had previously encountered Zabuza Momochi in the Land of Waves. As an elite jonin, Zabuza's strength was widely recognized. He had easily subdued Kakashi and inflicted significant injuries on Naruto and the others. After experiencing such a setback, it was easy for one to succumb to despair. Hence Kakashi brought them here to rebuild their confidence. Once the tents were set up, they dispersed to relax. Who would have thought Kakashi would grow to this extent? Naruto and Kakashi practiced shuriken throwing in the distance. As their leading instructor, Kakashi was naturally responsible for teaching Naruto and the others ninjutsu. Naruto, your left bicep is not positioned correctly. Under the moonlight, Yi Liang rested atop a large, dark banyan tree. Look at this teaching level. It bears a striking resemblance to my own style from back in the day. However, his own skill level leaves much to be desired, still a few steps behind me. And the posture he adopts while instructing students, peeking at adult literature. How unprofessional. A poor review. Below, Kakashi's face had never looked so pale. You claim to be Naruto's uncle. And I have tolerated it. But now that I am instructing students, what right do you, an outsider, have to interject? Moreover, as a mere child, how dare you question my competence? Kakashi was incensed. In this island nation, there is a strong emphasis on respect for elders, and as someone who appears older, Kakashi could not tolerate the incessant chatter from the younger Leaf Liang. He hurled a shuriken at the tree behind Leaf Liang's head, landing with a precise half-centimeter distance, striking just close enough to make a point. Is this a challenge to me? Leaf Liang understood Kakashi's intentions, though his previous taunts hit the mark. He recognized that interrupting Kakashi during his teaching was indeed a breach of decorum. Shall we compete, then? Kakashi gestured with his kunai, and Leaf Liang understood the unspoken challenge. With ease, he leaped down from the tree and approached Naruto. Upon witnessing the two elders preparing to spar, Naruto's excitement surged. Sasuke, Sakura, come quickly. There's going to be a fight, he called out, eager to gather his friends for the spectacle. Before long, all members of Team 7 had arrived at the clearing. If you believe my teaching is subpar, let us compare our fundamental skills with ninja tools, Kakashi declared, throwing a shuriken toward a distant leaf. The blade struck with precision, embedding itself between two leaves and piercing an insect. What do you think? Kakashi smiled. Leaf Liang furrowed his brow. He had already assessed the abilities of Team 7 with his keen eye, finding them generally lacking in prowess, with the exception of Sasuke, whose skills were rated at 1 due to his Sharingan. As for Kakashi, a second glance revealed a comprehensive skill set, ninjutsu at 4, taijutsu at 3, and tools at 3, marking him as a formidable shadow-level ninja, even surpassing his contemporaries like Asuma. No wonder Kakashi exuded such confidence, being truly remarkable among his peers. Leaf Liang understood the source of Kakashi's arrogance. He felt compelled to temper it. Otherwise, such hubris could lead to Kakashi's downfall. Previously, during the mission in the Land of Waves, it was Kakashi's carelessness that allowed the mere shadow-level Zabuza to seize an opportunity. This realization fueled Naruto and the others to diligently train for their current mission. Let us begin, Leaf Liang announced, suddenly invigorated by a long-awaited system notification echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the main quest, Training Team 7. At last, the rewards have arrived. Leaf Liang's demeanor shifted from nonchalance to eager anticipation. Indeed, as I surmised, Only by experiencing the original storyline could one earn recognition for a main quest. Previous skirmishes had merely involved a false Leaf Liang, hence the absence of such a quest. Leaf Liang smiled knowingly. Main quests are distinct from others. They are challenging to trigger, but offer the potential for S-rank rewards. His immediate instinct was to elevate Team 7's abilities, yet considering Kakashi's role in triggering this quest, he decided to impart some wisdom to Kakashi as well. Watch closely, Leaf Liang declared, gripping his shuriken and pointing toward the horizon. I will strike the right pinky toe of the statue in a dilapidated temple 8,000 meters away. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and the shuriken vanished in an instant. Now go and find it. Wait, that's it. The group was bewildered as they observed Leaf Liang's stillness. It became clear that he was not jesting. Are you mocking me? Kakashi fumed. Initially intrigued by Leaf Liang's confident words, he now felt betrayed. An 8,000-meter shot at a statue's toe? Kakashi could hardly see the dilapidated temple from that distance, even with his Sharingan activated. Unbelievable. Kakashi turned away, his disappointment palpable. If you are too cowardly to follow through, then I claim victory. Leaf Liang remarked, hands resting behind his back, feigning a sense of resignation. Nonsense. You are clearly jesting. How can you declare victory without proving it? Leaf Liang shrugged in response. The members of Team 7 erupted into laughter, finding joy in Kakashi's discomfiture. They had endured their fair share of hardships under Kakashi's training. Naruto, your uncle isn't too bad, Sakura teased, causing Naruto's cheeks to flush. Indeed. After all, he's my uncle. Naruto thought that having Leaf Liang as an uncle might not be so bad, especially since Sakura was smiling at him. Fine, I shall go take a look. But don't try to back out later. Kakashi shot a glance at Leaf Liang. Yet, in an effort to debunk Leaf Liang's claims and regain face before his students, he led them in the direction of the distant temple. Chapter 95. On-site instruction inside the dilapidated temple. Kakashi's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Naruto and the others trembled, gazing at Leaf Liang as though he were a monster. Impossible. This place is far more than 8,000 meters from where we were. Moreover, the temple was facing away from us. How could you possibly strike the statue inside? Kakashi questioned vehemently. Are you trying to cheat? Leaf Liang chuckled nonchalantly. Indeed. A normal person's aim would not be so precise, nor could they shoot from such a distance. But, am I a normal person? With the system's enhancement, his power had reached a staggering 766. Ninjutsu at 7, and all other skills at 6. A value of 7 equates to that of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the final boss of this world. With such overwhelming strength, how could his shuriken miss its mark? Thus, Leaf Liang had indeed cheated. During his approach, he had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly transport to the location of the shuriken, and with the body flicker technique, he had affixed the shuriken to the statue's foot. As it was a moonless night, Leaf Liang had managed to remain undetected. The temple was merely a sight he had encountered en route. Kakashi's expression soured. He had initially intended to showcase his skills before the condescending Leaf Liang. After all, Team 7 had suffered a significant blow previously. If they could witness their teacher's prowess, it might restore their faith. Yet, his plans had backfired. So, how do you feel now? Do you concede? Just call me teacher and all will be well, Leaf Liang taunted. Impossible. I refuse to believe you accomplished this. Kakashi retorted, though his voice lacked conviction. To strike with such precision from that distance could not simply be a matter of physical prowess. It required some extraordinary means. The simplest explanation would involve a ruse, with Leaf Liang performing while someone else assisted from behind. But that was implausible. Because the competition was a sudden idea from Kakashi, even though Yi Liang knew other people, he had no opportunity to ask for help. Or perhaps it was the space-time ninjutsu. Kakashi instantly deduced the truth. This Yi Liang claimed to be the younger brother of his teacher, which indeed suggested the possibility of space-time ninjutsu. Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father. He became famous through his own modified Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God is a form of space ninjutsu. Although this technique originally belonged to Minato, it was entirely possible that after mastering it, he might have passed it on to his younger brother. Yes, it must be so. Kakashi was beginning to formulate a hypothesis. But without evidence, he could not confront Yi Liang. Since there was no evidence, you shall call me teacher. Yi Liang waved his hand. We are about to reach the final step. The reason Yi Liang presented this condition was due to the mission at hand. To teach the 7th Squad ninjutsu openly. He certainly needed a valid reason. After all, he was no longer a consultant of Konoha, and even approaching the children required special permission. Kakashi's expression darkened. But the children of the 7th squad immediately began to cheer. Call him. Call him. Just like couples teased in his past life. Yi Liang inexplicably felt they were asking. A kiss? Who to kiss? Kakashi? Old teacher. Kakashi finally shyly called out. If it were just one person, he might have refused, but with so many people watching him, he simply had no choice. Men care about their pride. Haha, this is quite amusing. Yi Liang suddenly felt delighted. With Kakashi's utterance of teacher, the progress bar of Yi Liang's main quest instantly surged to 20%. This was the rhythm of entering the mission, Yi Liang mused. If Kakashi represented 20, then the entire 7th squad, consisting of 4 individuals, would amount to 80. As for the final 20%, it should be an extra reward based on the level of teaching. Well, since you are willing to call me teacher, I shall teach you a ninjutsu. Yi Liang stated solemnly. He pondered what type of ninjutsu would suit Kakashi and suddenly thought of the Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God was indeed a signature technique of Kakashi's teacher. It was perfectly fitting to teach it to Kakashi through his own hands. How about the Flying Thunder God? Do you wish to learn it? The Flying Thunder God? Kakashi's expression changed dramatically. Indeed, this fellow relied on the Flying Thunder God to gain an advantage. He immediately confirmed his previous suspicions. Just as he was about to expose Yi Liang's trick, a flash of insight struck him. That was the Flying Thunder God. Kakashi could replicate most ninjutsu with his Sharingan, but as for the S-rank Flying Thunder God, it was beyond his capability to learn. Ninjutsu reaching S-rank signifies a substantial threshold. S-rank ninjutsu is not only powerful, its learning difficulty is exceptionally high. Take the Flying Thunder God, for instance. One must not only master its usage, but also possess a basic understanding of spatial theory, as well as learn the seals and engraving methods of the Flying Thunder God, alongside physical training to endure spatial changes. In summary, an ordinary ninja would never be able to learn the Flying Thunder God. Thus, Kakashi conceded. Thank you, teacher. To the incredulous gazes of Naruto and the others, Kakashi indeed bowed to Yi Liang. Then unleash your copying ability and learn well. Yi Liang nodded in satisfaction. After a considerable time, having imparted all the theories to Kakashi, Yi Liang turned his gaze toward the pitiful Naruto and the others. Uncle, you are my dear uncle. Teach me S-rank ninjutsu too. Naruto clambered up, hugging his leg, while Sakura displayed a bashful expression. Uncle, how about teaching me as well? Their intentions were abundantly clear. All right, I will teach you all. Yi Liang repeatedly agreed. Regarding the completion of the mission, it would be absurd for him not to teach now. After a long while, Yi Liang taught Naruto the tailed beast bomb. Due to the presence of the 9 tails within him, Naruto could easily use this technique by harnessing the chakra of the 9 tails. As for Sakura, Yi Liang taught her some advanced medical ninjutsu, but, considering the completion of the mission, he also imparted the basic methods of the Ein sealing technique. Although she lacked superhuman strength, the ability to create regeneration was a head start for her learning. As for Sasuke, Yi Liang's expression grew serious. Sasuke's reluctance to seek Yi Liang stemmed from his pride. However, Yi Liang did not care for such trivial reputation. Even if Sasuke did not approach him, he would still teach him ninjutsu. After all, the mission was at stake. But what truly captured Yi Liang's attention was another matter: Sasuke's inner turmoil. In this dimension, Itachi Uchiha had indeed slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, leaving Sasuke thoroughly consumed by darkness. If Yi Liang did not address Sasuke's inner conflict, achieving mission completion would prove exceedingly difficult. For a person filled with hatred, even if he became powerful, he could never become a true strongman. Yi Liang prepared to reveal the truth. Chapter 96. Sasuke's Inner Turmoil. Yi Liang calmly pulled Sasuke aside into a secluded grove, as it was a family matter that naturally required avoiding Naruto and the others. Hey, what are you trying to do? I did not ask you to teach me ninjutsu. Sasuke shrugged off Yi Liang's hand in confusion. Although he still held some expectations towards Yi Liang, he did not express them. This stubborn pride. Yi Liang chuckled inwardly, and then said, still harboring hatred for your brother? In an instant, Sasuke's expression shifted dramatically. He drew a shuriken, aiming it at Yi Liang's neck. His demeanor was agitated, even harboring a hint of killing intent. You know my brother. Of course. Yi Liang shrugged helplessly. He looked at Sasuke in surprise. While he could understand the desire for vengeance, he did not expect the hatred to run so deep. If you do not wish to know his whereabouts, just kill me. But you will never uncover his location. Yi Liang pressed Sasuke's shuriken against his own chest. Do you truly know? Of course. Sasuke slowly lowered the shuriken. He hesitated, but now he could only trust Yi Liang. Your brother is now part of an organization called Akatsuki. I will not stop you from killing him, but before that, I hope you will listen to his story. The Akatsuki organization? Hatred flickered in Sasuke's eyes again. He gripped the shuriken, his body trembling with uncontainable killing intent. Great. This guy is already filled with rage just from hearing about the Akatsuki. Yi Liang understood his thoughts, but to help Sasuke relinquish his hatred, he needed to speak at length. Your brother has his reasons. Where's the Akatsuki? Sasuke pointed the shuriken at Yi Liang again. Don't you want to know your brother's plight? Speak quickly. Where is he? Sasuke pressed urgently. Your brother is dead. What? This time, Sasuke finally dropped the shuriken. His expression vacant, his legs weakened as he collapsed to the ground. It seemed Yi Liang's words had delivered a significant blow to him. Yi Liang took a deep breath and sat down. Sasuke is indeed quite extreme. Without deception, it would be challenging to engage with him. Do not rush, Yi Liang began, disregarding Sasuke's reaction as he began to narrate a tale. Once upon a time, there was a young boy, a prodigy who became a member of the Umbu at the tender age of 8. His parents held high hopes for him, and even the village regarded him as a beacon of hope. However, one fateful day, a neighbor harbored treasonous thoughts and successfully persuaded the boy's parents to conspire against the village. They aimed to usurp the position of the village leader. By then, the boy had already become a village official. He understood the folly of the ignorant masses, yet his parents had fallen victim to deception. At this critical juncture, he faced two choices. The first was to eliminate the misguided populace to preserve justice. The second was to slay the village officials and follow his parents down the path of error. Sasuke, what would you choose? Yi Liang suddenly posed the question to him. The boy? The misguided? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, but then he realized that this boy was none other than the brother he had always despised. How to choose? He pondered, yet ultimately found himself unable to decide. On one hand were his erroneous parents, and on the other, the just nation, a sense of patriotism that was beyond the grasp of a mere teenager. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Yi Liang sighed. Your brother ultimately chose the village. Seeing the resentment flash in Sasuke's eyes, Yi Liang quickly added, Yet even so, you have no right to resent him. Why? Sasuke inquired, confused. Because he loves you. Your brother annihilated all the villagers, including your parents, elders, and relatives, yet he could not bring himself to harm you. He loves you. Therefore, while others may harbor hatred towards your brother, you cannot. You are unworthy. Yi Liang's tone intensified, the last 3 words resonating even with Naruto and the others at a distance. Though perplexed, they refrained from approaching. Sasuke was bewildered. My brother could not bear to kill me. My brother loves me. He repeated this mantra, clearly shaken by Yi Liang's words. But what of it? His brother was dead. He lowered his head in despair. Witnessing Sasuke's transformation, Yi Liang let out a sigh of relief. I apologize for deceiving you earlier. Your brother is not dead. What? Sasuke's expression shifted to one of excitement, though devoid of murderous intent, replaced instead with a hint of longing. It seemed his hatred had dissipated entirely. Once Yi Liang sensed that Sasuke had calmed down, he decided it was time to teach him some ninjutsu. Listen closely. I shall teach you the strongest technique within the lightning style. The moonlight adorned the night like a delicate makeup. Having bid farewell to the city's clamor, Yi Liang reclined comfortably against a grand tree. Haha, the eternal kaleidoscope is finally within my grasp. He perused his system panel. Ninjutsu. 7. Taijutsu. 6. Ninja tools. 6. He had mastered all ninjutsu and taijutsu below rank A. Yet, despite this, his abilities remained fixed. A swipe of his left hand revealed further details. S-rank ninjutsu. Shinra Tensei. Creation Rebirth. Tailed Beast Bomb. S-rank taijutsu. Night Guy. Bloodline Limit. Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. No ninja tools. These skills were provided by the system. However, Yi Liang also possessed a Sage mode, which was absent from the system panel as it was self-taught. Why was his ninjutsu level fixed at 7? Was it impossible to break through to 8? Yi Liang pondered. Though he had attained the Eternal Kaleidoscope, his level 7 remained stagnant. He estimated that his ninjutsu level 7 was comparable to that of the Sage of 6 Paths or Kagaya Otsutsuki, the pinnacle of combat prowess in the original narrative. His taijutsu level 6 was understandable, as Yi Liang had only practiced one technique, Night Guy, without acquiring other S-rank taijutsu. If he learned several more S-rank techniques, he could potentially reach level 7. As for ninja tools, there was little to discuss. The Naruto universe lacked S-rank ninja tool skills, and even if he wished to improve, he was at a loss as to how. Yi Liang contemplated further. Now stranded in a foreign land, he needed to gather the chakra of the tailed beasts to activate the space-time turtle. Collecting tailed beasts in this era was no simple task. 1 tail Gaara, 8 tails Killer Bee, 9 tails Naruto. He would never dare to interfere with these 3, as they were the protagonists of the original story. Meddling with them could upset the balance of this world. 3 tails Isabu, currently held by Yagura, was a pawn of Uchiha Obito. If he intervened, he would have to contend with the scheming Obito, and not just the aged version, but the fully realized Akatsuki. Each one was a formidable foe. As one who preferred to remain discreet, Yi Liang naturally sought to avoid alarming the proverbial snake. The remaining tailed beasts posed even greater challenges. It was not that their hosts were too powerful, but rather that they were too obscure. Who were the likes of Old Purple, the Wooden Man, and Feather Tall? Yi Liang was completely unaware of their whereabouts. It appeared he would need to spend some time in Konoha. Yi Liang closed his eyes and reclined against the tree trunk, seemingly drifting into slumber. Chapter 97. C-Rank Mission. A night's sleep always passes swiftly. At dawn, Yi Liang awoke early, stretching lazily. Naruto and the others had not rested well, sporting dark circles under their eyes and appearing lethargic. As a team assigned to a mission, such a state was untenable. However, their leader Kakashi shared the same condition, leaving little room for complaint. Truly dedicated individuals, Yi Liang thought with a sense of positivity. Clearly, this group had been tirelessly training their S-rank ninjutsu throughout the night. Uncle Yi Liang, what do you think of my tailed beast bomb? Naruto eagerly displayed the fruits of his labor from the night before. The small black sphere in his hand was beginning to take shape, though it was still far from a true tailed beast bomb. After all, mastering S-rank ninjutsu was no simple feat. Very well done. You certainly live up to being my nephew, Yi Liang praised as he ruffled Naruto's hair before approaching Kakashi's tent. The latter remained engrossed in a certain book, despite the shadows beneath his eyes. I recall that Kakashi was not always like this. What transpired to captivate him so? Yi Liang pondered, filled with curiosity. In his original world, Kakashi had been his disciple, though not without faults. He had been a competent individual. What had changed? Is something the matter? Kakashi casually inquired as Yi Liang approached. Aren't we supposed to be eradicating bandits today? Shouldn't we be on our way? Eradicating bandits? Kakashi was taken aback, a multitude of question marks appearing above his head. Aren't we here to train? He turned to Yi Liang, then suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. Oh no, we are here on a mission. He had completely forgotten. Yi Liang observed the scattered notes of the Flying Thunder God technique and understood that Kakashi had lost sight of their mission amidst his training for S-rank ninjutsu. We should hurry. It's almost noon, Yi Liang remarked with a hint of exasperation. After several days of travel, Team 7 had finally arrived at their destination, swiftly racing through the branches until they reached the formidable stronghold of the mountain bandits. In the era of the Hokage, bandits were far from simple adversaries. Most possessed an array of bizarre ninja techniques. Although they were generally weak, there were instances where they could present a significant challenge. For instance, in their previous mission, Team 7 encountered the formidable Zabuza Momochi, a powerful pseudo-jonin, despite that task being classified as merely a C-rank mission. In Yi Liang's previous life, such a situation was aptly described as a pig pretending to be a tiger. One could never predict whether an ostensibly mundane task might lead to an encounter with such a cunning foe. Team 7 remained vigilant. At the entrance of the bandit hideout, only 2 lackeys were on guard, and given their low chakra levels, Yi Liang estimated them to be merely Genin level, similar to the ordinary Team 7. Uncle Yi Liang, watch closely. I shall defeat them with a tailed beast bomb, Naruto exclaimed, rushing forward at the sight of their limited numbers. Kakashi attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yi Liang could only shake his head in exasperation. How could this boy be so reckless? Not only was his strength lacking, but his impulsive nature left much to be desired. While there were few guards at the hideout's entrance, one could never be certain of the presence of more formidable foes inside. If a few elite jounin were to emerge, even Kakashi would struggle to protect him. However, with Yi Liang present, such a scenario was highly unlikely. The 2 bandit lackeys were napping when suddenly a shuriken flew through the air. Whoosh! It missed. I'm throwing again. But still it missed. Frustration welled up within Naruto as he realized Yi Liang was watching. If he failed again, he would lose face. Despite his youth, Naruto was a man who valued his pride. Who do you think you are? The two bandits approached, wielding kunai, dismissing Naruto's threat as they regarded him as nothing more than a troublesome child, completely unprepared for his actions. Thud! One of Naruto's shuriken finally struck home. The bandits, enraged, charged at him, shouting as they brandished their kunai. While Naruto struggled to fend them off, Yi Liang remained unperturbed. The power of the Nine Tails resided within Naruto. Even if he sustained some injuries, he would be fine. Moreover, should danger arise, Kakashi was there to assist. As a copy ninja, Kakashi was more than a match for typical ruffians. Sasuke and the others hurried to help. Yi Liang glanced at Kakashi, who remained poised, his gaze scanning the interior of the hideout. Kakashi, have you noticed? Yi Liang inquired. Kakashi nodded, his expression serious. This bandit group was no ordinary threat. Generally, even a Genin-level bandit could serve as a core member of a gang. Yet these two Genin were merely stationed at the entrance, indicating that the leader within was likely formidable, at least a Chunin, if not a Jounin. They were likely rogue ninjas from a small village. Yi Liang noted the small water symbol on the foreheads of the two guards, marking them as members of the River Ninja Village. This village was a minor settlement affiliated with the Mist Village, known for its weak ninjas who only practiced basic water techniques, rendering it largely inconspicuous. However, Yi Liang discerned that despite their lack of skill, these two were not employing water ninjutsu. They relied solely on taijutsu in their skirmish. They were not truly from River Ninja Village. At that moment, the sound of rushing wind caught Yi Liang's attention, and two middle-aged men clad in blue landed before Kakashi and the others. Without a word, they unleashed two water dragon jutsu, swiftly dispatching the two bandit guards. We are the envoys of the River Shadow, here to deal with traitors. Outsiders should not interfere. They cast wary glances at Kakashi before proceeding into the hideout. Kakashi-sensei, what is happening? Naruto asked, his eyes fixed on the newcomers, wary of their intentions. Everything transpired too swiftly for Team 7 to react. Let us observe for now, Kakashi advised, nodding. Such missions involving rogue ninjas were not unprecedented. However, if members of the original village were arriving to handle the situation, Konoha's ninjas would typically step aside. This was a matter for their own village, and it would be inappropriate to intervene. Before long, the two ninjas emerged from the hideout, dragging a bloodied young girl who appeared no older than 12 or 13. With her delicate features, she seemed to be a striking beauty. Kakashi-sensei, what is going on? Chapter 98, Clouds of Suspicion in the Land of Rivers. Team 7 grew uneasy. The girl appeared terribly distressed, her body injured, and she was being treated so roughly. Having grown up in a time of peace, Naruto and the others could not stand by idly. Hey, this is outrageous. Even if she is a traitor, you cannot treat her this way. Naruto protested, stepping forward. Kakashi, however, chose not to intervene. While it was customary to allow the village to take back their rogue, the brutality displayed by the two ninjas was unacceptable. Furthermore, the River Ninja Village was merely a minor settlement. They had no right to act as they did. This is our business. If you dare to interfere, do not blame us for being merciless. The men from River Ninja Village retorted coldly. Naruto froze. As a genin, he held no authority to speak and turned his gaze to Kakashi. Even if it was a family matter, such treatment of a child was unacceptable. Kakashi would not stand idly by. The two men immediately became apprehensive. They could be fierce with Naruto, but they felt immense pressure facing Kakashi, a ninja from the esteemed Konoha village. Konoha was a major ninja village, and as their leading teacher, Kakashi possessed at least elite Jounin-level abilities, a fact they were well aware of. You have a point. We will be more gentle, they said, adjusting the bloodied girl and placing her behind them. Seeing their actions, Team 7 felt powerless to intervene. Yi Liang's gaze sharpened. From his memories, this event did not occur in the original plot, indicating that there was no conflict. The girl would simply be taken away. Yet he sensed something was amiss. Ninjas trained rigorously from a young age. Even if villagers did not become ninjas, they would attend ninja school for a period. This training ensured that all individuals from ninja villages possessed a certain level of physical resilience. Yet this girl was different. Her pale skin and frail physique suggested she was far weaker than the average person. A mere superficial injury left her in agony and unable to speak. She was not from a ninja village. Yi Liang's judgment was clear. Something was wrong. A special Jounin from River Ninja Village personally came to eradicate bandits. only to leave with a frail girl? Was there truly no one else in River Ninja Village? Yi Liang discerned the unusual nature of the young girl. At that moment, the girl, who had been carried, finally regained a semblance of breath and cast a desperate, pleading gaze toward the seventh squad. Please, save me. I am not from the Hidden River Village. Her tone was frantic, but before she could finish, she was rendered unconscious by the two men. I apologize for the trouble. We shall take our leave now, the two men said, their expressions tense upon hearing her speak, and they hurriedly vanished into the woods. The members of the seventh squad clenched their fists. After all, this was a matter of someone else's household, which they could not intervene in. Kakashi sighed in resignation. Such an audacity, Naruto exclaimed, striking a nearby tree trunk with his fist. As ninjas, obedience to orders was an inevitable outcome. The actions of the other party were reasonable, and even if there were hidden circumstances, it was not their place as outsiders to meddle, unless, of course, the seventh squad wished to incite war. After resolving the matter, Kakashi and his team prepared to depart, but at that moment, Yi Liang's figure vanished. In the distance, the two Jonin from the Hidden River Village hastily traversed the forest. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter a Leaf Village Jonin here. Thankfully, they did not meddle, or we would be in trouble. Indeed. But having successfully captured Princess Fujiwara this time, I imagine Lord Kage will be quite pleased. Haha, looks like there's extra money for drinks. They conversed in the woods, completely oblivious to the golden figures stealthily trailing behind them. Yi Liang observed them intently. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, their dialogue reached his ears clearly. Princess Fujiwara? That girl is the princess of the Land of Rivers? Fujiwara is the surname of the ruling clan, exclusive to the lineage of the general, thus revealing the situation of these two men. How audacious for the Hidden River Village to dare capture their own sovereign's princess. This was tantamount to rebellion. With this thought, Yi Liang promptly followed after them. Although this matter had no bearing on him, his innate disposition to meddle in affairs was deeply ingrained in the essence of a transmigrator. Knowing that trouble awaited ahead, how could he possibly turn a blind eye? Perhaps there would be rewards to reap. Following along, Yi Liang soon arrived at the bank of a small creek with the two men. One of the Jonin glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then produced a whistle from his pocket and blew into it. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man donned in a conical hat emerged from the water like a catfish. Though his features were obscured, he appeared completely dry despite having just emerged from the stream. A powerhouse of the shadow level, Yi Liang assessed. Every movement of the elderly man exuded an aura of superiority, although he concealed his strength. The expressions of the two Jonin indicated that he was indeed the Kage they had spoken of. It was astonishing to encounter a shadow-level powerhouse on an ordinary outing. Could this be the so-called transmigrator theorem? The transmigrator theorem posits that transmigrators invariably encounter trouble, are consistently mocked, and must never tempt fate. For instance, Yi Liang mused as he observed the conversing individuals, they won't notice me, will they? At such a moment, even if Yi Liang were a super shadow-level powerhouse, he would still be detected by these lesser beings. He tilted his head slightly. A shuriken whizzed past his neck. Who goes there? The Hidden River ninjas immediately spotted Yi Liang. The elderly man with the conical hat did not even see him, and instead seized Princess Fujiwara, plunging her into the river. The two Jonin rushed toward Yi Liang. What a nightmare. Yi Liang was perplexed by the turn of events. It was as if he had been ensnared by an invisible force, inadvertently uttering a declaration of intent, which led to his discovery. Although he had not previously encountered these ninjas, they appeared far from weak. The two Jonin scrutinized Yi Liang warily. Had it not been for the Kage's shuriken aimed at Yi Liang, they would not have detected him. His strength was evidently formidable. Yi Liang furrowed his brow. These two men were clearly sent to obstruct him. The old man had proven to be quite cunning. Upon realizing his shuriken had missed its target, he immediately dove into the water. After all, he was a shadow-level powerhouse, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with such status. Are you certain you wish to block my path? Yi Liang inquired simply. The two Jonin exchanged glances and charged toward him. This exemplified the adage that the ignorant are fearless. Before they could draw near, they were swiftly incapacitated by a casual chop from Yi Liang. Chapter 99. Pursuit of the Hidden River Ninjas. After a lengthy chase, Yi Liang finally paused in a cave. The elderly man was a master of water techniques. He had swiftly escaped downstream, but ultimately could not elude Yi Liang, who was stronger. In terms of water techniques, Yi Liang's affinity with chakra had long surpassed that of an average shadow-level powerhouse, although he might be slightly lacking in physical prowess. He blocked the entrance of the cave, confronting the old man. "Who are you? Why are you pursuing me?" The elderly man looked at Yi Liang with a puzzled expression. To be honest, while the Kage was not a particularly good person, he was exceedingly cautious, having never provoked anyone in his life. Have I ever wronged him? I don't believe so. The Kage had lived most of his life like a mouse, never daring to confront the strong. Yet now, as he prepared for a significant undertaking, he found himself confronted by Yi Liang, the coup d'etat in the land of rivers. Who would have thought he would be targeted so quickly? Old man, you may have misunderstood. I am not pursuing you, but rather the girl in your grasp. You desire her? The Kage furrowed his brow. Looking at Princess Fujiwara in his grasp, realization dawned upon him. I see now. You are the reinforcements sent by the Fujiwara clan. The old man was reluctant to comply. And thus, he warned, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, the old Kage charged at Yi Liang, a stream of water coalescing in his hand, swiftly transforming into a blade of ice. Water release, ice sword. A weapon forged from water was far swifter than a true sword, with edges sharper and a significantly lighter weight, appearing as a mere illusion in the Kage's hands. Yi Liang found himself hesitant to engage. What a true shadow-level powerhouse. Yi Liang's heart sank. Although this old man was not as formidable as the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen from the great ninja villages, his abilities were beyond what ordinary ninjas could compare. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Yi Liang found himself at a disadvantage in physical combat. He felt exasperated. Old man, I merely wish to rescue the girl. Is this truly necessary? Enough of the idle chatter. If you wish to take her, you shall have to step over my dead body. Yi Liang felt communication had broken down entirely. He had approached solely to witness a girl being abducted. Although subsequent events had entangled him in numerous issues, his primary goal remained simply to save her. As for the internal strife within the land of rivers, he had no desire to involve himself. Stubborn and obstinate. Sensing Yi Liang's speed diminishing, the elderly man was finally ready to strike with lethal intent. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and the ice sword he wielded became enveloped in a layer of blue aura. Yi Liang's arm brushed against something, and astonishingly, the blood within him was instantly frozen by the azure aura. This was indeed cold air. Yi Liang quickly realized the extraordinary mastery the elder possessed in water-based techniques, which allowed him not only to solidify water into ice, but also to create a chilling mist, cold yet not solidified. This mist, more powerful than an ice sword, proved to be more laborious to contend with. Since you have chosen to provoke me, prepare for my relentless strike. Secret technique, Ice Dragon Bullet. A colossal ice dragon surged forth from the stream behind Yi Liang, its presence not only imposing, but also sending an icy chill coursing through his veins. He swiftly evaded the dragon's assault using a teleportation technique, but the relentless water techniques offered him no respite. Water release, water explosion, water release, water flow technique. Water release, water flying feathers. Yi Liang dodged again, only for the ice dragon to charge at him once more. The primary distinction between an ice dragon and a water dragon lay in the ice dragon's durability, while a water dragon dissipated after a single attack due to chakra depletion. The ice dragon, having manifested as a solid entity, posed a continual threat. Bang! Bang! The massive dragon head thundered against the ground, leaving behind a scattering of ice shards. Yi Liang realized he could no longer afford to waste time. Though reluctant to deplete his chakra, he noticed the young girl trembling slightly from the cold. The elder, too, did not wish to harm her just yet, but her fragile constitution would not withstand the chill for long. I apologize. Yi Liang suddenly grasped the ice dragon's head, rendering it immobile, much to the elder's astonishment. What was happening? The elder pondered, soon witnessing cracks begin to form across the ice dragon's body. Then, with a resounding crack, the extensive fissures rapidly spread, resembling shattered glass, and within mere moments, the ice dragon was reduced to mere fragments. How could this be? The elder, as the shadow of the river, was taken aback. The ice dragon had been created from his unique water chakra, incredibly resilient, and even an ordinary fire technique could not so easily dismantle it. Yet, Yi Liang had accomplished this with a mere touch. Your secret technique is indeed formidable, yet it harbors a significant weakness, Yi Liang explained. While you can continuously infuse your ice dragon with water chakra to enhance its strength, an excess of water chakra ultimately becomes its Achilles heel. What nonsense is this? The more water chakra I have, the more powerful my ice dragon becomes. How can it possibly be a weakness? Is it truly? Yi Liang smirked coldly, bending to pick up a still intact fragment of the ice dragon, holding it aloft. Observe closely. A crimson chakra began to seep from Yi Liang's arm into the fragment. Though the dosage was minimal, the ice dragon shard began to melt. That is fire chakra. The elder gasped, instantly becoming wary. He understood what had transpired. When Yi Liang had touched the ice dragon, he had stealthily infused it with fire chakra. The ice dragon was composed entirely of water chakra. While powerful, the excess water chakra created a conflict. It is known that a creature of one extreme cannot harbor another property. Just as yin cannot merge with yang, fire cannot coexist with water, and men cannot become women. Once this conflict arises, yin and yang dissipate, water and fire evaporate, and a man transforms into a mere shadow of himself. It seems this old man is doomed. A look of desolation filled the elder's eyes. Even his most potent ninjutsu was no match for Yi Liang, and other means would be futile. I never intended to kill you. Do you even understand human speech? Yi Liang was tempted to stride forward and slap the elder across the face. Facing someone completely oblivious to reason would frustrate anyone. But at that moment, a cough echoed from the cave. Cough. Grandpa Qianhu, where are you? The princess had awakened. Chapter 100. The national treasure of the land of rivers. The girl had awakened. Yi Liang's first instinct was to rush in and check on her. But her words stunned him. Grandpa Qianhu? This young girl knows the elder? Why? Apart from Yi Liang, the only other soul present was the ancient shinobi elder. Making it clear she was addressing him. Cold sweat broke out on the elder's brow. He visibly stiffened, becoming even more vigilant toward Yi Liang. Princess, you must flee. Even at the cost of my life, I shall hold him back for you. Grandpa. A heart-wrenching cry emanated from the cave, followed by the girl stumbling out, clearly distressed. Please, I beg you, do not harm my grandfather. I am willing to return with you. She shouted at Yi Liang. Willing? Yi Liang was taken aback. Wasn't I here to rescue someone? Why does it seem as though I am being portrayed as a villain? You are willing? I have no desire for such a thing. Your Highness, do not concern yourself with me. Even if I must sacrifice my life, I shall ensure that this little wretch does not lay a finger on you. The elder, upon hearing the girl's words, seemed invigorated, his previously weary visage regaining its vitality. Yi Liang was at a loss for words. He had come to save her. Yet now the victim and the enemy stood united, leaving him bewildered and ensnared in an undeserved predicament. This old man called me a little wretch. A little wretch? Who does he think he is calling that? The elder's face flushed with indignation as he retorted. Damn it! Yi Liang rolled up his sleeves, prepared to confront the elder. In his life, he had never been subjected to such insults. Even his parents would merely call him a lazy son, telling him to get lost. After all, he was a rebellious young man. Yi Liang advanced with fierce determination. Seeing his approach, the elder swiftly shielded the girl behind him, blocking Yi Liang's path and increasing his vigilance. Shield your grandfather. I had no intention of harming her. The situation was clearly more complex than it appeared. But Yi Liang was undeterred. The elder had just insulted him. Yi Liang was solely intent on delivering a thorough thrashing to this senile old man who tarnished his reputation. He raised his hand. Enough. I am willing to reveal the location of the national treasure. At that moment, the young girl, who had been shielded by the elder, stepped forward. National treasure? What national treasure? Yi Liang lowered his hand. Initially, he had only wanted to reprimand the elder, but unexpectedly, he found himself in a protective role. Princess Naoko, this is our land of rivers. Millennium national treasure. Millennium national treasure. Yi Liang transformed into a figure of reverence. His expression softened, and any resentment he held towards the little wretch dissipated completely. No enmity exists that cannot be resolved with a national treasure. If there is, that is indeed a national treasure. A national treasure? That's intriguing. Do enlighten me. Yi Liang's interest was piqued. The young lady was about to explain when she suddenly reacted with surprise. You don't know what a national treasure is? Naturally, I do not. Yi Liang scoffed inwardly. The young lady's expression shifted. Initially, she thought Yi Liang had been sent to capture her, but now it seemed there was more to this situation than met the eye. An old man approached, peculiar in his demeanor. Young brother, do we have a misunderstanding? Are you not an assassin sent by that old thief, Fujiwara? Enough of this. What is a national treasure? Yi Liang demanded, his gaze fixed firmly on the young lady's eyes, unwavering, clearly indicating he was not to be trifled with. The old man hesitated, swallowing hard. It appeared they had inadvertently entangled themselves with something formidable. If you are not an assassin, I am willing to offer some monetary compensation to apologize for our earlier conflict. National treasure. Yi Liang ignored him, drawing a shuriken from his pocket as a blatant threat. The old man's complexion paled instantly. Where did this reckless youth come from, so unyielding in his stance? He was utterly dumbfounded. The young lady also realized she had misspoken, but upon seeing Yi Liang's fierce expression, she reluctantly spoke up. A national treasure refers to the treasure of the country of Chuan. The treasure of the country of Chuan? What is its worth? The young lady was taken aback, but instinctively replied, it is said to sustain generations. Generations? Yi Liang's face broke into a grin. He had initially thought his act of bravery would not yield any tangible outcomes, yet here he was, reaping rewards. Such was the inherent advantage of a transmigrator. He began to imagine the form of the national treasure. Was it square or round? Surely it must be made of gold. Gold is excellent. It does not depreciate. All right. It's a deal. Deal. The young lady was utterly confused. Of course, it means I will help you resolve your issue, Yi Liang explained, as if he could read her thoughts. Both the young lady and the old man fell silent. After a while, Yi Liang first greeted Kakashi, then prepared for this treasure-hunting expedition. So, you mean to say that this young princess's father seems to be under someone else's control? Yes, exactly. Not just the esteemed general. Even the brothers and sisters of Kai Kai Z are being manipulated by that unknown individual. Yi Liang pondered deeply. Through their brief exchange, he had gathered a rough understanding of the plot. The general of the country of Chuan had encountered a problem. The formerly amiable general had suddenly turned exceedingly irritable, not only exhibiting a drastic change in temperament, but also waging wars indiscriminately. Many smaller nations were left in despair. Subsequently, the Chuan shinobi village, a vassal of the country of Chuan, also joined the conflict. However, the leader, Qianhu Men, soon discovered the root of the issue. This old acquaintance from the country of Chuan did not recognize him at all, and even spoke to him with hostility during their conversations. He immediately realized something was amiss. Under the cover of night, Qianhu Men infiltrated the palace. After a confrontation with a mysterious figure, he managed to rescue the only remaining rational member, Princess Fujiwara Nanako. How did you become separated? And why were those two elite shinobi from the Chuan shinobi village so rough with Nanako? Because there are traitors within our Chuan shinobi village. Old thief Fujiwara has planted spies among us, and to maintain control over the village, I pretended to surrender to him. So it was like that. Yi Liang nodded. In truth, these two had not completely trusted him, and their words were likely somewhat deceptive. For instance, while the general of the country of Chuan was indeed under control, Qianhu Men incessantly referred to Fujiwara as an old thief, which was rather implausible. Furthermore, if there were spies in the Chuan shinobi village, they could simply be dealt with. Why pretend to surrender? Could it be that the illustrious Chuan shinobi village could not even handle their own spies? Naturally, Yi Liang did not blame them. His involvement had been rather abrupt, akin to a writer who, muddled in thought, unwittingly opened a side quest. It was indeed quite out of place. Yi Liang recognized that forcing his way into the situation was inappropriate. However, for the national treasure of the country of Chuan, he felt he had no choice. It was not a matter of greed, but rather a desire to swiftly enhance his own strength. In his world, so many loved ones awaited his return. Chapter 101. The Kumquat Temple. The group soon arrived at the Chuan shinobi village. It was entirely different from what Yi Liang had envisioned. In his mind, a small nation's shinobi village would undoubtedly be impoverished and backward. Yet, this place was not only economically prosperous, but also possessed breathtaking scenery. Mr. Yi Liang, our Chuan shinobi village values commerce. Our wealth is substantial. However, this has led to neglect in enhancing our strength, and the current youth are even less capable. Qianhu Men lamented heavily. Indeed, Yi Liang nodded. Emphasizing commerce is beneficial, which suggests that the so-called national treasure is indeed a reality. The two were not on the same wavelength. The group strode confidently toward the main gate. Who goes there? Are you not aware that our Chuan shinobi village is under strict lockdown? A tall, slender shinobi emerged from the surrounding bushes, his gaze fierce. Yet he ignored Qianhu Men entirely. Qianhu Men was the old man, the shadow of the Chuan shinobi village. Qianhu Lu, do you not see me, old man? Qianhu Men rebuked angrily. Old man. The tall, slender figure named Qianhu Lu shot a surprised glance at Qianhu Men, then burst into laughter. What are you? Lord Kumquat Temple has said that as long as we perform well, the next shadow of Chuan will be chosen from among us. Qianhu, do not overstep your bounds. I am still the shadow of Chuan, and you are nothing. Let strength speak for itself. Just as Qianhu finished speaking, several similarly dressed shinobi leaped out from the bushes, all drawing shurikens and aiming them at Qianhu. Yi Liang's mind raced with questions. This Lord Kumquat Temple seemed formidable, capable of controlling the Chuan shinobi village. It was known that the most powerful individual in a village was always its shadow-level expert. Yet something was amiss in this Chuan shinobi village. How could it be that the shadow was not in power? Kumquat Temple, do not forget. I am the shadow of the Chuan shinobi village. He is not. Qianhu shouted furiously. In an instant, tensions escalated. At that moment, Qianhu's gaze fell upon Princess Nanako, who was bound behind Yi Liang. Princess Nanako, you old rascal actually captured her. Qianhu exclaimed in shock. Now, the Chuan shinobi village was under close surveillance by enemy spies. Since Qianhu had pretended to ally with the country of Chuan, it was only logical that Princess Nanako would be held captive. Of course, the bindings were not too tight. Consider yourself fortunate. This time, I have returned with Princess Nanako, which can be deemed a meritorious act. Let us see what excuse that Kumquat Temple has to dismiss me from my position as shadow. Qianhu's expression darkened immediately. He did indeed have a chance to replace Qianhu, but that required him to find Princess Nanako. Now that Qianhu had brought her back, his aspirations were thwarted. Qianhu stiffly gestured for Qianhu to enter. Then please, Shadow Master, do come in. To retrieve Princess Kaikai, you must allow passage. This is the command of the Yuzu Temple. Humph. I will come to settle the score with you sooner or later. Qianhu cast a glance at him. Yi Liang was taken aback for a moment. Although Qianhu was arrogant, he surprisingly demonstrated adaptability at a critical moment, undoubtedly indicating he was a person capable of great endeavors. After Qianhu and the others retreated into the underbrush, Yi Liang and his companions entered Chuanren village. Yi Liang glanced at Qianhu, his expression revealing displeasure. What is this Yuzu Temple situation? Why have I not heard you mention it before? Previously, Qianhu had not mentioned this individual. Clearly, Qianhu had concealed many matters from him. It's nothing, just the informant I mentioned earlier. Informant? Yi Liang narrowed his eyes, pondering what kind of informant could overshadow Qianhu and usurp the position of Chuaning. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? You will see for yourself. Following closely behind Qianhu, Yi Liang soon arrived at the conference hall of Chuanren village. The two guards at the entrance saluted Qianhu. It appeared not everyone had betrayed this old fellow, Yi Liang concluded. They entered with ease. Upon entering, they were met by a figure clad in a thin long robe. This individual had golden hair and appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Though still a youth, he emanated an air of adult authority. Yuzu Temple, I have brought you the person you sought. Yuzu Temple waved his hand, smiling at Qianhu. Do not be so angry. After all, this person was originally lost by you. Since Father has granted you another chance, you should be filled with gratitude. Am I supposed to deliver him a clock as well? Qianhu retorted. Ignoring his words, Yuzu Temple approached Kaikai, scrutinizing her. Yi Liang stepped aside to allow him space. He began to contemplate. From their dialogue, it seemed another figure was entangled in this affair. Yuzu Temple's father. This was significant. Yi Liang's gaze shifted. Firstly, Yuzu Temple did not appear particularly formidable. Yi Liang sensed he was at most an elite jonin. However, the esteemed Chuanren village Chuaning was treating such a youth with such caution and restraint, which was entirely illogical. Yi Liang speculated that either Yuzu Temple possessed some extraordinary abilities or was merely leveraging his family's considerable influence. Therefore, it was highly likely that Yuzu Temple's father was a prominent figure. Alas, this young girl has evidently endured considerable hardship during this time. She has lost weight. While Yi Liang was lost in thought, the seemingly unremarkable Yuzu Temple unexpectedly moved beside Kaikai, casually stroking her chin and teasing, "Do not touch me. Bad person." Kaikai cried out in alarm, while Qianhu clenched his fists beside her. Haha, the little one knows fear, rest assured. As long as you reveal the whereabouts of the secret treasure of the Chuan Kingdom, I shall not harm you. Yuzu Temple's expression relaxed. Impossible. I will never divulge the treasure's location to a villain. Yuzu Temple swiftly slapped Kaikai across the face, leaving a handprint the size of a bowl. Yuzu Temple, do not overstep. This is the princess of the Chuan Kingdom. Qianhu yelled in fury. Yet Yuzu Temple paid him no heed. Qianhu, Do not forget your position. If you dare to act rashly, our Mist Village can easily flatten your Chuanren Village at any moment. Qianhu Min was momentarily speechless. So that was the reason. As the two quarreled, Yi Liang, observing from the sidelines, grasped the situation. Combining Yuzu Temple's earlier statements, he surmised the essence of the matter. Chapter 102. Yi Liang takes action. Qianhu Min was being coerced. Yuzu Temple had clearly stated that Mist Village was threatening Qianhu Min to compel him into submission. Pinpointing the crux of the issue, Mist Village was the root cause of this incident. It was evident that the enemy's target was the secret treasure of the Chuan Kingdom, which only Princess Kaikai knew the whereabouts of, hence their failure to obtain it thus far. To think they would attempt to seize the treasure from me is sheer folly. Yi Liang scoffed inwardly. The fact that Qianhu Min was held hostage by Mist Village did not imply that Yi Liang harbored any fear towards them. In this era, Mist Village was likely still under the control of the fourth Yuzu Shikura, who was a defeated foe of Yi Liang. From this perspective, they were hardly intimidating. Yi Liang felt reassured. Suddenly, Yuzu Temple glanced at Yi Liang. This individual, who had been present since the beginning, had not escaped his notice. However, his attention had been focused on Qianhu Min and Fujiwara Kaikai, so he had not regarded him closely. Qianhu Min, who is this person? Why does he appear here? Naturally, Qianhu Min understood whom Yuzu Temple referred to, but he was unsure how to explain. Is this person also here to rob? Does he covet the same treasure you do? He cleared his throat. A passerby, Princess Kaikai, was captured with his assistance. I presume our ninja village seeks a reward. A reward? To your Chuanren village? Yuzu Temple suddenly found it amusing, then added, I did not realize your Chuanren village had a system for rewarding merit. As he spoke, he suddenly struck at Yi Liang. The force was tremendous, aimed directly at Yi Liang's neck, an attempt to silence him. Qianhu Min, you fool! How could you leave behind evidence in such a sordid affair? Yuzu Temple scolded, his hand unwavering. He had attacked first. From a distance, Qianhu Min was first stunned, then filled with delight. Yuzu Temple had targeted Yi Liang. To Qianhu Min, Yi Liang was an extraordinarily powerful figure. He had brought Yi Liang along partly because he claimed he would assist him, and partly because he felt entirely outmatched by Yi Liang. He was left with no choice. This was also why Qianhu Min had not revealed everything. Are you seeking death? Yi Liang laughed. He had been searching for an opportunity to strike, and unexpectedly, Yuzu Temple had delivered it to him, launching an attack. One must know that when a person truly desires to seek death, they are impossible to stop. He snapped his fingers, unleashing a SHINRA Tensei. This time, the force was minimal, confined to a small radius before him. Yi Liang was not concerned about collateral damage. Yuzu Temple was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous repulsive force slam into him. Qianhu Min, you dare to rebel, was his first response. Boom. He was violently hurled against the wall. How painful. My body feels like it is about to split apart, was his second response. Qianhu Min felt utterly helpless. He did not trust Yi Liang, believing him to be yet another competitor for the treasure, but he did not expect the wolf and tiger to clash first. And it was the wolf that struck first? Do not blame me for this. Qianhu Min shrugged at Yuzu Temple. Yuzu Temple, suppressing his agony, managed to rise to his feet. Although he crashed into the wall, his elite status as a Jonin prevented him from being defeated by the blow. However, he was frightened. To Kuruki and surprise, the seemingly weak Yi Liang exhibited formidable strength. It was evident that this was a blatant conspiracy. The Qianhu Gate was undoubtedly plotting rebellion, bringing along the equally impressive Yi Liang. He wished to escape. As an elite Jonin, Kuruki found it exceedingly challenging to contend with the Qianhu Gate, let alone face the seemingly stronger Yi Liang. At that moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from the dark ceiling. Boom. 5 tall and slender ninjas from Chuan Ninja Village leaped down. Lord Kurukian. It's time for us to pledge our loyalty. Kurukian was startled but recognized a few individuals. If his memory served him correctly, these were also from Chuan Ninja Village, having surrendered earlier, thus remaining vivid in his mind. They were the Qianhu Lu faction. The eyes of Qianhu Min flickered. Qianhu Lu was his kin and a senior member of Chuan Ninja Village, but his monopolization of the position of Chuaning had prevented these individuals from ascending to power. Now that Chuan Ninja Village was under the control of the Mist Village, they sensed an opportunity and rebelled. Qianhu Min's expression stiffened, and he shouted in anger, Qianhu Lu, you are aiding and abetting tyranny. Fine. Do well, and if you can ensure my escape from Chuan Ninja Village. When the Mist Army descends, I shall have my father appoint you as the Chuan Ing of Chuan Ninja Village. Kuruki and quickly interjected, hastily jumping out through the broken rooftop. He fled. In his view, these reinvigorated Chuan ninjas, despite their strength, could not possibly rescue him, especially with their old leader present. Moreover, there was Yi Liang. Having just been struck by Yi Liang, he immediately formed a judgment. This individual was exceptionally powerful, perhaps even surpassing his father. As an elite jonin, Kuruki and possessed unique insights. He had battled against Kuruki Ichang. His father was indeed formidable, but against Yi Liang, he was utterly outmatched. It was not solely due to Yi Liang's overwhelming presence, but also because of that previous technique, SHINRA Tensei, which was extraordinarily potent. The ability to concentrate chakra and unleash boundless repulsive force. Such a powerful technique, even the strongest of Jonin or shadow-level ninjas might struggle to replicate. Furthermore, Yi Liang had not even formed hand seals. He had never encountered anyone capable of executing such a terrifying technique without hand seals. Just that one move. And his father could never hope to contend with him. He could only hope that the Chuan ninjas could hold him at bay. Kuruki and swiftly fled across the rooftops. In the streets, those who had lived under Kuruki and Shadow were puzzled. Why was the once imperious Lord Kuruki in such a disheveled state today? Meanwhile, Yi Liang was rapidly altering Qianhu Min's perspective. He had barely comprehended Yi Liang's movements when Qianhu Lu and his faction were swiftly dealt with. Clearly, he had previously held back against me. Qianhu Min surmised. Yi Liang leaped out of the Hokage Hall. Given that Yi Liang dispatched those nuisances in less than 10 seconds, Kuruki and had naturally not managed to escape far, casting a deep glance at Yi Liang. He was alarmed. Damn, how could he have pursued so quickly? What about those rascals? Were they not supposed to obstruct him? Kuruki, fueled with adrenaline, frantically fled into the distance, his neck flushed with fear. Where do you think you are running, little one? Yi Liang smiled. The kunai in his hand ominously activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 103. The uncommon princess of Chuan Kuruki and felt a gust of wind and a commotion. This was bad. He hurriedly attempted to use the body replacement technique. But his body was hindered by chakra, causing him to fall to the ground. Pain shot through his waist as he was kicked onto a rooftop. Look! Someone is attacking Lord Kuruki. In the streets, passers-by immediately noticed this scene. Previously, when the once invincible Lord Kuruki fled in panic, they had observed him. Now, as Yi Liang struck Kuruki, they naturally took notice. Who is that person daring to lay hands on Lord Kuruki? Haha, whoever it is. It truly brings joy to the heart. That rascal deserved to die long ago. I must know the name of this hero. I want to present him with a banner. Meanwhile, Qianhu Min, as the Chuan Ing, also pursued. Yi Liang, this fellow cannot be killed. He urgently interjected. Why not? Isn't he the enemy of your village? Yi Liang retracted his descending hand. After using the Flying Thunder God, he had directly sealed Kuruki and chakra points with the 8 trigrams palm, rendering the latter immobile. For no particular reason. Because this fellow is the son of Kuruki Ichang. The son of Kuruki Ichang? What of it? Yi Liang replied nonchalantly. Then he cannot be killed. Qianhu Min was anxious. Kuruki Ichang was the 4th Mizukage of the Mist Village, renowned for his formidable strength. Possessing not only exceptional water-style ninjutsu, but also the ability to utilize the 3-tailed beast as a source of sustenance. Who would dare to harm him? What if I kill him? That would invite Ichang's wrath. Before Qianhu Min could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly halted as Yi Liang's hand, sharp as a blade, pierced into Kuruki-in's body. Over the days of battling against the false Yi Liang had come to deeply understand his own frailty, to protect what needed protecting. He must continuously strengthen himself. Only with a powerful body could one possess the capital for revolution. Kuruki Ichang had to be killed, not only for today's events, but also because of the 3-tailed beast within him. As previously mentioned, Yi Liang's time-space turtle required a powerful tailed beast as energy. And the beast within Ichang was clearly one of his targets. Considering that the objective was now within reach, he was somewhat reckless. But I will still kill him, Yi Liang stated softly. Qianhu Min's expression instantly changed. He truly killed Kuruki. How could he kill Kuruki? He should not have killed Kuruki. 3 phrases. From shock to sighing. This revealed Qianhu Min's complex emotions at that moment. Yi Liang's act of killing Kuruki meant that Chuan Ninja Village had completely severed ties with the Mist Village. Originally, Min had planned to persuade Kuruki Ichang to spare Princess Kai Kai after handing over the secret treasures of the land of Chuan, believing he could leverage his status as a shadow-level expert for favor from the Mist Village. But now, there was no turning back. Enough of this nonsense. Let us discuss matters concerning the land of Chuan, and do not attempt to conceal anything from me. Yi Liang stated calmly. A man may act foolish or juvenile, but when seriousness is required, he must embody earnestness. One can appear frivolous, yet their heart must be as clear as a mirror. After hastily dealing with Kuruki and's corpse, Min brought Yi Liang back to the Hokage office. Fujiwara Nanako was still present. Grandpa Chinhu, what happened to Kurukian? She was just an ordinary person and thus unaware of the circumstances outside. He is dead, Min replied bitterly. He had not anticipated such an outcome. But since Naoko had inquired, he could only respond candidly. Naoko's pupils momentarily constricted before she regained her composure. Indeed, she was the daughter of a general. Her previous timidity had merely been an act, as Yi Liang discerned with a glance. In that moment, Princess Naoko bore no resemblance to the pitiable figure that had previously pleaded for help. Instead, she exhibited a remarkable calmness, even surpassing that of the seasoned warriors. This deepened Yi Liang's prior suspicions. The duo had been deceiving him all along. The tale they spun was nothing but a fabrication. It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess Naoko. And it is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Yi Liang. The two exchanged greetings, while the once loquacious warrior remained silently stationed behind Naoko. Allow me to unveil the truth of the matter. Naoko nodded at Yi Liang, taking the lead in the conversation. As we previously stated, the Hidden Mist Village has indeed attacked us, but there is a slight nuance. Their target is not the treasure of the River Kingdom, but rather the control over the nation itself. They seek to expand their influence, yet they cannot set their sights on the formidable Water Nation. Thus, they have turned their attention to your River Kingdom. Indeed, our River Kingdom lies conveniently close to them, making us an easy target. Moreover, the prowess of our ninjas is considerable. Seizing our River Ninja Village is a bold testament to their ambitions. Ninjas are formidable? At Naoko's assertion, Yi Liang erupted into laughter. How can a pathetic village like yours dare to claim such strength, especially with this warrior? Merely weaklings. Naoko's expression shifted. She was acutely aware of the implications behind Yi Liang's laughter. Yet, she could not dismiss his perspective, as he possessed the audacity to disregard even the Hidden Mist Village. The River Ninja Village certainly lacked significance in his eyes. She continued, my father and brothers have not been subjugated, for they have already perished. This is why today, your grandfather referred to my father as a thieving dog. Are you implying that the people of the Hidden Mist Village have assumed the guise of your father to dominate your River Kingdom? Precisely. I am the sole survivor of the general's bloodline, bearing the weight of weight. Yi Liang abruptly interrupted Naoko. I care not for the burdens you carry. I merely seek to ascertain whether the treasure you speak of truly exists. If it does not, I have no interest in your trivial matters. Upon finishing his statement, he gestured dismissively towards the princess. His initial pursuit had been the treasure, and should it prove non-existent, there would be no reason to provoke the Hidden Mist Village further. However, even if the Hidden Mist Village had been drawn into conflict due to the matter of the Koyuan, he remained unafraid. Naoko's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, she could have maneuvered around Yi Liang's decision not to eliminate Koyuan, but now an irreparable enmity had been forged. If Yi Liang remained indifferent, they would soon face the wrath of the Hidden Mist Village. The opportunity to endure alongside the River Ninja Village had vanished. There is indeed a treasure, Naoko hastily replied, her words tumbling out with a hint of impatience. After all, she was but a young girl. Despite her maturity, she could not contend with the cunning of Yi Liang. The old fox,